Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Saiyan Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Sassy Deku Got Evolving Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Take a swan dive off the roof and hope for a quirk in your next life. The sentence had Izuku biting back tears. A copper taste quickly filled his mouth as the words repeated in his head. He thought his childhood friend was better than that. He thought that as long as he let the others say whatever, it would be fine. He thought that the words wouldn't affect him. He was wrong. The second Bakugous and his lackeys disappeared from sight. Izuku crouched down, putting his face in his knees. He shouldn't cry, it was something for the weak. The last thing he wanted was to be weak. As he uncrouched, a pain struck his back. Probably from the time Bakugous used his quirk on him. The wound had just blistered over and fabric was his worst nightmare. Izuku wanted to go home and see his mother welcome him at the door. That was his joy of the days, seeing his mother's smile. Slouching over to his desk, he grabbed his stuff. All but one thing. His notebook. Ugh, really? That took me all night to rewrite ... The other book was barely legible from the last time they got their hands on it. He thought to himself. Izuku inhaled sharply and walked out of the classroom to go find his book. There was a single spot they would put his stuff. Knowing they didn't have the brain capacity to think of a new hiding place, Izuku trudged over to the koi pond at the far end of the school. The fish swarmed around his notebook, ink flowing out the pages. The green tint of the pond had changed the paper's hue. Ugh, that's not fish food ... Stop it. As Izuku picked it up, the koi had disbanded and swam to the corners, hiding away from sight. The words from earlier struck his mind and ripples begun in the water. Small droplets breaking the surface tension one after another. Crying over something like this. How pathetic am I? Wiping away the remaining salty drops, Izuku rushed to get home. Bakugous had kept him behind for an extra 15 minutes and Izuku's mum wanted to go shopping once he arrived back. With what was left of his notebook, Izuku began to sort the pages and what each word was supposed to be. He was so captivated in what he was doing he hadn't realized the monstrosity that was about to occur. Thick, seaweed-colored sludge had grasped onto Izuku's arms. He was paralyzed with fear as the monster had navigated its way through his mouth, causing a blockage in his airway. Every intake of air felt like sandpaper scraping his esophagus. With all his leftover strength, Izuku clawed at the sludge, yet it had no effect. His vision was going black. His pupils rolled to the back of his head, showing the whites of his eyes. A sudden shout was heard from behind, but with the blood rushing to Izuku's ears, it was tuned out. A wave of relief filled his body as fresh air was restored to his lungs. Izuku was currently coughing on the floor, slight traces of blood splattering on the pavement. His eyes felt like they were being stabbed and the pain in his head was worse than death itself. The lack of oxygen hit hard and he fell back on the pavement with his energy drained. His eyelids were drooping, but not before sudden taps on his face progressed to near slaps. The culprit of that was speaking in a hurried tone. "Kid, wake up. Oh, nearly lost you there." The grin on the man's face was beaming white. As Izuku's eyes focused, they soon widened. His idol was right in front of him. The one person he had ever wanted to meet. All Might, what are you doing here? Oh my gosh, I have so many questions. Please can you sign my Natibo? As he ran to grab it, there was a page open with neat writing plastered across it. The signature of the #1 hero. Well then, I best be off. I need to hand this villain back to the police. I'll see you later, kid. All Might patted the bottles of green goop in his pockets and crouched down. Izuku couldn't let this chance go. He hadn't asked anywhere near the amount he wanted to. He didn't even get to ask the one thing he's wanted to hear ever since the diagnosis. He was in a state of shock, but the familiar pose that signified All Might was ready to leave set him off. His body moved on its own and unbeknownst to him. They were at least 100 feet in the air. Whoa kid, let go, it's dangerous. All Might was looking down at the green curls bouncing in the wind. I can't. I'll die. It was hard to speak as the air resistance was pushing all loose skin back. It would be a shocker if anything said was actually understood. All Might swiftly landed on a nearby building and let the kid down. His hair was even more of a mess than it was before. The curls had tangled in a weird position, courtesy of the wind. Izuku took a second to gain his breath and rushed a question before the hero took off yet again. This time, the hero was biting his lip. Blood pooled and slowly flowed from his mouth. For some reason, steam, or maybe smoke, was floating out of his broad shoulders and back. The sight wasn't pleasant, and just before Izuku could ask the question, the man shrunk. Shrunk, you may ask. But yes, quite literally, he shrunk, deflated. Izuku's mouth was agape. The man in front of him was scrawny and appeared as if he could drop dead at any second. He began to vigorously cough, blood staining most of his hand. "Listen kid, hurry up with your question, okay? I don't have all the time in the world just for you." The man's voice was raspy and coarse. I was just wondering. See, can I still be a hero even if I'm quirkless? I know that most people would say it's impossible, boo. Kid, you should listen to them. If you're quirkless, then it's basically a death wish to go out and be a hero. Save everyone some time and try a different profession, maybe a cop or a doctor. They save people. Why would you think you can be a hero? It's stupid. I hope you change your mind. Anyway, I need to get going. I've used the majority of my time talking to you. Knock on the emergency door and someone might let you in. And before he knew it, Izuku was left alone. All Might had quickly fled and left him there, alone, on a rooftop, despite him being attacked by an evil goop only moments before. The hero hadn't even done the proper aid that's required when stumbled upon by a villain. Izuku sat to the edge, peering over the side, only to see several other small buildings, all run down or unable to be restored, as if anyone would be living in here to answer the door. Izuku scoffed at the thought. He was just abandoned on a roof with no living beings in sight. His mind wandered to the day he was diagnosed, the root of his whole problem. The one thing Izuku wished his entire life was unspoken. You can be a hero. Even his mum apologized profusely when he asked her if it was possible. Barely an hour after the diagnosis was confirmed, the night burns a painful memory. Awfully clear each time Izuku remembers it. Tonight was different though. It was peaceful, letting the winter breeze flow through each strand of hair as the voices in his head were tuned out over explosions further in the city. It was calming. Go take a swan dive off the roof. He's quirkless, stupid Deku. You'll never make it to UA. Maybe try being a cop or a doctor. It's a death wish for a quirkless hero. I'm so sorry, Izuku. I'm sorry, so sorry. Kaken was right. Maybe if he wished hard enough, he might be able to get a quirk in his next life. What quirk would he want? Too late to decide now. It was nice. The feeling of being weightless. The feeling of all emotions slowly fading. The feeling of regret when rapidly plummeting towards the floor. The feeling of finally being free. The shock that struck Izuku when he awoke with not only 0 injuries, but also being transparent, left him with a tremendous shake. He was a couple inches off the floor and his legs faded into nothing. As he looked at his hands, the realization hit when he was able to see right through them. First of all, he was a ghost. Second of all, was the very gory carcass on the floor right in front of him. The view was enough to make him sick. At the beginning he was dry heaving, but after looking at his dead body for long enough the feeling subsided. Izuku wishes he didn't do it now. Not only does he have to face being quirkless here, but he'll also have to face seeing his loved ones hear about his tragic death. The sight was way too gruesome for his liking, so he moved on. The sun was falling and setting a warm orange tone to the sky, pink clouds from reflected light. Izuku's guess is that it was 8 p.m. Oh crap. I've missed school. Oh wait, never mind, I'm dead. What about Mum? She's probably worried. I didn't come home last night and didn't tell her anything. I can't believe I'm so stupid. Izuku groaned and ignored his thoughts, rushing to his house. It didn't take long as he could go through buildings and easily avoid traffic or busy paths. He deeply regretted what he had done, but hearing his mother weep on the phone to Mitsuki about the fact her son had gone missing made him regret it worse than before, which Izuku thought was entirely impossible. His mother cried, stating that he hadn't come home, and the school rung explaining that he hadn't shown up. It was shocking that the school cared about him missing a day. If it was anything else, they would have ignored it, hence why the bullying never stopped. Izuku sat on his bed, an unfamiliar touch as his hands shifted through the fabric. His palms and fingers were as white as snow but completely transparent. It was similar to stained glass, minus the glossy shine that it tends to have. For some reason, the only thing Izuku could touch was himself. No matter what object it was, all he would do was phase through. It was overwhelming. Everything around him was spinning, and the slightest sounds were ringing in his mind. It was hard to tune out his mother's cries. It hurt every time she would take a large breath to calm herself down. Izuku pushed past that and decided to go outside, silently making his way through the shut window. Each of his senses were heightened. His ability to hear and see had improved. Izuku also came to the conclusion that he was able to sense living things. He discovered that when he passed several small animals like rats or mice, and each of them had a weird, odd feeling to them. It was easy to spot them after getting familiar with it. At this point he was freaking out. He went to sit in an alleyway just mere inches away from the busy paths. His eyes were watering and snot ran straight down his face. Despite his wailing, nobody bat an eye. No one could see nor hear him, regardless of his cries. There was a scream from further down the alley. Of course, a few people had only then gave a glance to the side, but they'd soon walk off, not bothering to help. The screams got even more frantic and voices were filling the gaps for air. Izuku was frozen on the floor. His hands were shaking and tears still ran down his cheeks, yet his body was already pushing through the thin walk space to get to the source. While it wasn't as gruesome as his mangled corpse, the sight of a young woman with a bloody face, crying while a man powered on top of her, made Izuku sick to his stomach. He was near vomiting when the woman let out more cries, quickly shut up by a knee to her nose. Blood quickly pooled below her as her swollen fists met the man's face. He backed off slightly and swore, wiping away the red now stained on his face. Not before long was he yet again pushing himself on the woman. She had given up hope, stopped fighting back, sniffling and hiccuping cries with the leftover energy she could gather. Izuku's hands were at his mouth. He was violently shaking as if he was in the Arctic cold. Small streams of salt washed over his face. All he could do was watch, even if he wanted to help. What could a ghost do? A punch that would simply slip through. Worry settled deeper down as the woman's eyes seemed to focus in the direct path of Izuku. Her eyes hadn't met with his yet. It was as if she could see him. He had nearly given up hope that he was actually visible, but instead everyone was playing a prank on him. That's something society would do to a quirkless person. He opened his mouth to talk out, but a shivering chill settled in his spine. He looked down and a figure was walking through him. Dark clothes with a scarf grasped tightly in his hands. His hair and unkempt beard had given him a dirty look, but that didn't make him any less threatening. There was a glow of red, almost like a laser pointer that shot in the direction of the attacker. He hadn't even noticed that someone was approaching before it was too late. In less than a second, the man was thrown off the girl and tied up in the air. The woman, who was now on the floor gasping for oxygen, was set up straight and reassured by the newly found man that medics and police were on the way. It had happened so quickly that by the time Izuku had processed it, the scruffy man had fled on top of the nearby building. Not wanting to lose sight of him, Izuku flew up and closely observed. The man waited for the paramedics to arrive before actually leaving. Now that Izuku recalled his memories of heroes he had liked, the description matched almost exactly with the man he was now following. After the ordeal with All Might, the guy had lost his favorability as #1 hero in Izuku's eyes. He hadn't thought about who was now at the top spot, but the assault that had just been stopped reminded him of his second favorite. The hero was Eraserhead. He would stick to underground fighting and would prevent getting popular to keep the awareness of his quirk to a minimum. Izuku had studied about him several times and essentially he fought quirkless against mutants types that inspired Izuku when he was first diagnosed. Izuku was getting caught up in his thoughts when the hero suddenly stopped. He was crouched at the edge of a tall building. The place they were at was familiar. Now looking at the building's top, there was a realization that sunk. Izuku looked around and his eyes went wide. The backpack that was slightly open and hero analysis books falling out. The red sneakers neatly placed by the side. The page with a red scribble on top of the words All Might. Eraser silently picked up the books, slowly flickering through, and sat down. His eyes slanted as the only light aiding him read was the reflection from the moon. Izuku was now sat beside the man, occasionally watching his expressions change as pages full of different heroes were getting harder to understand. One page he was stuck on for longer than most. As Izuku glanced down, his face flushed. The page was the analysis of Eraserhead. All the questions he wanted to know. All the different ways he could improve his fighting, even as far as how he managed to get into one despite the fact he hadn't passed the entrance exam because his quirk wasn't flashy like the others. Everything he knew about the hero was in that notebook. Eraser gave a low chuckle and reached for the backpack. There was a hole in it which caused the now dried, destroyed and burnt notebook to fall out. There was an unsettling silence as the man stuffed it back in and headed for the shoes. Everything Izuku had done was now coming back to him and his breaths were shortening. His heart rate spiked as the man got closer and closer to the edge. Izuku clenched his eyes and tears were flowing. The knowing that his mom was going to find out soon. The knowing that his new favorite hero is going to find what's left of his body just further down. No matter how much he didn't want a man to see, it still didn't get rid of the fact he was closing in on the body, slowly scaling down the building with his scarf. The shock and horror that was shared between the two gave the air an eerie feeling. It didn't seem as bad when Izuku first woke up, but now that he's come back, he's able to take in all the small details. While Eraser was making a call to who Izuku presumed was the police, he got a closer look at his mangled body. His face was covered in blood as it was the source of impact. It didn't really look like a face anymore, but Izuku shook that off. One of his arms was missing. Not quite missing, as it was only a few meters away though. His legs looked relatively fine other than a few cuts and bruises. His chest had crushed in on itself and blood was dried, crusting just below, covering most his school clothes in crimson despite the black color. Izuku was yet again feeling really sick, too much for one evening. He wasn't able to recognize his own hair, one of the most prominent features on him. Nearly all of it was gone, as his scalp was likely feasted on by some rats. The only bits left looked red from the blood. He really wanted to throw up, but with the ever so pale body of his, he doubted anything would come up. There were faint sirens in the distance that managed to ground Izuku. Eraser had finished his phone call and walked to the corpse. He rubbed both of his eyes at once and let out a shaky sigh. The sight seemed to have really messed him up. After a little while he stood up and made another phone call. Eraser was now heading for a thin alleyway. While Izuku didn't want to stay at his place of death, he also didn't want to go with the hero who just found his body. Unfortunately, as both options sucked, one way worse than the other, he chose the latter. Eraser had sped up and had made his way over to a small apartment. It didn't look too bad, but also wasn't in the best conditions. Izuku didn't want to intrude, so he headed back to his own house. Now all he could do was to wait for his mother to find out about his suicide. Once he had gotten comfortable in his room, the sound of his mum opening the front door and picking up her phone made his heart ache. It was silent for a while, but that didn't last long. The quiet whimpers were heard from the kitchen. It felt like forever as Izuku sat down on his bed, letting regret wash over him yet again. It felt terrible to see your mother cry, but being the reason makes it even worse. She was alone now. Izuku's dad had left when he was younger and hasn't been seen since. Most of his family also got distant after finding out about his quirklessness. It was his fault that his mum was alone. No one other than the Bakugous would be willing to help. With no surprise, his face will be on the news soon. A quirkless kid committed suicide in bold letters across storyboards. Quirkless suicide rates may be high, but no one bothers to do anything. They don't treat you any better. Izuku knows this best as many times in his life. After making friends, they change when they find out. They treat quirklessness like a disease. Rumors spread fast and everyone avoided him. It even reached his neighborhood corner store, and the owner, who used to love chatting away with him for hours, began to raise prices on only Izuku's shopping, evidently causing him to stop shopping there. It felt secluding, being the only one treated like that, always alone. Even the teachers ignored him and purposely graded his work less than it should have been. Life sucked for the quirkless. No matter how hard he tried, and no one would help. Everything was unfair, but now as Izuku's eyelids dropped shut, his rage settled. It felt like seconds passed, but he was already rising again. It was as if he didn't dream and the day had disappeared without warning. It was easy to tell that the day had gone by because of his alarm clock just barely flashing the date. Izuku left his room, unfamiliarly unable to touch the handle on the door and deciding to phase through instead, seeing his mum sitting alone at the table. Red puffed cheeks and eyes with bags, scarily dark. The look of blankness behind them made her look unresponsive. She sat staring into what others would think was space, but it was a smaller seat in front of her, dinner with steam still gently floating away from it. 2 meals, placed on opposite ends of the table. Few droplets landed on the oak wood table. Sniffles and sharp breaths snapped Izuku out of staring directly at his mum. She cupped her face and cried, not touching her dinner once. He didn't want this. He didn't want his mum to be sad. He only made more problems. That's all he was good for. Izuku hadn't realized that he was out of his apartment. He couldn't bear to hear his mother's tears any longer and quickly fled. It was tough calming himself down, but he eventually got there and roamed the streets. Walking through the now deserted city, billboards with colorful lights shined down to illuminate the paths. A few caught his attention, like the one talking about All Might becoming a teacher at UA, or the other one of Endeavor causing mass fire damage while chasing a vigilante. Not uncommon for the man, though, as he has the highest rates of colossal destruction to the surroundings he patrols. None of them even mentioned his name. Not a single one. If it was someone like Bakugous, he would have been heard of from all over the country. He was cool, he was brave. He would have been a better hero than Izuku ever could have imagined. Each passing building had different things going on, but looking in between two had Izuku pause in place. There was a gathering of 4 men with what seemed to be drugs cornering a young teen. He was too far away to hear what the conversation was, but with the shake of the teen's head, 2 of the men pinned him down, pulling a needle out and closing in on his arm. The boy struggled but couldn't break out of the restraint. It appeared that he said something and the man with the needle froze. His eyes looked dead and he was walking towards his fellow partners. With not a thought behind his eyes, the man threw an uppercut, sending the other flying into a wall. Now free from place, the teen grabbed his belongings and sprinted towards the mouth of the alley, just barely escaping. Of course, the men didn't give up and chased him down the streets. Unluckily for the boy, it was fairly late and no one else was around. Izuku followed in front without effort and studied the moves. The thoughtless man, who seemed to regain the ability to think, was currently helping the one he punched into a wall while the other 2 chased the boy. It seemed like he was struggling to run, though, as beads of sweat collected on his forehead and his breathing became rich. It was only a matter of time before they would catch him. Being a ghost was a lot more frustrating than it seems. He has to sit and watch as someone who appears to be Izuku's age getting caught up in some sort of drug trafficking. As the boy turned a corner, someone else suddenly popped up ready to hit him with a pipe. Without further planning, Izuku went to push the man away. A bright light flashed his vision and suddenly 2 wide eyes were looking up at him, hint of purple in the irises. Worry was plastered over his face and panic settled. Izuku's grip on whatever he was holding had now hit the floor with a loud clank, and voices coming from the corner rapidly getting louder. Izuku glanced back down at the scared teen and grabbed his hand. As fast as he could, he pushed him towards a small entrance right in between two boxes. Now hidden, Izuku got up from his crouched position to look at the newer people arriving from the corner. Knowing that he would probably have to fight, he picked up the nearest object, which was the pipe he had dropped fairly recently. Whilst waiting for a punch or some sort of hit, it never came. The men just started conversation and looking around. "Hey Mara, did the kid not come this way? We must have lost him and assumed he went towards you." The man had a puzzled look on his face and rubbed the back of his head. Izuku tilted his head to the side. "You and oh haha. I think he went that way, but I thought you guys saw, so or I just kinda let him run." "Yeah." Izuku's voice was different. It was deeper, and now that he thinks about it, he was a lot taller and interacted with something. How is that possible? He was a ghost, wasn't he? As Izuku peered back up, the men had already ran in the direction he had said the boy supposedly ran off to. Once making sure they were definitely gone, he stooped down to eye level with the kid he just shoved into a hiding place. Sorry about that. I didn't have time to react, so I kinda just shoved you there." The kid, who now was seen a little better in the light, gave a distrusting look as he spoke. "Why did you protect me? When I turned the corner, you were clearly about to attack me with the pipe." Now that Izuku remembers, he dived headfirst in to stop the man from hitting him, but suddenly a light flashed his vision. He stared down to his hands and noticed they weren't his usual pale, transparent color. Whoa. With the how did? Izuku studied his body carefully. "This isn't my body. What the hell? Wait, you need to get out of here. I don't know how long I can stay here. Quickly go run towards that alley and take a left, then 2 rights. It'll bring you straight to the police station if I'm correct." Izuku was familiar with the area because he used the alleys as a mean to get away from Bakugous and his friends. With a quick nod, the boy hopped up and ran towards the area Izuku pointed to, his purple hair standing upright against gravity. Not long after, Izuku felt a weird sensation as his vision went blurry. Once he was able to focus his eyes, the man in front of him was unconscious. Not wanting to possess him again, he headed in the direction of the lilac-haired boy. It wasn't too hard to find him as he followed the directions perfectly and ended up mere inches away from the station. There were 2 people walking in, most likely on their break, but the boy didn't bother to report the men who just tried to drug him. It confused Izuku, but he couldn't do much. As he got closer to the boy, he realized one of the people walking into the station was Eraserhead. While this area was in his patrol route, Izuku didn't know he would hang out here in his free time. It was a hard decision to make, whether to leave the boy or to head in with the hero. Ultimately, he went with the hero. If Izuku found a way to tell them about the drugging, then they could possibly arrest at least the unconscious man. Was his name Mara? Who knows? While Izuku wasn't planning on eavesdropping, he just so happened to hear what they were talking about. Not that he wanted to, it was pure coincidence, he swears on his life. There are more trigger cases, we really need to find the source. It's getting dangerous, and they're even doing it during the day. People are going to get addicted and beg for more. That's probably what they're Hold up, Naomasa. Surely they're aiming for the younger people. If they manage to get the youngers addicted, then it prevents them from becoming heroes or getting into good schools due to black marks on their records. Best option is to send police to schools and have them make kids walk home with pairs. I'm sure if we try stop them from leaving after 6 p.m., then they will find a way to sneak out. Kids are slippery like that. If you could send either more officers or some heroes to help me with my patrol, then we might be able to prevent it at least a little. Eraser rubbed in between his eyes as the detective beside him nodded. Trigger, is that what they were trying to give that boy? I need to tell Eraser ... How does it affect people though? What if they have backup? I could be potentially leading Eraser into a trap. Izuku was lost in thought as the 2 older men chatted about what the next course of action should be done. A bulb lit above Izuku's head as a plan formed, as sneakily as he could. Not that he needed to be sneaky, but it didn't hurt to be careful. He hovered over the detective. If his plan worked, then he would be able to get the men arrested. He had to make sure it was flawless. Izuku assumed that Eraserhead would be sharp to notice things, so even a slight change in mannerism and he was done for. Just as they finished a sentence, he slipped in. His vision flashed and his perspective changed. He was now looking directly at the hero. He looked worse in person, like he had only few hours sleep every night. Izuku secretly grimaced but quickly returned to the conversation. Izuku now had to fake a text on his phone as if someone told him where the men were. Oh, Eraser, seems like we've caught some people trying to give trigger. It's only round the corner, so let's go together. Izuku slapped his hands to his knees and groaned when he stood up. Flawless acting. The 2 of them soon walked out of the building and towards the unconscious man. Once arriving at the scene, there were 3 more people shaking him. Of course Izuku knows who they are, but right now he doesn't. And what do we have here? Unfortunately, we've had a report, so we need to take you 3 into custody. Izuku looked around and wondered where the other person was. It wasn't long before he was sighted behind a bin, probably hiding after seeing them approach. All right, let's head back. Yes, Eraser? A quick nod and they were off. Izuku thought now would be the best time to release himself and let the detective deal with the rest. As he slowly slipped away from the body, the detective stumbled a little but regained his balance. He rubbed the back of his head while looking at the hero. What the hell are you looking at? Keep your eyes on the path. Dumbass. Eraser had a blunt expression, but the air felt intimidating. Yeah. How did I get here? I could have sworn we were just in the lounge. What bullshit are you spouting? You said someone texted you the location of these lot. Apparently they had a connection with Trigger, so we're bringing them in. The hero sighed and tugged harder at the cuffs restraining 3 of the men. Now Izuku was panicking. He hadn't thought this through. Of course the detective would notice. He took his body for fuck's sake. He felt stupid, but what was done can't be changed. Wait, I'm actually confused. Unless one of these have a memory erasing quirk, then I have no idea what you're talking about. Also, are we bringing this kid in with us or not? He's not cuffed, but he's following. The question left a confused look shared between both Eraser and Izuku. What kid? Are you on the drugs they've got? There's absolutely no one here other than these. Can you not see him or something? He's literally as white as a sheet and it's pitch black out. The detective flung his hand over his shoulder and pointed towards Izuku. Of course, because no one else could see him, this came as a shock. Izuku opened his mouth to say something but stopped himself. There is literally no one there. Ugh, why do I have to deal with your bullshit too? Izashi is already a pain in the ass. Quite literally. The last few words came out as a mutter and barely audible. Eraser rubbed his temple and headed into the station, leaving the detective and ghostly figure alone. Why, you can see me. Yes. Am I not supposed to? You're not dead. Are you? Now if Izuku answered yes, the detective would probably put 2 and 2 together and realize that he was the kid who recently committed suicide. But luckily for him, his last photo registered to the official files was when he was 8, and due to his face being basically unrecognizable on the corpse they found, they wouldn't be able to look at his younger self and think they're the same person. No, it's my quirk. Yes, my quirk. It activates when I sleep. I'm basically a ghost and can possess people. You're also the first person to see me with my quirk. The lie was amazing. Anyone would believe it as long as it was blamed on a quirk. Once they started showing up more often, people were able to say anything and blame it on a quirk. So I'm assuming that you took me to those men. What were they doing with the drugs? They were trying to inject someone with it. I managed to stop them and the boy got away. You might have seen him when you entered the station. Izuku felt proud that he helped someone and was talking enthusiastically. Oh, the purple-haired kid. He didn't seem shaken up or anything. Normally you would be after being attacked. Good point. I have no idea though. The 2 of them had gotten into the station and were chatting away. Who the hell are you talking to? Finally going insane. Eraser let out a low chuckle as he watched the detective talk to the wall. No, actually, I made a friend. Now if you excuse me, we have business to do. This made the hero fall into a fit of laughter. You don't have any friends, so you make an imaginary one. I can't with you, that's hilarious. Eraser wiped away a tear at his eye before waving and rushing out the doors to continue with his patrol. Izuku chuckled slightly at the comment but quickly shut up after a glare was sent his way. It felt comforting to be able to talk to someone again despite it only being like 20 hours since he became invisible to the world. As the sun started to rise, Izuku waved to the detective and headed off to the city. He couldn't go home now, could he? Or should he stay? It only hurts more to occupy his room whilst his mother works endlessly to pay the rent. The guilt only piled as each scenario filled his head, all of them objectively ending with it being his fault. The useless Deku he is. He couldn't even kill himself properly. As the sun gradually approached from the horizon line, the city began to populate, people rushing from one place to another. Definitely better at night, less pollution, both light and air, also way quieter. The warm breeze of the nights are currently changing as the winter months near. The cold probably shouldn't affect Izuku as he isn't really something that can regulate heat nor cold. His body is always at a neutral temperature now that he's a ghost, so any sort of wind give a nice feeling along his skin. Before long, the streets filled to the brim. Many things stuck out. It was cool seeing the area from above, seeing people shuffle to get past, cars slowly driving straight into a long line of traffic. Of course this happens every day, but when you're stuck in that loop you don't tend to notice what it's actually like. Everything that's going on was normal for Izuku. He used to push past each person to get to school, but seeing it from a different perspective changes the way you view it. Without much effort, it was easy to pinpoint who's doing what. Each person had different means of getting somewhere. The people who had to get to work tend to stay closer towards the road to avoid unnecessary promoters trying to hand out flyers or grab your attention. Many of the school children would take shortcuts through alleyways or maneuver through the traffic. Must be a trait for the young. Several people on the streets weren't doing much. Stupid decision to go out during rush hour though. That's on them. It was funny watching them get pushed around and shopping bags sent flying. Izuku was now sitting on top of a small cafe watching as everything died down and the traffic clear almost as quick as it started. All that was left were some young children and adults walking around. A park that was just around the corner had screeches emitting pure serotonin to anyone who was able to hear it. Of course, Izuku had never let out a scream that would give joy. Most of his at the park were when the endless bullying occurred. Not wanting to bother his mum with his useless muttering, he would go hang out in the park. It wasn't fun as he had not a single friend, but if he could stay out of his mother's hair, he would. That's how he came back black and blue, only under his clothes though. The bullies were smart enough to not give him visible wounds because that would draw unnecessary attention. Even if they were in Ai's point of view, the adults wouldn't do much. "Oh, you're too sensitive, loosen up," one parent said, after crying because someone pushed him off the climbing frame. "Boys will be boys, you can't help that, sonny." The kid's father didn't bother to correct his son's behavior after destroying Izuku's all-might figure in a fit of rage. "You've got to grow up at some point. These things you ignore once you're an adult." Izuku was 7. His teacher told him that when he reported someone offering several ways to kill himself, no one in life treated him properly. The only exception being his mum. She was like an angel in a world full of demons. Even after hiding his bruises and wounds, his mum would always find a way to get him to open up and show her. He misses his mum, but what could he do now? Izuku sat a few meters above the playground floor and stared down at the children. There wasn't any fighting, no pushing or shoving, no usage of quirks on one another. That was normal though, normal for others, but Izuku wasn't normal. He was the only one lacking. His rushing thoughts were drained out by the screams of the children shifting from excitement to pure horror. Parents gathered to collect their kids, but not before the ground shook. Many people had now fallen to the floor, barely managing to get up in time as the sandpit began to split. While most had evacuated, there were only few left, stuck from the recently formed chasm that surrounded the perimeter. The best course of action would be to get a hero to help. The only problem was that so far, only one person could see Izuku. Observing his options, Izuku came to the conclusion that by the time he would possess a hero and come back to the scene, the villain would have already injured the leftover citizens. There was only one option left: rushing forward. Not needing to dodge the flying rocks shooting in every direction, Izuku quickly hopped into the villain's body. There was a slight error. Upon entry, his mind became hazy and his hidden emotions spiked. Everything he wanted to keep secret was on the edge of spilling. It was too hard to control. The villain must have been on the trigger drug Detective Tsukachi had mentioned. It would boost your quirk but make your vulnerable emotions unstable, allowing a lot of the time, rage, to blind any sort of rationality. With Izuku, it wasn't quite rage, mostly fear and sadness, yet he was still getting angrier by the second. It seems the emotions of the person he's in had already gotten the effect and wouldn't die down. Izuku couldn't control his actions. As much as he wanted to, nothing worked. The most he could do was prevent himself from firing rocks towards the small group of children by his feet. They were all scared shitless, shaking and crying out to their parents. The hold he had on the man was slipping and Izuku's hands were raising above his head ready to smash down. He closed his eyes and begged that he would be able to stop it, yet his fists were falling faster than he could think. A glint of purple in his peripheral caused him to halter. Quick arms scooped the kids up and dragged them away from the scene. It was the boy from last night. Seeing him had given part of Izuku's control back, and while he wasn't able to stay completely still, it helped to the point of not destroying anything in his path. The purple hair was drifting against the wind, and the kids who were howling for their parents were immediately reunited. The scene made Izuku's heart race. Where was his parents when he needed them? Why wasn't he able to run to them when things went wrong? Sirens were heard in the background, yet Izuku's eyes were fixated on the boy. He was holding a defensive stand but had confused eyes watching him. It turns out the anger had subsided and tears were now falling, yet again, out of his control. Izuku swiftly mouthed thank you to the boy before slipping out of the body. The man had lost consciousness, whether to the drug or because the sudden dispel of a foreign person in his body, Izuku didn't know. The detective made his way over to the villain and let out a sigh when noticing that Izuku had helped out with capturing him. Oh, hi detective, what a nice morning it is, did you have a good sleep? Izuku sheepishly smiled and rubbed the back of his head. For your information, I did not sleep. Maybe due to a certain ghost keeping me up the whole night. Anyways, what happened? Care to explain? Tsukachi didn't bother waiting for an answer as he walked over to the group of shocked families. Hey, wait. The kid from yesterday, is there a swell? He helped by saving the children. Tsukachi quirked an eyebrow before talking to a few more people. He questioned the purple-haired boy and decided to bring him to the station as he also needed to ask about the drugging from the night before. It was exciting for Izuku to finally see him in proper light. It's a shame the purple-haired kid can't see Izuku, the weird-ass ghost. After a little while of the police and villain frenzy, the three of them made it back to the station. The boy was brought into the interrogation room. "Alright, my name is Tsukachi. I'm a detective and my quirk is lie detector. I'm able to know if you're telling the truth and I will be actively using it during our conversation for evidence." The boy gave a quiet hum as a response. "Name and age." "Shinsou Hitoshi, 14. "True. What exactly were you doing when the situation occurred?" "I was on my way to school. I was a little late and I heard screaming, so I decided to head in the direction and saw the villain." "True. Did you use a quirk during this?" Shinsou frowned but answered nonetheless. "No." "True. Alright, final question. I heard that you saved a few kids from under the villain. Is this correct?" "Yes." He was about to smash his hands down but stopped when he saw me. I'm not sure why, but afterwards started crying. "True." Izuku was silently listening while hovering over the lilac hair. "Thank you for your time and cooperation. Unfortunately, we had a case of group drugging last night and heard you were caught up in it, so we will also have to ask you some questions about that. For now, please rest while I talk to another eyewitness." The boy let out an annoyed groan but went towards the waiting room. "Well then, let's have a talk, shall we?" Tsukachi was eyeing Izuku and he gulped in fear. "So then, I'll just ask you the same. Name and age." "Do you think I'm that stupid? Why would I tell you that?" Izuku crossed his arms and acted out an angry huff. "Kid, I have a lot of ways to find out who you are. Don't test me." Tsukachi rubbed his eyes and let out an exhausting sigh. "My name is Akatani Ukatsuki." Izuku cringed at the childhood friend's name he used, but oh well. Tsukachi's forehead wrinkled as he pressed his hands to his mouth. "Weird." It was a low grumble and barely audible. "What's up, detective?" Izuku was watching his face crease over something. "My quirk isn't working on you." Izuku let out a snort and kicked his non-existent feet in the air. "That's hilarious. Too bad for you." He was giggling while the detective sent death glares, scaring the shit out of Izuku but continuing with his fit of laughter either way. "Bring the other kid back in here and you can go away." "Aren't you in school? What happened to that?" The detective was now looking at him dead in the eyes. I was taking a nap. Math's first period." Before he was able to be questioned further, Izuku spontaneously fled and rushed to wherever he would find himself. He had led himself to a small deserted part of town. It was quiet, other than the occasional shouts and barking from dogs. It was fairly early in the morning, around 9 a.m.-ish. Izuku didn't have a watch and time-telling wasn't his best forte. The streets in this part of town were filled to the brim with rubbish. Unlucky for the people unable to afford rent in the stable parts of the city. To be honest, Izuku only wanted to wander until school was out so he had a reason to visit the detective. Yet he arrived back with a cat on his shoulders. Don't even just how the hell? The detective didn't look fazed by the sudden appearance of a new furry friend but instead wanted a detailed explanation of how Izuku got it. "Okay, I know it looks bad but it's not that bad." Tsukachi prepared for a lengthy storytelling while having to do paperwork. Amazing end to his third day of the week. Izuku was wandering around the less popular area of town to get some insight on villains and who could be involved with the trigger incidents when some voices were heard from his left. It was hard to understand what they were saying, so he moved in closer so that it was audible. And obviously Izuku was a goody two-shoes, so he would never try to purposely listen in on people's conversation. He's never, ever done that before. Possibly. It wasn't really anything out of the usual, but the people talking were crouched down in an oddly suspicious way. One of them had long pink hair that touched the floor while the other had short blue. "Wait, grab me a stick, I wanna poke it. It looks gross, hey." Pinkie Pie was quickly ushered off to grab a nearby twig. "You think it's dead? Or the mum is at least. It's missing half its stomach." Pinkie was talking in a sad tone but full of malicious intent. Izuku had floated from the corner he was peering from and glanced down at whatever they were poking. The sight wasn't pretty to say the least. A small, gray, Maine Coon, but judging on the size it probably wasn't purebred. There was a large gash in its stomach and it was barely breathing. The two idiots wouldn't stop poking in. Izuku still tried to push them away but to no avail. Nothing he did would affect them ... but if he possessed one of them. With a cheeky grin, Izuku slipped in and now sighted the cat at a better angle. One thing he failed to notice before was that two small kittens were resting at its side. He retracted the stick that was stuck in the wound, then waved it around before planting it into Pinkie's eye and running. Once Izuku did that, he carefully jumped out of the body and let the DM wannabe sprint away from his pink friend. Honestly, the funniest thing he'd seen in a while. Once they were dealt with, he gently hovered back to the small family of cats. The mother was definitely not going to make it, and it appeared that the kittens were close to an end, if not already. While Izuku hadn't tested his power too much, there was one thing he needed to try. Guess this would be that time. Without further ado, Izuku crouched down to the cat and gently placed his hand on the mother. While his vision flashed with white, nothing changed. Seemed like he couldn't possess animals then. The poor thing was still on the floor battling death itself. In her final moments, Izuku sat close helplessly watching as she gave one final lick to each of her offspring and releasing the tension in her eyes. It was sad to see. The kits were long gone as they were partially blue and not moving. The mother probably hadn't realized this but continued to protect them with her life. As her time had let up, a ghastly white mist created out of thin air around the body. A transparent glow mixed around just seconds before forming into a cat-like shape. There was a loud shriek of some sort, but it calmed down after a while. Izuku peeked at the source and saw the same Maine Coon that just passed. The ghostly figure whimpered and tried to nudge the smaller bodies without success. The meows got louder, but it subsided as she realized her babies were dead. Izuku reached his hands out and scooped the cat up. It hadn't given a fight but instead calmed down in his arms, purring as they made their way through the abandoned area. It was as if she was touch-starved, desperately waiting for an owner. Now that leads us to the present. Sukachi with a horrid expression wanting to know how the hell he managed to get a cat. A ghost cat at that. Wait, so it died. After you touched it. And it became a ghost. Basically. Oh yeah, my vision also flashed white after I tried to possess it. Maybe a new effect with my quirk. Izuku's mind swarmed with the different possibilities of what his quirk could do. Unbeknownst to him, the muttering was causing a vein to pop out on Sukachi's head. Kid, I beg you be quiet. I'm going to cry. He rubbed and pressed his thumbs into his eye sockets. Seems like you're challenging me too. Heh. Do that and I'll actually kill you. Sukachi rubbed his eyes, not noticing the flinch he had caused in the younger boy. Whilst the two of them went off into a back and forth argument, the cat had woken up, basically pouncing onto Izuku's shoulders. It startled both of the two, but they paid no mind. Hey there, little one, what's your name? Izuku reached his hand up and the cat nudged it, purring. He closed his eyes and looked up at the ceiling, barely holding onto his thread of reasoning due to pure adorableness. Wow, she's a sweet one, huh? Last time I interacted with a cat, it scratched part of my lip off. Aizawa's cat. Bastard. The man muttered under his breath, scolding the cat that wasn't actually here. Speaking of Eraser, where is he? Doesn't he come out on patrol around now? It's nearly midnight. I didn't notice I was gone that long. It did take me a few hours to get back though, so I guess I did go pretty far. Izuku was still stroking the cat. Deciding names was hard. It is a little odd. He's probably been held back by his husband. Sukachi shrugged his shoulders and walked over to his PC, but an alert warning was issued. Without hesitation, both of them rushed out of the station and on their way to the scene. Who's behind it? There hasn't been any alerts this dangerous for a while. I researched the signs months ago and that one's a big threat level. Izuku hurriedly hopped into the car even though he didn't necessarily need to. It's a case on a villain called Stain. He's a city away and just been spotted attacking a hero that wasn't even on patrol. We really need to capture him as he only attacks 4 people before moving to another place, usually in the span of a few months. Sukachi had beads of sweat form and was definitely going past the speed limit. It was thrilling at every bump. He'd lift into the air and fall back down. That wasn't the case for Izuku, but he could do it artificially if he wanted to. It was funny getting pushed around the car while the detective yelled at him for not sitting still. The feline on his shoulders had jumped off and relaxed into Izuku's lap, very compliant. Unusual for cats. Now that he thinks about it, Izuku hadn't given her a name yet. Upon gasping at the realization, the detective panicked more. The hell are you gasping that loudly for? Trying to give me a heart attack? No, I just remembered I haven't given the cat a name. Sukachi tried to give him a light punch, but it wasn't able to connect, leaving him with a sour look from the green-haired boy. Izuku rubbed at his arm, faking the pain of being hit while laughing like a maniac. I beg you to shut up. We're on our way to a murder case and you're laughing like a crazy person and thinking of a name for a cat. You come from nowhere and I have to deal with you. Sukachi placed a hand to his face and let out a sigh. They weren't too far from the location, but still speeding way above the limit. Izuku had his eyes focused on his surroundings. Everything whizzed past due to their speed, but it wasn't too hard to take in details. They were closing in on Aizawa, and excitement bubbled up in Izuku's throat. He was basically vibrating in his seat with pure energy. Are we there yet? Nearly there. Where is it? How far away are we now? Izuku was bobbing his knees while repeating questions, resulting in an irritated glare from the detective. Gee, sorry. Someone woke up on the wrong side of the bed. Izuku sunk back in his chair with a grin placed on his face. It only took another 3 minutes to reach the location, but Stain was nowhere to be found. If they didn't catch him anytime soon, fatal injuries could come upon more fake heroes, as he calls them. So far, only 12 have been badly hurt before someone stepped in or they escaped, but 9 have unfortunately died. Wounds with giant gashes that were made with such precision, it appeared they had complied and let the killer do his own thing. It was a confusing case, and they had not a single lead on his quirk. There's suspicions that it has something to do with paralyzing, yet there's not any evidence that fully supports it other than the surviving victim's statement. Even with evidence, they have no idea how it works or if there's a drawback. The people who made it out all said that it was as if Stain allowed them to escape. Many explained that he had the chance to strike but didn't. He was one of the most confusing villains they had encountered in a while. Sue, got a name for my cat. I was thinking Sayori. Or Chip. Kid, we're in the middle of an investigation and you're asking me about a name for a cat. Why are you so carefree? And those names have absolutely nothing in common. The detective had weird stares from his peers, not as surprising as they weren't able to see Izuku. Fine, I'll just go out on my own. Izuku huffed and stormed off in a different direction. He knew about the words the man had just spluttered out. Why are you so carefree? That gave a bitter taste. Since when had he been this carefree? Most of the time he was constantly wary and scared of the smallest things. Scared that he would be punished. Scared that he wouldn't be able to fulfill his dreams. Of course, he can't do that now. He was dead ... But if he was dead, it's not like anything could be done against him. Maybe that's why he doesn't care anymore. Fuck it ... He can act however he wants and they can't do shit. Izuku was lost deep in thought, but the sudden loss of a weight on his shoulders snapped him out. Hey Chip, what are you doing? The name had left his mouth unconsciously. The cat didn't seem to mind and her tail floated aimlessly in the wind. Chip ... That's her new name. Obviously cats couldn't communicate, so she let out a loud meow. With her front right paw, she pointed to the floor, looking up every so often to make sure Izuku was watching. He crouched down to pick her up, but she jumped and ran across the buildings. Izuku tightly followed her, not wanting to lose sight of the small feline. Hey Chip ... CMON, let's get back to Tsukachi. He's probably already done with the investigation. Izuku dragged his arms behind him and let out an exasperating sigh. The cat denied his request and picked up the pace, causing Izuku to run or float more than he had planned to. He was keeping up with her fairly well, but a quick turn to the left made him falter. He had flown straight into a wall and may have disturbed a very intimate moment. Seriously, Chip, I did not want to see that. Izuku gagged and went down the alley his cat had just quickly turned to. What he was not expecting was the hero killer sitting down, alone, in a tiny alley, and wiping away fresh blood from his blade. Oh shit, Chip, come here ... We need to go tell Tsukachi. Funny thing cats are, because they don't ever fucking listen. She continued her path over to the killer and benignly traced around his legs. Once she tried bumping his leg for attention but fell through. It was hilarious. Not for the cat though, as she charged at Izuku, barely giving him time to react. He quickly grabbed her and pulled into his arms. We've got to go get Tsukachi, we're leaving. Chip let out a defeated huff and relaxed in his arms. As Izuku turned around, ready to go back the way he came, a voice struck from behind. Hero killer ... So we finally meet. Izuku froze. The voice was from a hero he knew but didn't look into that often. Fat gum. Oh, so you know of me. I don't have the intention to kill you ... You're a real hero. You help others and aren't in it for the money. I'm looking for heroes like Endeavor or the fake one I just killed. I'd leave if I were you. I don't want to waste my time on petty things. Fat Gum laughed after stuffing his face with the rest of whatever he was eating. Izuku didn't know if he should go get the detective or stay and help. If he left, the killer would have been gone by the time they get back. If he stays, however, Izuku would have to possess someone, resulting in him being seen. Chip nudged at his left arm before gracefully hopping out and running in the direction they came from. Izuku gave a nod and got closer to the upcoming fight. You say that yet have hurt innocent heroes that haven't done harm ... You think of yourself as the good guy, but are you really? Fat Gum was irritating Stain. A scowl was all he got back, but a second blade found its way to the killer's hand. I guess I can play again. I'll be moving to another city soon anyway. Stain's hesitation was a mistake. Despite Fat Gum's larger frame, he was quick on his feet and shot forward for an attack. He nicked Stain's cheek, but the owls were his domain. The villain crouched down and bolted against the walls. If Izuku wanted to do anything, he'd need to analyze Stain's fighting style and so on. Of course, he wasn't able to get a read on him before, as he had only recently popped up and rarely sighted. He already knew sufficient information about Fat Gum and guessed he would be able to hold up for a little while longer, at least until Chip reached the detective. Fat Gum had lost quite a lot of mass but still no wounds. That was the best thing you could hope for during a fight. Fat Gum wasn't a bad hero, obviously, but this wasn't his normal fighting style. He's usually put forward against slower opponents to help lessen the burden on his body. His agility isn't the best due to his overly large belly, yet that was the one thing you needed to defeat Stain. To be slippery and unpredictable. There was fatigue noticeable in the hero's posture. Stain, on the other hand, looked remarkably fired up. His speed was only increasing as time passed and the detective still wasn't here. Izuku began to panic. He couldn't sit and watch a hero die ... If he intervenes, there's not much else he could do anyway, as he has no battle experience other than watching. If he were to pass his Stain, Izuku wouldn't be able to sneak up on him later if need be. If he were to pass his Fat Gum, the hero would probably end up dead even quicker. There was a loud crash and Fat Gum was blown through a wall. His body was now ripped as fuck and his six-pack that appeared from nowhere stood out from everything else. Except ... He wasn't moving. A large gash on his shoulder was leaking blood. Stain had brought his tongue down from his blade. Finally, that took a lot longer than I had wanted. So, hero, how was our game of catch? You seem to have failed, so I get my reward. Stain pulled his katana away from his mouth and pulled it down on the hero, aiming directly for the heart. Izuku was frozen in place. A hero was going to die because of him. He could easily help, but he isn't. Bye. Izuku rushed forwards and pushed himself in between the blade and skin. He spread his arms out, wanting to prevent the katana from going any further, and screamed, "Stop!" A bright glow emitted from the alley and a massive shockwave sent both hero and villain flying in opposite directions. Izuku peeked one eye open and looked down at his hands. They were glowing green. Small sparks were surrounding him. It looked like lighting, yet it was a nice sage color. There was shouting from around the corner. It belonged to a familiar voice. Izuku snapped out of whatever state he was in and rushed to find the detective. Ship had run in front and made her way into the boy's arms. "Kid, what the hell's going on? Who's passed out over there?" "Your cat forced me to follow her, and we saw a weird green light and something shoot out the alley." Sukachi was panting and wiping his forehead that had collected a lot of sweat. "It was Stain. He attacked Fat Gum. I couldn't do anything. He nearly killed him. I tried to intervene and some sort of explosion went off. I don't know." Izuku was breathing rapidly while staring down into his palms. They lacked the glow from before but felt tingly. "All right, we need to get Fat Gum to hospital, and you, mister, need to stay out of trouble." Sukachi brought his hand down to Izuku's face and pinched his nose. "Oh, what was that foe? Wait. How did you do that? You shouldn't be able to touch me." Izuku's eyes widened in shock. "I actually don't know. Weird. Maybe your quirk's evolving, like Pokémon?" Sukachi shrugged his shoulders and walked in the direction of the ambulance that recently appeared. "Wow, you look so old, I'm surprised you even know Pokémon." The detective gave a glare, one that Izuku had received before and no longer affected him. "Now that I'm able to touch you, you'll end up with a hand to the back of the head. Now shut up and head back to the car. Wait for me there." Izuku obeyed quietly and headed towards the car they had abandoned a little while down the streets. It didn't take long to find, luckily. Ship had fallen asleep on his lap yet again, which prevented Izuku from going anywhere. Not that he wanted to, but the thought of waking up his sweet new cat would shatter his heart. Sukachi was away for quite a while, leaving Izuku abandoned in his car. Chip, wanna see if he has anything cool in here?" Chip yawned and stretched but moved over to the backseat to let Izuku do his thing. "Betrayal," it was muttered under his breath, but the cat meowed back in a sarcastic tone. Izuku couldn't sit still, either from the fight or just being bored, maybe even the fact his quirk's doing some weird-ass shit. Of course, he wasn't going to just sit there and do nothing. So he searched the entire car. No surprises, unfortunately. Not even a single thing to play with. All that was around was some old sweet wrappers, a crisp packet, and a half-eaten donut. Ironic, right? Donuts for a detective. "Oi, what are you doing? Leave my stuff alone." The detective was back and hopped into the driver's seat. "Nothing, got a problem. Wouldn't Eraser be on this investigation? That's for me to know and you to butt out of. It's confidential, unless you find out I'm not telling." The detective shrugged, taking a bite out of the donut in Izuku's hand and strapped himself in. Izuku was still confused on why he was able to be touched all of a sudden. It was after the glow and weird explosion, same with the lighting. Maybe his quirk does have the ability to evolve. "Hey, Zook, poke my hand. I'm driving, so no, and what the hell is that name? Do not call me that. Respect your elders." Izuku let out an overdramatic sigh and sunk into his seat. Quite literally, his head had fallen through and he could see the road below him. He hadn't gotten the chance to fully process what happened before he was pulled back up. "What are you doing? You are such a pain in the ass. Stop messing about or I'll kick you out." Sukachi had his arm pulling on Izuku's shirt while driving with his other hands on the wheel. "I don't want to die in a car with you of all people." Izuku joked and shook the hand off. Yeah, very funny. Also, I can't keep calling you kid. You said your name was Makumo?" "Yes, I don't care if it's not because it's your name now." Sukachi rubbed at his eyes and parked into the police station. "Not my real one though." Izuku huffed, muttering under his breath. He jumped out of the car, nearly forgetting Chip, who was silent the whole journey. The three of them made their way in and discussed the attack. Izuku explained it in extraordinary detail, even up to the point of how calculated the killer's moves were. "Guess that's expected from someone who analyzes everything. You would be really useful as a detective. Maybe a hero too. Shouta would probably think you have potential, and that's rare. He even expelled his entire class either this year or last year because they lacked it." The comment left Izuku speechless. While that might be true, it's impossible. He didn't have this quirk when he was alive. If the detective found out he was quirkless, he would definitely take that back. "Yeah, my dreams were crushed though. Pretty sad if I say so myself." Izuku shrugs his shoulders and floats past the detective, who now has a worried expression plastered on his face. "Damn kid, that's pretty sad. Hope you recover and think about it more." I genuinely think you have the potential, especially with your quirk. Tsukachi goes over to his desk and logs onto the computer while stifling a yawn. Are you still talking to that imaginary friend of yours? Man, you sure know how to make a joke. The TW1 person in the room turns to the hero. Oh great, Party Pooper is back. Why are you late this time? We had a run-in with Stain while you were gone. Fat Gum nearly died. There was silence for a few seconds as they shared glances. Just some things with Hisashi. Anyway, what do you mean Fat Gum nearly died? How'd he escape? Heard Stain was swift with his kills and would rarely leave a trace. Aizawa flopped down onto the couch Tsukachi was forced to put next to his desk because the hero wanted to lay down somewhere if he visited. Should I tell him? I dunno if you'd want a random hobo-looking guy to know you. Tsukachi ignored the cold stare he was getting from behind his back and faced Izuku. I mean, I don't mind, but I don't want to possess him just yet. Maybe I could prank him before so. That would be funny. Izuku's mind whizzed with different pranks he could pull. Alright, I'll tell him, but he doesn't have to see you. The two nodded and turned back to the annoyed hero. Okay, I have a ghost friend. His name's Makumo, or at least his fake one is. Kid won't tell me his real one. Wow, got any proof to come with it? I still believe you got lonely and decided to get an imaginary friend. So sad without me here, isn't it? Eraser laughed, but that soon stopped after the detective was lifted from his chair, a few inches off the floor. Oi, what are doing? Let me go. I wasn't going to push if you didn't believe me. Tsukachi lifted his arms in an attempt to swat Izuku away, causing him to fall ass first into the floor. What the fuck was that? You floated off the floor. Aizawa had sat up and put his hands on his knees, looking up with a stern glare. The kid just picked me up. New thing with his quirk. It evolved or something ... We honestly have no idea how he can touch things, as he wasn't able to before. Tsukachi looked the hero dead in the eyes. Did you forget I'm here? You just started your own conversation. I'll make Chip attack you ... if I can. Izuku bent down to grab his cat, but she ran over to the hobo. Chip, you traitor. Izuku let out fake sobs and falling dramatically. Of course, his display made the detective laugh. He also reached out to the cat, but she dodged and landed in Eraser's lap. Whoa, the fuck. There's a weird pressure on my legs. Feels familiar to a really light back. Yeah, the cat sat on your lap. The detective had given up on conversation and decided to work on the mass amount of files piled on his table. There's a cat. I thought you said it was a kid. Eraser was studying the room, probably trying to find the ghosts. He has a pet. It died and he turned it into a ghost. No idea how, but I don't question what he can and can't do anymore. Tsukachi shrugged and moved a cold mug of coffee, the one he had to abandon when they left for the Stain incident. Weird. Anyway, I need to go. Spent enough time with you, I can already feel my brain cells depleting. I'm off for patrol. Later, Aizawa threw his hand over his head and waved goodbye. Izuku was sticking by the hero's side, ignoring Tsukachi calling after him. Eraser would be a lot more fun to hang out with, even if he wasn't able to see him. The hero was quick on his feet and didn't spare a second to begin on his patrol. The area he usually sticks to isn't further than the outskirts of the city, though he tends to stay along the more dangerous places that don't have the best security. One thing's for sure, drugs were a lot more common than they seem. Eraser had already found 4 people doing deals, and they hadn't even been out for more than 2 hours. Unfortunately, none had been in possession of triggers, so still no leads. The night wasn't eventful, it was calm and boring. A few fights here and there, but it was something Izuku always saw, either at school or when he chased villain fights in order to analyze the hero wrapped up in it. Of course, when you're a pro hero, nothing is never too boring. Without warning, a sudden gathering of people had started fleeing through alleyways. There was no clue of why, but they were all in a state of panic. As Eraser went to call either the police or Tsukachi, Izuku had decided to go forward and investigate himself. Once he managed to find what they were running from, he began laughing. There wasn't anything scary around or anything. There was a weird buff-looking creature, but that wasn't that scary. It looked dead inside and had its brains sticking out. Easy to defeat. The whole bunch of them were pusses. Izuku was still cracking up when a black mist appeared and the creature was pulled in quickly. A few familiar ruffles of fabric caused Izuku to turn around. Only Eraser though. The man crouched down and found some blood, something Izuku hadn't noticed. It was fresh but looked odd. There was a strange glow, like the feeling of a living thing. It reminded him of the time he focused on the life force of rats and other small beings. The feeling was a lot stronger, yet present in a little stain of blood on some concrete. It oozed with the energy, like the blood was alive. Izuku got the shivers and headed to the side of Eraser. The man of course couldn't see him, but that didn't matter. He just needed some unknown comfort. The police were quick to arrive along with the detective. There wasn't a lot to say, so after around 5 minutes both the hero and Ghost went along their way. Obviously, Tsukachi talking to Izuku got Eraser to catch on to the fact Izuku was stalking him while on his patrol, and he wasn't the happiest once found out. Hey, the kid isn't doing harm, he was only following you around. Not like anyone can see him anyway. Tsukachi shook his head and walked away. Eraser, being the petty person he is, stormed off and left for his patrol again. Obviously, now that Izuku was found out, he wanted to annoy the hero more, push his limits. It was hilarious watching the man glance around almost every time there was silence, the same way he did in Tsukachi's office after finding out the ghost was real. Izuku was falling on his back laughing. Too bad the hero couldn't hear him. Eraser was a lot more tense yet displayed a calm demeanor. When you study mannerisms in almost every aspect of a person for most of your life, it's easy to distinguish changes. It also hurt to be called a freak or stalker for writing everything down in a notebook so that Izuku could help people with their quirks and so on, but that never stopped him. Now that he was able to get closer to his favorite hero, there were things he could answer in his imaginary book that he wasn't able to before. Things like how his goggles work, or how he's able to use his scarf almost the same as an extra limb. These were easy to find out. The goggles had slanted edges that blocked debris or small dust particles from going in and irritating his dry eye. However, they also prevent villains from seeing who he's looking at, so they're unable to use their quirks and not knowing why. There is one huge giveaway though. His hair floats in an oddly manner, but once he blinks it gently releases. Most villains are too stupid to notice this, but if he does happen to run into a smarter one, then he's screwed. Izuku was mumbling at high speeds, disregarding the fact he was tailing the hero. A low grumble from the man had Izuku focusing his attention on him. "Kid, if you're there, give me a sign. I swear to God, you're stressing me out." Eraser was standing on a roof away from sight and had one hand on his hip, the other clutching his capture weapon. Now, this would be a perfect chance to pull a prank on him. Maybe a wedgie. That would totally tell him Izukus there boo at ... He's also a respected hero of his, and Izuku would never want the man to hate him. It's not like he could do it anyway, as he was wearing a tracksuit. Basically impossible to reach his undies. Izuku huffed and made his way over to Eraser. Deciding against the small prank, he instead pulled lightly at his shoulder, causing the fabric to lift slightly. It still shocked Izuku that he could even touch things if he chose to. The man let out a contemplated sigh and seemed to shake off the nerves from earlier. Now that he definitely knows he's being followed doesn't get rid of the tenseness, but he relaxed a little. "Good to know, I guess ... Why don't you go back to Naomasa? I don't need you wrapped up in my business." Eraser was looking straight in front of him, but his eyes were darting around trying to spot any sign of Izuku. There was silence for a while, as there wasn't really a way to communicate with each other. Out of nowhere, the man pulls out a notebook and pen, hanging it in front of him. "Right." Izuku rolled his eyes and picked up the book, ignoring the narrowing eyes from Eraser. "I'd rather stay out here. I don't like hanging around in one place. Plus, he needs sleep. I don't think he's had any in a while." It was true. The man hadn't slept in ages and had terrible eye bags. Not as bad as Eraser's, but still not normal for a regular person. This might be his only chance for some sleep until his shifts are over. The words were written in neat, seamless handwriting whilst the book floats in the air. It must have looked a little odd to the hero, but it didn't matter. They had a form of communication. "And why aren't you letting me see you? Scared I'll hunt you down and tell your parents what you're doing." Eraser was blunt and had no emotion behind eyes while talking. The question startled Izuku. The book and pen jolted in sync as he struggled to think about what to write. "That's not ... It's not that. I don't care. You won't find my dad anyway, or me. Even I don't even know what I look like as a ghost other than my pale appearance ... And I won't hint anything about me to you. The way I'm able to make you see me is weird as well, so I don't want to." It took a long 5 minutes to write out. There wasn't much to say, but it was still hard to decide what to actually put down. Eraser sighed and pushed his face deeper into his scarf. He swiped the book back and gestured with his hands to follow along. Izuku was hesitant but left, disregarding the thought that the man didn't want him around. It didn't take long, but they ended in front of the apartment that Izuku had seen before. He didn't know whether he should follow or not and was stuck contemplating as Eraser approached the building. With quick thinking, he rushed forward and tugged at the side of the jumpsuit. There was a slight flinch, but nothing too noticeable. "What do you want?" "I don't care if you follow, as long as you don't tell anyone anything about me." Eraser folded his arms and scaled down to the pavement. "This feels too personal. I should at least give him some privacy. I need to go pick Chip up from Tsukachi anyway. Might as well just leave." Izuku was now on his way over to the police station. Not sure if the detective would be there or not, but it's better than nothing. Chip hadn't come along on the patrol, but instead curled up into a ball where Eraserhead had been laying. It took quite a while to actually find the station, but with a few lefts and rights the area was getting familiar. If he was correct, then it would only be a 10-minute walk away. But the surroundings were a little too familiar. Then it clicked. The apartment Izuku had just passed. The playground barely in sight that he would play at as a kid. He was awfully close to his house. All the guilt washed over. His mum was alone in there ... The one thing she had left. No longer there. But he could change that. He's an idiot for not thinking it sooner. With a cheerful grin, Izuku floated in through his window. It was the early hours in the morning, but his mum would get up for her shifts at this time anyway. There was a faint smell of bacon from the kitchen. She was lightly humming to music but still had faint, red, sore eyes. It was painful to see. Izuku went back to his room and grabbed a notebook, preparing to write to her. But what would he write? Sorry for killing myself, but I'm here now. All's done and forgotten. That feels really inconsiderate. He left her alone and comes back, only to apologize for killing himself. Maybe not write to her. Possess her. She'll be able to see him and he can act clueless. That's a great idea. Izuku hopped up, leaving the book on his desk, and rushed to the kitchen. She had finished cooking and was sitting at the table eating. There was a bit of hesitation, but he was hyping himself up, ready for his mum to actually see him. He had prepared enough and pushed forward, yet nothing happened. He fell through her and no white light and no change of view. Nothing. She hadn't even noticed anything changed. Izuku tried again and again, but there was nothing. Not a single time. What's going on? Why? How? Is it part of my quirk? Related by blood maybe? It's not like I can test it. Maybe it's a type of remorse and I need to get over it before it works. Izuku stood by as his mum grabbed her things and headed towards the door, not even realizing her son was right there. There's one more thing he could do though. Izuku basically slammed into his desk as he snatched the notebook from its place. His mum was already on her way to work, so he needed to make this quick. The first thing he wrote was, "Mum, I'm still with you." It sounds a little creepy, but hopefully the smiley face would contradict that. Inko was an alley that led right into her workplace from the side. Izuku had to hurry or he wouldn't make it. The book was tight in his grasp and open ready on the page he had written in. He swallowed thickly as he brought the notebook up in front of him, in the direct path of his mum. She didn't even look phased, like she didn't see it. But how? It was part of the physical world, so surely she could see it. Despite his attempts, over and over again, nothing changed. She walked through him several times but retreated into the hospital. Izuku couldn't process what had just happened. Why it had happened. Was it a curse on the one quirkless kid? A silly prank from God himself? How much more would they pull at his strings? Izuku had rested on the front step of the hospital and sat there for ages. The sun had started to rise after nearly 3 hours. The beginning of the day sat in place, the streets busying themselves with random civilians. How much more could he hate his life? Izuku decided to finally get up after the cold was just about getting to him. Slight shiver here and there, but nothing too brutal. He sighed as the bullies from his school ran past with not a single look of guilt on their faces. He teached at the sight and looked around. There was an intersect that split between a few schools. School children often crossed paths but never interact. One of the uniforms looked similar to the very recognizable purple-haired kid that Izuku seemed to run into at every chance he could find would wear. This one also appeared as such occurrence. Although the scene was something Izuku had experienced before. Shinsou was pinned against the wall and was called ridiculous names. Villain, that's all you'll be. It's quite an evil quirk you have. Don't talk to anyone, you know how that'll end up. No one would want to be friends with someone who can control your mind. Gross. What if you read my mind? Freak. The insults were mid at most but were still hurtful to hear. Shinsou had just sucked the remarks up and waited for them to leave, much like what Izuku had done with his bullies. As long as he didn't fight back but still showed that he knew how useless he was, they wouldn't do anything. Anything too bad at least. The school day had already started and the group pushed to get into class. Izuku took the opportunity to follow them as he had nothing else to do. The classes were identical to his school, other than the ancient look his one had. Classes were normal and boring. What if Izuku spiced it up a little? Obviously, freaking out the class wouldn't do anything good, so he just stuck with teasing his new one-sided friend. The person he was referring to was currently staring out the window, probably at the warbling white eye that had just landed on a nearby branch. Izuku flipped the person's book open to the back and began writing. Hi equals D. Shinsou flinched at the sudden appearance of words on his book and subtly glanced around his class, almost too suspicious of them. I'm not in your class, I'm a ghost. Izuku giggled uncontrollably when Shinsou's eyes widened. He had picked up his pen and wrote a reply. I have the reason to believe that. Why? Well, you don't but I just need a friend. I'm so bored and alone as a ghost. I only have a stupid detective to keep me company. Greater than equals. Izuku's handwriting got worse as the laughing increased. Shinsou let out a small smirk and continued with the conversation. So, I'm your last hope. Why would you want to be friends with me? I'm assuming with the fact you're a ghost, you know that I'm basically supposed to be a villain. With my quirk and all. Shinsou's had a hand on his face and buried half his chin into it. Well, I love all kinds of quirks. Plus, it's the person that makes it villainous, not the quirk. All Might as a villain would be lethal, yet he was always called a hero. Imagine him destroying city after city. Oh, Shinsou looked surprised at the turn of the situation. Him not being a villain. Of course he would try his best to be a hero, but without a flashy quirk he was destined to fail. Yeah, let's see if I end up in UA like All Might did. I'll fail. My quirk's a mental type and they always do things that need to excessive use of flashy ones to succeed. He was tempted to draw a small angry face, but that was petty, so he decided against it. I'll help you train for UA then. I wanted to go there too, but never mind. I'll help you basically. I may need to do something so that you can see me though. There was a weird sense of unsurety in the words, but Shinsou agreed nonetheless. A shout from the front of the class had most of them flinch in their seats. The teacher was asking questions and everyone was getting them wrong, adding to his anger. With Shinsou's luck, the man had called him asking about a quadratic formula or something. Shinsou was about to guess, but a wave of drowsiness washed over him. He wasn't able to control his body, but it was definitely moving. His voice was projected over the class against his will. The quadratic formula is b plus or minus the square root of b squared minus 4ac all over 2a. Shinsou was slowly regaining consciousness just as his teacher looked at him with an astounded face, slightly shocked that one of the most antisocial students had correctly answered one of the questions with confidence in front of the entire class, and correct at that. Shinsou was, of course, also shocked and had no recollection of making his body do it. He remembered it but didn't actually do it. As he sat back down at his desk slightly dazed, he suppressed a yell when a white pale figure was sitting parallel to him and writing upside down in his book. Izuku just looked up and meekly smiled. Told you I'm a ghost. He had to quickly muffle the other boy from shouting out in fear. Wait. I don't want to hurt you or anything. Plus I literally just saved you there. Anyway, you want to be a hero, right? I'll help you. Izuku was jumping up and down with his non-existent legs and basically shaking with excitement. Shinsou pointed down to the book. That's fine with me. We can't do it now though, so should I meet you somewhere after school? I need to grab something from the police station anyways, so I can meet you here by the end of the day. Izuku didn't wait for a reply but instead flew straight out the window and in the direction of a very easy to annoy detective. Unfortunately, once he had arrived, the detective was asleep on his couch. Fortunately though, Chip was sleeping on his chest and didn't leave while Izuku was gone. He quietly picked the cat up, fighting for his life after she didn't want to leave the comfy spot, and began to wander around. It only took about an hour to grab her, so school still had another 5 to go. He had agreed to help his friend train for UA without any prior knowledge of exercises or any fighting style, so there's something to do. The police station had a few computers, but all of them were locked with passwords. If he had any chance at getting one, it would be Tsukachi's. Maybe if Izuku were to annoy him enough, then he'd get an answer. Izuku had snuck back into the detective's office. Luckily, the man hadn't moved and still snoring away. The computer was open, but it needed a pass to get in. Unfortunate turns of events. The best thing to do now is to guess. He's a simple man. It's probably his birthday. ABC 123 or just password 1. He'd probably forget anything else. Izuku snickered to himself as he typed in the last 2 guesses. To his surprise, it was password 1. So easy to get into, it's actually a little concerning. Now that he was in, he had access to a lot of info he shouldn't have, but he shouldn't break the trust, so for now it's just researching different exercises routines. Shouldn't be too hard. He was wrong. It was a lot harder than it seems. There were different things that would help different parts of the body. All Izuku knew was some basic cardio and how to build up muscles. All the fitness websites stated a bunch of other crazy things. Diet changes, stretches, even the amount of sleep. He wrote down some notes on different things. All they needed were some weights, different foods with the right nutrients, and possibly some fighting tips and tricks. The fighting would be the hardest due to the fact they're both teens and can't afford any lessons. Another slight complication would be the weights. The gyms were really expensive in these parts of the city, and it would cost more money for transport to get to the cheaper ones. Why did he decide to help? It had been 3 hours since research began and Tsukachi was stirring around in his sleep. He was probably going to wake up soon, so Izuku quietly shut off the PC and grabbed his notes. Chip hopped onto his shoulder as they both snuck out the station. He stretched as the sun shone directly into his eyes. Uncommon for it to be this nice out, especially in autumn. The notes were safely packed into Izuku's pocket and he begun on the journey of finding a place to train. If they were lucky, hopefully it wouldn't take long to find somewhere. If Izuku was even luckier, he might be able to ask Eraserhead for some fighting lessons. It was only a few hours away from the end of the school day, so he needed to hurry. He wouldn't want to disappoint his new friend. Chip was getting angsty and jumped off Izuku's shoulders and ran in a straight line. Izuku quickly chased after her, but she was really fast for some reason. Chip, we need to find a place to train. I don't have time to chase you around the city. Izuku slouched but followed along. Chip meowed but didn't stop, occasionally looking back to definitely make sure Izuku was following. Despite his groans of protest, she pushed on and sped up at the sight of heaps and heaps of rubbish. They were at Dagaba Beach. Once they both arrived, Chip hopped back up onto his shoulders and relaxed. Chip, you're a genius. Why didn't I think of this? There was no reply other than a yawn. Izuku made work of his leftover time and found a nice area to begin their training. He cleared away a few pieces of scrap metal until the sand was visible. It was pretty hard as it seemed like he could only lift the same amount as he could before he died. Maybe he needed to train as well. Izuku shivered at the thought and pulled out his notes. Ticking off the find a place to train, the next thing he had to do was sort out a diet plan. It shouldn't be too hard, but he didn't know anything about his friend other than his name and age. He quickly shot up and made his way over to the school. Only one way to find out. It took 10 minutes to get there, but finding which class Shinsou was in took forever. He was in his science class on the top floor. At the arrival of Izuku, Shinsou flinched in his seat. He rolled his eyes and put his head down to his schoolbook. The rest of the class was doing a practical, different reactive metals in water. Shinsou was sitting in the far right and not participating with the other groups. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you alone? I was like that too though. I know the answers. I'll tell you them. Hold up. Izuku floated over to the seat next to Shinsou and looked down at the work. Shinsou didn't bother to say anything but instead looked out the window. Izuku tapped him on the shoulder and pointed to the sheet which had been fully filled out. Shinsou raised his eyebrow and gave a weird look. Don't mention it, I'm good with chemistry. Anyway, I found a place to train and some different exercises. The only thing we need now is a diet plan. I don't have much info on your body weight or anything, so I wasn't able to complete it. Izuku went on mumbling about what each thing would help with as Shinsou got lost halfway through. He tapped his shoulder and wrote on a small piece of paper. Why don't we talk at lunch? It's after this period. We only have 20 minutes left. Izuku nodded but went over to the experiments, each one captivating all his attention. Somehow, Shinsou failed to notice the cat on his shoulders. To be fair, she did look like a fluffy scarf, so. As slow as it seemed, the 20 minutes passed by and the two of them were on their way to lunch. Several insults were thrown at Shinsou, but he ignored them all and carried on. People are so petty. Those insults suck. Even I could come up with better ones than that. Izuku crossed his arms and glared at the bullies. Shinsou snorted but hurriedly grabbed a quick lunch and disappeared to the roof. Damn, you're fast. You guys have access to the roof. Izuku had sat down on the concrete with his legs dangling over the edge. No, I used a lockpick to get up. Shinsou's expression didn't change as he explained in depth of how he managed to get up. How the hell? Anyway, continuing with the training plan. I found an area where we could do some fighting practice and to build up muscles. I just need your weight and height and I can begin on the diet planning. Izuku didn't stop making notes even as Chip jumped down and curled into Shinsou's lap. I'm 5'7" and weigh like 142 pounds. I don't usually check ... Also, is this your cat? Why's she a ghost? Shinsou put one hand against the back of his neck and the other in Chip's fur. Oh, found her like a day ago. She was dying with her babies and I used some sort of power to make her into a ghost as well. Izuku shrugged and pulled up the paper he wrote the notes on. Okay, finally done. I'll make a plan for you while your classes finish and we can head over to Dagaba once school's out. Perfect. Izuku's eyes were shining at the newly formed regime. Dagaba Beach. That place is full of rubbish ... Why would we go there? Shinsou looked up, confused. That's the thing, we're going to clear it. That's how we will build your muscles. Once we're done, the entrance exam should be just around the corner and you'll be ready for it. Izuku threw his hand down to pull Shinsou up with a big grin on his face. Shinsou reluctantly agreed and went on to his next class. Now all that was left was to put the plan in action. Shinsou finished up his classes and met up with Izuku in front of the school, ignoring the weird glances from the other students. All right, let's go. Izuku went ahead but made sure to slow down a little so Shinsou wouldn't be left behind. It only took 20 minutes to get to the beach, so they had around an hour before it would get dark out. For now they would just begin clearing away the rubbish. Moving on to fighting practice would be harder as neither know anything. They spent the majority of the time moving small pieces like bags, plastic tubs and other easy-to-carry items. The harder things like car parts or fridges were going to be moved last. It was slowly getting dark out and the streetlights were illuminating a small part of the beach. The two decided that it would be best to continue tomorrow, so at that, they split and went separate ways. Shinsou probably headed home. Izuku went to annoy a certain detective. Sukachi wasn't there when Izuku arrived, so he just sat down by his computer and researched some random things. Different animal species and how quirks can affect each of them. Kind of like Nedzu, an animal with an intellectual-based quirk. Currently the smartest being on the earth ... Hard to believe. An hour had passed in a flash and still no sign of Sukachi. Not too worrying as he's probably on a case that needs a lot of investigating, but oh well. Izuku carried on researching with Chip on his lap. She purred while breaths evened out. As Izuku was surfing the internet, a certain post caught his attention. Are stockpiling quirks a thing? Able to transmit one to another? Research says it's impossible, but is that true? Just a few sentences reminded him of what All Might had told him. The man had a stockpiling quirk that was passed down from person to person. Izuku wasn't properly listening at the time, unfortunately, so there wasn't much more info to go on from. Why the man had told him his weakness? No idea. Probably because a quirkless nobody wouldn't be able to do any harm to him. If All Might wasn't lying, then he was breaking the physics of quirks. Quirks are like souls. You're born with them, unable to give them to someone else. Yet All Might could. He had also mentioned a villain that destroyed most of his digestive system, creating a hole in his stomach. What villain would be strong enough to do that though? Izuku had begun spinning on the chair while lost in thought. There were so many things that didn't match up or didn't make sense and it wouldn't piece together. Even looking up stockpiling quirks or handing them down to another on the internet showed barely any results and all were very unreliable. It was frustrating, more than it needed to be. Izuku was so deep in thought, he hadn't noticed the man calling his name. Hey, what are you doing on my computer? Also, how long have you been here? Sukachi crossed his arms and rubbed it between his eyes. Watching porn, found it on your search history. Izuku smirked but hid it with his notebook. The detective looked at him with a stern eye and walked over to the sofa. Yeah, obviously a lie. I don't have that on my PC. Think of a better joke. Sukachi shook his hand and let Chip rest beside him. Where did you go? I've been here for like 2 hours. Izuku floated down and picked Chip up. She hissed but settled down once forceful pats were laid upon her. Eventful night. Some rogue villain. Had to get so many witness reports. So tiring. Sukachi rested his head on the back of the sofa and closed his eyes. That's crazy anyway. Would it be possible for me to get fighting lessons from Eraser? I'm training a friend but have no skill whatsoever. Can't let him down. Izuku gave puppy eyes and begged. Why are you asking me? When you see him, go ask yourself. PSHT, meaning. Izuku muttered under his breath. I heard that. He won't be on patrol until later, so there's no point going now. Why don't you carry on with whatever you were doing before? How did you even get into my computer? Sukachi sat up and looked Izuku dead in the eye. You're a simple man. You'd probably forget any other password. It wasn't hard to guess. Izuku shrugged and went forward to the PC. Sukachi followed behind to see what he was looking at. Stockpiling quirks. Why do you want to know about that? You haven't encountered any strong or suspicious people recently, right? What's got you so worked up? I'm just researching. Maybe it's a school project. You'll never know. Izuku gave a side eye, but the man beside him looked genuinely worried. Don't get gray hairs. I met All Might and he told me something interesting. I just thought I'd research it a little. Sukachi looked worse than before. Mix of anger and annoyance maybe. What did he tell you exactly? He shouldn't be going around telling anyone about the backstory of his quirk. Only few people even know. He didn't say much. Only that a villain attacked him, stockpiling quirk, his powers fading and so on. I wasn't really listening though. Sukachi collapsed in his seat and sighed. He was exhausted from the whole situation and couldn't be bothered to deal with it. You know what? Why don't you go find Eraser? He's probably still at UA marking tests. Or something. Izuku took one look at the bored detective and fled. Off to UA it is. It wasn't long before Izuku found himself lost in the dark halls of the hero school, but one room with a light caught his eye. That sounds terrible, Shu. How could you expel your whole class? I would never do that. That's because you're a softie that can't see hero potential. I'm not going to train people that don't have the drive to be a hero. Aizawa shrugged and pulled himself closer to the desk. Izuku popped around the corner and floated at the doorframe. The two heroes chatted for a little while but continued with whatever they were doing. And why am I marking English tests at 6 o'clock instead of at home and asleep? This is your job. Aizawa huffed and drew a big F in a circle on someone's work. Yamada sighed and looked down at his own marking sheets. Izuku hovered above the desk and grabbed a pen on the side. With a quick and easy move, he wrote something on a scrap piece of paper. Hi, Eraser. The man gave it a side glance and aged 50 years. He slammed his head down on the desk, startling the other in the room. Whoa, you good. What was that for? Yamada pulled Aizawa's face up as the man let out a deep sigh. Some gremlin is in the room. What do you want? Aizawa asked, resting back into his office chair and looked around the room, ignoring Yamada's strange glare. A piece of paper had started floating and made its way over to the two men. Yamada had started throwing things at it, shrieking with fear, but Aizawa gave him a death stare which shut him up. What the fuck? Yamada was hit on the head when a message appeared. No swearing. He stared with his mouth wide open, Aizawa ignoring him even though the man was begging for answers. Alright, get to the point. I don't want to be here any longer than need be. Aizawa shuffled over to the paper and looked up at where Izuku was. Suo, I was wondering ... Can you teach me how to fight? =D. No, Aizawa deadpanned. Yamada was laughing at his side. And why not? I'm a capable person and maybe you'll have the chance to see me. I don't care, I have enough on my hands. Plus, how am I supposed to help when I'm unable to hear or see you? There was silence for a little while and suddenly the paper dropped. The door opened and closed. Another one heard down the hall just seconds later. Aizawa and Yamada got back to work ignoring the whole situation. Everything was going all right until fast footsteps approached. Both heroes jumped up and got into fighting stances. The door slammed open and a figure stood still in the frame. The two heroes were about to attack when the figure put its hands out and flailed them about. The gloves started moving and making signs. "It's me. Don't attack." They both lowered their guards and let the figure approach them. "You know sign language. And wow, you're so short, even though you're like .12. Izuku's head snapped around at the comment and put his middle finger up. Yamada let out a dramatic gasp. "Actually, I'm 14, thank you. And now that I'm able to show you basically most my body, we can fight, train, either or." Izuku was wearing a loose, pink knitted jumper and dark green cargo trousers. Sneakers and gloves were some spare things he found in the lost and found box. The rest was lying in a bag by a bin. "And who agreed to that?" "I most definitely didn't." Aizawa grumbled as he moved towards the coffee machine. "You said it yourself. You expelled most of your students, so now you're free to train me." Yamada gave a light chuckle at the face Aizawa had made. "Ugh, stupid kids. Hate you all." Strange coming from a teacher. The room was dead silent other than Yamada's subtle attempt at suppressing laughter. "Fine, follow me, Zashi. You're on your own." The man didn't wait for a response and was out the room in an instant. Izuku followed behind, taking in all his surroundings as things to remember for Shinsou. They soon arrived at some sort of gym. "So, what type do you want to learn?" "I'm sure if you want to be a hero, it's limelight or underground." "Seeing how you're asking me, I'm guessing underground." Izuku didn't get to respond before he was caught in the scarf wrapped around Eraserhead's neck. Rule 1, never let your guard down. Once he was released, Izuku crouched and kept low to the floor. Eraser used the low position to gain control over his movement. There was only so much you could do if you have weak points. Izuku was struck on his back and hit into the floor. Rule 2, allow fluctuant movement. Restraining yourself to the floor isn't the best course of action. The next tactic was to try close the gap and fight hand-to-hand. Eraser had only been using long-range attacks. That plan backfired as the hero was even better close range. And Rule 3, never underestimate your opponents. Izuku sat down on the floor. He wasn't able to get out of breath as he didn't even breathe, so he just watched as Eraser explained a few flaws in his attack patterns. They quickly moved on to fighting techniques and started sparring. It was difficult at first but became easy as time passed. Eraser had to correct most of his attacks and posture during a fight to prevent injury. One that worked the best was moving his arms slightly to the right when punching. It stopped a bad pain that would arise shortly after doing it. Weird that he could still feel pain though. Not that he's hurt himself after dying, but their fighting was stopped after Yamada came over, said it was 8 o'clock and that the school would be locked up for the day. Izuku signed his goodbyes and went back to Tsukachi's. The detective wasn't doing much. Playing Black Sad, a game about a cat detective in the 1950s. It earned him a chuckle as he also had a work partner that had a cat mutation. Izuku shifted his head through the screen and caused a jump from the man. He burst into laughter against the full-on rant he had going for him. After a while he quieted down, silent for a while but breaking it with a question. "Hey, what do I look like?" It was a random thought that just popped up out of nowhere and without any thinking beforehand. Izuku blurted it out. "Ugly, that's for sure." Tsukachi laughed and watched as Izuku faked falling over and crying. "Well, you don't have much color. I can see hints of green in your hair and eyes but mainly towards the middle. The clothes you're wearing is always a uniform of some sort but it's so common I doubt I'd be able to find the exact school you go to. No visible wounds but a scar under your right eye." Izuku pulled his hand up and rubbed against the area the detective had said. A small bump was there, in the shape of a crescent. "Cool. Anyway, I managed to convince Eraser to train me, so I'll probably be doing that when I can. Unfortunately, I can't bother you the whole day while I wish I could." Izuku shook his head and shrugged his shoulders. Chip had woken up and was nudging at his feet. "All right, Chip, we're off. Later, detective." Izuku put 2 fingers to his head and flicked them in front. The pair of green and gray making their way to a very dirty beach. "All right, 10 months to go. Now we gotta train Shinsou." Izuku ruffled his hand in Chip's fur and looked up at the stars. 10 months had passed in the blink of an eye. Shinsou was just about ready to head into the UA entrance exam. Even if he failed, he would at least be in the general ed course, so it was a win-win situation. The extensive training with Eraser had gotten both Izuku and Shinsou familiar with his style. Over the entire time, Izuku still hadn't revealed himself to the hero, but that would wait for a special moment. Shinsou also didn't know Izuku was teaching him the style of Eraserhead. Izuku probably forgot to tell him that he was being trained by the man. The fighting training had been a success, with Izuku managing to train Shinsou even while learning it from another. It was hard but not impossible. During the 10 months, Izuku had told different things about himself to the hero just the same as Eraser would back. It was like trading information. They both learned small snippets of each other's life while not knowing anything too personal. Izuku was hyping Shinsou up as they got closer to the school. Izuku insisted on helping him with the written portion of the test as he was all smarts, but his purple-haired friend rejected and told him to wait for the physical exam, which they were at now. The place they were at was huge and many students were gathered. Everyone was placed in a large room with designated seats. Once everyone was positioned, Present Mike walked in. Despite the attempt of getting everyone enthusiastic, not a single person replied, except from Izuku, but no one other than Shinsou could hear him. Present Mike explained all the rules, in which bot was what yet left out one of the 4. A random student spoke up with a chopping arm motion. "Sorry sir, but you said there were 4 robots yet only displayed 3. If this is a mistake, it is highly disrespectful that this school, UA, showed such incompetence." Izuku was about to rant, but Shinsou spoke up. "Maybe if you're waited until after Present Mike finished? That's highly disrespectful that you're not giving respect to a teacher, a hero nonetheless." Shinsou was always afraid of speaking up, but Izuku had somehow convinced him to after one bully did one too many things wrong. The scary aura he let off would stop anyone from approaching, especially after the first time he told someone to fuck off. Yes, just as the listener said. I'll tell you about it now, seeing how you're so eager to find out. The last robot counts for 0 points. It's the biggest and will cause a lot of damage, yet it's more of a distraction. I'd say to avoid it, but do as you please. Present Mike shrugged and continued with his slides. After they were done, all the people who were in Group A were led to the furthest examining center. Shinsou, who was in Group D, was taken to the closest center. Everyone else was dressed up in tacky and unpractical clothing. The loose fabric could get caught easily, and it all looked like cheap protection gear. The school did say that you should wear something casual as it may get destroyed, but Shinsou wouldn't take the chance at getting hurt, even with Recovery Girl at standby. He was wearing a deep indigo-colored underlayer that crossed over his arms. It was made out of a thick and durable material that was slash-resistant, fire-resistant, and partially electric-resistant. It wouldn't get too hot either and stay at a normal temperature to keep him warm but not cold. There was a jumper, no arms but a hood and pocket that went over the underlay. It was a nice dark purple with streaks of green on the underarms. Shinsou had stretchable cargo trousers that were a nice black color with easy access to all pockets. There was supposed to be a belt attached that had a mini taser, small knives, and some med equipment. Unfortunately, the school didn't allow him to bring it in. And then, last but not least, a custom mask. Izuku made it in mind with Shinsou's quirk. It would press at his vocal cords, changing the sound similar to a person's voice. It fit perfectly around Shinsou's mouth and would protect half his face. There was an option for goggles or eye protection, but he chose not to have it. Getting people to agree on brainwashing them was easier said than done. For some unfortunate reason, it didn't work on Izuku. Now all that was left was to get into Class 1A. The countdown had begun and everyone froze as the door opened. It was a city. Shinsou charged ahead with Izuku close behind. No one else was moving, and we have one person sprinting out. He knows that there's no hesitation in the real world. At the front were 2 3-pointers and 1 2-pointer. Shinsou used a quick kick at the middle one and flung his legs out to take the others down. They were incredibly weak compared to Izuku. The crowd of people had now caught up and were taking down anything in their path. Shinsou slipped into an alley and climbed onto a roof using a fire escape. "Hey Shinsou, I scoped the place out. There's a weird circle in the middle of the city. I'm assuming it's where the 0-pointer is. Head to your left and there's more robots. If you continue that way and take a right through the 3rd alley, there will be some more. Hopefully no one would have got to them." Izuku had continued on with muttering as Shinsou jumped off the low roof, landing in a perfect roll to break the impact. He listened to Izuku's instructions and directed his path to the robots. His only problem was stamina, never good with it, but he pushed forward, ignoring the pain in his side. "And we have 5 minutes left. Get ready for a surprise." A loud buzz was heard and the ground shook. Shinsou looked up, only to find a massive robot staring back. The people around had started screaming and running away. He was about to do the same when a voice called out, "Help, I am stuck. Help." The voice was high-pitched and unheard by anyone around due to the screaming. Izuku had returned back to Shinsou's side and formulated a plan. "Hey, I made this earlier after you knocked the head off the robots in the beginning. If I constructed it right, then it should be able to send a deactivation code over and made it self-destruct." Izuku handed him a small disc, barely the size of his fist. "Go help the girl, and if it gets too close, walk straight up to it and place it on the wheel or something. I'm pretty sure her quirk is 0 gravity, but the drawback is getting sick, so tell her to use it only if possible." Shinsou nodded and moved over to the girl. She was violently coughing and had a piece of debris over her lower half. "You good there?" Please." He used her quirk to remove the debris. She had no longer struggled and her eyes turned a scary white. Even with her best efforts, the rock was angled weird and unreachable from her position. Shinsou swore and let go of his control. The last option now was to cause it to self-destruct. He took in a deep breath and ran towards the ginormous robot. It was scarier from this view. His arm rose shakily. The disc was in front of him. With a fast move, the small circular plate was jammed in between the wheel ridges and the robot stopped moving. Shinsou let out a breath he didn't know he was holding in and walked back to the girl, ignoring all the stares from the other participants. Now that there wasn't as much pressure, he lifted the rock with some help from Izuku, who had appeared again after randomly leaving. They patched up her leg just in time for the test to end. And it's over. All participants must leave and return home unless injured. You will receive news in 2 weeks' time. Shit, I didn't get enough points. Shinsou looked up worried but was met with 2 calming green eyes. It's okay, you still have the sports festival. Izuku smiled as he rested the brunette with recovery girl. Shinsou felt a little happier at the words and had a small smirk on the inside but didn't let it show. The rest of his day was uneventful. Him and Izuku went down to the beach to relax as it had become a popular tourist spot since they cleared it. How did you make that device? To shut down the robots. And no questions. Let's just say the device wasn't the only thing that stopped the robot. Shinsou grimaced at the evil look his friend was making. He gave a hum in response and laid back. A yawn escaped and he hadn't realized that his eyes were falling shut. That kid looks exactly like you. The eye bags, the gravity-defying hair. Even the way he fought is identical. Midnight was stretched over the console, watching close at all the participants that striked her interest. She's not lying. Look, do you think he's... Yamada quietly whispered the last part to Aizawa, who had sat up a little and focused on the one screen that displayed Shinsou. He's got good potential... What's his quirk? It's brainwash. Ability to brainwash anyone as long as they verbally answer a question. Nezu had hopped off from his specially made chair and jumped on top of the control, pressing a big red button just as Mike announced the 5-minute mark. Aizawa scowled at the knowing of the mental quirk. He knew the feeling of the unfair tests at UA. It's a surprise the kid made it this far. The screens had changed to view the robot. Of course, everyone was running away. It didn't have a purpose other than a distraction. One kid wasn't running though. He stood still and looked up at the machine before charging forward to help someone stuck in rubble. Once that failed, he stood tall and walked to the direct path of the robot. All Might was getting worried and told Nezu to make the robot shut down, but he didn't listen. Without Nezu doing anything, the robot had stopped dead in its tracks. An alarm started buzzing about internal damage but was left unnoticed. The boy in front of it ran back and effortlessly moved the piece of building off the girl. Compared to before, it looked magic when it was so easily lifted. All the teachers watching the footage couldn't help but gape at the screen. The only person that stood out to do something quickly packed up and left, ignoring all interactions. How many points does he have? That was very heroic if I do say so myself. Yagi transformed and spat up blood, wiping it away after Snipe handed him a tissue. Oh, he's getting into one even if he didn't get enough points. I can give him rescue ones if need be. Nezu tapped his paws together and fled from the room, laughing maniacally. So he's going to be in your class, Aizawa, isn't that a funny little thing? Aizawa glared back at his peers as they all failed to hold back laughter. Very funny. Anyway, there seems to be another very annoying student in my class. Anger issues and an explosion quirk don't go hand in hand. Ryo, are you qualified for anger management? Everyone shut up and Hound Dog nodded. All right, I'm tired and want to rest as much as I can before I need to teach again. Don't talk to me. Aizawa left the room and didn't wait for Yamada no matter how much he called. The 2 weeks were tense for both boys. All they wanted was the results. Yet patience was the one thing they both lacked. All right, I'm off. I'll see you later. If the letter comes, tell me you got in tomorrow. Izuku gave a thumbs up and floated over to Tsukachi's. The way there was only a 10-minute walk, so Izuku took the slow way, using all the big roads and such. A fire engine speeding past had him surprised though. It must have been an urgent call. Say, Tsukachi won't be back for another half hour. What else could Izuku do before he went to the station? With a cheeky grin, he followed along the road the truck had just gone down. It was hard to keep up, but once on the roofs, it was easy to get to the place it was heading. The grin slowly faded though as the area familiarized itself. Izuku was sent spiraling into thoughts, but it's unlikely. The truck stopped just behind a massive building, obstructing his view of whatever was behind. It was obvious that the location it had arrived at was just around the building as orange flames were visible from the side. Izuku flew around it and his eyes opened wide. The fire was massive. It had spread to nearby houses, however quickly put out to prevent the smaller ones from burning. The fire was still stuck to the ever-so-familiar apartment even with the constant use of water. Izuku stood in shock as his eyes couldn't look away from the mass of red and orange. The small flower garden that no longer has flowers. The corner window that would have had a birdhouse attached to it. All burnt. But it wasn't just a building with a flower garden and birdhouse. It was his home. And his mum wouldn't be at work today. Izuku rushed forward. It was too late. The building's weak structure had collapsed the second he got close. But he wouldn't leave. Not until he finds his mum. Not until he sees she's okay. She would always be okay. She would smile and greet him at the door. She would treat his wounds with an all-might plaster. She would tuck him into bed and they'd talk about the quirk he'd have in the future. She wouldn't be dead. She couldn't be. Izuku's eyes were unfocused. He was digging around the place trying to find something. Anything. There was a low glow of green in his vision and a muffled sound underneath the crackling of the fire. A small shout for help. Izuku dug deeper as he saw charred skin. It was a gruesome sight. He was able to dig out the face and it was his mum. She was sobbing. Her arms were at her side, bleeding and black. Her hair was mostly burned off, leaving few strands. Half her face was gone, the other being covered in red. With the one eye open, she looked up. She looked up directly at Izuku, almost shocked. Her hand had been getting closer to him. With a strained voice, barely understandable, all he could make out was, "My little boy." The arm she was raising to reach his face had stopped moving and dropped to her chest, her fingers leaving a blood trail along his cheek. Her mouth was in a smile as her life energy slowly died out. Izuku could feel it pulsing 1 second. But it stopped. The green aura around her had no longer shone. Izuku let out a painstaking scream, and for once, he's happy that he's a ghost so that no one would have to hear. His cries filled in the sound that had died down after the fire was put out. Paramedics rushed over and flinched at the sight. Ignoring Izuku, they gently picked up his mum's body and placed her on a stretcher. He could faintly hear one of them saying, "One casualty. Time of death. 4:32 p.m. Izuku was frozen in place. Nothing was right. It's all wrong. His mum's not dead. They're silly. She's dead. His eyes filled with tears. He couldn't just accept his mum died in his arms. He couldn't accept he was born quirkless. He couldn't accept that he was never going to be a hero. But he needed to. How else would he help Shinsou? Hitoshi. Izuku cried the entire night. He didn't leave the place. Not when police showed up and ushered everyone that wasn't related to the incident away. Not when it began to rain in the middle of the night. He only moved when the sun shone through him. It was morning. He had to see Hitoshi. He had to succeed Hitoshi. He had to see if he got into UA. Why should he care about himself? "Oh, you're already here. Well, I have some good news." Hitoshi rubbed his hand behind his neck with a grin to pull it off. "All right, let's hear it. It better be what I'm thinking." Izuku ignored the way his voice sounded, not his usual chippy and happy tone. "Well, I managed to get in first of all. And secondly into one." Hitoshi went a little red and Izuku pulled him into a hug. "That's amazing. Wow, let's get you prepared then." Izuku gave a fake laugh and picked Chip up from the sand. She liked sleeping on it whenever the sun was out. The two teens walked in an odd silence towards Hitoshi's house. "Hey, Izuku, you okay? You seem a little down." "I'm not the best with emotions, but I can try help if you want." Hitoshi gave an earnest smile. I'll tell you about it later. For now, let's get you to class. I'll wait outside like always." Izuku jumped in front and sat down outside of a house. Hitoshi nodded and quickly ran inside. He only took 2 minutes, so they had half hour until Hitoshi needed to be in the class. "Uniform looks good on you." Izuku looked him up and down and came to that conclusion. Hitoshi laughed and got onto the train to school. "You going to stalk me the whole day?" Izuku didn't say anything but gave a hum as a response. The two of them arrived at the gates and were instantly in awe. The gates were massive with a giant UA symbol on it. The girl they saved back in the test was also there and staring at her phone while walking in. With Izuku's navigation, Hitoshi found his way to the class before anyone else. It was boring, so he sat down and placed his head on the desk. If it wasn't for Izuku's mad training, he wouldn't have noticed their teacher walking into the room. He didn't say anything but instead crawled into a yellow sleeping bag and faced the wall. "Damn. My teacher's weird ass." Hitoshi tapped Izuku and got him to read the message, as if Hitoshi was some sort of comedian. Izuku burst out laughing on the verge of tears. That's PFFT, Eraserhead." Izuku bent over laughing as Hitoshi ducked his head down in embarrassment and basically fell asleep. "Have your beauty rest while it lasts. If I'm correct, Kaken will be in this class." Izuku shifted towards the front of the class and watched as Aizawa flicked through his phone in his sleeping bag. He could probably play a prank on him. He yoinked the phone out of the man's hand and started jumping around. The man groaned in response and stole it back. He looked over to see no one in class other than one, probably asleep. "What are you doing here? Please tell me you aren't a student." Izuku quickly grabbed a piece of paper off Hitoshi's desk and a pen from Aizawa's, then wrote something down. "And if I am," Izuku drew a little devil next to it. "God, I hate my life even more." Just as Aizawa went to say something else, the door burst open. Very familiar. Blonde spiked hair had been the first thing Izuku noticed. Izuku dropped the paper and Hitoshi lifted his head at the sudden noise. "Aw shit, don't piss him off. He's annoying when he's mad." Hitoshi didn't react to what Izuku said but just wearily looked up at the newer person. The fuck are you looking at, eyebags? Hitoshi snorted at the name and put his head down again. Don't you fucking ignore me. Just before anything kicked off, another 2 students walked in. One with engines in his calves, and the other was the girl from the test. That vile language should not be used during class. Izuku glanced around just to see Aizawa back in his cocoon. Bakugous and Engine Guy were arguing as more students filled the class. Hitoshi sat quietly at the back. The day went on with nothing fun or interesting. It was mostly introductions and so on. During lunch, Izuku had found a way to the roof and convinced Hitoshi to follow him up. He wanted to tell Hitoshi about his mom's death. It hurt a lot, but maybe if he's lucky, his quirk could evolve again and he'll be able to see other ghosts, only a sliver of hope left. Once they were both up, he took a little while to decide whether he should actually tell Hitoshi or not. In the end he did, explaining everything that happened the prior night. And she died, right in my arms after saying, my little boy. I felt her life force leave, and I don't know how long I was there but I left after the sun came up. Izuku was hiccuping and barely getting his words out. Hitoshi dropped his sandwich and pulled Izuku into a cuddle, eyes wide with shock. Izuku cried for ages on the roof, neither of the two wanting to let go. Hitoshi, you won't leave me, right? Izuku whimpered as more tears were shed. No, I won't ever leave. Promise you won't either. In response was a nod. Neither of the pair made a sound other than silent sniffles and quiet munching. Izuku felt really drowsy. Not normal for him, but with his head resting on Hitoshi's shoulder, he let his eyes close. He was awake almost instantly when the door to the roof basically exploded open. A very tired and lanky man approached. Hitoshi gulped and put his sandwich in his lap. What are you doing? You're supposed to be in the cafeteria with food made by Lunch Rush. Shinsou didn't say a word but pulled his legs up and grabbed his back. Ew, eating. I'll just leave. Using a dodging technique, Hitoshi quickly fled and sprinted down the stairs, skipping 2 at a time. Izuku was quick to follow and yawned. Damn, fell asleep for a second there. Haven't done that in a while. Hitoshi had made it back to his desk to grab his pencil case. Luckily school would finish early as it was only a half day for introductions and so on. Izuku silently followed along, lightly holding onto the bottom of Hitoshi's uniform. They managed to slip away from sight. Not a single person saw them. Of course, that didn't last for long. As Hitoshi stumbled out of the school, he was caught by a very dirty-looking cloth. You didn't answer my question from before. This time the man's eyes were gleaming red. Very scary. Oh, seems I didn't. Hitoshi put on an innocent face to seem as if he forgot about the interaction. Aizawa eventually let him down after Hitoshi made a worrying face, gagging slightly. As his feet touched the floor, he gathered his breath and held a hand up. Just a little motion sickness. Fuck. Aizawa looked just as displeased as usual. He never looked happy though, so it wasn't much of a surprise. He crossed his arms and sighed. Listen, I just want to know how you got through the extensive amounts of locks placed on the way to the roof without being caught, and managing to spend literally all of lunch up there. The man placed his thumb and index finger into his eye sockets and rubbed. Hitoshi looked over to Izuku, who then turned around and began whistling like nothing happened. I dunno ... can I just go? Now, Hitoshi didn't know how to respond, so he gave his honest answer. His homeroom teacher probably didn't like the response as a vein bulged from his forehead. I won't question it this once, but I hope you behave the next time I see you, which is Monday. Be prepared because I'll be in a shit mood. No one said anything, but Hitoshi slowly inched to the gate and sprinted away. Izuku, you dickhead. How could you not tell me there were locks? All he got back was laughter, at to which he joined in on. The pair had ran past the station briefly on their way to the beach to pick Chip up. Only Izuku was going in so they don't raise suspicion. Shinsou carried on walking past waiting for his friend and cat. They both arrived shorty and chilled out on the sand. It was really nice, the waves crashing as the sun shone brightly. You're fucked for Monday. Izuku gave him a side glance with a smirk. And whose fault is that? Hitoshi scoffed and laid back in the sand. I'll think about it ... you. Hitoshi balanced himself up and punched his friend in the arm and chuckled. Shut up, I hate you. Awa, I love you too. Izuku brought his hands into fists and held them up at his chest like a girl in a romance manga would. Hitoshi ignored his antics and stole Chip away from him. She purred as Hitoshi placed his hand on her belly. Izuku stood up and stretched. I've got things to do on the weekend, so you can do whatever. Look after Chip for me. I'm too lazy to bring her around. She's not my cat, why should I? Now she's our cat, both mine and yours obviously. Just as Hitoshi went to speak up, Izuku pushed his finger in front of his lips and shushed him, then proceeding to sprint away. Dumbass. Hitoshi spoke low under his breath and began his trek home. The weekend was the deadest thing ever. Izuku had something to do, so it left Shinsou with Chip in pure boredom. Luckily, weekends passed just as quick as they come, so it was already a Sunday night. Izuku had taken Chip and said they would meet in the morning. not bothering to begin a proper conversation. Shinsou wondered what was so important he had to spend the whole weekend on it, but shrugged the thought off. It was getting late, and Shinsou actually begun thinking about how the school would be. He had prepared himself, but it was scary. Shinsou wasn't ready for actually getting into UA, managing to become part of 1A. He was expecting general studies at most. It was so overwhelming. He also managed to piss his homeroom teacher off on introduction day, which wasn't good. Shinsou yawned and shuffled around in bed for a comfortable position, but to no avail. All the training with Izuku had his muscles aching for days. He shortly fell into a sleeping trance, eyes shutting and mind turning off. That didn't last long, as he was woken by green curls choking him. Izuku ... What the fuck? Oh, you're awake. Simon, let's get ready. Izuku hopped up and threw the uniform at Hitoshi. He just blankly stared into space as his head processed what was going on. An arm was pulling him off the bed and forcing him to change. Jesus, calm down. I'll be ready in a sec. Wait for me outside. Izuku dashed outside and Hitoshi began changing. The second he came out the door, he was forcefully dragged to school. This is going to be so exciting. I can't wait. I hope Asmite isn't there. Hitoshi choked on his spit. Asmite. Izuku shrugged his shoulders. I'll explain someday. Not sure when I'll be ready. He plays a part in my death though, so make up a scenario. Hitoshi only gave him a worrying side glance, but Izuku had already went ahead, trying to decipher random people's quirks. Homeroom started with shouting from an annoying blonde and a strict human engine. Put your feet down. That is disrespectful to the creators of this fine desk and the people who have previously used them. Say sorry right now. The blue-haired kid was chopping his arms down and rearranging his glasses. Shut the fuck up, Four Eyes. Leave me alone. Bakugous blasted some explosions, leaving the class with a sickly sweet smell. It is still screaming at his side. Hitoshi continued with his journey to his desk as other people filled the class and began to talk. Izuku had gone to explore the other classes. There was a weird shift from the corner of Hitoshi's eye, and as he looked up toward it, two eyes found their way to his. The weird yellow caterpillar thing had crawled into the class unbeknownst to anyone else around. The man put his finger up to his mouth as a way to show Hitoshi not to say anything, as if he was going to anyway. Someone else had eventually pointed the yellow bag out and the man inside stepped out. It took you 8 seconds to notice I was here. If you want to be a hero, you need to stay wary at all times. My name's Shouta Aizawa, your former homeroom teacher. With dead eyes, the teacher then grabbed something from the desk. All right, put this on and follow me. He threw a blue, white and red jacket over to closest person as cases popped out from the walls revealing more. Go to the changing rooms and meet me outside. A bubbly brunette spoke up. Sensei, what about the orientation SM? We're training to be real heroes. We won't waste time on stupid things. I can do whatever I want with my class, so we're skipping the orientation assembly. Got a problem? Aizawa didn't change his tone of voice and walked out the door, not bothering with a response. Izuku had pulled Shinsou's hand to the changing rooms, ahead of everyone else, as Izuku knew the whole area off by heart. It didn't bother Shinsou, but in fact the opposite. He didn't like changing in front of others, so with no one other than an annoying ghost, it was only him in the room. He soon came to regret that, as by the time he had finished changing, the others still weren't there and his teacher was waiting outside. Shinsou opted to hide behind the wall that separates the changing rooms and track, but his teacher wasn't dumb. I know you're there, come out. Aizawa deadpanned. Shinsou gulped, and Izuku laughing by his side wasn't helping his nerves. Yeah, I'm here. Shinsou didn't make eye contact and didn't move nor flinch when Chip jumped onto his shoulders. Where'd you learn to fight? It's awfully familiar. Aizawa narrowed his eyes. A friend. He's been teaching me for months. Shinsou didn't want to lie, but also didn't want to say that he was taught by a ghost. Is brainwashing your only quirk? Shinsou finally looked up, and his teacher didn't change the way he stared at him. Izuku swore under his breath and was telling Shinsou a bunch of things, kinda like his random rambles. Shinsou clenched his fists, due to nerves or anger. God knows. No, I only have one. Why? Aizawa nodded but continued on with his interrogation. Just wondering ... Not a ghost quirk, or anything similar. Shinsou must have flinched as his teacher's eye widened slightly. The man opened his mouth to say something before shouting was heard from behind. Whoa, finally. Took forever to find the right place. Oh ... You're already here. The girl Shinsou saved from the entrance exam was skipping towards him with a few other girls. The boys were taking a little while longer, but soon enough, everyone was on the field. Hitoshi, he knows. We're screwed. He thinks you have a ghost quirk. I knew he would find out once he saw you fighting. Hitoshi put his hands down, out of sight from his teacher, and began finger spelling. WHYWOULDHEKNOW. Oh, I forgot to mention. Yeah, I learned to fight from him. Hitoshi gave a stern glare, but was shaken out of his thoughts when someone screaming die followed by explosions caught him off guard. 705 meters. Great score, but can be improved. Alright, I want the rest of you to do it. Whoever comes last in this will be expelled. Starting with Uraraka. Everyone was shocked when she got infinity for a score. Each person was called up one at a time. Shinsou was close to the end of the register, so he had time to plan. Hitoshi, I've got the best idea ever. Okay, when you throw the ball, pass it to me and I'll fly away with it. Izuku was laughing like a maniac as Shinsou gave a concerned expression. He was shortly called and his nerves began acting up. Izuku gave him an encouraging look, and the second Aizawa gave the ready, Izuku snatched the ball and flew away. 705.1 meters. Alright, next person. Bakugous looked like he was about to explode. How could you do that, I begs? How did you beat me, you fucking extra? Bakugous lunged forward to attack but was restrained by a white cloth. A red glow was illuminating from their teacher's eyes. Unless I give permission, you do not use your quirks, especially on others. Do you hear me? Aizawa had silenced everyone and scared the shit out of most. Bakugous ran with his tail between his legs towards the group of classmates. That idiot. He's already on Aizawa's bad side. Izuku had returned again and was rolling around with tears in his eyes. The rest of the test passed well and Shinsou did fairly well. Izuku helped on the things he could, like the grip strength. It surprised his peers when he was on par with Shoji, the guy with 6 arms. It wasn't his strength, mostly Izukus, but that didn't matter. Alright, Minta, you're no longer in Class 1A. You're expelled. Everyone else go back to the class and prepare for the next lesson. Wait, sir, you were serious when you said whoever was last would be expelled? The alien-looking girl gasped, shocked. Why wouldn't I be? He lacks the drive to become a real hero. I'm not going to waste my time on him if he isn't going to be successful. Plus, he's had reports of sexual assault and it's been barely a full day here. Everyone had listened and decided that it was reasonable. Just before everyone filtered into the changing rooms, Aizawa called out, Shinsou, come see me after your next class. I'm sure you already know what it's about. Some people in the class began chanting things like oh someone's in TR albal or naughty naughty. Shinsou helplessly sighed and obliged. Oops, I forgot to tell you everything. I mean, it explains why I know my way around the building, right? Hitoshi didn't answer but glared. Izuku pouted and sat down to play with Chip. They waited until everyone was gone to change. It wasn't anything bad, but Shinsou felt like everyone would be watching him. He also had some weird scars that not even Izuku knew what they were from. His next class was English, something Hitoshi was shit at but Izuku aced. He was good at literally everything other than art though, so it wasn't unexpected. Hey there listeners, how we all doing? Mike deflated after no one responded but quickly introduced himself and allowed everyone else to do the same. Everyone would go up, one by one, and say something about themselves. Quirks, pets, interests, just anything really. Shinsou just said he liked cats and sat back down. A few people questioned his quirk, but with his head flat on the desk, the voices subsided. A tap on his shoulder made him look up. The bird guy, Takoyami, was handing out papers while Mike talked about some English songs. Shinsou went to fill it out straight away. Izuku leaning on his shoulders and resting his chin on Hitoshi's head, probably leaving an indent on his hair. Oop, you got that one wrong. Here, let me ... and done. Gee, nerd. He mumbled under his breath, but Izuku still heard and whacked him round the head. Denki, the electric guy beside him, gave a weird look but Shinsou ignored it. Wow ... just because I'm smarter than you. Izuku crossed his arms and made his lips into a straight line. An almost disappointing look. Shinsou rolled his eyes and laid back down into his hands, barely listening to the lesson. At some point he must have drifted off as he was being slapped. Wake up. I said wake up. Even though he was up and looking directly at Izuku, he hit him again. Shinsou then proceeded to kick him in the shins. Oh, fuck. He snorted and noticed there was no one around. Where is everyone? Oh, lesson ended and they were all gone in less than 5 minutes. Pretty sure you need to see Aizawa now. Heh. Izuku pulled a hand to his mouth and started giggling. I hate you so much, I could write a whole essay on why. Shinsou groaned and stood up. Yeah, now chop. I want to see what he has to say. Shinsou let Chip reside on his bag as he slung it over his shoulder. She meowed and offered emotional support in this very scary time, something Izuku wasn't doing. The three of them headed over to the staff room with Izuku's guidance. And, we're here. Shinsou didn't respond but gave a slight nod. He was preparing himself, but before he could, Izuku reached up and knocked the door. Shinsou panicked and punched him. Damn, you're getting so strong it nearly hurt. Izuku whimpered as the door slid open. Midnight answered the door and asked what he needed. Aizawa-sensei asked me to stay. I need to see him. Shinsou fiddled with his jacket as she went to get him. He was waiting anxiously by the door and it was as if they were walking slowly than a snail. After an excruciating short amount of time, he finally revealed himself. Follow me. He looked dead, like he'd just woken up but didn't rest. Hard to explain. Shinsou responded with a quiet hum, and he was then taken around most of the school. The pair ended up behind a weird-looking alley. Suspicious. This is so Nezdu doesn't listen in. He probably does have a camera, but I'm doubting it. Anyway, you know why I wanted to see you. The ghost. I'm not the ghost if that's what you mean. I literally only have one quirk. Who said there was a ghost? I could have been talking about your quirk apprehension score. Somehow you got more than Bakugous on the ball throw and was basically the same as Xiaoji on grip strength. Shinsou gulped right as Izuku spoke up. Damn, we're fucked. Should I give him a wedgie to prove it? I've been wanting to do that forever and just figured out a way. Shinsou looked over Aizawa's shoulder to glare at Izuku. He did stop, but it seems the man noticed. What are you looking at? There's no one here. Is there? He had a slight teasing tone in his voice, basically wanting Shinsou to fess up. No, there's a weird stain on the wall. He pointed to an oddly shaped mark on the wall. Some sort of handprint. Aizawa seemed to believe it because he shrugged and began to walk off. Seems like you're not going to crack. Just know that I'll find out eventually. He waved his hand over his head and went back the way they came. Shinsou knew he wouldn't get lost because Izuku is there with him, but to make it less suspicious, he followed alongside his teacher. Izuku kept making weird faces on top of the Aizawa's head. Shinsou was trying his absolute best to prevent himself from laughing. He accidentally burst but acted like he was coughing. Izuku found it hilarious though. Lunchtime was fairly short. It felt short at least. The rest of the day was boring. Shinsou flexed his artistic skill in Midnight's class while Izuku failed to draw a stick figure. Oh, shut up, I'm better at everything else. Shinsou poked him with his sharpened pencil and Izuku let out a yelp. The class was pretty boring, and as he still had 20 minutes left until the end of the day, Shinsou fell asleep. His peaceful slumber didn't last long. Izuku hit him with his book and ran away before Shinsou could snag him. He wasn't far, standing behind the door and scaring Shinsou as he walked out. This time he managed to grab his collar and gave him a noogie. Izuku screeched as a response. Shinsou laughed and walked off. Izuku was quick to follow though. Chip had fallen asleep on his shoulders. She sure did sleep a lot. For some reason. They made it past the gates and ran off to the beach. They had saved a little scrap from clearing and made it into a small hut. It was covered by a sewage pipe so rarely anyone would see it. There wasn't much inside, but it's where they would hang out when Shinsou didn't want to go home. Izuku wanted to know why he didn't like his home but didn't question it. After a few hours of mucking around, Shinsou eventually left. Izuku dropped Chip off at Tsukachi's and went to piss Eraser off. Getting to UA was easy. He knew the roads like the back of his hand now. There was a pant in his chest every time he passed the familiar set of buildings. The ash still visible. It was barely a week ago. He was sad, but he didn't really know how to react. Should he be crying? Maybe mad at himself for leaving his mum alone? Emotions were difficult at different times. Straying away from the bad thoughts, he had found himself staring into the staff room window. No one other than Yamada and Aizawa were there. They seemed to be having a civil conversation. Aizawa turned his back and went to make a coffee. Perfect chance. Izuku slipped through the glass and approached from behind. He held his hands out in front of him, ready to pounce on an unexpected victim. Not letting the man get the chance to turn back around, Izuku shoved his hands down his tracksuit and pulled as hard as he could on the man's underwear. He shouted and startled Yamada. I swear to fucking God. Zashi, was that you? Agsp. What did I do? You suddenly screamed. Yamada looked just as confused until a pen was thrown at his head. What was that for? The hell are you going on about? I'm trying to fix my fucking pants because you had the audacity to wedgie me. They both looked at each other in complete silence. Yamada pulled a hand to his mouth to prevent him bursting into tears. For fuck's sake, kid, what do you want? The gloves on the right-hand side of Aizawa's desk slowly floated up, allowing them to read his sign. Been wanting to do it for months. Finally figured out earlier today. Yamada couldn't hold it in and fell back into his chair with one hand on his head, the other on his chest. He was wheezing despite Aizawa's death glare. I'll figure out who you are. If you're who I think it is, just know that you're going to be in for a rough time. Izuku felt a little bad for his friend, but that was for him to deal with and Izuku to laugh at. Oh, I bet he would appreciate the torture you'd give him. Aizawa lifted his brow. So you know him. Guess I have a better guess at who it is now. Izuku swore and crossed his arms. He'd fucked up. Poor Hitoshi. He'd be in for an even worse of a time now. Yamada was still recovering from the prank pulled and was basically crying with his fist in his mouth. Damn listener, high five. Izuku jumped up and made contact with the other's hand. Aizawa was sulking in the corner and groaning about stupid assholes. Izuku sat down and talked for a while. Well, signed for a while, before leaving and saying goodbye. It was around 7 o'clock now and the sun was just fading, streetlights starting up to begin their jobs of lighting up the paths. Izuku yawned and went over to the station, said hello to Tsukachi and collapsed on the man's couch. Who said you can sit there? Izuku peeked one eye open but shut it again. I did. Got a problem. To be honest, not really. Want to help me defeat this boss? I suck at Zelda. Yeah, I could tell. You asked me to defeat every boss. Izuku scoffed and hopped up, the chair not moving the slightest. Wow, this isn't even hard. Just use your shield to reflect light onto the ghost. It'll become physical and you can send it flying into the wall with spikes. Be careful though, as it'll split into a bunch of mini ones. Izuku went on explaining different techniques, but Tsukachi probably wasn't listening. After around 10 minutes he finally killed it. Took you enough time. I killed it in under 3 minutes my first go. You're pleasant to talk to. How do you even know of this game? It was made before even my dad was born. I like pre-Quirk era things. Reminds me that people were fairly equal back then. No quirk discrimination. No villainous quirks or overpraised heroic quirks. Honestly, other than the racism and homophobic back then, I bet life was a lot more peaceful. Izuku shrugged his shoulders and flopped back onto the couch, ignoring the look Tsukachi gave him. Chip jumped onto him and began making biscuits into his chest. I actually don't know how to reply to that. You're as weird as they come, Akatani. Ugh, how many times do I have to say? My name's not Akatani. That was a lie, you doof. Izuku moaned but didn't move an inch. MHM. And until you give me something better to call you, I'm sticking with that. Tsukachi picked his Wii U back up and began playing his game again. There was a peaceful silence, other than the occasional grunts from Link swinging his sword around. Zuku, you say something. Call me Zuku. It's not my real name, but it's similar. I'd rather be called that. Nice, guess that's her new name. Might need to tell Shouta that though. Don't know if he even remembers my telling him your name was Akatani or not, as he always called you kid. Tsukachi was called out for an investigation before Izuku had the chance to reply. Chip was purring by his side and he felt really drowsy again, like on the roof. But then he was up again. He looked over to find Tsukachi passed out on the floor. He felt a little bad for making the man sleep on the floor, but that didn't matter. Izuku yawned and glanced at the clock on his wall. It was 9 a.m. He was late to walk to school with Hitoshi. Shit. He rushed out as fast as he could and flung himself through the door. Shinsou was slightly surprised but didn't let it show. He also seemed to miscalculate his power and ended up inside the teacher. The man was clearly shivering but continued with whatever they were doing. Izuku quickly stepped to the side and Aizawa stopped shaking. Clearly relieved the sudden chill was gone. Izuku made his way over to a purple-looking friend and sat on his desk. Shinsou stabbed a pencil into his ass cheek. He shrieked and made Shinsou chuckle. He hadn't meant to, but it was too late. Something funny over there. Aizawa gave a stern glare, annoyed by the interruption. Just remembered a joke. Shinsou also gave a stern glare, but it was directed to Izuku, who was dancing around his teacher. Aizawa went on about something but stopped. Not even a second later a buff figure appeared. I am here, coming in like a normal person. There was a moment of a deafening silence. The room suddenly dropped in temperature. Shinsou looked over to Izuku. He had a gut-wrenching look on his face. It was a mix between betrayal, heartbroken, and even a little admiration. As the room got colder, Aizawa glanced over his students. Todoroki, if this is your doing, please stop. No sir, it's not. Just as the sentence was finished, the lights flickered and blew. The room had some sort of wind. The floor began shaking and Izuku was just staring at the hero, halfway in the door. Aizawa ushered everyone to get out, Shinsou heading straight for Izuku. His eyes were glassy and unfocused. While the others were pushing through the overly large door, Shinsou was holding onto Izuku's cheeks. Hey, what's wrong? Izuku. No response. Izuku. Nothing. Stop this. His irises went white. The wind died down and the warmth was returning. Shinsou released his quirk and Izuku went slack. Luckily, everyone had left, all except one, Aizawa. Shinsou shrunk back in on himself as the teacher got closer. Aizawa was in front of him, towering over, a sinister smile with somewhat innocent-looking eyes. Why don't you see me after the next class? Yes, just as Shinsou opened his mouth to speak, the others filled in. Whoa, that was crazy. What happened? Aizawa-sensei, do you know? The red-haired boy poked at his chin, thinking. He shook his head and walked back to the desk. Shinsou let go of his grip on Izuku and carefully let him down. He had passed out. No one seemed to notice Shinsou's weird behavior, so he shuffled back to his seat and let Izuku lay on his lap. All Might returned to the class and explained what they were doing. A battle trial. At times like this did he wish more for Izuku to be there to help. Izukus was good at reading people and figuring out Quirk's strong and weak points. If he was awake he'd be able to tell him about his opponent's weak points. An easy win for Shinsou. Shinsou sighed as he followed along with his classmates to the changing room. This time they were allowed to use their hero costumes. That upped his spirits slightly. Only a couple people gave a weird look at his costume but didn't ask anything. All Might had begun explaining. One team would be the villains and had to plant a bomb somewhere in the building. The other team are the heroes. They have to either restrain the villains or get to the bomb. All Might said he'd stop the second anyone was in grave danger and then pulled out balls with people's names on. Shinsou was against Bakugou and Ada. Uraraka was on his side. His matches was one of the last. Bakugou and Ada were arguing and Uraraka was sitting silently beside Shinsou. He wasn't really focusing on anything. Izuku still hadn't woken up and was resting his head on Shinsou's lap. A few quirks grabbed his attention though. When Todoroki froze half the building in seconds and made his way through. That was pretty cool. Nina was pretty sick too. Her quirk fit surprisingly well with her personality and looks. At the match before his, All Might screamed down the mic. Shinsou doesn't remember what it was as he was putting his attention on Izuku, who had just stirred awake. He was slightly dazed but was looking up into Shinsou's eyes. Shinsou, that you? What's going on? He wearily looked around. Uraraka had gone off earlier to see the other groups better so no one was around. I have no idea what happened. All Might walked in and it seemed like a type of panic attack. You froze but the way everything around changed. It seemed like your emotions were haywire. I used my quirk on you and you passed out. Izuku looked a little surprised but didn't bother. He laid back down and yawned. Who's next? Me. Oh ... Who are you against? Bakugou and Ada. There was a low chuckle. One gat didn't need effort, a real laugh. Izuku looked up and began explaining the plan. Chill, you just woke up. I don't have to have a plan. Just relax for a while. Don't wanna. Anyway, Bakugou is a bitch. He'll probably go for you first. Send Uraraka to Ida and take care of Blasty Boy. He always goes for a right hook first. Remember that. Shinsou gave a nod and watched as Izuku settles back into his lap. He felt bad about moving once the previous round finished. He waved goodbye and said he'd stick to watching the cameras. Alright, villains, are you ready? Heroes, get set, ready, and go. Shinsou pulled Uraraka into a stairwell and explained the plan. Okay, Bakugou will probably come towards me first. You should go find Ida. I'm assuming they would put it in the middle of the building, so check those floors. Uraraka nodded and went off. Just as the snarly voice got closer and closer, Shinsou hid against a corner wall, waiting for Bakugou to appear. What he was not expecting was that he had prepared for it and begun attacking straight away. The two were now trapped in a hallway, narrow enough to prevent the other from running to the opposite side but large enough to fight in. You're so going down eye bags. Just as Izuku said, Bakugou went for a right hook. Shinsou promptly dodged and rolled to the side. Bakugou didn't stop there though, as he used his quirk to maneuver his hand midair and attack from behind. Shinsou groaned as part of his back felt the heat of the explosion. He'd rearranged himself so they were head-on again. Bakugou, not learning from his mistake, went for another right hook. This time Shinsou grabbed it and flung him over his shoulder. He could hear Bakugous' frustration building up. Hey, Shinsou, I found the bomb but Ida's in the way. I don't think I'll be able to grab it. Shinsou ran in the opposite direction so he could respond. Okay, wait a sec. I'll see if I can do anything. Bakugou was quick on his feet and was already on Shinsou's tail. Stop fucking running, bastard. Bakugou held up his grenade-looking arm guards. Young Bakugou, do not do that. It could kill young Shinsou. Shut the fuck up. He'll be fine if he dodges. Before Shinsou could even process the pin dropping to the floor, a harsh force against his side sent him flying down another hallway. Fucking hell, Hitoshi. Are you trying to become my next friend in the afterlife too? Izuku was next to him and breathing heavily. Bakugou had come round the corner. The last blast destroyed Shinsou's headset so he was unable to hear anything. He just hopes the mic works. Uraraka, I don't know if you're able to hear me, but get to the furthest side of the room and prepare to get the bomb. Bakugou was staring directly at Shinsou and held his fist up again. Use your damn quirk and fight me like a real hero. All Might was being so loud. Shinsou didn't even need his headset to hear him screaming at Bakugou to stop. Shinsou watched as he pulled another pin. This time, however, Shinsou was prepared. He ran forward and threw Bakugous' hand over his shoulder. The explosion burnt like a butt cheek on a stick, but it had pierced a hole through the entire building. Go Uraraka. Shinsou's vision was blurring and he could hardly stand up straight. Izuku was beside him, holding him upright while Uraraka and Ida fought it out for the bomb. He didn't hear the final announcement as he was on the floor, unconscious. When he came to, there was two people in the room, one being Izuku, the other being his homeroom teacher. Izuku was the first to notice Shinsou was awake and quickly rushed over. His teacher, however, was asleep on one of the uncomfortable hospital waiting chairs. How he slept in that? No clue. Shinsou winced as he moved his arm. He looked down to find it completely covered and slight patches of red leaking through the bandages. Oh, Bakugous' explosion basically scorched all the skin of your arms. Recovery girl is going to wait until it blisters to heal it, as it could heal wrong otherwise. Shinsou nodded and noticed his teacher beginning to wake up. The man had a stone-cold face as he dropped the yellow sleeping bag. So, I wouldn't usually do this to someone who's injured, but I've been waiting for too long. Are you, or are you not the one with the sleeping ghost quirk? It's always there when you appear to be sleeping. Sleeping ghost quirk. Oh shit, I told Tsukachi it was a quirk that works when I'm asleep ... Say it's not you or something. I dunno. Izuku was walking back and forth at the end of the bed. No, I'm not the ghost guy. Tried his best to sound innocent. Totally believable. And what happened in form room today? The weird shiver I got. Lights flickered, temperature dropped, wind and ground shaking. Then there was you talking to the air. It all stopped right after. Aizawa narrowed his eyes. Just before Shinsou could say anything, the door burst open. A small, old woman walked in. Aizawa swore and complained about people always interrupting. Then got hit on the head with a cane. Scary old woman. You, get out. You have no business here. I need to take a look at the boy's wounds. I have business here, until you basically told me to fuck off. That made another hit to the head with the cane. Aizawa mumbled swears under his breath as he walked out. Izuku was laughing his ass off at the bottom of the bed though, so it was all that bad. Shinsou let out a small smile. What are you smirking about, young man? Unless you want to hit as well, you better look after yourself. Come back here tomorrow morning and I'll heal the burns. For now, put some of this on it. Alright, get out. Recovery girl threatened him with the stick as he made his way out the door. Aizawa was close by, but held up by midnight. Shinsou took this as the initiative to run away. Izuku had grabbed Shinsou's bag for him and was already waiting at the gate. They both walked off and went to an internet cafe. The two spent hours chilling out and chatting. It was 12 o'clock by the time Shinsou was called for curfew. You going to answer that? Absolutely not. I'd rather hang out with you. Wanna stay out all night? I can sleep in the base on the beach. Izuku seriously thought about it for a second. No, you have school tomorrow. I barely sleep anyway. I only need 4 hours to run for the day. I'll just be in a shit mood. The calls finally stopped and the two laughed as they walked to the beach. Izuku was humming a song. What song is that? Abyssos. Shinsou nodded. They carried on walking yet didn't go inside, eventually compromising with staying and watching the waves crash into the sand. It was dead silent for a while. Shinsou spoke up. You finally going to explain everything? Izuku looked over at him with an unreadable expression. I'm not going to be able to get out of this, am I? Shinsou promptly nodded as the pair walked close together. There was no way Izuku would talk about it in the open, even if no one could hear him. Okay, this may look weird, but grab my hand. Hopefully no one will care, but it'll look like you're flying in the air. I need to take you somewhere to explain my story. Shinsou didn't say anything but quietly pushed his hand forward, allowing Izuku to grab hold of it. All right, take me away, I guess. Izuku latched on tightly as Shinsou struggled in his hold for a second. It would probably look really funny to bystanders. Izuku couldn't gather the motivation to laugh. All throughout the short trip, neither said anything, apart from Chip. She was just dangling over Izuku's shoulder and meowing loudly. The two arrived on a rooftop in the bad parts of town. After landing softly, Shinsou looked over to Izuku, who was spaced out and looking into one place. Shinsou tapped his shoulder and he instantly shook out of it. Izuku rubbed his eyes with his palms and sat down, gesturing to Shinsou to do the same. He followed the instructions and sat opposite his friend. All right, no matter what I tell you, please don't tell anyone. At least until I tell them myself. Izuku looked Shinsou dead in the eye, Shinsou then nodding to agree. Izuku took the response and carried on. First of all, it started when I was 5. Me and Kaken were best friends since we were born, family friends. On my 5th birthday, my mom got a little worried because my quirk hadn't appeared. The doctor revealed my pinky toe, an extra joint. Shinsou flinched a little but didn't let it show. It was hell after that. Bullying, suicide baiting, all that good stuff. It became my norm, my mom being the only joy in my life. She'd always make sure I was okay and help treat my wounds. Despite all the reports she made, the school did nothing. They'd never do that for a quirkless kid. Izuku chuckled as Shinsou's expression turned sour. Kaken had used his quirk on me after destroying and throwing my book into the koi pond. He told me to swan dive off a roof and hope for a quirk in my next life. Stupid, wasn't it? I never thought it would hurt as bad as it did. Everyone else said worse. It was the first time he had ever done that though. Shinsou had to grab Chip to calm himself down. Everything about Izuku's life was pure raging fuel. Once I retrieved my notebook, I took a shortcut home from a bad part of town. Mom wanted to go shopping and I was already running late. I was so distracted in rewriting my book, I didn't notice a villain behind me. It attacked. I was saved though. By All Might. I wanted to ask him a question. I grabbed onto his leg as he flew away. Landed on this exact roof actually. Izuku slightly patted the floor next to him. Shinsou, shocked that he had met All Might beforehand, told me I should give up on being a hero. It was a death wish for a quirkless person. He left me here, alone, after being attacked and crushing my one and only dream. I'm pretty sure you can guess the rest. Jumped from that spot there. Izuku pointed to the edge. He barely remembered what was going through his mind when he jumped. There were tears streaming down his face, but he didn't even realize until Shinsou pulled him into a hug and wiped them away. I'm not really good with emotions, but just know, you can always talk to me. Okay, I'll never leave you. Izuku sniffled and let his head fall into the crook of Shinsou's neck. It reminded him of the day he told him about his mum's death. It felt nice to be comforted like that. Both of them stayed close for another 10 minutes. Izuku eventually broke the contact and begun talking about his hero analysis books. And then there was Kaken in my first book as well. Since we were friends for so long, I'd written everything I knew about it. Izuku had started gesturing things with his hands, exaggerating all his words. It was cute in a way. In between a sentence, he paused, pulled a finger to his mouth and gave a head signal to the side of the roof. Not even 5 seconds later did a figure appear, flying out of seemingly nowhere. Shinsou nearly screamed as he wasn't able to see who it was. Shinsou, what the hell are you doing? That raspy old voice was too familiar for Shinsou's liking. Shinsou slowly turned his head to look at the person who had just jumped onto the roof, startled when he figured out who. Ooh, Aizawa-sensei ... What a great night it is. The man didn't stop the really uncomfortable, staring at Shinsou. Why are you on top of a roof at like 1 in the morning? Shinsou simply looked up, dumbly. ... It's closer to 12, but I was just watching the moon. I would ask how you got up here, but seeing how this is the second time I have found you on a roof that have locks, I'm not even going to try. His teacher got closer and sat down, groaning slightly as his bones screamed in anguish. Shinsou was tempted to laugh, but he suppressed the urge. What are you doing here? Surely you're supposed to be on patrol. Izuku piloted around but stuck close to Shinsou's side. He had an assumption of what the hero was doing on a very particular rooftop but shook the thought off because that wouldn't be it. I come visit here every now and then. For no reason. Weird. I came up here for no reason either though, so I can't say much. Aizawa sent a glare towards his student, but he didn't react to it at all. I saw what you did in All Might's class. He doesn't deserve a teaching license. Congrats on making it out. Bakugous, an annoying one. I've told Nezdu to review the last active footage, so there will be punishments for both All Might and Bakugou. Shinsou felt happy about the praise but felt shit at the mention of the number 1 hero. The man was definitely a terrible teacher, but to also tell a child to give up on their dreams of being like him. Absolutely appalling. School gates are going to be busy tomorrow. The press is going to come. All Might joining the school was just announced. Be prepared. Aizawa yawned and started getting up. You're telling me this? Why? Aizawa didn't respond but instead jumped off the building. Shinsou quickly ran to the edge to make sure he was somewhat still alive. His teacher, however, was scaling the building like Spider-Man, using his capture weapon similar to web slingers. Okay, maybe it wasn't quite accurate. It was somewhat close though. He just used the scarf to grab onto things, but if you weren't focusing on that exactly, it was definitely Spider-Man. Izuku had just been silently sitting beside Shinsou ever since Eraser showed up. It reminded him of the first time he was here, the first time someone found his body. He shivered while making his way over to Shinsou. Want me to help you get into school? I'll flip you over the wall just a bit before the gate. As long as you have your school pass, you shouldn't set the alarm off. Shinsou nodded and yawned. He walked over to the emergency exit and realized it was locked. The two shared an uncomfortable silence. I'm going to have to rely on you to get down, right? Shinsou was already grimacing at the feeling of dangling several feet in the air by a ghost. Izuku seemed a little too eager to be taking him down as well, jumping around, giggling like a madman. All right, take my hand again. Hopefully I don't drop you. That's reassuring. The second he was in a firm grasp, Izuku shot up and ran directly off the building. The two were free-falling for a short period of time before Izuku finally began slowly descending. You're really annoying, I hope you know. Izuku gawked and acted as if Shinsou said the most offensive thing in the world. I can't believe it. No one has ever told me that before. It came out as a sarcastic joke. Izuku pivoted and began walking backwards while facing Hitoshi. So, where are we going exactly? Are we staying at the beach or are you going home? Shinsou shrugged but carried on walking. No clear destination in mind. The pair of them ended up in a playground and sat on the swings. The night breeze was slightly chilly but nothing too cold. Perfect temperature. Hitoshi, just wondering, what was your childhood like? Izuku wrapped his arms around the swing's chain and leant forward. His eyes met with Shinsou's. Probably just as shit as yours. Once my quirk came in, my parents became afraid of me and put me into foster care. I was muzzled most of the time to prevent me from speaking. Bullying was also normal. Not too serious though. I'm fine now. My current careers kinda just leave me alone as long as I don't piss them off. Shinsou said it in such a carefree manner it annoyed Izuku. While Izuku's childhood wasn't good, Shinsou brushed his off like it was nothing. He didn't deserve that. People are shitfaces. Shinsou snorted as Izuku went on and on about how stupid everyone in his life was. It felt nice, being talked to without the fear of his quirk. Alright, I'll stop you there. I have another question. Izuku looked at him, expecting him to ask without a verbal response. Go on then. Are you able to change your appearance? You're wearing the same thing every time I see you. I've noticed it's the Aldera uniform as well. Izuku put his hand to his mouth and thought about it for a second. He had asked Sakachi what he looked like, but changing that had never crossed his mind. What should I try change into? Maybe if I imagine myself it'll work. Give me something to try. The UA school uniform, Shinsou said with slight unsurety. Izuku hopped up from the swing, placing Chip on the seat and floated a few feet in front of Shinsou. He closed his eyes and concentrated the best he could. Imagine himself I in the school uniform not that hard to do. Izuku slowly opened his eyes and looked up at Shinsou expectantly. Whoa that's so cool. Shinsou's mouth was agape and he was looking Izuku up and down. Izuku blushed slightly at the feeling of being watched but sat flat on the swing, moving Chip back into his lap. Is it the same, or at least similar? Shinsou nodded and yawned again, holding his hand over his mouth. Wow, I'm actually getting pretty tired. Wanna head back to mine? Pretty sure I left the window unlocked even if I didn't I'm sure you'd be able to get in. With no hesitation, Shinsou stood up and began walking, Izuku trailing him while looked down at his recently changed clothes. It was 1:30 in the morning when they arrived. Izuku did have to open the window and the pair crawled in. Chip had decided to lay down on Shinsou's pillow and wouldn't move. Not that it was a problem as Izuku was planning on spending the night anyway. He didn't care if Shinsou said no, that never stopped him before. After Shinsou realized Izuku wasn't leaving, he lifted his blanket and patted the space next to him, signaling Izuku to lay down. Izuku promptly followed and ducked his head under the quilt. Shinsou chuckled and rested one of his arms over the lifted area in the blanket. Izuku shuffled around before getting comfortable and falling asleep immediately after. Shinsou was slightly jealous as he had trouble sleeping, yet tonight was different. He was able to slip out of consciousness easily. He finally had someone to reside comfort in. Shinsou wasn't woken up by the blaring of his alarm. Instead, it was Izuku jumping on his bed. The boy would swap in between shaking the bed and then leaping up and down. Jesus, Izuku ... You're really a pain in the ass. Shinsou stretched and scratched the back of his neck. He glanced over to the clock. 6:30. Izuku had stopped jumping and sat in the corner with Chip on his lap. Shinsou grabbed his uniform and stared at Izuku, hoping he'd get the sign. Izuku noticed and went to cover his eyes ... Only problem was that he was see-through. Shinsou laughed at his antics and pushed him to face the wall. He quickly changed while making small talk and snatched his bag from the chair by his desk. He paused at the door. What about my foster parents? They're probably pissed. Izuku nodded and began making scenarios in his head. A few seconds passed and he made a face that looked as if the knowledge of the entire universe was in his hands. We go out the way we came in. Izuku ran towards the window and flung it open. The two of them, shivering at the cold draft, just let in. Shinsou dragged his legs over to the ledge and, using Izuku's support, climbed down the side of the house. That was so much trouble. How did we even make it in last night? I don't even remember. I was so tired, to be honest. I don't need sleep, but sometimes a wave of drowsiness knocks me down. Shinsou hummed and carried on walking. He grabbed breakfast with some leftover money Izuku had found on the floor. He didn't believe it but couldn't be bothered to question it. The walk to school took half-hour and the press were, just as expected, surrounding the entrance. Izuku huffed and threw his hand out to Shinsou, who grabbed a hold and was then flung over the wall. I will never get used to being flung around like a dog toy. Shinsou stopped shaking and made his way over to class. He was at school way early than need be, but he had nowhere else to spend his time. Izuku started chatting about Shinsou's quirk when he suddenly stopped. Wait, you used your quirk on me, right? Back when that thing happened with All Might. Shinsou froze. He was worried about what Izuku was going to say. Was he going to call him evil? Get mad at him for using his quirk? He wanted to say something but nothing would come out. That's so strange. Tsukachi said his quirk wouldn't work on me but yours does. I'll need to check if something's changed. Shinsou let out a sigh of relief as Izuku had begun explaining a bunch of things about his own quirk and how it's been evolving over time. He wasn't even fazed by the fact Shinsou had used his quirk without asking first. They soon arrived at the classroom and Shinsou let his bag fall flat on the floor. Chip was quick to slip inside and sleep. Then, I can also feel auras of some sort. Usually only if I focus, but for little things like mice and rats, I can spot without trying. Izuku gestured some absurd things with his hands and actually caught Shinsou's attention. What does my aura look like? Izuku paused and seemed to zone in onto Shinsou's body. It's a purple but wavy. Black spots in some places and slight green around your chest area. Izuku nodded to himself as the door to one opened. It was far too early for any other student. Obviously, it wasn't a student. Instead, it was the grumpy homeroom teacher who looked even more tired than usual. Good morning, sensei. Shinsou questioned in a polite manner. Aizawa grumbled and rolled up into his sleeping bag. Shinsou decided to also sleep, seeing how a certain someone woke him up way earlier than he would usually get up. Shinsou, I'm gonna go explore around. All right. Izuku waited for some sort of answer, to which Shinsou just barely nodded his head. Izuku then proceeded to leave the room. He'd already mapped out the entire school in his head. But those were only the visible areas ... not the secret ones. It was a hero school with an intelligent bear rat thing. There was definitely something secret around. Izuku found his way back to the entrance of the school and started from there. He'd peek his head through any wall that was suspiciously empty. He'd already spent half-hour doing so and more students were filling the halls. Shinsou was really early. Izuku felt a little bad about waking him up, but too late now. All was done and forgiven. Izuku considered going back to the class but decided against it. They'd only be doing English or something. Hero classes were always after lunch. Looking down, a few students were still in the hall, each of them having pretty cool-looking quirks, mutant types of some sort. Izuku floated down to get a closer look. One of them had completely black skin. His white hair was probably the only giveaway if he was in a dark area. Maybe his quirk had something to do with it. Some sort of darkness. Shadows. The girl next to him snapped him out of his thoughts. She had long thorny hair. It looked like a well-kept rose stem. The light green complemented her face nicely. The thorns didn't seem to be too sharp but could still hurt. Probably more for defense rather than attacking. The last person was literally a manga bubble ... He had a pretty cool quirk though. It could be useful in ways, distracting an enemy, making scared kids happy. Good quirk for a limelight hero. The bell ringing had the students file out of the halls and head to class. Izuku still hadn't found anything interesting other than some random people's quirks. He had just about nearly given up when he sat on the floor and looked up. A vent. Izuku didn't waste any time and shot himself into it. The vent was pretty small but had enough space to crouch. He followed the tunnel along slowly, cautiously. The vents gradually got bigger and bigger until it reached a giant room. The mother of all vents. The room was absolutely massive and had several smaller holes in the wall. In the corner was a caved-out area, a large clock on one side. It also had a vending machine, couch, coffee machine and a chessboard on a small table by the couch. Izuku excitedly flew over and examined everything. The chessboard had a single piece moved. He ignored that and went over to the vending machine. The right side was full of high-caffeine drinks and some jelly packets. The left side had different herbal teas. Izuku moved on and sat on the sofa. It was really comfortable. He sunk back into it and glanced at the clock. It was nearly time for form to end. Izuku groaned as he stood up, giving a final look at the chess pieces. Deciding to move the opposite pawn wouldn't do much. It was only a game. And he'd win. Izuku laughed as he exited the vents, not even thinking that a room inside them was weird. He entered the classroom to find that the class was doing a silent test. Shinsou ducked his head at the sight of Izuku, knowing that he'd make him fuck the test up somehow. Izuku knew the feeling of failing a test, so he went to annoy the next best person, Eraserhead. He was teaching history in some other classroom. Best to go look for him now. Shinsou visibly relieved after seeing Izuku leave the room. He had his bag out on his lap to stroke Chip as a sort of distressor. How she fit in the bag. Cats are liquids, obviously. Izuku wandered the hall and grabbed his trusty gloves that he hid in a storage room for the times he wanted to talk to Aizawa. Making his way over to the staff room to read the man's schedule, he took a detour through the recently found vents as it was way more fun and quicker. As Izuku passed the previous spot, despite it being only like 10 minutes, another piece of the chessboard was moved. Izuku observed carefully and moved another piece, excited to see if it was becoming a game. He carried on and left the vent room behind him, heading on towards the staff room. All of the teachers were gone except Present Mike, or Yamada as Izuku calls him. In sign he uses Present Mike. It's his sign name as he couldn't think of anything else that would fit. The same for Aizawa. It's Eraserhead because it was already two existing words put together. When he talks words with Shinsou, Izuku just uses their family names. The hero names are too long for his liking. Anyway, carrying on. Izuku sped towards Yamada's desk and waved the gloves around. The man jumped slightly but didn't mention it. Oh, Hagakure. Aren't you supposed to be doing a test? Yamada must have mistaken him as the girl from Shinsou's class. Hagakure. Isn't she the invisible girl? Oh, it's you. Hi there, listener. How are you? Yamada instantly piped up and begun with a brighter smile than before. I'm doing fine. How are you? You're the only one in here. Seems lonely. Izuku had also chimed up and was happily talking away. Just grading tests. I'm assuming you're looking for Shu. He's busy getting rid of the news reporters along with the others that aren't teaching. Yamada had gone slightly quiet. Izuku pondered in whether he should go bother Aizawa. He's probably pissed enough with all the trouble. It's fine, I'll just stay here and talk with you. Yamada seemed to have cheered up a little and began sharing stories that Izuku hasn't heard for the 1000th time already. And there was Bastard. He clawed at Naomasa's lip and blood started flooding the apartment. It was scary. We thought he was dying until he started slagging our cat off. I couldn't help laughing as Shu called Recovery Girl. Wanna know the best part? Izuku was listening close to use the info as blackmail to the detective in the future. He shook his hands up and gave a thumbs up. She said she wouldn't heal him and to man up. He was crying while she stitched him up. 8 in total. He's resented bastard ever since. Yamada wiped a tear from his eye while cracking up. Izuku had chuckled slightly as he remembered the way Tsukachi reacted when he first brought Chip back. Oh, that reminds me. Did I tell you I have a cat? Yamada's eyes widened as he marked another test. He shook his head and waiting expectantly for Izuku to tell him more. I'd love to show you her, but she's also a ghost. Maybe someday. I can explain her to you if you want. She's a light gray Mancoon. Not purebred, I'm assuming, as she's pretty small. Her eyes are a sharp black color with red surrounding her pupils. She loves to sleep. She's exactly like Eraserhead now that I think about it. Yamada was squealing as he imagined the cat in his head. Izuku held his hands up again and quickly signed something before running off. I'll be right back. Izuku ran through the halls and rushed to the one class. The test was over and students were chatting. He rushed over to Shinsou and shook his bag, causing Chip to fall out and pounce at Izuku. Shinsou gave a very concerned look at Izuku, who just ran into the room, stole back his own cat, and quickly ran straight out the way he came. No conversation at all, just cat. Shinsou's classmates noticed the weird interaction between his bag and what seemed to be the air. They soon began asking questions. Whoa. What was that? Are we haunted? Denki started screaming and holding his hands to his head, only to be shocked in the back by an earphone jack. No, dipshit, it might have just been the wind. Jiru, used to Denki's weird antics, barely reacted and went back to her homework. Yurakaka and Ida were standing idly at the front of Shinsou's desk, probably wanting to ask a question too. Ada was more subtly about it, but the way Yurakaka fidgeted with her hands gave a clear sign of discomfort. Before they had the chance to speak, the door slammed open. Aizawa stepped inside, looking shittier than usual, and stepped up by his desk. I'm sorry for stopping homeroom earlier. We may continue. Class presidents, choose. Now, I don't care how. Wake me up when you're done. Their teacher then snuggled into his yellow bag, unwilling to pick a class president himself. The second Aizawa recited back into his cave. The class begun shouting and screaming at who the president would be. Bakugous shouted that he should be it, and everyone disagreed. He was annoyed and begun threatening everyone, but a chill sent across the room made him quiet. Aizawa hadn't left and was watching carefully. A few other students boasted about the good points of why they should be president. Shinsou laid his head down on his hands and ignored everyone. Why would they go through so much trouble? It's not like you're doing anything amazing. We should do a vote. It'll make things fair, someone shouted. Shinsou not caring enough to figure out who. Yeah, but we can just vote for ourselves. That's stupid. That voice belonged to Denki. Shinsou knew that because the portable charger was always the loudest, causing most headaches. Everyone seemed to have liked the idea, and Yaoyorozu swiftly made a box and Ida handed out small paper notes. Write down who you believe has the abilities to lead the class. Aizawa-sensei will then read out who has the most to make it completely fair. A slight hum was heard from the bag on the floor. Shinsou wrote his own name down as he couldn't be bothered to actually think of someone. Everyone else had stood up and placed theirs into the box. Shinsou quickly followed and did the same. After about 10 minutes, Aizawa stood at the front, holding the box and reading out names. Shinsou, 4. Yaoyorozu, 3. Ida, 2. You guys were the top 3. Yaoyorozu, you're the vice president. Shinsou, you're the class president. Aizawa yawned and placed himself back down as the class turned into a full-blown riot. Shinsou began to panic. Why had people voted him? I give class president to Ada. I don't want to do it. Everyone paused what they were doing. But I voted for you because you're sensible and would be able to lead the class. You saved me before. I believe that's enough of a reason to lead the class. Yurakaka pouted and pointed at Shinsou, almost mad. And I voted for you due to your sensible tone. You have corrected me before. Therefore I do believe you suit the role perfectly despite my own grief. Ida chopped his hand down and rearranged his glasses. Shinsou didn't even have the chance to argue back as everyone was shut up by Aizawa. He had woken up and told everyone to sit down. Not a single soul spoke. Okay, now that we're done, next lesson is English. Wait for present mic silently. I hear a single sound out of any of you, and I'll make you write a 20-page essay on why you should listen to your teacher. No one dared to disobey, so the class was dead silent even until the next teacher arrived and asked why it was so quiet with a nervous chuckle. Izuku had ran into the classroom and scooped Chip out of the bag. He had faintly remembered the horrified expression of the teens in the class as he shook the cat out of the bag. Shinsou also looked slightly worried but didn't pay much mind. Just as quick as he left, Izuku rushed back into the staff room. Yamada hadn't changed his position at all and was still marking tests. Izuku tapped the man on his arm and brought the gloves up again. Izuku let Chip rest on his shoulders to give him the extra space to sign. Okay, I've got a surprise for you. Face towards me and close your eyes. Izuku was signing so fast he didn't even know if Yamada could understand. The hero turned to face the wall, or where Izuku was, if you could see him. The man was hesitant to close his eyes but eventually did. The second he listened, Izuku grabbed Chip by her armpits and dragged her above where the hero was sitting. He gently lowered her down until she was sat perfectly on his legs. Yamada flinched but relaxed at the familiar weight of something on his lap. Don't tell me ... is this Chip? Yamada opened his eyes and disappointment was as clear as day when he couldn't see anything. He could feel her, unable to visibly see her though. Yup, she's sitting on your lap. I told you she was tiny. Izuku went down to pet her and she nudged into it. Yamada cooed as he could feel her moving and shifting. Do you think I could stroke her? I'm able to touch you. Only if you let me though. Yamada had his hand just mere inches away from the furry creature. Maybe ... she's sociable so there's the offhand that it would work with her. Izuku nodded despite Yamada not being able to see it. He pat his hand down and gasped when it met with a soft fur. Oh my god, she's so fluffy. Izuku chuckled as Yamada then shouted as he could feel the vibrations of her purring. The two of them talked about different things until Aizawa basically broke the door down, then continuing to stare at Yamada, who was sitting weirdly in the middle of the room with his hand hovering over his lap. What the fuck? Yamada jumped out, launching Chip to the floor and begun spluttering out an explanation. Izuku, on the other hand, was laughing at the way Chip landed and how Yamada reacted. Wait, shoo. This ... wait. I wasn't doing anything. I was stroking a cat. Yes, that. I was stroking Chip. Aizawa narrowed his eyes. Chip, the ghost cat. Yamada then widened his eyes. You know her. But yes, the listener told me she was here and let me stroke her. The two stood in silence as the bell rung. Yamada slipped past Aizawa and sprinted towards the class, only to find even more deafening silence. So, kid, what are you doing here? Izuku fiddled with his hands and picked Chip up, resting her on his shoulders while sitting down. Nothing, just wanted to show your husband my cat. Izuku's hands went up to where Aizawa presumed were his shoulders and into a shrug ... wait ... play that back. Husband, the hell do you know anything about my relationships? Aizawa placed his hands on his hips and glared. I didn't. I had suspicions but this reaction confirms it. Can't wait to use this blackmail. Izuku rebooted his legs and sprung up. Aiming for the door he ran as fast as he could, only to be stopped by his scruff. Izuku slowly turned to look at the culprit but paused in fear. The stare placed on him had a shiver sent throughout his entire body. Want to say that again? Blackmail was it? Aizawa's sinister smile was visible at the angle Izuku was being held at. It was horrifying. The look in Aizawa's eyes were probably the scariest thing Izuku has seen in a long time. Izuku didn't know what to do, so he opted for the next best thing. Throw Chip at him and run, to which he did exactly that. The second the man let go to rip the claws off his face, Izuku took the gloves off and hid in the vents. Despite not having the leisure of being seen, Izuku believed the man would still find him if he stuck around. Chip had also found his way into the maze of metal tunnels and followed cautiously. Once Izuku had arrived at the massive room he was now calling Big Room. The Big Room was literally just an observation. He named it exactly what he could see. Izuku went and sat on the sofa, thinking of a way to apologize to Aizawa. He was already pissy today, and having a cat thrown at your face also isn't too nice. Izuku flinched at the thought of claws digging into your face. He reached his hand down at Chip, who battered his hand away because she was still mad at him. Betrayal. I know you'd do the exact same if you were in my position. Chip growled and jumped onto the table, barely missing the chessboard. Izuku sat up and just remembered it was even a thing. Another pawn was moved. Izuku sat and thought about it for a second before moving another piece. He was going to win this game, even if he didn't know who the other opponent was. He felt a grin form. This was going to be fun. Izuku didn't know how long he spent just sitting down and relaxing with Chip, but eventually the lunch bell went off, signaling all students to go to the cafeteria, something Izuku and Shinsou didn't do on the introduction day. Izuku did, however, still know the way there as he would follow Aizawa around the school on some days. Alright, come on Chip, let's go find Hitoshi. Chip, who still wanted her revenge, didn't jump into Izuku's arms but instead ran ahead. Izuku's heart constricted and he began apologizing while speed floating towards her. After a long time coaxing Chip that he was sorry, she finally jumped up and rested around his neck like a scarf. Izuku rubbed her ears and went through the vent labeled cafeteria. Why the vents were all individually labeled? A question for another time as Shinsou was spotted just below. Izuku giggled and saw Shinsou pause in his tracks. He then turned around and tried to find the source of the giggle. Shinsou's puzzled expression made Izuku burst into a fit of laughter, at to which Shinsou only then looked up and found him. Izuku jumped down and crashed on top of his friend. Luckily no one else was in the hallway, otherwise it would look a little odd. Hey Hitoshi, guess what I found? Izuku looked up with glimmering eyes. Your dad. Shinsou snorted as Izuku punched his arm. No, I found a secret tunnel of vents. I'll show you them after lunch. For now you gotta eat. Shinsou was forcefully pulled up and rushed into the crowded dining room. He grimaced at all the people and was thankful for the one day on the roof. Izuku ushered him into the queue for food and told him the best thing to order. As Lunch Rush was able to make almost anything, Shinsou asked for katsudon, ignoring Izuku's request of a traditional cooked breakfast. Why would I get that? You can't even eat. Shinsou rolled his eyes and rubbed the back of his neck. That's a very good point. I want to try eating. Maybe it'll make me explode. That's not very plausible. Why would you explode over food? Shinsou huffed out as he scurried his way over to an empty table at the far end of the cafeteria. No clue, it'd be pretty fun though. Shinsou looked over slightly concerned but dug into his food. Don't give me that look. I'm just saying. There has been a level 3 intruder alert. All students please evacuate outdoors promptly. I repeat, intruder alert. How did anyone get on school grounds? Some kid was shouting in the midst of the panic. Hitoshi, look, it's just the press. Tell Ida. He'd probably be able to Izuku froze in place. Something was wrong. Izuku, what's wrong? You okay? Hitoshi, I'll be right back. Something's wrong. I can feel a strong and evil aura. I didn't even focus on it, it's that strong. Stay here and do what I said. Not leaving Shinsou time to reply, Izuku fled into a vent above and went towards the source of the immense power. Chip had managed to stick with Shinsou before Izuku left. That was one less problem to worry about. She can be a pain in the ass at times. Izuku's heart begun racing as he got closer. The feeling felt overwhelming. Pure evil. Izuku shuddered as he figured out where it was coming from. The staff room. Perfect. Now our goal will continue on as planned. The voice was snarly. A weird sound went off and the aura disappeared just as quickly as it arrived. Izuku flung round the corner and stared at the empty room. All the teachers were gone to stop the press from getting in. The room had not a single change anywhere. Izuku didn't even know what they were looking at. They had said something about an aim and a plan. No dates, no places. Hard to put 2 and 2 together with no clues no matter how good you are at it. Izuku cursed under his breath and headed back to Shinsou. He couldn't do much anymore. Not unless that person returns. He had to keep a keen eye out. Focus on the surrounding auras to make sure he doesn't return. Izuku slowly neared the lunchroom, only to find Ida screaming from on top of the exit sign, and Shinsou sat down at a table finishing his lunch. As Izuku got closer and sat down, Shinsou backhanded him round the head. Oh, what the fuck was that for? Shinsou gave an unamused glance and scoffed down his katsudon. Take a guess. I mean, you did leave me here with a worried look on your face. You also left Chip despite her howling for you. I bet you didn't even hear her as you didn't even flinch. Izuku stood there, dumbfounded. Anyway, what happened here? Shinsou didn't bother responding to Izuku's attempt at changing the subject and just shrugged. The alarm eventually stopped and the panic subsided as Ida screamed that it was just the press. Izuku knew it wasn't though. There was something else. That was just a distraction. His face was twisted in confusion, trying to piece everything together when a thumb met his forehead. He looked up to find Shinsou pushing his finger into the wrinkles created on his head. You'll keep them till you're old if you do that. Calm down. What's got your panties in a twist? Shinsou chuckled and rubbed his neck. Don't worry, I can't be bothered to explain. Be careful. I think something's going to happen. Shinsou nodded, not fully understanding what Izuku meant but carried on walking towards his next class. The rest of the day went smoothly. Aizawa came and explained that the alarm was just a hoax and nothing serious, although Izuku visibly tensed. Shinsou wanted to ask about it, but Izuku would change the topic or just straight up run away. Once the school day finished, Izuku met outside with Shinsou after having to do something. He had mentioned chess. Shinsou had no clue what he meant but couldn't be bothered to ask. All right, we ready? Shinsou glanced up at Izuku. Yup. Chip's still slightly annoyed at me. I'm going to visit Tsukachi later to double-check the quirk thing as well. Izuku then explained more about his quirk and even some things to improve with Shinsou. The walk over to the station went by quick and the two said their goodbyes. Izuku hadn't visited Tsukachi since the weekend, so he was excited. A fire engine was parked just outside and brought the memories of that day back to Izuku. He hadn't told Tsukachi about it yet. Shinsou was the only one who knew. Shinsou was the only one who knew everything. His whole life story, how he killed himself. Tsukachi didn't even know Izuku was dead. He still thought it was a sleeping-related quirk. Izuku's breath had started picking up and his chest felt too tight. He lowered himself to the floor to stop the dizzying headache. A wet nudge at his face had his eyes opening through tears. A rough tongue had begun licking his nose. Chip was next to him, trying her best to comfort him. His eyes were having a hard time focusing, so she was just a blob of gray. It made him chuckle slightly but still choked while trying to get a breath in. Izuku remembered some grounding techniques he had learnt somewhere on the internet and began tapping his fingers in a sequence while trying to gather his surroundings. 1324. Repeat. Point 1324. Trees ... Chip ... Floor ... Station ... Car. Izuku eventually managed to get his head in the right space. He felt a pressure on his shoulder, familiar to the hand Aizawa would place on him once they were done with training. H-Y-Y-O-E-O-A-Y. Izuku looked up, trying to figure out who was speaking. The ringing in his ears wouldn't go away despite him repeatedly shaking his head. A harsh push snapped him halfway into reality again. Zuku, calm down. Deep breaths. Izuku's pupils darted from object to object until they stumbled on the man in front of him. Sukachi was grabbing his shoulders with both hands and rocking him back and forth. Sukachi, what? You're okay, Jesus. Nearly gave me a heart attack. Come inside so we can talk. Sukachi supported Izuku up while they made their way into the station, Sukachi ignoring the weird stares. The second they were in the detective's office, Izuku collapsed on the sofa. He put his head in his hands as he heard Sukachi shuffling around. As Izuku looked up, a paper cup was held in front of him. What is this? Hot cocoa. I don't actually know if you can drink it, but try anyway. It'll help you relax. Sukachi was basically force-feeding him the drink. The last time Izuku had tried any sort of substance was when he first became a ghost. He tried to eat one of his mother's meals. It didn't have a taste and wasn't warm nor cold. It just felt like a slimy matter. The hot cocoa, however, had a hot and sweet flavor. Izuku nearly choked with how quickly he downed it. You okay now? Geez, was not expecting to see you hyperventilating on the floor outside when I come back from an interrogation. Sukachi chuckled and tapped his pen on the checkboard he had with him beforehand. Just remembered something. Haven't ever reacted like that before. Sorry if I scared you. Don't really feel like talking about it yet either. Izuku's sad tone had changed the entire mood of the room. I got another Zelda game if you want to help me play it. The map's a lot bigger, so more to explore. Sukachi attempting to change the air had worked. Izuku seemed to have cheered up even the slightest. Sure, bet it'll take me 10 hours max. Izuku jeered and knocked into the detective's shoulder. Impossible. Not if I have a say in it. Plug the switch in right now and I'll prove it. If someone was to say the pair spent the rest of the night playing Zelda, no they didn't. Of course it only took 10 hours, so it wasn't the rest of the night ... only until early hours. Just as Sukachi was getting ready to leave the station to go back to his own house, Izuku struck a question. Can you use lie detector on me real quick? I think my quirks evolved again. Sukachi paused and turned around. He quirked a brow. Alright ... What's your real name? Izuku. As Izuku answered the question, the familiar feeling of a truth washed over Sukachi. It worked. And your name's Izuku. Zuku. Izuku. Seriously? He literally removed a letter. Sukachi physically deflated as he realized how close he was to the name. Yup. And I figured my name is so common that you wouldn't be able to find me, even if you put my quirk through the system. Wow, another truth. Seems like your quirk did evolve again. Anyways, I need to head home. I can't spend all night playing games with some 13-year-old. Hey, I'm 14 now. Izuku growled back. Yeah, still a kid. Stay safe. The two waved at each other and left in separate directions. Sukachi to his own place, and Izuku to Shinsou's house. Once Izuku had arrived, Shinsou was just waking up for school. Oh, where'd you come from? Shinsou questioned as he put on his tie. Up your ass. Izuku snickered at the joke he's been wanting to say for as long as he could remember. Hilarious. Anyway, Aizawa said we have something planned in the afternoon. Hero training or something. You're going to come with, right? Izuku nodded and fell face first onto Shinsou's bed, waiting for him to finish with his morning routine. The second he had finished, Izuku groaned as he stood up. Shinsou grabbed him by his collar and pulled him along. Ugh, I'm too lazy. Carry me to school. Izuku flopped down, Shinsou just barely catching him from the incoming pavement. Kinda wish I didn't do that. Imagine you face-planting the floor. Shinsou huffed as he threw Izuku over his shoulders, evidently giving him a piggyback to Yue. Woohoo, finally here. Izuku shouted over Shinsou's head. Yeah, and who was it that got us here? Shinsou grumbled under his breath, but making it loud enough so that the green pea on his back could hear. A whack was then thrown into his hair, leaving it with a chunk out of the middle. Izuku started chuckling as Shinsou fixed it. Why don't you go off somewhere else like yesterday? What did you even do? I played chess, showed Chip to Yamada. Pissed Aizawa off even more. Izuku shrugged and jumped off Shinsou's back as the two opened the door to 1A. Yet again, they were far too early. Chip had run ahead to get a head start into Shinsou's back. The second he opens it, she hops in and stays there until taken away. Shinsou quietly sat down at his desk while Izuku rambled at his side. And then, there was this scary aura. I'm trying to figure out what it was. It showed up yesterday, and I oh shit ... wasn't supposed to tell you that. Izuku ducked his head and began helplessly crying. Shinsou, of course, was asking question after question. Luckily, a savior had come for Izuku, that savior being the homeroom teacher. He had come through the door and looked at Shinsou, narrowing his eyes. Who are you talking to? Shinsou gulped and held his phone up. Phone call. Friend. Aizawa slowly nodded and went to sort the mass piles of paperwork on his table. Shinsou put his head down, grabbed his earphones and blocked out the world. He must have fell asleep at some point because when he opened his eyes, people had already filled the class. The usual morning happened and classes passed as normal. Izuku had disappeared at least once every hour and would start strategizing something. If Shinsou remembered correctly, he was really immersed in that game of chess with an anonymous player. Oh, stick with me for next period. We're going somewhere far away on campus, something like a 20-minute drive. How the school is that big? I have no idea, but I don't want to lose you. Shinsou took another bite of his sandwich. The two had snuck back onto the roof again as it was one of the only peaceful spots. Sure, I'll bring Chip along as she can just sit on my shoulders. I can't be bothered to go find Tsukachi. I don't think he's even on his shift right now. Shinsou nodded and bit into his food again. Izuku had started looking over at it at some point. Want a bite? Izuku hesitantly leant forward and took a massive chunk out of it. Shinsou began hitting him but stopped when tears started falling. Whoa, what's wrong? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hit you so hard. Shinsou crouched on his knees and held his hands in front of him, unsure of what to do to comfort his crying friend. Izuku looked up and smiled. I just haven't had something this good in so long. I'd forgotten what it tasted like. Thanks, Satoshi. Shinsou relieved when he found out it wasn't entirely his fault. Izuku had also stopped crying, but Shinsou still gave him the other half of his sandwich because he felt bad. The luxury of the roof didn't last much longer though, as the same grumpy old man found them again. Didn't I say I'd give you a warning and to not do it again? Not listening to me. Shinsou clutched his ends of his school blazer and stared blankly. Just see me after school. We'll have a chat. I'm slightly concerned about you. Shinsou nodded and was wrapped around the cloth. Yet again, this time a little more familiarly. Jumping off roofs became slightly normal now, so it was as scary when they jumped right off. Izuku had apologized for taking them both up there, but Shinsou assured it was alright after Aizawa left. It's fine. I wanted to get away from everyone as well. Lunch is almost over. Let's go get ready for the hero training. My outfit takes forever to put on. Izuku nodded, scooped Chip up and ran ahead. He loved seeing Shinsou's hero costume as he helped make it. Shinsou arrived fairly quickly too and put the suit on, just in time for the bell to go. Izuku did a double check that everything was okay until he realized they didn't have any special shoes. There were just Shinsou's ordinary black leather Converse. Izuku would need to think of a type of shock-absorbent base as Shinsou was planning on an underground hero. They tend to stick to roofs. Jumping from them hurt. Alright, finally here. You think Aizawa will be the first here? Who else is coming? Izuku paused as he heard talking from the left of him. A giant marshmallow-looking thing was making its way towards them with Aizawa casually chatting beside it. Aizawa noticed Shinsou was here already and went silent. Oh, there's already a student here. The bell just went. Well done at getting here fast. Izuku was hopping around as he seemed to recognize the giant marshmallow. It's 13, the pro hero. They have an emitter-type quirk and can form black holes on their fingertips. Izuku floated over and begun studying 13. Shinsou just sat down and waited for his classmates to arrive. They had taken a little longer than Shinsou had liked, but the second everyone showed up, the bus was off. He was surrounded by a few closer classmates like the frog girl, Suyu Asui, or the Takoyami guy who looked like a bird. Shinsou tried to ignore them but was pulled into the conversation. My quirk only gives me the capabilities of a frog, Kiro. Asui pointed to her chin. That's very admirable, Asui. I do believe you will become a promising hero. Ada was really loud, but it was nice to know he cared about his friends. Call me Tsuyu. Hey, Shinsou ... You haven't mentioned your quirk to anyone yet. Hero, the others around had piped in and waited for a response, hoping to find even a tiny clue to his quirk. Shinsou looked away and out the window, ignoring the question entirely. Izuku had sat on the chair in front of him and begun talking about some other random things to distract Shinsou. Shinsou felt happier at that, even though Izuku's rambling was lengthy and loud. He didn't mind when it came to him. Alright, we have arrived. If any of you misbehave, I will not hesitate to send you back. Now single file line to the door. Aizawa kept his normal monotone voice to make sure everyone knew he was serious. The second the teachers left the bus, the students began filing out. 13 had gone and made sure the area they were being taken to was ready, while Aizawa stayed outside and kept the kids busy. 13 eventually came back out and everyone silenced. Hello students, this is the USJ. Please follow me inside where I will give instructions on the training exercises. The airy person had begun leading everyone down the long stairs and into the middle of the USJ. Universal Studio Japan. This doesn't look like it. Denki glanced around. That's because it's obviously not Dun's face. Bakugous sneered at the reaction Denki had. Once everyone was positioned in a type of semicircle, the teachers went up the front and began a somewhat secret conversation. Shinsou couldn't tell what they were saying from such a distance, but the scowl on Aizawa's face made him know it wasn't good. Izuku had attempted to eavesdrop, but the conversation ended before he had the chance. He returned back to Shinsou's side as 13 began explaining. Halfway through the speech, Izuku tensed. It was hard to notice, but the way he was clutching at Shinsou's side gave it away. And, remember, quirks are a dangerous tool that can kill at a simple activation. 13 was still explaining, so Shinsou shrugged it off as it was Izuku being excited. Izuku had been excited since Shinsou and him had arrived on the bus. Ship had jumped into Shinsou's bag and slept for most of the ride while Izuku explained a ton of things about 13. When they arrived at the USJ, Izuku was shocked. It was so much bigger than he had thought. UA had an enormous amount of land. Once everyone had gotten inside, Izuku felt something. A churning in his stomach. Something wasn't right. The teachers whispering just seconds before. The weird feeling he was getting. Even Chip was getting angsty. Izuku led her to the floor and told her to get Yamada. She was a smart cat, so quickly ran off. Izuku got closer to the teachers and the feeling increased. It was similar to the one he had felt the day before. This one was slightly different, however. It felt like a bunch of auras smushed into one. Izuku shivered and surrounding Aizawa a few times, ignoring Shinsou's weird stare. His eyes locked onto one place when a ringing in his ear became noticeable. "Itoshi, get your classmates and yourself to move backwards," Izuku shouted, hoping Shinsou would listen. Out of nowhere, a black mist appeared. The teachers failed to notice, but a student called out on it. Kirishima, if Izuku remembered correctly. A hand reached out and was about to touch Aizawa's back. Izuku reacted quickly, not knowing what the intent was, and tried to push the hero out of the way. Only problem was that he didn't quite push the hero, instead slipping right through and his vision flashing a familiar white. Oshi. Izuku launched himself forward, just mere inches away from the outstretched hand, ignoring the change in his body. Quickly, run to the exit. This is a villain attack. 13 and I will handle this. Izuku looked over to Shinsou, who managed to notice the sudden switch in his teacher's manners and nodded, signaling Izuku that he would be okay. 13, you stick with the kids, I'll handle this. Izuku had a little fighting experience, so hopefully, along with his analysis ability, he will be able to hold them off, at least until Chip returns with backup. 13 had no time to respond as Izuku charged forward, already used to the new body. He didn't want to risk using Eraser too much, as Aizawa had said it gives him dry eye with prolonged use. Izuku was holding up well until he heard screams. It threw him off and a villain attacked his feet. In the short period of time when he was falling, he saw the purple mist guy sending students in different places. 13 was laying on the floor with their back bare. Izuku could feel his control fading. He could feel Aizawa fighting for his consciousness back. He was tempted to let it happen, but in the state Izuku was currently in, it would probably end up fatal. The man with hands over his body began to speak. "Oh, still fighting for your petty students. Let's make this more fun. Namu, kill Eraserhead." At that, Izuku flinched. The overwhelming feeling was back. The aura that teamed with several people stuffed in one. He panicked way more than he had wanted to and lost control. The last thing he remembers was slipping out the body. Shouta's day started off pretty shitty. His cat, bastard, had turned sides and started scratching him until he woke up. Once he finally rose, he had realized the fat shit had already been fed by Hisashi and was asking for more. Shouta slid him away with his foot, to which the cat then attacked. Shouta stifled a tear as bastard didn't let go, his teeth digging into flesh. He had also wanted to make a coffee to wake himself up with. Hisashi used the last of it. He couldn't scold the man either, as he had left early for his radio show. Once he gets to school, it'll turn to chaos. The one joy in his life was the jelly packet storage he had kept behind the fridge in a secret cooler. Shouta reached over to grab the watermelon one. Turns out the mini cooler wasn't plugged in and the jelly was melted, leaving a juice instead. Shouta cried inside as his day got worse. Now if he wanted a jelly packet, he'd have to go into the vents and grab one out of the vending machine Nedzu had put up there. Speaking of that room, the chess pieces were always moved whenever Shouta walked past, like someone was playing a game. Once Shouta had gotten to school, he headed straight for the vending machine. There was a single watermelon jello packet left. He almost cried at the sight, until it got stuck on the glass. He then proceeded to kick the machine, which hurt him a lot more than it did to the metal device. The kick did manage to dislodge the jello though, so all was resolved. But then he arrived to class and his students were being teenagers, annoying and disobeying any order. He would have had it fine for the rest of the day, but then Nedzu tipped him that a certain student was on the roof during lunch, a time he would usually spend sleeping. Without needing to guess who it was, he went up and sure enough, it was Shinsou. He was sitting alone and eating a sandwich, feet dangling off the building. The kid was as weird as they came. Shouta was sure he had something to do with the ghost playing around with him, but with not enough proof, he couldn't really do anything. Shinsou was then wrapped up in the capture weapon and dragged down the building. Shouta had mentioned speaking to him after school. He was worried about the kid's well-being. Shinsou was out on top of an abandoned building's roof at nearly 1 in the morning. He didn't talk to anyone. His schoolwork was okay and grades were fine, but that didn't get rid of the odd feeling Shouta had about him. Towards the end of lunch, Shouta found 13 and walked towards the bus with them, slightly surprised to find Shinsou sitting on the floor next to it. Shinsou just looked up at him and did nothing until the others boarded the bus. The bus ride was boring, but Shouta felt something brewing. He could feel something was wrong. While his day had been pretty shit and had him in a crappy mood, it didn't stop the feeling as they got closer to the USJ. Shouta's hero's intuition kicked in. Every inch of his boy was screaming danger. No one was in the area other than the students and 13 though. The feeling didn't subside but increased after the two heroes discussed All Might using his daily limit and not being able to make it. By the time 13 had begun explaining, Shouta had become anxious. Glancing around, he could see Shinsou slightly on edge as well. During the final parts of the safety speech, one of his students made a slightly shocked face. Before Shouta had time to react, a white light flashed his vision and all of a sudden, he was unable to move his body. There was the feeling of moving around but no recollection of doing so. Pain struck in some parts of Shouta's body, causing him to flinch and groan. Whatever was going on, he was trying his best to escape. He had to protect his students. If he was correct, villains attacked. That was the only reasonable explanation of why he felt on guard and the sudden disappearance of his control. Shouta's head pang against his skull, but suddenly he was on the floor. He could feel the concrete again and see the surroundings around him. His eyes focused onto a small blob of green in his peripheral. Just mere inches away was a student, one Shouta hadn't seen before. The kid was laying down and struggling to stand. Despite his own dizziness and fatigue, he moved forward and helped to stable the downed student. Shouta had no idea why the kid looked familiar but also unfamiliar at the same time. He didn't have time to dwindle as more villains approached, for some reason staying away and not attacking on sight. Whatever had happened just moments before seemed to have taken down a fair amount of low-class thugs, the proof being the bodies on the floor 3 meters away. As Shouta helped the kid up, a figure revealed itself. Said figure was a creature that looked like a bird of some sort with its brain exposed. Shouta grimaced, but the second he noticed the beast was aiming to strike, he caught its arms in his capture weapon. Oh, Eraserhead, still won't give up. What if we kill one of your precious little students? A finger pointed towards the splash zone. Shouta looked up at the source of the voice, finding a man with hands covering his body. It took barely a moment to take in the question as he looked in the direction the man had pointed. 3 heads were silently watching. Not out of sight, unfortunately. Shinsou, Asui, and Kirishima. They seemed to have heard the man as 2 of them ducked. Shinsou, however, was looking at the fight. Or rather, the green-haired boy Shouta had just picked up. The villain charged forward, all 5 fingers outstretched and reaching for Shinsou's face. Shouta quickly used his quirk to prevent the handman from doing any damage. With the obvious show of hands, it was easy to tell what his quirk and that had in common. Eraser, let's see if you will still be able to protect your helpless students once my Namu smashes your skull in. Namu, kill Eraserhead. At the command, the Namu stood up and positioned itself a few centimeters in front of Shouta. It was such a quick move he doubted even All Might would be able to keep up properly. See, this is what I created, designed to kill All Might. We had news he would be here. It truly is disappointing. However, the look on your face when I kill one of these children will bring me greater joy. The blue-haired man smirked as the Noma's fist grasped Shouta's wrists. He was forced to blink and let down his quirk. Luckily, the villain didn't take that as a chance to attack. The Namu, standing just out of hand's reach, had snapped Shouta's arms with minimal effort. The man screamed, low and agonizing. Although Shouta still felt slight relief when he saw that the green-haired kid had gotten himself safely back on his feet and was walking over to Shinsou. Shouta watched as they talked, eyes locked onto him. The Namu hadn't given up fight and begun smacking Shouta's head into the concrete floor. Even with his best attempts, his legs failed due to the pain. He couldn't stand or fight back. He was helpless in this situation. His mind was going hazy and everything became a blur. The blue-haired villain had striked at the students again. Shouta wanted to help, but he couldn't. The 2 defended great against him though, fighting him back and somehow tasering him. Shinsou did a special attack that only Shouta knew. He had created it, so of course he was the only one. A backflip kick into the stomach and swing to the left. Shifting towards your hands for balance, you need the person's right side. Even though Shouta felt slightly concerned about it, the pair managed to distract the handman long enough that backup arrived. Shouta had never been happier to see his husband's noticeable hair, to then pick him up and carry him elsewhere. After backup arrived, Shouta was in a state of delirium. Nothing around him made sense. The weirdly familiar face crying at his side, another figure standing a little while away. It was probably a dream, but it felt too real. Shu, you with us? Finally here. As Ashi was pushing the hair out of the way of Shouta's eyes, both still completely covered by white cloth. Shouta attempted to speak but was prevented by the bandages around his face, or maybe the pain at even the slightest of movement. Oh, you were badly injured. You don't understand how worried I was. I rushed down the stairs to find you bloody and beaten. Hisashi nodded and crossed his arms. Shouta looked down at his body, every square inch of it covered by medical fibers. His usual unamused face was readable despite the covering. Don't give me that look. I'm pretty sure Nedzu added a Morse code transmitter on my phone while you were out so we could communicate. At least until Recovery Girl heals your mouth wound. A phone was pushed in front of Shouta's face. He reached up with his arms, looking like a mummy, and tapped the screen a few times. Mouth wound. Yeah, apparently a piece of sharp metal had gotten caught in the ground and the Namu thing smacked you on it a couple of times. Hisashi shivered and gave a pitiful look to Shouta. What about Shinsou and the other kid? Hisashi looked slightly confused. Shinsou and Asui are fine. Shinsou did get hit by Shigaraki's quirk though and suffered some skin loss. Hiroshima ran off after the villain spotted them and the entire class managed to make it to the entrance without much problem. Shouta looked puzzled. He could have sworn it wasn't Asui that helped distract the villain. The kid was a lot smaller, definitely a male, green short hair. Shouta shook the thought off and concluded it as his mind playing tricks on him. Never mind. When will Recovery Girl be able to heal me? Hisashi sighed as he knew Shouta was trying to get back to teaching straight away. The man hadn't missed a single day in the last 4 years. She said she'll be able to tomorrow as long as you get at least 10 hours of sleep tonight. Hisashi smiled teasingly as he knew Shouta wouldn't be able to sit still for that long. I hate you. Oh, I love you too. Oh, also Nedzu has cancelled the rest of the week for students to recover. Shouta turned away from the man and closed his eyes. He was fairly tired from the previous healing anyway. A small nap wouldn't hurt. Itoshi, what do I do? Well, my legs, they're back. Izuku was shaking Shinsou with tears in his eyes. Shinsou's brain might have fallen out from the harsh contact. I still don't see how I'm supposed to know. Why aren't you going to check on Aizawa? Surely you'd love to piss him off right now. Izuku huffed and sat down on the opposite bed in the hospital room. Do you not remember? I possessed him. He'll be able to see me. I'm not ready for that. Izuku covered his eyes with his hands and begun crying while saying I'm too young for this. Shinsou sighed and attempted to sleep again, something Izuku wasn't allowing. Hey, Itoshi, don't leave me. I'm barely able to fly anymore. Shinsou laughed. I can finally make fun of your height now. Izuku seemed to cry more. He paused when voices were heard from outside. The door opened not even seconds later. A man in a trench coat was stood next to a nurse. He had thanked her and walked inside. Once the door closed, he looked around the room and it was unusually silent. The 3 occupants all stared at each other. Sukachi ... How nice of you to join us. Shinsou looked over to Izuku who was scratching his head and nervously looking over at the newer man. Why am I not surprised? What are you doing here, Zuku? Shinsou's mouth was agape. Nicknames. Already. Hey, how come he can call you a nickname? Shinsou crossed his arms and noticed Izuku panicking. I told him to call me it for a while. Guess it stuck. Didn't I tell you my name was Izuku? The detective took off his hat and walked over to the chair closest to Izuku. Yeah, but I picked up on the fact it pissed you off whenever I used it despite knowing your name. Izuku gave a sarcastic laugh and halted at the end of Shinsou's bed. The detective looked at Shinsou, almost forgetting what he was even here for. Oh, sorry, I forgot to tell you why I'm even here. The USJ being attacked is a serious matter and I've been collecting eyewitness reports. You already know my quirk is lie detector as we've met before. If you're ready we can begin. Shinsou nodded and begun with the questioning. It didn't take too long but the detective also wanted Izuku's point of view on the attack. I don't remember half of it. I may or may not have possessed Aizawa ... Nah. I'm just ignoring him for now. Sukachi sighed and dug his hands into his hair. It will be the death of me. Also, your cat is still in my office. She ran after informing Hisashi that something was up in the USJ. Izuku wiped a tear from his eye, proud of his smart little girl. Wait, how did you know Chip got back up? I thought it was Ida. Sukachi begun explaining how she had ran and tugged at Yamada's pant leg until he realized she wanted something. She had led him closer to the USJ to which Ida was running away from. The second Yamada noticed something was wrong, he called for backup. Hence why he was the first person to help. She's probably dozing off on my sofa. Also, why have you got legs all of a sudden? Another evolution. Izuku nodded and looked over to Shinsou. Shinsou stifled a laugh as he only just realized how short Izuku really was. Izuku pouted and spat out an answer. Yeah, and so what? I'll grow taller. Sukachi and Shinsou burst into laughter while Izuku screamed at them. Despite his best efforts, they wouldn't stop. The man had stayed around for another hour before moving on to the next report. You knew the detective. Izuku nodded. I told him about the drugging incident a while back. Remember when you were chased by 4 or 5 so guys? Yeah, I took control of one of them and hid you in that small box or crevice. I don't remember too well. Shinsou flinched at the memory. It was ingrained for a long time and caused many nightmares. That was you. Honestly, it one of the scariest things to happen to me. Thanks. Izuku smiled and pulled Shinsou into a hug, to which he returned it. They both sat there for a few minutes in comfortable silence. Do you think I should go see Aizawa? Izuku's voice was muffled in Shinsou's shoulder. It's up to you. If you're ready to, then go for it. I'm sure he'd be happy to finally find out who his tormentor is. The pair chucked in sync and pulled away. Izuku stared at Shinsou and nodded. Shinsou gave a weak smile while Izuku stumbled off the bed and towards the wall, walking through it into the next room. The room next door was Aizawa's room. Izuku figured that out on the way here. He was in the ambulance with Shinsou and saw Aizawa place the first door down. Izuku was nervous. He had kept his identity hidden for almost a year now, yet that was broken by accident. Slip of the mind. Once he entered the room, it was dead silent. Yamada was sitting on a chair in the corner while Aizawa slept. Yamada was shuffling through the internet with his volume down low. He had overly large eye bags and messy hair. It seems he hadn't slept since the USJ. It had taken basically a whole day before visitors were allowed in. Izuku breaking that rule. Izuku shuffled past Aizawa, hoping the man wouldn't suddenly wake, and sat next to Yamada. Izuku quietly poked him and he jolted, looked down and brought his hands up. Is that you, listener? Izuku tapped Yamada's leg in a pattern. Morse code. Yes, I don't know much Morse code. Tap my phone. It has a translator. Yamada smiled as words popped up on the screen. Is Aizawa all right? It looked really bad. Izuku drooped his head and remembered the scream along with flesh hitting the concrete floor. He's doing better. His eyes weren't affected too greatly, luckily. However, his arms were snapped in 3 places and his elbow was decayed. His head was severely damaged, but brain remained fairly intact. Recovery girl took care of the worst wounds. His mouth will be healed tomorrow as long as he gets 10 hours sleep. Yamada sighed and shook his fingers as signing that much was pretty difficult. Izuku replied, I'm sorry. Izuku looked down with tears in his eyes. Yamada was looking at the chair next to him, seemingly at the place Izuku was sitting. It's not your fault. No one would have guessed something like this would have happened. He felt relieved at the words. He had truly blamed himself for what happened. If only Izuku had noticed what the villains were doing yesterday. They were stealing the timetable, assuming All Might would be there. Izuku was beating himself up about it the second he put 2 and 2 together. He had wanted to talk to Shinsou about it but felt that there was no point in adding his own emotions to the trauma just formed. Izuku was so distracted, he didn't notice the arms wrapping themselves around him. He clung to them and sobbed. Even though Yamada couldn't hear him, he could feel the vibrations and shudders of Izuku's irregular breaths. They stayed there for a little while. Yamada had put his hand on Izuku's head and rubbed circles, relaxing. You good now? Remember, you had no purpose in stopping them. Even if you had failed, it wouldn't have been your fault. Izuku looked down, embarrassed at the interaction. Thank you. When will Aizawa wake up? I need to talk to him about something. Yamada pulled a finger to his chin and thought about it for a second. I'm not too sure. He's exhausted from everything, but he doesn't rest for long. His body clock wakes him up after 4 hours. Izuku laughed, now knowing the reason for Aizawa constantly sleeping at any chance he could get. Okay, I'll just come back later. Izuku waved. Even without being visible, it just felt polite to do so. Once he returned back into the previous room, he found Shinsou asleep. He was tucked close to the right side of the bed, blanket half on half off. Izuku moved closer and crept onto the left, freezing on the spot when a hand reached over his chest and pushed him down. Uitoshi, XxAmsyxX. Nuapi was sleep-talking, and it was adorable. Izuku prevented the urge to scream and calmed down. He was stuck under Shinsou's right arm. Shinsou was face first into the pillow and possibly drooling. Izuku repositioned himself and let his muscles untense. If he ever shared a bed with Shinsou, he was quick to fall asleep. Not a specific reason why, but he just did. Soon, exactly that happened. The pair dozing off into dreamland. The next time Izuku woke up was when a nurse came in to check Shinsou's IV and wounds. The Shigaraki guy had decayed part of Shinsou's back. He claimed it didn't hurt, but Izuku could see through his bullshit. Even while he was asleep, a sudden movement would cause a flinch. It pained Izuku anytime it happened. He felt bad about not helping more. He could have done so much better in that situation, yet failed. Aizawa had gotten critically injured and would have died if backup didn't arrive. Shinsou has lost most of his back and all of Class 1A is likely traumatized. Izuku must have been mumbling because Shinsou started to wake. Izuku, you good? Shinsou groaned as he tried to sit up. The hospital chair had been specially modified to help aid back wounds, so once he relaxed into it, the pain decreased dramatically. I'm fine. Sorry for waking you up. Are you okay? Izuku didn't look him in the eyes. He'd break down if they met. Yeah, doing better than I was. Fighting without any skin on your back sucks ass. How's Aizawa-sensei? Shinsou yawned and rubbed the back of his neck. He's okay. Luckily, his eyesight wasn't damaged too badly. He's unable to talk until later today as he's got a mouth wound. Shinsou nodded as Izuku lowered his head more. I'm sorry. It came out as a squeak, barely audible. Why? Izuku flinched. It was like the conversation with Yamada. Why was he sorry? He failed to help. He should have done better. Why was he so useless? He wanted to be a hero, didn't he? so why didn't he help more? Izuku, calm down. Try even your breaths with me. Shinsou had grabbed Izuku's hand and pressed it against his chest. He hadn't even noticed how his breathing picked up or the tears that pricked at his eyes. Izuku leaned into the touch and cried. Shinsou stayed silent but offered comfort. I'm sorry. You can let go now. I'll go pick Chip up or something. Izuku tried to pry himself free of Shinsou's restraint but failed. You can do that later. For now, just stay here. Think about how bored I'll be without an annoying Izuku with me. Shinsou chuckled as Izuku clenched harder at his hospital gown. I'm only annoying when I want to be. Izuku started laughing when he saw Shinsou hanging his head low in order to silence his chuckles. Yeah, right, you're always annoying. Shinsou deserved that hit. The two spend the next hour or so just talking about random things. Izuku had decided to go pick Chip up from Tsukachi's office while Shinsou took a power nap. He'd need all the rest he could take to heal up. Here to finally grab your cat. She hasn't moved an inch since I left last night. Tsukachi pointed over to the sofa where she was laying, an indent left behind once she was pulled over Izuku's shoulder. Come on then, let's go see Hitoshi. Thanks for helping. Chip meowed as she stretched around Izuku's neck. Izuku waved to Tsukachi, who was dealing with all the witness reports, and made his way back to the hospital. It was fairly close to UA so that recovery girl could have easy access to anyone who was badly hurt. Shinsou was still asleep once Izuku arrived, so he sat Chip down and explored around. He says explored, but in reality it was just standing outside Aizawa's door, hesitant to enter. He wanted to see if the man was okay. Izuku had overheard recovery girl coming in just before he left for Chip and healing his mouth injury. Then the low grumble of Aizawa arguing with Yamada. He was okay, but was Izuku ready to reveal himself? What if he recognizes him as the quirkless kid that committed suicide? Would he think about how useless he is? As Izuku got lost in thought, he didn't hear the door opening and a brightly yellow-haired man step out. He walked right into Izuku and stumbled slightly. Yamada paused and looked around, unknowing of Izuku's presence. Izuku tapped his shoulder and the man relaxed. It was like his signature move, tapping a shoulder to let them know he was there. Oh, you're here. Shu's just woken up but he's grumpy. You know how he gets when he hasn't had his morning coffee and has to deal with shit-stained students. Yamada made sure to emphasize the last words. Izuku laughed and peered around the doorframe while Yamada carried on with whatever he was doing, presumably getting an extra sweet coffee. Izuku eyed the man in the bed, unsure of whether to go greet him or just stay and watch. Obviously his plans were ruined. Who's there? Come out or I'll push the emergency button. The tone was threatening but fair play. Aizawa was bandaged head to toe and couldn't fight. If he knew someone was there then he'd be wary. Izuku started rushing over to tap Aizawa on his shoulder so that he'd know who it was. Aizawa had calmed down after realizing who it was. What are you doing here? His voice was raspy, probably from the healing. Izuku began tapping his shoulder in Morse code, aware that the underground hero would know it. Just checking on you. Why? Think I'm not strong enough to handle some low-class villains? You nearly died. The room fell uncomfortably quiet. Izuku didn't mean to be blunt about it, but he was genuinely terrified of losing Aizawa. He'd spent the last year bonding, and losing him in a matter of seconds seemed too easy. I apologize. It was pretty dumb of me to worry you. Hisashi wouldn't shut up about it. Good. You deserve his annoying rants. Aizawa chuckled as he leaned back. Were you there for the fight? Izuku startled. He didn't really know how to answer. Yes, it wasn't good. I remember it so vividly. Aizawa sighed and attempted to pull his hands up to stroke Izuku's hair, failing when the bandages restricted the movement. Izuku noticed and leaned down slightly, this time Aizawa being able to reach. It won't be easy to forget, but just know that I'll always be here. Izuku nodded, Aizawa being able to feel it as his hand was still stuck in the mess of curls. Are you able to see? I did overheard the doctors saying the damage wasn't permanent. Izuku fiddled with his fingers nervously. Aizawa shifted and sat up again. Apparently they will be able to heal them for the start of Monday. Sight and hearing wounds are much harder to heal than others as the areas are much more delicate. That's been engraved into my mind by a certain old lady. Izuku relaxed at that. He was worried that Aizawa's quirk would be rendered useless if he couldn't see. Luckily everything was able to heal with time. It was silent for about 3 seconds before Yamada burst through the door with 2 cups of coffee. One was half empty and the other being full to the brim. I'm back. I got your coffee, extra sweet. Here you go. I may need to help you with that. Yamada had forgotten that Aizawa's arms were thoroughly wrapped. Izuku laughed slightly. Who was that? Yamada paused, handing the drink over to give a confused look. What do you mean? I didn't say anything. Yamada set his cup on the bedside table and brought Aizawa's one close to his face. The laugh. Did you not hear it? Izuku froze. He forgot that Aizawa would be able to hear him. He was so used to never speaking around him that it was just natural to be silent during their talks. Shu, I get that you go crazy if you don't get your coffee, but damn, you're beginning to scare me. Yamada laughed as he basically force-fed Aizawa his beverage. Somehow he didn't die. Thanks for that. Would have helped if you choked me along with that. Aizawa used a sarcastic tone, obviously not a fan of the way Yamada gave him the drink. Oh hush, be happy I went out my way to add 5 sugars. I still don't understand how you stomach that. Yamada stuck his tongue out and acted disgusted. At least I don't have to put up with pure bitter when drinking. I don't understand how you can stomach that. It's just evil. Aizawa argued back. These things were common in the pair. I'm beginning to wish Chio didn't heal your mouth. You speak utter bullshit. Yamada spat back, sipping at his cup. Izuku had quietly left the room as the argument was getting heated. Aizawa and Yamada always had these petty fights and it was pretty amusing. They were never serious or got violent. It was basically just harsh banter. Shinsou and Izuku were similar but instead threw insults at each other. They would never overstep boundaries because that was just cruel. It was always jokes, some having more meaning than other. If an outsider saw how the two acted, they'd probably think they were enemies. Izuku had rushed back into Shinsou's room, completely avoiding the other room next door. Shinsou had woken up and was drawing on a sketch pad he found in a drawer next to his bed, all while stroking Chip. Oh, where did you go? Witnessed Aizawa and Yamada fighting over coffee. Shinsou laughed and Izuku joined in. He sat down on the chair beside the bedside table and talked about the fight. Shinsou would nod every so often and would carry on sketching. What are you drawing? You seem really invested in it. Izuku attempted to peek at it but Shinsou blocked him. Wait until it's done. You'll laugh your ass off. Izuku was tempted to just snatch it but the grin on Shinsou's face basically forced him to wait. Alright, ready for the reveal. Izuku gave an unamused look. I've been waiting for a whole 5 minutes. Shinsou rolled his eyes and flipped the book. The second Izuku glanced over the page he fell onto the floor laughing. It wasn't really that funny but Izuku's humor was a weird one. Shinsou had begun following in Izuku's footsteps and couldn't stop the laughter. Shinsou had drawn Shigaraki with feet instead of hands and a mustache on the one attached to his face. On the right side of the paper was the purple servant guy with his middle finger up and a Namu crying behind him. Shinsou accidentally pulled too hard on his missing skin while laughing, so it ended up in a mix of crying along with laughter which only made Izuku weaker. After finally recovering, snickers lingering in the air, Chip battered the notebook onto the floor and demanded attention. You spent like 15 minutes on that. PFFT. Why was it so detailed? The toes had wrinkles. The two began laughing again, which caused a nurse to enter the room. Shinsou immediately fell silent. I was on a call to a friend. He said a funny joke. Izuku started laughing again at his side as the nurse slowly nodded, walking up to Shinsou's IV. Do you know when I'll be able to leave? Izuku had quietened down to listen in. With your guardian's permission, you can leave today. However, we still have yet to reach out to them. The emergency number had been unregistered a year ago on the official number registry. The nurse changed the bag and quickly left, leaving Shinsou with no time to respond. What do it do now, Zuku? They probably don't even know I'm in hospital. Shinsou leaned back into the chair, Chip on his lap. First of all, who said you can use nicknames? Second of all, I can go steal Tsukachi's phone and act like your guardian. Shinsou thought about it for a second. They won't be able to hear your voice. You haven't possessed them. Aw shit, Izuku forgot about that major factor. But that was perfect. Then I'll possess the person that writes the permission to leave. My foster parents. Shinsou had lost hope and laid his head back into the comfortable pillow behind him. What if I forge the signature? Zuku, just drop it. I'll stay here until I'm healed. I'm pretty sure I overheard a nurse say I'll be fine by Monday. Izuku sighed and gave up. If Shinsou had given up, then so had he. All that was left to do was wait. Maybe if they were lucky, Shinsou's foster parents would notice he was gone and find out he's in the hospital. If Shinsou manages to recover, they shouldn't need any guardian's permission to let him leave. Ugh, this is so boring. Wanna do something? Literally what? I have scabs covering my back and cannot move without agonizing pain striking every nerve in my body. Shinsou was getting agitated. He usually got like that when confined in an uncomfortable area for extended periods of time. What if I steal Tsukachi's switch and projector? He stored it away somewhere in his office. Izuku begun formulating a plan, an intricate way to sneak all the pieces away, including all the wires, the games, and without being spotted. Why don't you just ask him? Like a civil human being. Shinsou rolled his eyes and sunk backwards. I have no idea why that didn't even cross my mind. I'm smart, but still extremely dumb. Izuku basically skipped out the window and forgot he needed to concentrate to stay afloat. Both Shinsou and Chip huffed some sort of laugh as Izuku screamed while plummeting into the hospital's hedges. I'll be back in maybe an hour. I don't know how long exactly. Izuku had shouted up, hoping his voice would reach Shinsou's ears. He didn't wait around for a response and sped over to the police station, wishing Tsukachi wouldn't be on a surprise shift. Shinsou was now left alone with his imagination and an intelligent furry creature. Well, sometimes intelligent. Depends on her mood. If Chip suddenly becomes really playful, she'll run into walls and attack Shinsou's feet. Perhaps even Izukus now that he's grown a pair. Shinsou chuckles as his hand relaxed in the gray fur. He suddenly tensed, sensing something was about to happen. That was when it did happen. The door opened fairly quickly and Shinsou was basically blinded by the sheer amount of joy the person brought in with them. As Shinsou adjusted, he realized it was his English teacher, present Mike. "Hey kid, sorry for bursting in. I should have knocked. Mistake on my side. Anyway, I just came to check and see if you were okay. Aizawa had been bugging me come see if you were doing right and I finally caved." Mike carried on rambling, much like Izukus but much louder. Shinsou smirked at the thought. "I'm fine, how's Aizawa-sensei?" Mike had sat down in the chair that would have still been warm due to Izuku if he was alive. "He's been better. Surely your wounds are healed, or at least partially. Have your parents not visited?" "I haven't heard anyone opening your door other than a few nurses." Mike had looked down and was thinking about something. Shinsou had flinched at the words, unnoticed by the English teacher. His parents wouldn't even know he was in hospital. They barely even notice when he stays out past curfew. "It's okay, I have someone visiting me. I'll be able to be discharged tomorrow anyway." Shinsou forced a smile. He couldn't accidentally out himself and end up in another home. This was the best one he's had in the past few years. "All right, do you need anything? Food, drinks? I'm pretty sure they don't limit those unless you're going for surgery or something." Shinsou snorted and Mike started babbling about how he would take the blame if anything went wrong. "I'm all right, thanks for offering. Oh, I finished the English homework you assigned while I was here. I hope that won't be a pain to mark with everything going on." Shinsou rubbed his neck and left his other hand in Chip's fur, who purred loudly in only Shinsou's hearing. "What homework?" "The one that's due for next term because it's a 12-page essay." Mike looked surprisingly shocked. Shinsou had no idea why. Izuku had helped him speed through it in under 5 hours. "Shinsou, I said that the day of the USJ ... that was 2 days ago. You were barely even awake until yesterday." Shinsou looked up, expectantly, not piecing everything together. Yeah, I did it on Eraserhead as well. It was to write about a hero you know in English. I knew a lot about him so yeah." "Listener, I'm not worried about what you wrote about. I'm worried about the fact you completed 5 weeks worth of homework in less than a day. Probably not even that." Mike collapsed into his hands and sighed. Shinsou just sat really awkwardly. So ... is Aizawa-sensei really alright?" It was horrifying to see the villains attacking him. "I tried to defend against Shigaraki but failed." Mike looked back up and sighed. He stood and after wavering for a few seconds, ruffled Shinsou's hair, much in the way Izuku does. "He's holding up alright. I need to go check on him now as he wants to be discharged as soon as possible." Shinsou nodded, fixing his messed up hair while Mike leaves. The hospital wouldn't need his guardian's permission to discharge him even after he's healed. "Right, I'm back. And with all the stuff." Izuku hopped through the window with wires and boxes alike. He quickly rushed to the front of Shinsou's bed and begun searching for a plug socket. There was a hidden one right below the middle of the floor. You had to pull a slab open to plug anything in. "All right, done. Okay Hitoshi. We're going to have so much fun until you're let out tomorrow." "What if they don't let me out?" "Like, they need permission even if I'm healed?" Izuku stayed quiet for a second, still untangling the wires. "They wouldn't keep an uninjured person in a hospital. They have to let you out eventually." Shinsou nodded and allowed Izuku to proceed with the gaming setup. The projector would face the blank white wall while the switch displayed the game. The game being Zelda Breath of the Wild. Izuku had told him about it quite a few times, mentioning how fun it is. An open world and puzzle solving. Quest to save the princess from an evil force was in that explanation somewhere. Okay, we're all ready. Controllers, here. Volume, check. Light, check. Battery, check. We're all good to go. Izuku bounced around before landing softly on the bed beside Shinsou. Chip pushed off to the side. Quick, shoot it. How do I do that?" Shinsou had been thrown into a battle after Izuku told him to go the long way around something. Now he was faced with some sort of cyclones. Izuku snatched the controllers and landed a clean hit, knocking down half its health somehow. Directly after the attack, he handed the controllers back. "Now, just stab its legs." Shinsou listened and managed to defeat it rather quickly. He had gotten used to the game after playing for 10 minutes. One thing he hadn't realized was how fun games can truly be. He missed that part of his childhood that he'll never gain back. "Hey, it's getting late. Shouldn't the nurses be bringing in food?" "Probably. Maybe they forgot." Izuku stuck his head out the door as Shinsou continued on with the game. The lights were dimmed and not a single soul was in sight. Noises could be heard from other rooms, but it appeared as if they didn't bring dinner. "That's odd. Hitoshi, they do provide food, right? Aren't you hungry?" Shinsou tore his eyes away from the screen and paused. "Zelda. Yeah, but I can't be bothered to get up and actually talk to a nurse about food. They might say I can't even have any and I'll be embarrassed." Izuku sighed and decided on the next best thing. To raid the vending machines in the big room, back at UA. "Okay, wait here. I'll be back in like 15 minutes with some nutrition." You like jelly, right? I already know you like coffee, so I don't need to worry about that. Shinsou looked only slightly concerned with the words just spoken but answered despite that. Yeah, I like lime jelly if that helps. I still don't see who you're going to get me jelly. I feel stupid. Shinsou waved his hand, flicking Izuku away and unpaused Zelda, beginning to fight a boss. Okay, don't die while I'm gone. Later, Izuku hopped down from the window and liked the feeling of air resistance failing to prevent his fall. The bushes below weren't soft, but it didn't matter as Izuku could fall through anyway, not hurting himself. The trek to UA begins. It's a short but annoying journey, but he'd do anything to make sure Shinsou heals alright. It was outrageous that the hospital didn't provide dinner. Izuku was sure his mom had told him about the meals she would make for her favorite patients, so they definitely made food. Izuku crossed his arms and his eyebrows furrowed in anger. Nothing was going right. He just wanted to see the students' quirks and how they react in different situations, yet the villains basically said fuck you. Izuku's thoughts were cut short as the ever-so-familiar wall of UA entered his vision. He let out a deep breath and relaxed his shoulders. He couldn't let the past drag him down. The school was closed, 1 because it was like 9 p.m., and 2, it wasn't open anyway as Nenzu had cancelled class. The hallways had an eerie feeling to them, dark and quiet. Izuku didn't mind the loss of sound, but when it was in situations as such, it became a whole new kind of horror. He shivered while making his way up the vents, with slightly more struggle as it required more concentration to float. He hated his evolutions even more after the stain incident. He didn't mind being able to touch things, but now he has a pair of legs. What will be next? Coming back to life. God, he wishes. Izuku tumbled through the vents until a light lit up a small portion of the ending. It wasn't unusual for the lights to be on, but when the school's deserted, it felt a little nerve-wracking. Upon arriving at the big room, nothing was different, only the chessboard, of course. Izuku glanced down and grinned. He had won. He moved the final piece into the winning space and silently congratulated himself. Ignoring his little game, he stared at the vending machines. The lime one was the only one that had been emptied. Izuku sighed and apologized to Shinsou in his mind. He knew that his friend wouldn't mind, but he still felt sorry. Izuku cursed as the packets were hard to untangle from the springs they were kept in. Izuku didn't need to pay for them as he could shift into the machine, but that didn't make it possible to pull them through the glass. Once they were freed from captivity, he deflated at the sight of the coffee maker. He had to pay for one of those. Izuku had already lost motivation to do anything the second one of the jelly packets fell to the floor. Izuku collapsed onto the sofa and rested his head on the armrest. He startled slightly when he felt an aura approaching. Who could it be? No one else is in school. He stood up cautiously and tracked the movements. They were familiar to the rats he would see in alleyways, yet it was slightly different. He didn't have time to react when another vent opened and put stood a small white creature. Izuku paused as he examined it. Hello, am I a rat? Am I a bear? No, I'm Nenzu, the principal of UA. Izuku froze and looked around, thinking the creature was talking to anyone but the oddly placed ghost. Izuku stopped searching when he noticed there was no one other than him. Yes, you're the first person to beat me in chess since forever. Nenzu had made his way over to the tea vending machine and pressed a series of buttons. Izuku stilled, dumbfounded. You can see me. And you knew I was the one playing chess with you. Nenzu took a sip of his drink and walked towards the sofa, patting the space beside him. I was aware someone was playing the game with me, and I knew it wouldn't have been Aizawa-san. Even with cameras, you were invisible. Have you noticed? Babies or young children that follow your movements? Animals, perhaps. It clicked in Izuku's mind. He suddenly knew why animals and small children had approached him despite being dead to the world. Nenzu was an animal with an intelligence quirk, still an animal. I never thought about that. I didn't even give it a second glance. They're able to see me. But what do you want from me? I need to get going soon. To visit Shinsou. Izuku frowned. He knew the rat-bear thing was smart, but it had already picked up on their relationship. Aizawa had basically figured it out as well, though. So, yes, how do you know that, may I ask? It was quite simple, for me, shall I mention. I noticed what you did in the entrance exam. It wasn't Shinsou that did that, was it? Izuku gulped and slowly began standing up, jelly packets ruffling loudly from his pocket. You destroyed the wires. It appeared as if Shinsou created a plate that would instantly destroy the robot. You had gone inside and ripped the components out. Nedza's hands were shaking, tea spilling over the cup. Izuku tensed and blubbered out a goodbye, conversation becoming weirdly uncomfortable. I need to get going now. I'll talk to you soon. Izuku rushed away, not wanted to stay in that situation any longer than need be. Nenzu was smart, but he was also really weird. Once he arrived back into the hospital room, he froze. Shinsou was sitting upright on the bed with Chip on his lap, but 2 others were resting beside him. 2 familiar faces snapped to his direction, one covered with bandages, the other being Shinsou. Blonde hair caught Izuku's eye and he realized who the 2 other people were. His breath caught in his throat. Shit, Shinsou, you both good there? You startled and looked in the same direction. Yamada tapped his husband's shoulder and Shinsou looked away from the window Izuku just hopped up from. Aizawa appeared to have narrowed his eyes, but it was impossible to say for sure. Shinsou was visibly nervous and fiddling with his hands. Sashi, go get me a coffee. I want one before we leave. Aizawa made sure his words were loud and clear and didn't move an inch. God, what am I? Your slave. Fine, Shinsou. Want anything while I'm at it? Shinsou shook his head and Yamada walked out the door. No one said a word until an audible click was heard. So, I'd say we have a lot to talk about. Shinsou gulped and Izuku moved closer. He grabbed the jelly packets and shoved them onto the bedside, not really caring to hide them as they basically floated in anyway. Aizawa-sensei, I don't really know how to explain. Zuku, you say something. Izuku acted offended and pointed at Shinsou, stopped when a cough came from behind. Hi. How are you, Eraser? Hehe. Izuku rubbed his neck as he knew it was going to be a long night. Why don't we begin with our little chat? Aizawa put on a fake voice to make the situation seem innocent. Sashi, I want to leave. If you don't get me dismissed now, see that window. Guess what I'll do? Aizawa tried his best at pointing at said window, but to no avail as the bandages kept them close to his chest. Shoo, please don't. I will probably shit myself if I see you jumping out another window. Get the paperwork. Now, Yamada gave up and walked out the door, Aizawa pleased with himself. Once the papers were signed, the pair begun walking out until they noticed a light on next door. Shinsou's room. Shouldn't he be alright to go home now? His back injuries were bad, but that was the easiest to heal as long as it's cared for. Aizawa silently agreed and gave a wordless signal. Yamada noted it and knocked on the door. A quiet come-in was heard and the two entered. Hey there, listener. What you got there? Yamada continued with his joyful tone, not reading the mood of the teenager in front of him. Games. Why? What are you doing here? Shinsou paused whatever he was playing and looked over to the questioning adults. First of all, how did you even get that? Second, we were just checking up on you as you should be okay to go home now. Yamada walked closer and sat on the visiting chair, Aizawa following shortly behind. Shinsou tensed, going unnoticed by the new company. I'm fine, my parents just want me to stay a little longer. He practically spat out the response, as if it was an offense to ask. Aizawa finally talked for the first time since he entered. How did you get the games? Hasashi wasn't allowed to bring any in. Didn't the nurses find out? Aizawa narrowed his gaze, glaring at Shinsou, who gulped and rubbed at his neck. They weren't bothered. My parents brought them in. The lie was somewhat believable. Hopefully, despite the awkwardness, the two pro heroes didn't leave. Instead, they begun chatting. Hasashi, we need to get milk after, right? Are you guys even trying to hide your relationship, or is everyone else just thick in the head? If you always act like that, I don't know how the others haven't figured it out. Everyone quieted down as Shinsou had spoken the most words since the beginning of the chat. Well, I assumed you already knew, so I didn't care. Hasashi is just an idiot and only bothers with that when there's more than one person in a room. Shut up. I know how to keep a secret. Aizawa moved his head in the direction of Yamada. Yamada must have known he fucked up as he immediately closed his yap. Can you now? So how does Nem and Ten know about our marriage? Aizawa crossed his bandaged arms and Shinsou had to hold back a laugh. The face Yamada was making had Shinsou weak. I was drunk. Okay. Jesus, do you see this, Shinsou? He's such a grump. Aizawa proceeded to punch Yamada with his weakened hands, it not really doing anything. The three of them had just talked for the next half hour. Shinsou was starting to wonder where Izuku was, but just as the thought crossed his mind, the rustling of something towards the window made him flinch. Aizawa and Shinsou, both in sync, looked at the source of the sound. The two watched as Izuku froze halfway through the window. Sashi, go get me a coffee. There was slight argument, but Yamada complied and ran off. Izuku had placed the packets of jelly on the bed and stood still as Aizawa glanced between the pair. So, we need to have a little chat. Yes, Shinsou gulped and Izuku walked closer to the window. Aizawa, however, was one step ahead. Do that, I dare you. Shinsou snickered as Izuku propped his leg onto the windowsill. Aizawa had stood up and gotten closer. You dare me? Sure. Izuku laughed like a maniac as he fell but stopped midair in both senses. He was hanging from the window by his top. Get back here. Now, Shinsou had grabbed a packet of jelly and proceeded to watch as Izuku hauled himself back up, Aizawa eyeing him carefully. Chip seemed to also enjoy this drama. Suo, Aizawa ... How are you on this fine evening? Izuku pushed his head into his shoulders and looked up nervously. A stern glare was all he received back. Shut it. Go sit next to Shinsou and we will talk. Izuku nodded and walked over to the bed, picking Chip up on the way and huggled her as she wanted to stay seated next to Shinsou. Aizawa groaned as he sat down and examined Izuku's every move. The second his butt touched the chair, he begun speaking. So, you're the ghost. I'm assuming anyway ... HM a lot smaller than I thought. Shut up. You and Shinsou are just unusually tall. Yeah. Anyway, how am I suddenly able to see you? Is it due to my face being smashed in or he possessed you? Scary shit. Shinsou replied, not allowing Izuku to speak as he'd probably make up some fantasy lie. Possessed. During the USJ. When I couldn't move or feel anything other than pain. Izuku looked half guilty. Yeah, sorry about that. I didn't even mean to, I'm being honest. I was panicked and slipped in. Usually I'm able to touch anything physical without problem. It's probably because I wasn't thinking properly. Sorry, kid, don't apologize. If anything, this has answered my many questions I've had. I'm not letting you off the hook though, with everything you've done. Be happy I'm not giving you vigilante charges with illegal quirk usage. Aizawa's demeanor changed as footsteps were heard down the hall. He let out a deep sigh as he could feel the person coming. Izuku could as well, due to the overly happy aura. The door slammed open and in comes a yellow-haired, very loud, present mic. I'm back, Shu. Why's the room so tense? Shinsou, what did Shouta do? Who said it was my fault? Go blame Ghosty, Aizawa grumbled out as he snatched the drink and sunk in on himself. Oh, he's here. Hi, kid. Shinsou chuckled as Yamada waved his hand about. Yamada looked over to him and paused. He opened his mouth to say something but was cut off. Yes, he knows. They're friends. Oh, that explains why he didn't think I was being strange, waving to the air. You always look weird. Aizawa gained a mean glare and the group all sat down. Izuku and Shinsou were slightly nervous and Aizawa was smirking, hidden by the bandages. Ship had run away from Izuku and pounced onto Aizawa's lap, getting nice and comfortable before falling asleep. He flinched but looked down to finally get a view at the cat he's been dying to see. This is Chip. Yamada looked slightly confused. Why are you phrasing it like you can actually see her? Dumbass. Izuku laughed and Shinsou hit him round his head. Aizawa glared at Yamada, who quickly shut up. Because I literally can. I can see the kid too. Happened during the USJ. Shinsou had begun playing his game again, volume lower. He couldn't be bothered with the conversation anymore. Izuku ignored him and scooted closer to the two heroes. Oh my god, really? What does he look like? Is he cute? Definitely small. Izuku flicked Yamada's forehead and earned a snicker from Aizawa. Shinsou had glanced over but didn't bother to stop playing. He's very green. Hair and eyes alike. 4 weirdly placed freckles below both eyes. And yeah, tiny. For some reason, familiar. They're symmetrical, thank you, and I'm not tiny. I'm just a late bloomer, duh. Izuku crossed his arms and circled Aizawa. A knock was heard from the door behind. Shinsou paused his game and everyone looked towards the entrance. A nurse popped her head in and explained that visiting hours were over. Aizawa and Yamada complained but eventually left, waving goodbye to Shinsou and Izuku. Ship was upset that her new seat was removed but still sat on Shinsou's lap instead. Hidashie, how long are you gonna be stuck here? I wanna go do something. Are you not going to talk about Aizawa-sensei finally seeing you? Izuku flopped down onto the bed and rolled around, rewarded with an annoyed huff from Shinsou. Fuck it, get me out of here. Out the window. Izuku grew a massive smile. Sure thing. The climb down was a lot easier than planned. Not that Shinsou actually did climb, but it felt somewhat similar. Izuku slowly lowered him down while keeping his concentration at max to not drop the purple-haired boy. Once all feet were placed safely on the ground, Izuku pulled his hands to his head. I have to take the gaming console back. Shinsou rolled his eyes as Izuku began floating up to the window again. He arrived back down shortly after. So where are we going to go? The nurses probably won't even know I'm gone. I hadn't seen one the entire day other than the time visiting hours were over. Izuku's face dropped. He felt like shit all of a sudden. Yeah, I know how that feels. I would never be able to guess why nurses aren't showing up for a patient at a hospital. He waved his free hand around, making sarcastic gestures. He was disappointed that a hospital, trusted by the best hero school in Japan, was treating patients wrong. Izuku had a gut feeling there was quirk discrimination going on somewhere in the mix, but he didn't have any leads on it. Yeah, we gotta stop by the police station to drop these off. We can probably hang out there for a while, at least until Tsukachi goes on a case. Shinsou hesitantly nodded and cuddled Chip for warmth. It was still pretty cold out despite summer only just ending. Chip snuggled into Shinsou's chest as he hobbled next to Izuku, trying not to agitate his barely healed wound. What will happen when they find out I'm gone? Like ... call my foster parents. They can't even do that as the number's been deleted or something. Izuku brought his hand to his chin and begun mumbling incoherent words. Formulating a plan, Shinsou noticed. I'll go sign the discharge files. They won't know who did it. I don't know why I didn't do that in the first place. Here, hold this. Izuku handed the mass of wires over to Shinsou and sped off, not giving a second to spare as he went back the way they came. Shinsou stood completely still in the barely lit street as Chip wiggled around in his hold. She jumped down and circled his legs. Shinsou located a nearby bench and relaxed into it as he waited patiently for Izuku to arrive. He got so bored he began playing the Switch again. Chip jumped up and batted away some stray wires while collapsing next to him. Shinsou rubbed at the back of his neck as a yawn escaped his throat, noticing Izuku running towards them at a fast pace. He slowly arose from his seat with a groan. All right, we should be good. Hopefully. Moving on, what do we do now? Or well, after we give the console back. Izuku grabbed the tangled mess and walked backwards, facing Shinsou. No clue, we could chill on some rooftops. Walk through a park. Hopefully there's so officers around to question a teenager wandering around late at night. Shinsou quickened at his pace to get to the police station faster. Izuku followed while examining random people in the street, mumbling under his breath for only himself to hear. As soon as the station came into view, Chip sped off and ran through a wall. Izuku chuckled and pulled Shinsou by his wrist. Being inside was pretty awkward. Izuku went ahead to greet Tsukachi so Shinsou didn't need to talk to any other officers in the building. Luckily, the man came out and allowed Shinsou into his office. Chip was already spread out on the sofa when he arrived and Izuku was sitting on the office chair. So, what are you two doing here? It's also pretty late out if you hadn't realized. Tsukachi sat down on the chair beside Izuku and took a sip from the mug resting on the table. We came to return your Switch and projector. It came in pretty handy cause it was so boring at the hospital. Shinsou had walked over to Chip and quietly lowered into the sofa. Oh, I forgot about that. I've been so busy because of the USJ I didn't even have time to play. Thanks. Izuku smiled and hopped up, signaling he was ready to leave. Shinsou promptly followed, still nervously hanging out of place. Later Tsukachi, have fun with the case. Izuku laughed as he rushed out the door, no longer next to Shinsou. Shinsou awkwardly left with a wave. Shinsou cursed Izuku out once they were a safe distance away from the station. That was so awkward. Why did you just leave? Shinsou hid his face with his hands. Sorry. What are we going to do now? Thanks for the heartfelt apology. Don't feel like going home. Rooftops again. I have literally no motivation to do anything. Izuku nodded and happily jumped around on the path. The tallest roof around was the most familiar. Not any pleasant memories, but one hell of a view. Shinsou had already begun pointing towards it before Izuku had the chance to express how he also wanted to go up. That one? We don't have to if you don't want to. Shinsou made direct eye contact to confirm Izuku was definitely okay with the decision. Sure, I wanted to go to that one anyway. It's the closest and has an amazing view of the city. There wasn't a hint of unsurety. Shinsou felt slightly at ease knowing Izuku was all right with it. The building was just a few streets down, so a quick walk will take them straight there. While it would take a short amount of time to get there, it was also really boring. Izuku attempted to make some sort of small talk. Sue... Who's your favorite hero? Wait, I already know that. He's my favorite as well. You're an idiot. Shinsou laughed as he turned a corner, unknowingly bumping into someone else on the way. Watch it. The angry tone was one Shinsou absolutely hated. I begs. What are you doing? Huh? Shinsou tried to ignore the very angry-looking Pomeranian but to no avail. Bakugous wouldn't budge and let him past. Answer my question. Fucking dumbass. Izuku was silently watching the scene unfold from the sidelines while petting Chip in a way he only would when uncomfortable. Listen, I'm here the same way you are. I have no reason to state why I'm outside, in public. Shinsou finally managed to squeeze around and just barely dodged as a sweet smell filled the area and sparks flooded his vision. What are you doing? Stop using your quirk. We're not in school, you idiot. Bakugous wasn't listening and still attempting to strike. He obviously hadn't taken on the fact Shinsou knew he would always attack with a right hook as Shinsou easily caught his arm and pressed him against the floor. Shinsou's own wounds were screaming at his mind. His back felt like it was on fire at each movement. Izuku finally took the chance to help and Bakugous was restrained. Dude, calm down. I didn't even do anything and you're attacking me. Shut up. I don't care. Bakugous was flailing around, trying his very best to escape. Itoshi, use your quirk for now, just to keep him still. Shinsou looked up, worry and pain plastered across his face, visible for the world to see. Izuku met his eyes with a stern and reassuring glance. He looked back down at the blonde mess they were holding. God, fine. But if I'm in trouble, you're getting me out. Izuku nodded and smiled. Shinsou gave one final intake of air before blurting out whatever came to mind. Bakugous, you're a piece of shit. That set him off. Wanna say that, Agai? The wrestling stopped. He was slack on the floor and eyes were fully white. Shinsou had relaxed and sat back up. No need to hold Bakugous on the floor any longer. What command do I give him? Tell him walk home and forget about this encounter. Shinsou repeated the phrase and Bakugous slowly stood up and walked away, surprisingly quiet. Izuku chuckled as he wiped away some stray dust that caught onto his clothes. Release him when he gets far away enough. I do not want to deal with him anytime soon. Shinsou attempted to stand but stopped when agonizing pain struck. Tears welled up in his eyes as every inch of his back felt as if it was ablaze. Fuck. My back needs that hospital chair's cooling. It's so painful. Izuku quickly rushed to Shinsou's side to help him stand. Chip circled their feet in a comforting manner. Shinsou blinked to get rid of the tears and saw a brown leather wallet on the floor. Izu, I think I dropped my wallet. Pass it up because I'm most definitely not bending down to get it. TFFSH, sure thing. Old man. Shinsou did his best to come up with a comeback, but nothing came to mind. He just waited and sulked. He pocketed the wallet and shuffled towards the bottom of the building. We're still going to the roof. Shinsou tilted his head. Yeah, I don't want to go home. Hate it there. Still can't believe they put a fake number for the emergency contact. I probably should have given the hospital the home one I have saved on my contacts. Izuku unexpectedly picked Shinsou up in a princess carry and sprung straight to the roof. Shinsou clutched at Izuku's shirt as he was not prepared for the sudden takeoff and closed his eyes. It was over before he knew it, but that didn't make it any less scary. Give me a warning next time. I'll think about it. Shinsou gave Izuku a side-eye glare and went to the edge to sit down. He dangled his legs and waited for Izuku to join him. Chip had been second to sit down, directly on top of Shinsou's lap. She was a lap cat, much like a lap dog, but a cat. Man. The view's beautiful. You can even see the stars. Shinsou looked up into his surprise. The stars were as clear as day. Whoa, haven't ever seen them this well. Izuku finally dragged himself over to Shinsou but laid down instead, back against the concrete and staring directly at the moon. So cool, waxing crescent. Oh look, it's Jupiter. Where? Right there. Izuku grabbed Shinsou's hand and directed into the path of a slightly larger light in the sky. How do you even know that? It looks exactly the same as the others. I like astronomy. It's fascinating. Shinsou hummed, then proceeded to copy Izuku's pose, legs off the building and back against the floor. It was all going nice until a noise broke the trance. A low grumble from Shinsou's stomach. I forgot you didn't have dinner. I'd count jelly packets as dinner, but you're a lot bigger than me, Suo. Shinsou sat up and scooted away from the edge, burying his head in his knees. God, that was so embarrassing. Don't stress it. Have you got any money on you? I can steal if you need. Shinsou looked up in a judging way before shuffling around in his pocket and pulling out 2 identical wallets. 2. This one's probably Bakugous. He must have the same brand as me, so I didn't even realize I took it. Izuku had crawled over and sat beside Shinsou, examining the 2 money cases. Yeah, seems typical for him. Plain old everything. See if he's got any money. Izuku just barely missed the chance to grab it from Shinsou's hands. Just wait, I need to figure out which one's mine anyway. Shinsou opened it and his eyes widened. He was looking up and down from the wallet, looking up at Izuku, to be more specific. What are you doing? Pass it here if you're not going to take anything. Izuku grabbed the wallet and paused when he looked inside. A single photo on the opposite section of where the money sat, where an ID would usually be placed. A photo of Izuku and Bakugous as kids. Izuku still had his baby fat. Bakugous had bandages on his wrists, indicating his quirk had just shown. They both couldn't have been older than 4, yet nothing's changed. Izuku's freckles and Bakugous' wild hair. That's you. Surely, this can't be Kaken's. Why would he? He would never keep something like this. Izuku had tears in his eyes. He didn't want to even think of the reason Bakugous had a photo of them when they were younger. He had hated Izuku the moment he was diagnosed quirkless. Hey, Izuku, are you alright? Shinsou had cupped Izuku's face and was staring directly into his eyes. Calm down, it's okay. I'm here. Shinsou smiled, hoping Izuku would too. Luckily it did the trick and a tiny smirk was what he got back. Izuku rubbed his eyes and sniffled. Sorry, I don't know why I got emotional, haha. Shinsou sat back down and put the wallet back into his pocket. It was silent for a few seconds. Bakugous is the one who bullied you in middle school. He's Kaken. Izuku flinched. He knew Shinsou would figure it out eventually, but he never really prepared for it. Yeah, it's okay. Don't do anything to him. It doesn't matter now. I'm literally dead, so I'm not going to hold a grudge. And who's part of the reason you're dead? All might. Shinsou sighed and ruffled Izuku's hair. I give up. When can we get food though? I'll take his money. There was quite a lot inside. Izuku chuckled but froze when the emergency door behind them began banging. Shinsou rushed to stand, Izuku doing the same. The banging was getting more frequent and the door didn't sound like it would hide much longer. What is that? How would I know? The door flung open and out stood a mummy. Well, it was Aizawa, but he looked more like a mummy. Aizawa-sensei, what are you doing here? Aren't you still recovering? Why am I not surprised? I can say the same thing for you. You're supposed to be in hospital. Izuku and Shinsou stood awkwardly still. Shinsou picked Chip up for emotional support. Do you want to scare me anymore? I see 2 pairs of legs dangling off of a roof, which isn't a situation I see as ideal. Are you supposed to be on patrol? You're seriously injured. Izuku had tried to distract Aizawa from the conversation. Don't even think about changing the topic. I was getting groceries and took a shortcut. I look up and see legs off a building. I come up to find you 2 fucking about. Language Aizawa. Bad words. Shinsou smirked as his teacher grumbled at Izuku's antics. I'm taking you both home. I can't be bothered to deal with Tsukachi getting on my case for leaving 2 teenagers alone at like 12 at night. Izuku straightened up and glanced over to Shinsou, who was also panicking slightly. Okay. I live like half an hour away. Aizawa mumbled something else under his breath. He attempted to stick his hand in his pocket to grab his phone, failing a couple of times before finally getting a grasp on it. Izuku and Shinsou huddled close together as they formed a plan. What do? I don't even have a house anymore. It burnt down. My parents don't even know where I am. They called once, and during that time I was under anesthesia during surgery. They've got to know I haven't been home. They were both fucked, is what they gathered. Aizawa finished whatever he was doing on his phone and motioned for the two teens to follow, to which they obeyed. The trio climbed down the very long stairs and finally reached the bottom, a car waiting just outside the door. Hey Shu and Shinsou, don't call me that in public. Where do you live, Shinsou? And you? We live together. Or he's staying round mine, if that makes sense. And I live just down the road from the Cake Cafe. Once everyone was seated in the car, Yamada put on the radio and begun driving away. Izuku and Shinsou were silent the whole journey. Izuku didn't even need to be in the car as he could easily fly away, but chose to stay. The ride back was a lot quicker than it would have been had they walked. Shinsou stepped out in front of the cafe and waved goodbye, Izuku at his side. But just as he turned away, another car door opened. Aizawa looked at the pair and walked closer towards them. I said I would be taking you home. I couldn't be bothered to walk all the way from the other side of town. I'm still going to walk you to your house. Shinsou nodded as he wouldn't have wanted to walk that far either. From the cafe, his house was just under 2 minutes away. Aizawa silently followed. The whole walk was quiet, however. That silence was broken when Shinsou arrived at his door. Aizawa was waiting for him to enter the house, safe and sound. Izuku was nervously watching from his side, not knowing how Shinsou's family would take on him being missing for the past few days with no calls or anything. The door flung open and an angry woman stood forwards. Where have you been? We let you into our family and keep you safe, and this is how you repay us. She grabbed Shinsou's hair and dragged him into the house. Aizawa and Izuku were quick to react. Hey, what do you think you're doing? What does it look like I'm doing? Who even are you? You're out getting sugar daddies. Izuku pulled Shinsou's hair free as the woman was pulled back by Aizawa's capture weapon. Her husband had shown himself from around the corner and begun shouting at the underground hero. Thanks. She's never usually like this. Sorry. Shinsou was cradled in Izuku's shoulder while Aizawa dealt with the new company. Don't apologize. Jesus. Crazy bitch. Are you okay? She had a tight grip on your hair. Yeah, I'm alright. I'm not surprised. She'd always mentioned how she hated my hair, so I'd purposely let it grow out. Shinsou tried to lift the mood. Izuku led him away from the house and to a nearby front garden wall. They both sat down and listened to the drama going on just 2 doors down. It was too quiet to hear the conversation of the man, but Shinsou's foster mom was screaming at the top of her lungs. It was pretty funny how her voice would crack every so often. Sirens were heard in the far distance. Yamada was running down the road because Aizawa was taking forever to get back. Well, what are you doing here, Shinsou? Is shouted, dealing with whatever that screaming is. Yeah, just some drama. It should be alright. That doesn't sound reassuring. Mind if I sit with you until Shu's done with whatever the hell he's doing? Shinsou nodded and Yamada sat next to him. After what felt like an eternity, Aizawa showed himself from behind the bush, blocking the scene. Everything alright? You two are a real pain in the ass. Yeah, sorry. Didn't think she'd do that. Shinsou dropped his head and Izuku gently rubbed his back. Chip was nudging at his arm. Shu, what the fuck? Damn, I wish I could language him, but I don't have my gloves to give a sign. Izuku sighed and let Aizawa explain the situation. Shinsou was unusually quiet. You okay? That probably wasn't the best thing to happen. I have no clue what's going to happen now, that's all. The police will show up. I'll be put into the system again and probably be passed around. I might have to leave UA because of the expenses. Shinsou covered his eyes. Sniffles were heard every few seconds. Izuku wrapped his arms around him and leaned into his side. They stayed like that for a while. It was warm, cozy. Despite the cold of autumn, the hug kept them with enough heat that it was felt through fabric. Hey, troublemakers, up. Izuku looked at Aizawa, who was standing in front of them with a bag slung over his shoulders. Toshi, we gotta get up. There was no response. He had actually fallen asleep. It was pretty late, and with all the factors of the night, it wasn't too surprising. I'll go call Hizashi. He can carry him back to the car. Nah, it's alright. You can take Chip. I'll be able to hold him. With your tiny lid. Aizawa's words were cut off. Izuku effortlessly lifted the dead weight as if it was nothing. Aizawa shut his mouth and nodded. He turned and motioned with his head for Izuku to follow. They walked the path that led them to the house. Upon arriving at the car, Yamada opened the door and allowed Izuku to gently place Shinsou's sleeping body, not even questioning the flying body. Rough night, huh? Aizawa spoke from the front seat. Yeah, it was pretty hectic even before you guys got tangled up in it. Izuku ignored the worried glance and strapped Shinsou into the seat. He sat down and didn't bother with his seatbelt. He didn't really need it. Where are you taking us? I just realized I've followed a stranger into a car and currently being taken away to a place I have no idea. We're not strangers. I've known you for basically a year now. I've only just been able to see you, but it doesn't change anything. We're going to our house. Naomasa said he'll sort any problems we'll face for taking a child from his home. You can basically leave at any point though. Your Quirk is cool like that. Izuku nodded and rested his head on his hand, watching out the window. He was so caught up in his mind, he didn't notice Shinsou's head slowly falling onto his shoulder. Izuku unconsciously moved closer as to not strain Shinsou's neck. And as life has it, Izuku fell asleep at some point. Shoo, he looked like shit. He's always tired, but for some reason he looked even worse. Like you, after coming back late from a patrol and then having to start teaching straight after. I'd rather you not talk crap about my students, or me. He's in a hospital, obviously he would be okay. Aizawa shrugged Yamada's relentless worry and forced himself out the doors of the hospital. Yamada still had to sign the discharge files. He too arrived outside once finishing. We good to go. Also, no patrols. I would say no teaching, but you're so stubborn I doubt I'd even get you to consider it. Aizawa nodded and felt slightly proud. He shivered at the cold and attempted to wrap his arms closer to his chest. The bandages provided enough warmth to last the journey back to their apartment. Shinsou's complexion did look pretty bad. I was focusing more on the kid that jumped through the window with a stash of jelly packets. Aizawa ducked his head into his capture weapon, the one thing from his hero costume that was still usable. He tried his best to remember what he saw during the conversation. With most of his vision impaired, it was a whole lot harder to hone in on details. We can grab takeout for him tomorrow. I was planning on visiting anyway. I need to double-check his English essay. The one that's due in like forever. Yeah, he completed it after he woke up. Said he was bored. Now that was surprising. Most students procrastinate until the last moment. Shinsou seemed like the type to do exactly that. However, each piece Aizawa set for the class was turned in first by Shinsou, not Ida nor Yaoyorozu. It was pretty shocking when Aizawa gave a 3-page quiz out first period and Shinsou handed it back after his free period. What should I make for dinner? Yamada pulled his hand up and rubbed the stubble he didn't have. I don't care, I'll eat whatever. Yamada pouted and ran through suggestions. Curry, rice, pizza, burgers. I just said I didn't care. Hizashi, make something with the stuff we have in the fridge. Aizawa flung his wrapped arms in the air and sped his pace, attempting to get away from the annoying cockatoo. He could see heaven once the apartment came into view. The soft pillows calling his name. The secret jelly fridge he remembered to plug in. Although, bastard aggressively attacking his feet was not something Aizawa was looking forward to. Yamada pulled out the key for the front door, and the second it opened, Aizawa pushed past, then ran straight for the bed. The hospital one may have had some special features, but nothing defeats the almighty king-sized bed that barely fits in the bedroom. He collapsed down, all limbs flowing in different directions the most they could, and just as sleep was about to take over, Yamada spoke from the kitchen. We're out of milk. I'm going down to the shop. Aizawa was alright with Yamada going out. He wasn't bothered because he would go out for patrol later. He hated being stuck inside, and patrol was one of the times he could easily get away. But he was banned from said patrol. Aizawa quickly rushed up and nearly broke the door by shoulder barging it, startling Yamada, who was just putting his coat on. It's fine, I'll go get it. I need something from the shop as well. Aizawa didn't give a chance for reasoning and was halfway out the front door when he was stopped. Geez, okay, at least put a coat on. Get some onions too. Aizawa nodded and allowed Yamada to help him with his coat. The moment it was on, he calmly walked out and exited the apartment building. Aizawa repeated the 2 items in his head as the streetlights gave a nice, clear view of the path. The corner shop was one they visited frequently, so it was ingrained into his muscle memory. He didn't even need to think about where to go, giving him enough space to stay vigilant of his surroundings. The store was quiet and not a single soul in sight, other than the cashier. Aizawa grabbed the milk and onions, paid, then left. The walk back was too boring, too long, so he took a shortcut. The shortcut probably wasn't the best path for an injured person who can just about defend themselves. But Aizawa was willing to take that risk to get back quicker. The buildings around were old and falling apart, barely able to withstand its own structural weight. It gave off an eerie feeling deep into your bones. He hated this specific area especially. Once a tragedy he failed to prevent. Aizawa got so caught up in making sure the path he was taking was right, he nearly didn't register the buzz that came from his pocket. With a struggle, he grabbed his phone and read the message. Greater than hey Shu, look at the moon. It's a waxing crescent. Remind you of anything? Of course it reminds him of something. The day they both got engaged had the moon visible in the sky, a waxing crescent. You could see it in the wedding photo Nimuri took. Greater than what else would it remind me of? I got what we needed, so I'll be back soon. Typing back a response was pretty difficult. Aizawa looked up to see the moon, only to be blocked by a building he has come to hate. As his eyes trailed up, Not able to see much due to the bandages, one thing stood out. 2 pairs of legs, hanging over the edge, quickly disappearing away from sight. Legs, 2 people ... What are they? They can't be ... Not again. I need to get up there. Shit, I can't make it with my arms like this. Fucking hell. They're going to be okay. I need to find a way up. I can stop it this time. Aizawa dropped the milk he had not really been holding anywhere near tightly enough and rushed to the entrance of the building. He was thankful for the fact it was abandoned. The door was rotting away, so easy access. But now, he wasn't so thankful as the lift wasn't in service due to the electric having been cut off. He rushed his way over to the stairs, annoyed with how many floors he would now have to climb. If only his arms weren't wrapped, his capture weapon required some sort of grip to pull himself up a building. Without hands it was pretty tricky. Blood rushed to his ears, thoughts drowning out any sounds he was making. He wasn't trying to be discreet. Not when there's 2 people sitting suspiciously close to the edge of a roof at the dead of night. The floor numbers were going up quicker, Aizawa soon reaching the top, only to be blocked by a heavy emergency door. Voices were audible from the other side. Aizawa threw himself at the door, shoulder banging as hard as it could to try open it. The voices stopped, pushing Aizawa to try harder. The adrenaline must have blocked out any pain as nothing hurt. After what felt like hours, the door finally caved in and the roof was the first thing he saw. Aizawa hurriedly glanced around, only to find 2 familiar faces, almost as panicked as he was, staring right back at him. Aizawa-sensei, what are you doing here? He didn't know how to react. He had every right to feel angry, yet he was more relieved that Shinsou, the person on the roof, wasn't there for what he had assumed. I could say the same for you. You're supposed to be in the hospital. Aizawa crossed his arms as best as he could while the 2 teens in front of him shut up. All right, I'm taking you home. Sukachi will rip me a new one if he found out I left you 2 to find your own way back. He turned around and stood in the direction of the door. Deep breaths, he didn't let the 2 see he was taking. Where do you 2 live then? Aizawa had really hoped he wouldn't need to do more than walk them 5 minutes down the road, but life simply doesn't work that way. I live, like, half an hour away, near the cat cafe. You've got to be kidding me ... Just wait here a second. Aizawa struggled to grab his phone out to call Hisashi. Luckily the man knew how to drive a car well enough to get them places safely. Not that he drives ... ever, not after the incident where he managed to flip the car. Greater than Hisashi. Can you drive over to the old abandoned office building 5 minutes away? Lesser than, greater than, sure. Do I need anything else? Or just me? Lesser than, greater than, that should be it. Hurry though. I hate the cold. Lesser than. Aizawa hung up the call and turned to the teens. They were huddled close and whispering to each other. A blob of fur was resting in Shinsou's arms. Okay, let's go. Follow me. The 2 didn't put up an argument and tailed the teacher. They stuck as a pair and were bound by shoulders. It was pretty cute. Of course, Hisashi listened to the instructions good enough and was outside the door the second everyone stepped outside. Hey Shinsou, don't say my name out in public. You 2, in the back. Aizawa made sure they listened and only got into his seat once they were buckled in, or well, one of them. The entire ride had them both quiet. Hisashi occasionally spoke, but only for a short period of time. As soon as the cafe was in sight, Shinsou and Izuku propped their heads up and unblocked their seats, waiting for the car to stop. The moment it was parked, the 2 hopped out, way too eagerly. They had begun walking before Aizawa even had the chance to open his own door, which proved to be more of a challenge than he had originally thought. Wait, I said I'd be taking you all the way home, didn't I? Shinsou and Izuku paused in sync and turned around to face the bandaged hero. Aizawa took the opportunity to walk next to them and follow their steps. The house was surprisingly close, a minute or 2 down the road, way better than half an hour away. As they got closer, Shinsou was getting more and more anxious, visible with the fact he was constantly playing with the hem of his sleeve. The 2 walked past the hedge that encased the entrance of the house. Izuku looked back to Aizawa, making slight eye contact. He stood still and waited for them both to be situated safely in the house. Shinsou knocked on the door and for a few seconds, it was silent. Then the door opened at a rapid speed. A woman angrily began shouting. Aizawa stayed in place, silently watching from the entrance of the front garden. He didn't know how to react, however, when said woman grabbed Shinsou by his hair and attempted to pull him inside. She caught sight of Aizawa standing there and continued to shout even worse profanities at her so-called son. Izuku had started intervening and Aizawa took that chance to question her. What the fuck do you think you're doing? He used his capture weapon to grab her hands, preventing her from doing anything else. She continued with her rants as Izuku led Shinsou away, silently nodding to Aizawa. Her husband soon showed himself. He was a lot calmer but wasn't pleasant to speak to. He was siding with the woman, saying how Shinsou was a troublemaker and didn't deserve any respect. It was enraging, talking about a child you're supposed to love in such a way. Aizawa could already hear Yamada running down the street and talking to Shinsou, who appeared to be sitting just a couple doors down. Aizawa pulled out his phone, trying not to show the struggle, and called Tsukachi up, explained the situation with little but accurate enough detail, then hung up. The woman had no longer struggled but was still shouting. As the sirens finally closed in and police exited their vehicles, Aizawa went to talk to the pair of troublemakers. Yamada was sitting close and Izuku was cradling Shinsou in his arms. It was adorable how Chip was nudging into his side, but this wasn't a situation for Aizawa to fawn over a cat. Yamada looked up to him and walked over, leaving the three others on the wall. Aizawa explained the situation in best detail he could and waited for Tsukachi to arrive. The two kids had a small conversation of their own but stopped a lot sooner than the adults did. Yamada went and retrieved a bag from the house after Tsukachi agreed with what they had planned. Aizawa headed towards the kids and stared down. "All right, troublemakers, up." Aizawa faced the two as Izuku glanced up at him and then back down to Shinsou. Aizawa repositioned the bag slung over his shoulder into a more comfortable place. "Toshi, we gotta get up now." There was no response even after Izuku tapped his cheek a few times. "I'll go grab Hisashi. He can carry him back to the car." Izuku tilted then shook his head. "It's all right, I'll do it. You can take Chip." Aizawa stifled a laugh. Someone as small as him carrying a body twice his size. "With your tiny lit." Izuku then proceeded to lift Shinsou up with little effort, shocking Aizawa along the way. His words were cut short. Aizawa nodded in approval and directed them to the car, Izuku following behind. Once they arrived at the car, Yamada was already waiting and didn't spare a second glance at the flying body making its way into the back seat. Shinsou was placed down gently, Izuku strapping him in nice and snug. Aizawa climbed into the metal vehicle. "Rough night, huh?" "Yeah, it was even worse before we got you guys tangled up in it." "Sorry." Izuku avoided eye contact and stared out the window. The car began to move, and soon enough, buildings were passing by at fast speeds. "I've just realized I'm letting a stranger take me and my unconscious friend somewhere I don't know. Kid, you've known me for nearly a year now. You're coming to our house. Naomasa can deal with the legal parts, seeing how we're technically kidnapping two children." Aizawa paused for a moment, staring into empty space before a smile formed on his face. "Pretty sure you can go home whenever you feel like it though. Your quirk is pretty cool." Aizawa saw Izuku nod his head out the corner of his eye. During the journey, a light thud was heard from the back. Aizawa looked up in the rear-view mirror to find the two teens leaning on each other, fast asleep. It was going to be a pain in the ass to carry the two back into the apartment, but that was something future Aizawa could deal with. He wanted to point it out to Hisashi, but remembering he wasn't able to see the problem child just yet, he kept the memory trapped in his heart. "All right, and we're home." "Quiet, they're both asleep." Yamada ducked his head and rubbed the back of his neck. "Sorry about that. Do I have to carry Shinsou up?" Aizawa's silence spoke more than enough, and Yamada let out a sigh of defeat. He unbuckled Shinsou and begun carrying him up to the apartment, handing the car keys over to Aizawa so that he can lock up once Izuku was out. Luckily, the kid was as light as a feather. It was easy to swoop him up with the capture weapon along with his furry friend. All that's left now is to hope Bastard doesn't start a fight. The door was open after Aizawa managed to climb the stairs, and Shinsou was already placed in the guest bedroom. Aizawa settled Izuku next to him, Chip laying over his chest the second he was on the bed. "Jesus, what a pain in the ass. Let's just order takeout. I dropped the milk and onions when I found these too." "That's fine. I don't think I can be bothered to cook anything anyway." The two pro heroes then went and ate dinner, washed up, then packed up for bed. "I have a radio station interview in the morning. I'll make breakfast and be off. Don't do anything to aggravate your wounds." Aizawa, already half asleep, gave a weak MHM before dozing off, Yamada following soon after. Aizawa could feel sleep tugging at his mind. Yet something was preventing the nice sleep he should have received. Muffled cries and words, not understandable. The cries would range and the words would change. He finally had enough and opened his eyes, expecting to see his bedroom. That wasn't the outcome. A black mist surrounded him. Aizawa was no longer laying down. Instead, he was stood in a defensive stance. However, nothing to defend. The words he wasn't able to make out slowly registered. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. It's not your fault, I'm sorry, honey." The cries only grew. Two shadows, one small, one large. Aizawa walked closer, reaching out to the figure, but before his hand managed to close around said figure, it disappeared. They changed positions. "Of course you wouldn't have a quirk, you're a Deku. See, even your name has it in." Two less stable-looking shadows laughed from behind, at a smaller shadow, crying on the floor. Aizawa went to intervene, trying to stop whatever was going on, yet his attempts were futile. The shadows dissipated into thin air, reforming in different states. "He's hopeless, he's never going to gain a quirk. I'd give up if I were you." This time, there were no cries. Only silent whispers as a tiny-shaped blob fell to the floor. It changed again. "Take a swan dive off the roof and hope for a quirk in your next life." The words were sharp, rattled harshly against Aizawa's head. It left a ringing sensation that was incredibly uncomfortable. The shadow walked right through Aizawa and wasn't fazed slightly at the presence it passed through. The shadows changed, yet again. Maybe try a different profession, like a doctor or police officer. It's a death wish for a quirkless person to try become a hero. A disgusting taste filled Aizawa's mouth, copper, metallic, too similar to blood. Despite all the changes, one thing stayed the same. The green orb following a certain figure. The small one that cried, now big and pushing down all emotions. The environment changed this time. An environment Aizawa was familiar with. A rooftop. He searched around frantically, hoping it wouldn't be the same nightmare that taunted his dreams after that one fateful night. He could see it. The traces of green blowing in the wind, the blackened shadow standing on the edge. He tried his best to rush over ... but his body wouldn't move. He had to stand and watch as he failed, yet again to save an innocent soul. Aizawa closed his eyes, dreading the moment the shadow would hit the floor. But it never came. The unsettling crack his nightmares would use as torture. The squish of flesh on the concrete, instead, was a light. The normal black figures, replaced with a glowing white one. It spoke in a gently tone, way too nice for Aizawa's comfort, yet it soothed him nonetheless. Please look after my baby. You're the only one I can trust this job with. I believe in you, Aizawa-san. He wanted to ask what she meant. He wanted to speak up. His voice didn't reach. She nodded and soon fell off the same roof the shadow did. Then he woke up. He was up in a cold sweat, eyes panicked and searching the room. Searching for what? Aizawa didn't know. He thought he had a strange dream, yet no recollection of it. He scratched his mess of hair and rubbed in between his eyes. Whatever dream he had most definitely fucked with his sleep. Aizawa walked out his room, way groggier than usual, and collapsed into his husband's neck, who was making breakfast. You're up early. Bad night's sleep. Aizawa gave somewhat of a reply and sat down at the table. Shinsou will probably wake up soon. I'd get changed and look at least a little decent for our guests. Truth be told, Aizawa forgot about the absolute disaster caused last night. He slightly regretted his decision, but no take-backs now. He changed and awaited for the two teens to wake. Yamada had left for his radio show, as he had mentioned, but not before making breakfast. Aizawa laid his head on the coffee table in the living room and flickered through his phone. Hopefully the kids would wake up soon. Shinsou had expected to wake up, safe and comfy in his bed. Life doesn't work that way, however, as he awoke to a weight on his chest and arms unknowingly spread across his face. Izuku, snoring loudly beside him, didn't have a worry in the world at the current point in time. Shinsou did. His foster mother attacked him in front of his homeroom teacher after he snuck out of hospital. He ended up falling asleep at some point and was in an unfamiliar room. The ceiling was an entirely different color, his own being a nice beige color, this one being a light shade of blue and green. Mint, perhaps. Shinsou attempted to sit up, only to be flattened into a forceful hug by his gremlin of a friend. The cat on his chest also didn't aid in this attempt. He had ultimately decided to just sit there and wait it out, wait for Izuku to eventually wake up and move away. The only problem was the blaring his stomach was making, screaming for food. The jelly packets weren't really a substantial meal. How Aizawa lived on these things as his only source of nutrients, Shinsou didn't want to know. After his stomach protested against laying in bed, Shinsou finally took the initiative to throw Izuku off of him, maybe with a little more force than needed. Ship had taken that as a sign to step off and relax on the nearby pillow instead. Shinsou sat up, searching the unfamiliar room that had the smell of bacon wafting around. He scratched the back of his neck and yawned. Does he just go out? After a lot of contemplating, Shinsou decided to hope out of bed and walk over to the door. There wasn't anyone talking. Is that a good or bad thing? He slowly opened the door, cringing as it creaked, and stuck his head out. All clear. Shinsou carefully stepped closer to the end of the hallway, not peeking around just yet. He wasn't sure if he was even alone, or the two heroes went off and did something else. Come out, I know you're there. Shinsou flinched but revealed himself. Aizawa was wearily glancing up from his bandages. He pointed towards the table over to the far end of the kitchen. Mike made breakfast. He wasn't sure if the kid would eat it though, so there's only a small plate for him. He made you more than enough. Shinsou nodded, only realizing how awkward it was now being left alone with his teacher. He wasn't exactly close with the man despite knowing a lot about him from Izuku. He silently sat down and dug into the plate made for him. He could almost cry at how good it was. He hadn't eaten such delight in forever. Tell him I said thanks ... It's really good. Aizawa had finally gotten up and walked over to the table, sitting opposite Shinsou. Care to explain yesterday? Also, he already knows. Boasts about how great his food is all the time. Aizawa sneered and placed his hand on his cheek, staring daggers into Shinsou. That wasn't normal ... She hasn't done that before. No shit, Sherlock. Grabbing your kid's hair and pulling him around while screaming down his ears. Aizawa was talking in his normal monotone voice, yet it was laced with concern. Shinsou would usually feel offended if it was anyone else saying it, but the way Aizawa had said it felt different, like he genuinely cared. Language, not in front of your student. Izuku had appeared and smacked Aizawa on the head. He then cursed again due to biting his tongue during the impact. Shinsou felt his lips upturning as he watched the two bicker. You're so lucky I can't skin you alive. I'd do it if I had the chance. Wouldn't have to deal with such a pain in the ass. As if I'd let you, old man. Shinsou finally broke and laughter uncontrollably spilled. Izuku joined in but soon stopped with screams of pain. He kicked his leg around only to have a cat attached to it. Aizawa was smirking as he watched Izuku struggle to get it off. So it seems you've met bastard. He's got a really shit attitude, especially mornings or after long shifts at work. Aizawa circled the table and picked up all the finished plates, then placing them in the sink to be washed later. Izuku was trying his best to pry the cat on his legs free. His savior came to the rescue, however. Ship had jumped and pulled at bastard, the two tumbling away into the living room. Kid, do you just sleep all day? I remember Naomasa saying your quirk worked when you slept. Izuku and Shinsou shared a glance. Aizawa didn't see as he had his back turned, facing the fridge. An effect of my quirk is always feeling tired. Like Bakugous with his explosive temper. I'm assuming it was mostly caused by the constant feeling to explode things. He sweats nitroglycerin constantly, which couldn't be good as the substance might affect him at all times. While it wouldn't be ideal Izuku stopped what he was saying, realizing he was caught up in one of his mumbles, something he was trying hard to stop. I'll shorten it. Quirk affects everyone differently. Mine makes me tired. It was a lie, but no one knew that other than Shinsou. Aizawa was about to speak, but a knock at the door made him pause and groan. That's probably Hisashi. I wasn't expecting visitors. He trudged his was over to the door, significantly slower than he actually could, almost in a way to taunt the person at the other end. Aizawa opened it and startled a little. Hi Shouta, I see you have the kids. Wow, being a detective for once. They're clearly in your line of sight. What do you need? Statements. He allowed the guest in and barely avoided the cats playfully fighting at his feet. Well, there's that and the fact you basically kidnapped a student. Aizawa shrugged his shoulders and rolled his eyes. Shinsou nervously sat next to Izuku at the dining table. Well, tell me this, you're going to foster him? Yes. I'm sure Yamada wouldn't mind. He's been bugging you for kids since, like, forever. Yeah, get on with it. Tsukachi walked over to Shinsou and pulled a chair out. If you don't mind, would you be willing to give a statement of what happened? Shinsou nodded and began giving an in-depth explanation of the situation, even mentioning previous fosters and how they would muzzle him. The mood shifted immediately after he told the detective about the first time he was muzzled. Shinsou had chalked on a few of his words, biting back tears, and Izuku just reassuringly rubbed his back, which always calmed him down. I understand. Thank you for this, Shinsou. I'm hoping to open a case as soon as possible. Aizawa will have you under his care for now with his emergency foster license. Tsukachi bowed and headed for the front door, politely declining some tea. As he left, Yamada walked in. They greeted each other with a quick nod and continued. Are we all right in here? Tsukachi came to finalize us as parents. Shinsou looked up at Yamada, who had just come back from his radio show, and gave a tiny smile, barely noticeable. You wish, have you got any more radio shows for today? If not, then we need to grab some more necessities. I had a bag in my room full of clothes and stuff. I'd always keep it packed because I'd get passed around all the time. Yamada gave a sad glance, but Shinsou ignored it and stared at Izuku, trying his best not to make eye contact with anyone else. Oh, I grabbed that last night. I'll go grab it for you. Yamada did exactly that and sped off to some other area in the house. Aizawa hadn't moved from his spot of resting on the countertop. His expression was unreadable. We have school tomorrow, right? Or is it cancelled still? No, you have school, and I have to teach a bunch of shit stains. Aizawa bent down and shoved his hand behind the freezer, pulling out a jelly packet. Izuku attempted to also grab one but was stopped with a threatening glare. Go one, take one. Izuku immediately backed off and bumped into Yamada, who was running with a bag in his hands. Whoa, what was that? Don't you think you should possess him, so he can finally see him? Izuku thought about it for a second. Why don't I do it during the meeting? Nedzu is most definitely going to have tomorrow and use Yamada's body to dance around on the table. Aizawa nearly spat out his jelly and Shinsou was on the verge of laughter. Yamada was just watching, confused. Aizawa had his Cheshire Cat grin on, which signaled to anyone around that he had a bad idea. Perfect, I'll record it. Shoo, what did he say? Also, here's your bag. Shinsou thanked him and walked to the room he came out from earlier, dropping the bag on the floor. Ship had run at the sight, hoping to slip inside, but the bag was full to the brim. She settled with sitting on top. He gave her a quick head rub and made his way back to the kitchen, only to find Aizawa and Izuku formulating a plan to prank Yamada, who was begging Aizawa to tell him what they were saying. They're planning to prank you. Izuku snapped his head in Shinsou's direction and fell down dramatically. Hisashi, why'd you tell him? Izuku sat on the floor with his arms crossed, glaring at Shinsou. I didn't tell him when or where. Izuku must have taken that as an answer as he stopped sulking and stood up. All four of them were now awkwardly standing and doing absolutely nothing. Suo ... You and Shouta aren't healed fully. I believe we should just sit inside all day and do nothing. Aizawa grouched and sat down on the sofa. The USJ attack was still on the news. Yamada had gone and begun preparing dinner for some reason. Said it would take ages to make and it's better to start now rather than later. Shinsou called for Chip and she came sprinting. She jumped up into his arms and curled into a ball. Shinsou decided the floor was pretty comfortable, so he just rested there with the cat in his arms. He wasn't truly alone though, as Izuku was mumbling about some random hero he saw on the TV. Oh, he's the new illusion hero. I can't pinpoint his name. He looks like a skeleton with big eyes and loose clothing, circled patterns along with occasional lines. Underground hero. Obviously not anymore. How could they display him on live television? The nerve. How does he cause the illusions though? Perhaps it's a trick of the mind. What if a gas is involved ... like midnight? Izuku snapped out of his train of thought when Shinsou tapped his arm, pointing at Chip and Bastard snuggling on the floor. They looked like yin and yang. Bastard was fully black while Chip was a light gray. Not exactly the same, but the ghostly tint she had made her appear white. That's so cute, Aizawa, look. I have been looking. They just had a fist fight, if you didn't see. Izuku ignored the man and looked back down at Bastard, who had looked back up at Izuku. That reminds me, Netsu said that animals and young children could see me. Doesn't that mean that Takoyami or Asui should have been able to see me? Maybe only real animals. I have no clue. Test it out when we go back. Kid, how long have you been in the classes? Izuku decided to ignore that too. Since the beginning. Shinsou ratted him out. Izuku couldn't believe it. He dramatic fell to the floor only for his head to hit Shinsou's lap. Shinsou paid no mind and begun playing with his hair, Izuku's weak spot. Don't you think about it. You're not fighting me though, I'll do what I want. Izuku couldn't argue with that. Shinsou was going to put him asleep by massaging his scalp. He could have moved easily, probably sinking through the floor, but he didn't. Shinsou succeeded in making Izuku sleep. It only took a minute, which surprised Aizawa. Does he usually go that quick? No, might be the stress. He's way more hyper than usual yet easily passes out. He doesn't even need to sleep ... when he's in ghost form. Shinsou nearly forgot to mention the last part. He needed to keep up with the lie until Izuku told Aizawa the truth. Izuku is usually pretty calm, but recently he's falling back into his old habits, jittering around, mumbling, spacing out randomly. He kicked those off soon after meeting Shinsou, but they've recently come back. Hey there you two, 3. I made some lunch. Dinner is taking forever though. Yamada deflated slightly but recovered and walked back into the kitchen. The table was full of small snacks. Picky bits that were easy to make into a mini meal. It gave the freedom to choose what you want, which was pretty nice. Shinsou grabbed a plate and sat at the table, too anxious to ask if he could take it to the room. Do you guys usually adapt to someone else in your home so quickly? I feel like I'm intruding. Not typically. We had to room with Midnight for a few nights and it was terrible. I hated every second of it. Shouta just hates everyone that intrudes on his personal space though, I'm not going to lie. Yamada leaned over to Shinsou and whispered, he's taken a liking to you, don't tell anyone. Shinsou nodded and went back to eating, a warm fuzzy feeling arising. He saw Izuku from the corner of his eye slowly waking up. Hitoshi, oh my gosh, did I tell you about the weirdest dream I had last night? Shinsou rubbed at his ear. Izuku was really loud today. Okay, so basically, I was stuck in this weird black mist and had to watch through all my memories. It was terrible, more of a nightmare. Aizawa flinched a little. He knew he had a strange dream, but he couldn't remember anything. Maybe it was similar to Izukus. And why are you so cheery about it? I have no clue. Shinsou rolled his eyes and did his signature neck rub before gathering his plate, gently placing it in the sink. He wishes the day would end already and he could go back to school. Shinsou never would have thought he would ever think about actually wanting to go to school, but it was better than staying at your teacher's house with a tense air. He opted with sitting in front of the TV, playing around with the cats occasionally. The stand that the television was sitting on had spaces for books. It was filled with all different kinds. Quirk theory, science, heroes, you name it. Too bad Izuku wasn't here to check them out. He had ran off after eating, something about Tsukachi. Shinsou turned to face Aizawa. Can I read one of these? Knock yourself out. Shinsou nodded and flicked through all the books, skimming over the blurbs to find an interest. 2 small books stood out from the rest. One of the front covers was a normal notebook with the words, Quirk Analysis number 14. The second was the same book but different scribbled words, Hero Analysis for the Future, number 15. Shinsou quietly picked them both up, resting on his lap to read after the other. Quirk Analysis number 14 consisted of quite a few underground heroes and the occasional limelight. Even Eraserhead was there. Each hero had a miniature sketch and a box underneath, where a signature would be placed. Questions were written on the opposite page, and the details on the hero were next to the sketch. The drawings weren't the best, but the detail each hero was explained with was surprising. The tiny box underneath Eraserhead had a miniature eraser. Shinsou was surprised to find out Aizawa willing signed someone's book. Why did Aizawa have this book though? It seemed to be someone looking up to heroes. Shinsou couldn't imagine Aizawa writing pages worth of hero analysis. Shinsou picked up the other book and carefully examined each page. They were full of different training techniques and small drawings of hero suit prototypes. They were obviously based off of All Might. The ears and mask that looked like a smile was a dead giveaway. Shinsou flicked to another page, a massive All Might, in neat handwriting across 2 pages, yet red ink was scribbled over it. Surely the owner of the book liked All Might, so why scribble over his signature? Shinsou related though after hearing Izuku's story. He dreaded even seeing the man. Hey, Aizawa-sensei, where did you find this book? It's the 14th and 15th volume, so I was wondering if I could find more. You don't have to call me sensei. We're not in school. If it makes you comfortable, just call me Shouta. And those books, I have no clue if there is actually more. I found them but never got the rest. Shinsou ducked his head down and reread a few of the pages. Where'd you find it? Maybe I can go back and check. Aizawa was silent for a few moments, only the television and Yamada's whistling to be heard. There's no more, I checked. Don't worry, ... if there was more where I found them, I would know. Shinsou decided that was a good time to stop prying. He was curious, but Aizawa seemed uncomfortable talking about it. Maybe something bad happened. Shinsou placed the books back neatly and grabbed another one. He noticed a beanbag in the corner of the room and sat down, wiggling around to get comfortable. Ship had realized he moved, so she jumped in his lap, only for Bastard to follow. He now had 2 cats in his lap and a book to read. What else do you need in life? The beanbag was so soft, you could sink into it. If it was big enough, it'd probably engulf Shinsou whole. He probably wouldn't mind that if it was just as comfy. The cats purring on his lap only made it nicer. He hadn't felt this relaxed in a house since, well, before he could remember. Before he developed his quirk. His mom would scoop him up, fling him up high into the air and catch him. They'd laugh and giggle. His dad would join in too. Those memories were the last he had. Everything went wrong after that. Shinsou could feel tears pricking at his eyes, slightly painful. He hit it with the book and pulled it closer to his face, biting down hard on his bottom lip, nearly drawing blood. God, where was Izuku when you need him? Blinking away the tears took a lot longer than anticipated. The unfamiliar area could have something to do with it. The smell of food roaming around. Shinsou was rarely home to have sense embedded in memory. He remembers the smell of his mom's hair. He didn't need to think of her though. He didn't need to start getting worked up. Not after that shit show last night. A finger popped up over his book. Green curls making themselves welcome to Shinsou's vision. I'm back. I can see. Izuku tilted his head and read the book title. Space Technology in Progress. That's so interesting. I'm fascinated by the fact space progress was completely stopped to a halt after Quirk's begun showing. Despite Quirk's first appearance being around 200 years ago, we didn't move on with space. With the quirks people have, I don't know why we haven't. I'd like to imagine there's aliens out there. I know there are, definitely. Izuku paused once he realized Shinsou and Aizawa were staring at him. That's quite a lot of info. I'm assuming you know a lot about space. Yes, I love astrology and astronomy. My mom got me a telescope when I was 5. Izuku had slowed down and seemed a little sadder. Shinsou picked up on it and flicked to a page about different star signs. Izuku immediately picked it up and started reading. He was captivated the second he smooshed down on the beanbag right next to Shinsou. He was basically sitting on his lap. Pretty embarrassing. The sports festival is coming up soon. I'm going to tell the class tomorrow, but since I remembered, I figured I'd just tell you now. Izuku perked up at the mention of the sports festival. He loved watching it every year. All different quirks that can be used in so many different ways. Hizashi is dragging me along to do commentary with him. Ah, lucky you. Don't worry, I'll either be with Shinsou, or you too. I'll decide when the time comes. Aizawa just stared blankly at Izuku, taking in all his details. The trance was broken when Yamada called them for dinner. Izuku was left with a significantly smaller amount. Not that he was complaining, it just felt nice to finally eat with others again. Shinsou decided to head back to his room straight after eating. Izuku followed along. He helped unpack the school uniform and necessities for Monday and collapsed onto the bed before Shinsou could. That didn't stop him from also falling back and landing on top of Izuku. He groaned as Shinsou's elbow hit his side and Izuku circled in on himself. Gee, thanks. That's what you get for taking my bed. Anyway, I'm absolutely exhausted. Night, Izu. Izuku nodded and turned the lights off. He walked over to the bed and crawled in, not having the energy to annoy Aizawa. Night, Toshi. Shinsou slept surprisingly well that night. No interruptions, no shouting, loud snoring from Izuku though, but that's basically become white noise with how often he falls asleep along with Shinsou. Shinsou automatically woke up at 6 a.m. His body clock was a pain in the ass ever since school started. Izuku was literally strangling Chip in his sleep, and she was putting up with it. She seemed pretty comfortable. He shrugged and dressed. The tie was the hardest part. He let Izuku do it once and it looked terrible. It was tiny and didn't even go past his blazer. Izuku looked proud though, so Shinsou wore it for only that day. Shinsou didn't need to check to see if anyone else was awake as Yamada was whistling to some old pre-Quirk era song while cooking up a breakfast. He shuffled out the door and quietly walked to the kitchen. Yamada hadn't noticed him, probably because of his loud singing. He did some sort of spin while cooking with the pan and caught a glimpse of Shinsou. "Oh, hey there listener. Have any preferences for breakfast?" He placed the pan back on the stove and let whatever he was cooking simmer. "I'm alright with anything, thank you." Shinsou sat down at the table and pulled out his phone. He hadn't even noticed it was with him. The USJ attack was everywhere. While it had probably died down a little since that day, news stations were still displaying it. "Okay, pancakes are done. Shu should be out soon. Are you good with leaving a little earlier? We tend to go to school at around 6:45. I'm coming with you guys." Shinsou thought he'd just take the bus or maybe even a train. The idea that he'd get a lift from Aizawa or Yamada never crossed his mind. "Yeah, we're all going to the same place, might as well." Yamada shrugged, and just as he predicted, Aizawa walked out his room and trotted to the kitchen. He grabbed a cough that was pre-made and added 6 spoons of sugar. Slightly worrying, but he downed it in less than a minute. "So where's the kid? Not stuck to your hip and following you around?" He's probably getting ready for school. Maybe. He'll definitely be at UA in time though." Aizawa nodded and sat down, taking a small portion of pancakes. Yamada had taken the largest and easily finished it. He went to the bathroom to fix up his hair. Shinsou forgot he did his hair into a crazy style. Aizawa looked like he never did his hair. It was well kept though. It looked healthy but never brushed. Shinsou didn't need to worry about his too much. It'd grow out in a weird way and stick like that. After breakfast, Shinsou grabbed the plates and put them in the sink. Izuku had woken up and shown himself. Luckily, he didn't do it any earlier, or Aizawa wouldn't have believed the lie. "All right, are we all ready to go? I've got everything." Yamada went to the door and waited for everyone to come out, accidentally slamming the door on Izuku's face. Not that it really mattered as he could slip through. Shinsou chuckled as Izuku groaned about it. The car journey was a lot shorter than they had predicted. Izuku said it would take half hour. Shinsou said it would take only 20. It took 10. Shinsou, however, was the closest, so he won that mini competition. Shinsou and Izuku split up once arriving at UA. He was off to prank Yamada with Aizawa while Shinsou went and sat in class for the next hour. "What should I do then?" "I just take control. Make him dance on the table. Do it right in the middle of the meeting." Aizawa was smiling wide again. And much to Yamada's dismay, he had no idea about the fate set out for him. The meeting went just as planned. Izuku gave Nedzu a small smile and allowed him to carry on, only for the time being. Izuku turned to Aizawa and gave a thumbs up, who also gave one back. Aizawa pulled out his phone and hit record. Izuku walked over to Yamada, apologizing in advance, and slipped in. He stumbled slightly and grinned. Nedzu saw as he stopped talking for a second. Izuku jumped onto the table and blasted music from Yamada's speakers, then proceeding to breakdance on the table. A disco ball appeared from the roof. "Nedzu." "Yamada, what are you doing?" "What the fuck? This isn't the time. We're in a meeting. Go Yamada." Izuku knew Midnight was the one cheering him on. She was bursting into a fit of laughter. All the other members of staff weren't as pleased, but that didn't matter. Izuku could feel Yamada fighting for control, so he let go. Now the real Yamada was back and sitting on the table. Everyone was staring at him while the lights flickered different colors. "What the fuck? What do you mean? You just jumped on the table and started dancing like a madman." Vlad King sounded angry, but you could tell he was biting back laughter. Now everyone, let's move on to more important matters." Izuku walked over to Aizawa and watched the video he took. He couldn't stop laughing. He collapsed to the ground and held his side. Yamada walked over to Aizawa and took one look at Izuku. "What the hell, you guys?" he whispered while hiding his face in his hands. "Payback for the time you got me hit with that dancing quirk. That was 5 years ago." Aizawa seemed a little petty, but it was still hilarious nonetheless. Nedzu carried on with his meeting, and Yamada got side glances every now and then. Izuku left halfway through. He was bored and they were going on about the sports festival. He'd usually be into it, but it was just the security measures. "Hey Hitoshi, you missed it. It was so funny. I got Yamada to dance on the table." A disco ball appeared and the lights changed colors. It looked almost intentional. Shinsou snorted at the thought of Yamada dancing in front of all his co-workers. "That sounds amusing. Are you going to be able to help me train in Gym Gamma after school?" "Pretty sure Aizawa said we can train as long as it's weekdays." "Yeah, I've got nothing else to do. Being a ghost is boring. Why don't you learn?" Like genuinely come to class and learn. Izuku actually thought that sounded great. He may not be participating, but he would still technically be learning. I'll do that then. I'm slightly sad I can't join in on physical exercises, but too bad. Shinsou rested his head back on the desk just as Aizawa walked into the class. The two shared a knowing glance and Izuku dragged Shinsou over to show him the video. You two are so cruel, he whispered while smirking. He found it funny but had to act at least a little sympathetic. Yamada burst the door open and collapsed to his knees when he saw the three of them gathering to watch the video. How could you? Don't even think about showing it to Nimuri. Aizawa gave a wide grin. Wasn't even planning on it, but now that you mention it. Both Izuku and Shinsou winced as Yamada pleaded for Aizawa to delete it. Sashi, my students will be here soon and I'm assuming you wouldn't like them seeing. You wouldn't dare. Aizawa didn't say anything but instead gave his normal dead look. Yamada knew if he didn't leave then Aizawa would most definitely show them. Fine, see you later. And hi there, Izuku was it? Izuku nodded and waved goodbye. Ida was marching down the halls, ready for class. Shinsou ignored him and headed for his desk, placing his forehead on the wooden frame. It didn't take long for the class to fill in and everyone chatting about the attack. All right, the sports festival is only 2 weeks away. I expect all of you to do your best. Now, if anyone has questions, raise your hands. No one budged. Only Izuku, but Aizawa couldn't pick him in front of the whole class. Izuku pouted when he ignored him. So, no questions. Yaoyorozu, Ida, you guys can lead the class while I sleep. Wake me up when it's over. Aizawa then proceeded to step into a sleeping bag that had arms and legs, something straight out of Izuku's nightmares. Shinsou had his eyes closed. Izuku knew it was similar to Aizawa and that he wasn't actually asleep but just resting. He would take in information that was said around him. Most of the time, the people saying it weren't aware he was listening. The day went by pretty uneventful, except from the start of lunch. As the classes left their homerooms, Mona was surrounded by 1B. You guys think you're all high and mighty just because you ran into villains. Class 1B is much better than all of you combined. You're all stuck. You. The blonde kid who was making what appeared to be a hate statement was knocked on the back of the head by a ginger girl. Her fist enlarged to make the hit just that much stronger. She began shouting at him. Monoma, what did I say about bashing the other class? Huh. Shinsou had his jaw and fists clenched the entire time. Izuku noticed the tension but didn't have the chance to speak up as Shinsou moved forward. Us, stuck up. Class 1 was just attacked by villains, which by my definition is definitely a traumatic experience, and you're out here saying we're all high and mighty. I don't think you even understand the extent of damage. Our teacher could have been killed. I could have been killed. If you think you're any better than us, then I'd suggest you fuck off. Shinsou gave his death stare, one he hadn't used since middle school, and immediately, most of the other class backed away. Izuku was clutching the side of his blazer, muttering under his breath. Whoa, Shinsou. Or Yo Kirishima didn't get to ask any more as Shinsou bolted, Izuku following close behind. Izuku stayed silent as Shinsou wandered the corridors, not having a clear destination. Hey, Shinsou, grab my hand. I hope you're not claustrophobic. Shinsou looked puzzled but grasped Izuku's hand anyway. Izuku looked back and forth. Once there was no one around, he jumped up and pulled them both into the vents. Okay, follow me. Shinsou didn't have the energy to argue, he just silently agreed, not pleased about all the dust. After a few minutes of crawling around, the vents enlarged enough to walk around. The little pockets of light were from the vent covers. They were directly above a few classrooms, some of which were still in progress, so Shinsou made his steps lighter. Izuku, where are we going? SHHH, you'll find out in a second. You'll love the big room. He shrugged and carried on, plugging an earphone in as the journey was getting boring. Just as Shinsou was about to stop and think about dropping down one of the hatches, a light caught his eye. All right, we're basically here. It took a little longer because I went the long way around. Shinsou sighed and pocketed his earphone. The vents suddenly opened up into a massive area, many vents going in different directions and a room with vending machines on the left. What is this place? I call it the big room. I found it a while ago and it's pretty nice to just chill. They have jelly in one of the vending machines, by the way. Izuku rushed Shinsou over to the room, forcefully sitting him down on the sofa and handing him a watermelon jelly. This is crazy. How did you even find this? Izuku ignored the question and sat down next to him. The clock on the wall told them they had half an hour of lunch left. It didn't seem too bad in there. That was until footsteps were heard from one of the larger vents. Aizawa revealed himself and sighed when he saw who was in the room. What are you two doing? How did you even find this? Oh, I've known about it for quite a while. I've met Nedzu here before. Funny you say that. He's right here. Without warning, Nedzu pops out of Aizawa's capture weapon, startling both Shinsou and Izuku. Hello there. It's nice to finally talk to you again. It may have only been a day, but I sure missed your company. Oh, hi Principal Nedzu. It's great to see you too. Aizawa sighed and leant on the sofa. I'm not even going to ask how you two know each other. Izuku shrugged and went to greet Nedzu. So, did you need me for anything? I apologize if I've done anything wrong. No, nothing bad. I was just curious of how you managed to get through my intruder security measures. They're specifically designed to go off if a quirk is involved. Izuku tensed. He didn't really know how to answer that. I'm not quite sure myself why they don't go off. I can stop coming if you'd like. Oh, it's fine if you wish to stay. I have enough reason to believe you aren't associated with any villains. Anyway, I need to attend to some other matters. I enjoyed our game, Izuku. Netsu grinned and bowed. He left straight after, falling into a vent opening. So, problem children ... What are you doing here? Hiding away from everyone. They're all annoying, especially Class 1B. Aizawa chuckled. I agree, Vlad King is a pain in the ass. Along with his class, one of the students, Monoma I think. Yeah, he came over directly before lunch and started shouting at us. I got angry and told him to fuck off. Izuku laughed at the memory and the way Aizawa's face changed. Deserved. Anyway, are you two going to train together for the sports festival? Yup. Toshi said that he'll kick me if I help him out during the real festival. I'll stick with you guys in the commentary booth. Izuku bounced around to piss Aizawa off. Great, another nightmare to deal with. Now that everything's sorted, the final thing is to train. Train for the sports festival. Shinsou wouldn't be allowed his most definitely not a rip-off capture weapon during it as he's not in the support class. He'd have to practice for the next 2 weeks to come. Training was grueling. Izuku wasn't holding back and even managed to convince Aizawa to join in every now and then. You're improving really quickly, fast to catch on. Aizawa was watching from the side, allowing Izuku and Shinsou to spar. So far, Shinsou hasn't really socialized with his classmates, but it didn't bother him. Less people to ask questions, less people to worry about. Izuku was far more than enough anyway. Should I try practicing agility next? I've gotten my stamina up quite a bit, but turning quickly would come in handy if we have a face-off competition in the festival. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. Why don't we go to Ground Gamma? I could give you a training capture weapon. Don't think I haven't noticed you staring at mine literally anytime I use it. Shinsou froze as he felt his face flush. He honestly did really want one of his own. Aizawa's one fascinated him. The way it moves elegantly through the wind, sharp precision. It was even more confusing of how it floated in the air. It could have something to do with Aizawa's hair, which also lifts as they tend to move in sync. Yeah, I've been wanting one for ages. Didn't really know how to ask. Aizawa gave a fond smile, covering it with his binding cloth. Izuku caught it though and gave a knowing look. Aizawa teached and motioned to Shinsou that he should follow. Hey, Hitoshi, guess what I'm planning? Izuku turned around and walked backwards, Shinsou eyeing him suspiciously. What is it this time? Something to do with Present Mike. I've seen you whispering about him to Aizawa-sensei. Shinsou gave a nonchalant stare. He had been pretty curious, however. Basically, I'm going to hack into the live TV during the sports festival. The video of Yamada dancing on the table. I wonder if I could accidentally screen share it. Izuku giggled devilishly as Shinsou looked frankly worried. It'd be a hilarious prank, but there could have been sensitive topics in the background. Wasn't that during a meeting? And didn't a few staff members swear? You can't put that on live TV. Nedzu will get a fine. Izuku shrugged. I've already edited it. Nothing will be leaked and nothing was said. I added another clip of the music so no one's voices could be heard. Shinsou sighed and stared at Aizawa's back as they walked to the training facility. That's what you two have been planning. God, I wish I could be there for his reaction. Shinsou huffed out a laugh. I only feel slightly guilty. Yamada hasn't done anything bad to me. He can get his revenge later. Or, should I block out his face with a giant cat emoji and make the screen shake so only the people who have seen will know it's him? Shinsou doubted Izuku did actually feel bad as he ran forwards and begun explaining the new plan to Aizawa, who had a grin hidden from sight. Once they had finally arrived at Ground Gamma, Shinsou practiced chasing Aizawa as he used intricate moves to change his directional path. It was shocking that he managed it while being critically injured. Izuku kept up pretty well too. He wasn't going to be joining in on the festival, but he said it was fun to be active again. Aizawa suddenly rounded a corner as both Izuku and Shinsou were following his tail. Izuku noticed and stopped, but Shinsou failed and tripped over his own foot, landing on top of Izuku. Oh, you're so heavy, get off. Izuku groaned and held his head, probably where he hit it on the floor. Thanks, I guess, broke my fall. Shinsou chuckled and brushed off any dust that was left on his clothes. Izuku slowly stood up as Aizawa turned back to see what the fuss was. What did you two do this time? He raised a brow and crossed his arms. Itoshi ran into me. And geez, does it hurt. I might have a concussion with how hard I landed. Izuku pointed to the area impacted and threw his arms in the air when he felt a bump. I thought you couldn't even feel pain. Well, I guess I do now. Izuku wailed as he pressed the bump again. Stop touching it. I don't think Recovery Girl can do anything about that. Aizawa sighed and put his fingers against his nose, massaging it as he'd gained a headache in the past minute. He didn't bother explaining anything to the two idiots next to him, so he just walked off, hoping they'd follow. Luckily, they got the memo and begun walking in sync. Izuku complaining about the killer concussion he had. I don't think you'd die from that. Seems like you're gaining all your senses back. You can see, smell, taste, hear, feel, and sleep. Another Quirk evolution. Shinsou theorized about it. It was pretty strange how Izuku was slowly getting everything back at different intervals. Yeah, even my legs came back after the USJ. I didn't even realize until you woke up. Izuku mumbled into his hand, but louder than usual to allow Shinsou to listen in. What if you got another thing after the sports festival? I don't really know what you could gain, but you never know. Shinsou shrugged. Izuku looked up. The sky was dark. They'd been training for ages. The festival is tomorrow, right? Can I at least help for the first obstacle? Izuku begged, nearly going to hand and knees. First one only. I don't know how Aizawa-sensei will like it, but I know you're going to bother me if I don't. Izuku brightened up as they walked back into the UA building, Yamada already waiting for them. They all quickly got into the car and drove home. Over the past 2 weeks, Shinsou had gotten closer to the couple. He'd enjoyed this house more than any other before, mostly because they treated him like a normal human being and not some disease that shouldn't be allowed to speak. Shinsou easily learnt some basic information about them too. Aizawa liked cats, exactly the same as Shinsou. Yamada likes old English music, songs from the pre-Quirk era to be specific. One that Shinsou also enjoyed was Always Forever. Izuku had to translate most of the song, but it had a nice tune. Izuku shared some of his favorite songs. Chaos wasn't enough to explain. If you put it on a constant loop of his playlist and listened to it for the day, you become deaf. It's surprising his ears didn't bleed. You too excited for the festival tomorrow? I know I am. Commentating is so fun. Yamada turned the radio down a little to speak. Yeah, I can't wait to see all the cool quirks. How about you, Toshi? Izuku bounced in his seat. It was easy to know whether he was pumped up or not. Shinsou sighed and faced to the front. To be honest, I'm a little nervous. I have been practicing fighting for a while, so I should be good as long as no one tries to figure out my quirk. I don't think my classmates even know. They don't. A few have even asked me before. Aizawa tilted his head slightly to project his voice better. Whoa, really? Itoshi, you're defo going to win. How about trying to delay the activation after they respond? Wait a few seconds after they reply, or it'll be easy to figure out. Kaken may act rash, but he's still incredibly smart. I'd try to stick to a low profile until the final challenge. I'm not sure what it is yet, but every year it's the same thing. Some sort of 1v1. It was sword fights last year. Izuku shut his mouth once he realized he was rambling again. Sorry, I get so caught up sometimes. He scratched the back of his head and gave a weak smile. Shinsou didn't say anything but gave a thumbs up, something he would do when he was too lazy to speak. It wasn't anything special, but it still gave a warm feeling to Izuku's chest. And we've arrived. I'm going to make pork cutlet for dinner. You guys rest up. You've got a big day tomorrow. Shinsou and Aizawa groaned in unison and shuffled to their designated bedrooms, definitely falling asleep before they even hit the pillow. Chip and Bastard were cuddling on the beanbag. It seems that's the only thing they do nowadays. Bastard looks pretty old. It may be his time soon. Izuku might be able to turn him into a ghost. They're so cute. He's taken away my portable body warmer though. Little bastard. Izuku grouched as Chip provided great amounts of heat. They'd been acting like an old couple in love the day after moving in. Yamada turned around and smiled. He's never been that content before. Ever since she arrived, he's just been a bundle of joy. Maybe he wanted a friend. Izuku closed his eyes slowly and jumped up. Now that Shinsou was passed out until dinner, he had no one to bother. He would be kind to Yamada for now and a little after the sports festival. The man deserves it for the embarrassment he's about to face. Can I put one of my songs on? Yamada eyed him suspiciously. Are you going to blast it at full volume to piss Shu and Shinsou off? Izuku twisted and whistled innocently. Why would I ever do that? Yamada waved him off and took out his hearing aids, giving Izuku enough proof that he wasn't listening. Izuku knew better than to argue, so he opted with sitting and watching television. Or explore around the house. Who knows what mysterious things you could find. There were too many bookshelves. There are good books, only on the ones that actually had them though. Most of the bookshelves held random things like mugs, action figures, some present mic merch. There's even a little black cat with a scarf next to a cat with a speaker. Now if that isn't cute, Izuku didn't know what was. Shinsou said that the space book was from the shelves under the TV. Maybe there were some more. Maybe about the person who helped discover new forces. Izuku ran to the bookshelf and scoured through. These were definitely the favored ones. They were all so good and had great information about all things. Two looked familiar. Two thin, nearly white books. One had some black scorch marks on the spine, probably leading around to the front. Izuku stopped his jittering and sat still as he pulled them both out. His breath hitched in the air as he read the titles. the familiar scent of burnt paper filling his nose. Hero analysis for the future. Number 15. The dream he had so long forgotten about. The relentless bullying, all because of a stupid fucking dream. He died because of a dream that even the number 1 hero didn't think was possible. But why were they here? These 2 books were in Izukus' backpack when he jumped, though left on the roof with his bright red shoes. Not wanting to bring up unwanted memories, Izuku chose not to flicker through the pages. If he asked, Yamada would probably tell him how they'd gotten hold of his books. Izuku walked back to the kitchen, a lot gloomier than before, and tapped Yamada on the shoulder. "Oh, hey kiddo, what have you got there?" Izuku rested it under his arm as he pulled his hands up to sign. "This book I found. I was wondering where you got it from." Izuku grabbed it and showed it to Yamada. He looked a little puzzled before a realization hit him. Eraserhead brought it back after one of his shifts. He didn't tell me much as he was bummed out and I didn't want to bother him. He looked down for ages after. He said it was a pain in the ass to get his hands on though. Izuku looked back down at the book, hiding his tears already forming in his eyes. He could see Yamada turn back to the food in the corner of his peripheral. Izuku took a moment to catch his breath. His others all got burnt in the house fire. These were the only ones left. He silently put them both back and pushed Chip off the beanbag and into his lap. Bastard followed and laid his head on her stomach. Those 2 were basically inseparable now. Izuku chuckled, trying his best to block out the memories of when he was alive. He was a new person now. Not the weak little quirkless kid. Not the hero wannabe. Not the stupid little runt of the group. He was Izuku, not Deku. Such a dumb name. Wasn't even a real insult. Izuku took a deep breath and let his head fall back. He was so tired of everything. Tomorrow will be fun. The edit was nearly complete. Now all that was left was to add the shake for every beat in the song. He could do that later though. Quirkless, Deku, Izuku. He opened his eyes, black mist forming around his mouth. It was another one of these dreams. They started around a month ago. For some reason they were getting worse and more vivid each time. It was a mix of all of his nightmares. With how often they occur, it was easy to distinguish between dreaming and reality. Take a swan dive off the roof. Maybe you'll get a quirk that way. The words were different. It was like that sometimes. His memories were changing. Every time his mom would appear, her face was blanked out. Each time Kaken appeared, his voice was different. All Might, his skinny form was replaced with any memory of him being big. Nothing made sense anymore. It wasn't much of a nightmare to Izuku. More like an uncomfortable, unpleasant feeling. He was okay though. This would pass over. Izuku, 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 wake up. Dinner's ready. Shinsou was shaking him, already scaring the cats away. Izuku looked up and smiled when he didn't see a blank face. "Awa, you'd wake me up for dinner." Shinsou scoffed. "Only because it's your favorite. You said that a while ago if I remember correctly." Izuku stood up, stretching. "Yup, used to be katsudon but nothing could compare to my mum's recipe so I haven't liked it in ages." Shinsou gave a weird look but carried on walking to the table. Izuku cheerily hopped over too, sitting so close to Shinsou it could be counted as him sitting on his lap. "Move over, you're so close," Shinsou managed to say before stuffing his mouth full of food. Izuku did the same but after he stuffed his face. "And boid bont vant too." Shinsou grimaced and moved away himself. "Don't talk with your mouth full or I'll stab you with my fork." Izuku hesitated until he remembered being stabbed with a pencil. Aizawa gave a look of enjoyment at Izuku's reaction. "Got a problem with being stabbed by a fork? He stabbed me with a pencil once. Right in my ass." Yamada nearly spat his drink out. "Language kid, you're worse than me." Izuku scoffed and hoovered up his food, finishing first. "Seeing how you're already done, you can do the dishes." Shinsou laughed and got a smack, deserved in Izuku's book. They all went to bed early that night. The festival was going to be a big day for them all. "I don't get no sleep 'cause of y'all, so y'all never get no sleep 'cause of me. Wakey, wakey. Izuku stormed into everyone's room banging pots and pans. Someone was excited. Groans were loud and shuffling of blankets begun. Aizawa stepped out his room, grabbed Izuku's arms, and did exactly what Shinsou wanted to. "Shut the fuck up. God, my ears." Aizawa let go and rubbed his temple. Izuku laughed maniacally as everyone slipped past him into the living room. "All right, we have a big day." Izuku winked at Aizawa. "Shinsou, I'm borrowing your computer by the way." Shinsou gave him a glare but walked back into his own room to get changed. Izuku rushed around, hurrying Yamada and Aizawa to quickly get ready. Izuku felt slightly sorry, so he made breakfast or attempted to. Okay, it wasn't the best. A little burnt here and there but the waffles were still really nice with some syrup. Aizawa, however, definitely liked the amount of sugar used. "So, kid, why are we up at 5 a.m. when the festival starts at 10 a.m.? Aizawa waved his fork around, getting suspiciously close to Izuku's face. Izuku redirected the fork into a different direction. "Well, we need to set everything up, double-check security measures, get the laptop set up, help everyone find their designated spaces. I can't even name it all. We only have 5 hours. Izuku flipped his hands around in the air while looking over the other 3 faces in the room. Yamada put his plate down in the sink after finishing. You're right, last year I just barely managed to get into the booth in time. I had so many tasks I didn't know even existed. There's probably going to be even more due to the USJ attack. Izuku laughed and put his hands on his hips, proud that the others realized he was actually right. Shinsou and Aizawa rolled their eyes in sync while Yamada washed all the plates up. Soon after everyone finished, Shinsou pulled Izuku's hand as the 2 adults grabbed their belongings. Let's go wait in the car. Izuku nodded and allowed Shinsou to drag him along. Shortly after they both got in, Yamada and Aizawa arrived. When we get to the school, you 2 go over to the changing rooms. Nedzu will fill us in with jobs and we'll meet you after. Aizawa strapped himself in as Yamada turned the engine on. Izuku was sure Shinsou and Aizawa had fallen asleep as Yamada was the only one replying to anything Izuku said. The guilt only plied as he felt even more sorry about what he was going to do later in the day. And Sushi wouldn't stop bickering with Bastard. I have no idea why he's so friendly with Chip. We're here. Shinsou. Now's not the time to be dozing. Yamada poked Aizawa. The man grumbled in response, opening the car door and stretching once out. Shinsou needed Izuku to force him awake, shaking, light smacking. He was a little pissy once he woke up but got over it quick enough. Yamada waved goodbye when they reached the entrance and ran after Aizawa, who was speed walking to Ned's office. The building was a lot scarier at 5:30 in the morning when no one else was around. Quite a few of the lights were off, which only added to that factor. Shinsou anxiously scratched the back of his neck, getting rid of the chills that gathered there. It went quiet all of a sudden. Shinsou turned around to find no one. Izuku was gone. Shinsou gulped and walked closer to the wall, as if that would help with the haunting feeling of someone following him. Izuku, where have you gone this time? No response. This isn't funny, come out. Still nothing. I'm going to strangle you when I see you. A locker door slamming open and closed made Shinsou's soul leap out of his body. He sped his pace, taking long strides to get to the changing rooms. Around one of the corners he passed, a room was flickering. Shinsou shut his eyes tight and nearly ran across the hall. He swore he could hear voices. The changing rooms were in sight now, right in front of him, a few meters away actually. The lights in this room were off, but that was a relief as they were motion activated. If anyone were inside, they would be on. Shinsou let out a breath he didn't notice he was holding in. He opened his eyes and walked towards the changing room but paused in his tracks, fear settling over him. The lights turned on. Shinsou didn't want to move. He would have to eventually, but knowing that something's activated, the motion sensor flicked the switch on his fight or flight response. He's more of a fighter. He rested on his heel, slowly pivoting without taking his eyes off the changing room doorway. As he deemed it safe to look away, his face slowly turned around. His heart leapt out of his chest when he saw 2 green eyes staring right back at him. Boo! Izuku jumped forward, causing Shinsou to fall flat on his ass. Aged fucking hell, Izuku! He screamed while hiding his head in his hands. Izuku laughed and fell onto his back, leveling on the floor with Shinsou. Got ya, haha. Shinsou whacked him on the nose. I hate you ... so much. Shinsou stood up on shaky legs. That was like a horror movie slowly building up suspense only for it to be a cat knocking a can over. I had the perfect opportunity. How could I miss it? We're in a school on our own with no one around. It's dark. You're scared of anything horror related. Simon, you'd do the same. Izuku scoffed while hovering next to Shinsou. Shinsou rolled his eyes and gathered the courage to go into the changing room. Even though he knew it was only Izuku, it didn't change how petrified he was. I'm assuming I have to put my gym uniform on. No hero costumes as they can have advantages. Izuku nodded and fished Shinsou's uniform out of his locker. Shinsou swiftly put it on, adding some layers underneath in case someone with a destructive quirk comes by. As soon as the pair exited, Yamada and Aizawa were walking towards them. Hey there, listeners. Just found out we have tons of tasks. Since you're here, why don't you guys help? Yamada smiled brightly. Don't drag my students into your business. You knew that commentating would make up half of them. Aizawa flicked Yamada and approached Shinsou. Izuku moved closer to Aizawa. Student S. You think of me as your student. I'm so touched. Aizawa shoved Izuku's head out the way to get to Shinsou. I'll have Mike not mention your quirk. It's important that yours isn't known. I'm pretty sure it doesn't say you can't not mention a student's quirk in the rulebook, if we even have one. Shinsou nodded as Izuku dramatically complained about Aizawa ignoring him. Izuku suddenly stopped and crept over to Aizawa, pushing Shinsou to Yamada. Only snippets were heard, but Aizawa's unsettling grin gave enough proof to Shinsou that they were planning about the dance video. Yamada looked worried. Anytime Aizawa grinned like that, it was bad news. Yamada looked down at his watch and gasped, Simon Aizawa, we need to get going with our tasks. We only have a few hours. Aizawa was dragged away by Yamada. Izuku and Shinsou left alone until others start coming. However, the school sent an email to all students saying to arrive at 8:30 a.m. for the sports festival at 6 a.m. What do we do now? Izuku rubbed the back of his head and looked around. Shinsou was just as confused. Maybe we should have accepted that task job it'd at least give up something to do. They both sighed. Izuku suggested the vents. Not a bad idea really, but the thought of crawling in a tiny vents for 10 minutes made Shinsou's skin crawl. Let's just go find Aizawa and Mike. They might give us a job if we're lucky. Izuku nodded and ran away, leaving Shinsou alone once again in the barely lit hallways. I'm going to kill you for the second time when you get back, Shinsou muttered under his breath. It took nearly half an hour before Izuku returned. He came back in a chipper mood, hinting that the plan was set. I feel guilty now. Too bad. It's already done. Izuku changes facial expressions too quickly. It's slightly concerning. I've just been wandering around. I've mapped the area out. The opposite side to the entrance is for staff only. The left is for the hero course and the right is for all the others. The arena is in the middle and there's a massive track out back. I'm assuming they're using that for one of the challenges. Shinsou just watched as Izuku mumbled about literally anything else that came to mind. A few teachers were showing up now and people who came to watch begun waiting outside. Let's go find Aizawa and Mike Sensei. They should be in the booth getting that ready. You lead the way as you've already explored every nook and cranny. Izuku did a 2-finger salute and marched forward, like a leader. With his navigation, it only took 5 minutes to find and climb 10 sets of stairs that led to the destination. It's understandable that the commentating booth had to be high up to watch the festival, but not having an elevator. Ridiculous. By the time Shinsou reached the top, he was panting and weak on his feet. Izuku looked fine, like always. He seemed to be glowing. Maybe that's just Shinsou though. Yamada suddenly appeared from the door in front of them. Oh, you guys are here. Aizawa is sitting around doing nothing. Make sure to bother him for me. I need to grab an aux cord from the storage room. He waved goodbye and skipped down the stairs, 3 steps at a time. Shinsou watched in awe. He'd probably trip over his own foot and face plant down if he tried. Izuku pulled Shinsou along and into the soundproofed booth. Aizawa was sitting awkwardly on the chair, trying to get a nap in before everything starts. Hey, wakey. Izuku cupped his hands to amplify the noise. Aizawa startled and nearly fell off. He groaned, now knowing who the voice belonged to. Why are you here? I have 1 pain in the ass, I don't need 2. He rubbed at his bandage's face, glaring at Izuku. Well, we're bored. There's another 3 hours until the festival starts. You're here. Izuku gave an innocent look, twisting his feet and holding his hands behind his back. I didn't agree to this, I just followed him. Shinsou spoke up and turned away to avoid the death stare Izuku was giving him. Aizawa flopped back down into his seat. Izuku, go see Nedzu, he asked me to tell you. Shinsou, you can stay here. You're the only person I can tolerate at the moment. Shinsou blushed. Izuku laughing before running away, probably to Nedzu's office. He liked to be complimented, despite it happening on rare occasions. Was it a compliment? The room was dead silent until Yamada was heard dashing back up the stairs. I'm back. And with the cord, speakers should be ready now. He walked past Shinsou and Aizawa, plugging the wire into a massive speaker connected to the microphones in front of the screen. It made a loud, high-pitched sound that wreaked havoc in all of their ears. Aizawa saved the day and turned the speaker off. Seriously, I'll be deaf by the time this is over. Shinsou clutched at his ears as the ringing hadn't subsided. At least they now know everything works. Oh wow, that must be terrible. I couldn't ever imagine being deaf. Yamada rolled his eyes and spoke with a sarcastic tone. It was a pretty funny joke. Aizawa had the nerve to look sorry. I can't be bothered to deal with you. Wake me up when it starts. Aizawa moved towards his yellow sleeping bag, arms and legs attached, wiggled into it and turned away from view. How he slept in any weird place was a mystery. Well then, kiddo, why don't you go down while I finish setting up the booth? Yamada walked to another mess of wires and waved his free hand up, shooing Shinsou off. Shinsou deflated at the sight of stairs. He'd just climbed all the way up. Now he had to go all the way back down. He stretched and prepared himself when the wall on his right suddenly converted into a doorway. Being a curious person, he peeked his head through and saw a slide. If this was anything but suspicious, Shinsou didn't give it a second thought. He walked closer and sat on the edge, admiring the way it goes pitch black after a certain point. He hates anything scary, but slides were pure entertainment. The doorway behind him closed and a mechanism pushed him down. He shut his eyes tight and clenched his jaw. There were several twists and turns until light was projected through his eyelids. Itoshi, you're here. I told you he'd do it. Izuku's voice was loud and clear. Shinsou opened his eyes to see an office. Hello there, Shinsou. Izuku and I were just sharing a game. Would you like a cup of tea? Nedzu jumped off his chair and walked over, giving a hand to help Shinsou up. Shinsou accepted and was surprised when the mouse rat bear easily lifted his weight. Sorry I left. I was playing chess, and I won again. Izuku smiled brightly, boasting his win in Netsu's face. So what am I doing here? Shinsou brushed off dust that was stuck in the slide. Netsu moved to his seat. Izuku requested a view. He's given me an idea for the middle of the sports festival, and we may need your help. Netsu and Izuku shared a creepy smile. Sinister couldn't describe it. And what may that be? Shinsou mumbled out. You need to distract Yamada while I plug your laptop into the screen display. Everything else is set up and ready. Izuku bounced with excitement. He was really going to enjoy this. Netsu smirked and clapped his hands. Now, if we have finished all that is left to discuss, Izuku, let's have another game. Yes? He had an innocent look, eyes closed and grin reaching them. Izuku copied and sat on the chair opposite the principal. Sure thing, your wish is my command, Izuku replied. Shinsou sighed. It was going to be ages before they leave this room. Are you ready to rumble? Mike's voice upturned the entire audience as shouts filled the silence. Shinsou was grabbed by Izuku and forcefully dragged to the field, just in time for midnight to begin explaining the first challenge. Good morning, first-year students. Today, you will be competing in several different challenges to find out who comes out on top. For the beginning challenge, she spun a massive wheel, an obstacle course race. The audience burst into screams yet again as the students shuffled around. We have the one who placed top in the entrance exam giving us a speech of encouragement. How endearing. Come on out, Bakugous Katsuki. Bakugous scoffed, glaring at an extra that dared to look in his direction. The crowd went silent as he picked the mic up. He was quiet for exactly 3 seconds before speaking up. I'm going to be the one to win this damn festival. All you extras can suck it. He dropped the mic with a snarl, viewers shocked. And there we have it. Let's start with the obstacle course, shall we? Present Mike wrapped up the sudden declaration and Midnight whacked her whip, gathering all the classes to get ready. Izuku bounced with excited energy. He was looking at anything he could see, walls, people, the crowd. His mouth was moving at speeds that shouldn't be possible. Hitoshi, stand back for 5 seconds, jump, then run. Actually, scrap that. Go to Yaoyorozu and ask her to make this. He pulled out a paper and scribbled a crappy drawing with material details. Shinsou reluctantly agreed and walked over to the girl warming up for the match. Hey, Yaoyorozu, was it? This may be sudden ... but would you be able to make this? My Quirk's not suited for this kind of thing, so I was due. She cut him off with a smile and politely snatched the paper, gave it one quick glance and pulled up her top. Shinsou looked away as a glow caught the corner of his eye. It's not a problem. I appreciate you using my help. I hope you do well. She wiped some sweat off her brow and gave a thumbs up. Shinsou was past the newly made object just as she ran off to the entrance of the race. Izuku watched in fascination as he gently picked the thing up, getting a good view of every inch. It didn't look that impressive either. 2 thin pieces of metal, maybe a few centimeters bigger than Shinsou's shoe. Midnight had finished explaining the rules that Shinsou nor Izuku bothered to listen to. They were typically always the same. Don't use your quirk in a lethal manner, don't go off track. Blabber blabber. Now, let's begin. Students, make your way to the wall on the right of Midnight. Get ready in 3. Go, go, go. Izuku chuckled as everyone stumbled on Present Mike's early release. Shinsou had obviously predicted this as he pushed past the stunned children. Hitoshi, don't stop running but jump when I say, okay, just trust me, Izuku called out while running frantically at Shinsou's side. Shinsou didn't respond other than a small nod, easily to go unnoticed. Izuku glanced around, still keeping up with the pace Shinsou set. His eyes caught onto something. All right, 1.2.3 jump. The air dropped several degrees. Ice covered the floor, freezing anyone still there. Despite many dodging that, the ice was slippery. Shinsou paused when he noticed something odd about his shoes. As he looked down, trying to move forward, he realized the metal was stuck on. Know how to ice skate? No? Ugh, hold my hand if you can't. Izuku pushed his hand out, allowing Shinsou to hold on. Shinsou truthfully did know how to skate. He didn't really have time to answer. Izuku's speed along with his ability to stay upright managed to work perfectly. Todoroki pushed forward along with a few others from Class 1A. A smirk plastered over his face from his attack. Bakugous was on his tail, however. Kirishima broke the ice by expanding his skin with hardening. Ida just powered through with his calves. Irakaka made herself weightless seconds before Todoroki set his ice off. Yaoyorozu had noticed what Todoroki was going to do and jumped just barely in time. Izuku watched in awe as he pulled Shinsou along the ice, loving the shocked stares from other classes. And we have Todoroki, son of Endeavor, in first, a few meters in front of the angry Bakugous. It appeared that the ice had melted as students were now flooding out the small entrance they were let from. Shinsou pulled off the metal blade from his shoe and kept it in his pocket. A rumble shook the ground, sending several people to the floor. Shinsou was lucky to have Izuku to balance himself on. Robots emerged from the ground, stopping the other classes in their tracks. Class 1A charged forward eagerly. Class 1A knows not to hesitate. They've learnt that any second left to waste could be fatal. Villains attacking may have been a very traumatic experience, but they've learnt an important skill from it. It was funny hearing Aizawa's monotone voice booming through the stadium speakers. Shinsou found an opening in between two robots, on two-pointer in the middle of them. He could squeeze through, maybe grabbing some metal to aid him on the next obstacle. He rushed through, kicking the robot's head clean off. It was satisfying in a way. Izuku grabbed hold of the spare metal, making sure to keep it close to Shinsou so that it didn't look weird. Metal flying. Itoshi, run, faster, look up. Izuku called out and tugged at Shinsou's arm. Todoroki had frozen half of the robot. That exact side was now tumbling down to land on Shinsou. And Todoroki with his ice, yet again. Freezing this robot has catastrophic results. 3 students are attempting to escape the doom waiting for them. He wasn't going to make it. The shadow of the machine was coming closer, nearly covering Shinsou completely. He was so close. Pain erupted out of his side as he was pushed out the way. It was so sudden. Shinsou got one final glance at who pushed him. Flickers of red and silver were crushed by the falling robot. Shinsou sat stunned. He could hear Izuku screaming for him to get up. Seconds passed and the metal head banging coming from it. 2 heads popped up, staring at each other and breaking into a laugh. See, I told you they weren't dead. They both have hardening quirks. Izuku patted Shinsou back and helped him stand. Kirishima and Tetsu come to the rescue, saving Shinsou from the frozen robot. Shinsou gathered himself quickly and ran as fast as he could without the painful stitch clawing at his side. He swore there was a cannon going off behind him, but his ears buzzed. Nothing could stop the blaring sound of ringing except that. Funnily enough, it did stop when Izuku spoke. Speaking of, where has he gone? Shinsou rubbed his head, rushing to the next obstacle. An abyss, wires spreading over it to small lands. There was a pink-haired girl with many tinkery machines. She shot off, boosters laughing her across with ease. Shinsou watched and gulped. Heights weren't his worst fear, but not seeing the bottom had caused something to erupt. Itoshi, I found another path. It's a secret one on the sides. It doesn't quite go off the race so you won't be out. Hold on to me tight, okay? Izuku tugged at his sleeve, not letting go and ignoring the shouts of other students. You sure this isn't off the path? There's branches blocking the way and I'm pretty sure we just passed a metal fence. Shinsou brought his free hand to block his eyes from any oncoming leaves. Izuku took a second to look around before sprinting into another direction. The fence is a different shade from the real one. It's a ruse to make people think they have to follow through the abyss. After what felt like hours of running, they both appeared in front of a minefield. And we have Todoroki plus Bakugous fighting for first across the mines. Watch your step. These may not be designed to hurt, but they will make you piss your pants. Literally. Shinsou grimaced at the comment. He'd hoped that Mike was just being stupid and these bombs didn't actually make you pee yourself. Shuffling of dirt made Shinsou glance to his right. Izuku was digging up the mines. What are you doing? He'd be lucky if they didn't explode. Don't worry, I have a plan. I'll be here to help if all goes wrong. Basically, grab this. Izuku pushed the metal shield into Shinsou's arms, and jump on this pile of bombs. His smile was innocent. He had no remorse in sending Shinsou on his death wish. Mike made another announcement. Bakugous and Todoroki were a minute away from the finish. You ready? 3.2.1 jump. Shinsou didn't willingly jump. Izuku's shoulder barged him directly onto the bombs, sending them both flying at fast speeds in the air. We have Hitoshi Shinsou, flying into 3rd place. But what's this? He's a mere meter away from 2nd and 3rd. Can he make it? How will he land? Did he plan this far ahead? Well, he'll never know. Shinsou was screaming. His voice was shaky and Izuku was laughing, tears in both their eyes. Listen, this is the hard part. Land on their shoulders and smack the shield down with this wire. Even with Izuku shouting, the wind was making it much harder to understand. Shinsou got the gist, however, seeing the 2 boys perpendicular to each other and their shoulders perfectly aligned. It seemed as this was the plan from the beginning. They hadn't noticed the purple and green-haired duo charging from above until it was too late. The pressure on both their shoulders made them falter. Shinsou smacked the shield down with all his strength, the blast being a lot bigger than it should have. Todoroki and Bakugous were sent to the left and right. Shinsou was sent forward, however. The big cloud of pink finally dissipated and gave vision to the now 2nd and 3rd place contestants. Neither of the 2 bothered fighting, but instead chased after Shinsou, thinking that would stop him from winning. Finally, we have a winner. Hitoshi Shinsou in 1st with Todoroki in 2nd, Bakugous coming in 3rd. If that wasn't a blast, I don't know what is. I hope you all enjoyed. Please take a break while we wait for the others to arrive. Shinsou basked in the cheers he was getting. It felt nice, not to be noticed, but to have people other than Izuku and his small family on his side. You did great out there. I'm assuming you don't want any help in the next challenge. Izuku handed him a water after going into a secluded area out of the camera's view. Yeah, I should be fine. Thanks by the way. He gave a weak smile and chugged the bottle. I'll go see Mike and Eraser. They'd be happy to see me any day. Shinsou scoffed. Aizawa want Mike too after what you're going to do. Izuku shrugged his shoulders and walked away, just in time for the next announcement to begin. Hey guys, did you miss me? Izuku shed a grin, bright and annoying. Aizawa groaned and somehow sunk into his chair more than he already had. I'm assuming it was your idea to start ice skating, completely avoid the abyss, then blow Shinsou up to get to the front. Izuku beamed and laughed with Yamada. He'd definitely have to watch the replays for that one. So, not going to help anymore. You can help me commentate. Shu's not really doing anything but grouch anyway. Yamada poked Aizawa's cheek. Sure thing. I was pretty bored anyway and wanna see everyone's quirk. What's the next challenge? Izuku plopped himself down in a chair that was conveniently placed between Yamada and Aizawa. Team battle. Pretty sure it's a horse riding thing. I wasn't really listening, but Nimari will announce it in a sec. Just on cue, Midnight spun the wheel, shouting into the mic to let the audience know what the next game shall be. Izuku bounced in his seat. This was going to be so much fun. Shinsou immediately regretted his decision of placing first. Midnight announced the second round, then proceeding to announce how many points each person got. Shinsou, in this case, had 10 million. In an instant, all eyes were on him. Now, usually, this wouldn't be a problem for a normal teen. However, he doesn't socialize with anyone and probably comes off as rude and selfish. When you're trying for a team-building competition and are the top target, finding people willingly able to help is a big problem. He glanced around, scoping out who his victim will be. Yurikaka, zero-gravity quirk. She'd may be able to keep them in the air for long enough to win. She was also looking around, trying to find a group. Too bad she'll definitely join Shinsou's. Hey, Yurikaka, right? I was wondering if you'd like to be on my team. Shinsou rubbed the back of his neck as her eyes widened. Sir, she went slack. But did she just say sure? Impossible. Who would want to be on a team with a villain? But it'd be nice to make sure. Shinsou sighed and released his brainwashing. She jumped in surprise and looked him dead in the eyes. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Was that your quirk? That's so cool. Mine's zero gravity, if you didn't know. She grinned and held her hand out to shake. Shinsou hesitantly accepted. You're on my team, right? We should probably go find either one or two more. Shinsou muttered as he lowered his face. God, that was so embarrassing. He could already hear Izuku laughing at him. Hey there, number one. Mind if I join you guys? I need to be able to show off my babies, and how better is to do that than team with the most noticeable player. The girl who had proposed to join took off her very techie-looking goggles and held a giant machine under one arm. Shinsou looked to Yurikaka, who gave a small nod, and decided it wouldn't hurt. Sure. What's your quirk, by the way? Mine's brainwashing, and Yurikaka's is zero gravity. I can see up to 5 kilometers away. It won't be useful for this, but my babies will. I've already devised a plan. 5 minutes, my lovely first years. Choose wisely before the cavalry battle begins. They had 3 people. The maximum was 4. It would be logical to seek out one other. Shinsou spotted a familiar feathered classmate. Guys, I'm going to go ask him to join our group. His quirk is pretty cool. Shinsou pointed to Takoyami and shot off. Hopefully he'd accept. You're Takoyami. Sorry if it's not. We were wondering if you'd join us as you don't seem to have a group. Shinsou scratched his head. Oh, how he hated talking to people. Luck was on their side today. Takoyami nodded and walked over to their gathering of a group. He didn't say anything until the game begun. Everyone had 3 minutes to talk and make a plan. Rules were pretty normal. If the rider touches the floor, out. If you leave the set area, out. Blah blah blah. Shinsou stopped listening ages ago. Present Mike was screaming, and Aizawa might have said something once or twice, but who knows. Perfect. Takoyami, you should stay at the front. Yurikaka and Shinsou, you two stay at the back and I'll be the rider. I have a jetpack for you, Yurikaka. I'm assuming you're unable to use your quirk on yourself without getting sick. Central unbalance with your quirk is a negative downside. The pink-haired girl, who introduced herself as Mei Hatsum, told everyone what she thought would be best. Shinsou was worried. If her and Izuku meets, world over. I'm fine with that plan. Yurikaka, you can lift Hatsum into the air once the match gets to a certain time. I'll attach some wires I grabbed from the robots to make sure she doesn't go too far away. The final announcement was made and everyone stepped into place. Groups of several people were individually scattered across the battlefield, Shinsou's team managing to find themselves in the middle. What kind of luck was that? Let the game commence. In 3, in 2, in 1, and GOOO. In an instant, at least 5 different teams charged. Yurikaka kept Hatsum in the air to dodge the lower attacks. It would have been perfect had there not been people with quirks that allowed them to go airborne. Todoroki and Bakugous, in this case, left their positions as riders and each blasted to get the 10 million headband. Shinsou grabbed hold of the wire he had attached to Hatsum's belt and tugged, pulling her to the ground with a little more force than necessary. She stumbled into Takoyami, luckily not touching the floor. Dark shadow protected the band while she recovered. Yurikaka, Press the button on your left and send us all up. Hatsum managed to stable herself back onto Shinsou and Takoyami's shoulders. Yurikaka followed the instructions and just barely missed sinking into the floor. Someone had made it all mushy, a really gross texture. Okay, get ready. Shinsou felt weightless as her fingers touched in between his shoulder blades. With the extra boost of the jetpack and zero gravity, the entire team was now hovering a good 40 meters in the air. Dark Shadow had managed to grab some headbands. This is a precaution for if someone grabs the 10 million. Hatsum snatched them up quickly and tied them around her neck, making sure to switch them around and flip them over. Todoroki's team had given the idea. It would definitely help in the long run. 10 minutes left, heroes. Better grab those points you've wanted before there's no time. Team Hatsum is stuck in first. Better go for that team. Ya dig. Hey guys, Blehai may need ... to go down. Yurikaka spoke softly and clutched at her stomach. They had been in the air for nearly a quarter of the time. Keeping a whole team afloat wouldn't surprise anyone if she felt sick. Sure, aim for sticking to Todoroki's left side of his team. From observing, I can see he only attacks with his right. He had to avoid accidentally striking his own allies. Let us down, Yurikaka-san. Hatsum pointed to a cleared area. Most of the other teams had forgotten they were even in the air. Until Present Mike announced the 10-minute mark. Bakugous' palms were sparking as he glared in Shinsou's. Todoroki was also watching the team descend to the floor but didn't bother to come close, going after others instead. Only 10 minutes guys ... we can do this. Shinsou cringed at how dumb he sounded. Why was socializing so difficult? Come on, Purple. Use your quirk on that blonde kid over there. Hatsum patted Yurikaka's shoulder as they came face to face with another team. Obviously, it had to be Team Monoma, the first guy Shinsou lashed out on since middle school. You really do think you're better than us? I bet you don't know how hard our class has worked. I'll beat you easily. Monoma laughed as his hands began to crack, small explosions melting over his fingers. He's got Bakugous' quirk. Dark Shadow backed down a little. She had been hit earlier by the kid and personally didn't like the interaction. How are you better than us? I'm better than your entire class. Shinsou scoffed and rolled his eyes. Not even in your dreams. Why? Boom. All part of his master plan. 5 minutes to go, listeners. Now you really better rush. Walk away from your team. Shinsou whispered, making sure Monoma's group, who was now trying to figure out why he stopped, didn't hear a word. Let's go. I don't want anyone else charging at us. His group mates nodded and turned away, soon hearing the screeches of Monoma's team failing. Midnight called it out the second his foot touched the floor. It felt nice to see that asshole getting it handed to him. Itoshi is so good. Not a single headband has been snatched, and they have like 5 minutes left. Izuku jumped up and down, peeking his head out the viewing window every now and then. Why am I in between two loud and very annoying idiots? Hazashi was a pain in the rear last year, but this is even worse. Aizawa sunk into his seat, hollow sleeping bag just above his knees. Wow, Shu, it's as if you didn't marry me. This annoyance can only be caused by the one and only. Yamada spun to face both Izuku and Aizawa, giving a smug look. Izuku cheered him on, pissing Aizawa off even more. You damn bastard. Give me the headband. Bakugous was screaming from the top of his team. His hands were positioned to take off, sparks emitting through his palms. Hatsum, keep him airborne until I say. Yurikaka, think you could get Hatsum up, just for the final stretch. Yurikaka thought about it for a second before giving a determined nod. Takoyami was ready to catch Hatsum if all went to shits. Shinsou positioned himself to block any passing groups. His big frame was pretty threatening anyway. Yurikaka activated her quirk, sending Hatsum flying up with Bakugous quick on her tail. Hey shitface. Shinsou felt odd giving such a bad insult. Izuku would make fun of him for that. The fuck did you say? ILO come B. Bakugous' explosions went out. He stopped mid-air. The entire Hatsum team relaxed as the boy started falling. Due to his own stupidity, he had left his group so far away, they wouldn't be able to reach him even if they tried. Mina and Kirishima were shouting at him. Nothing worked. Shinsou felt the tug of a smile reaching his lips. Typically, when seeing someone falling to the floor at an alarming rate, he'd definitely try to help. But knowing this certain someone had played a massive part in his friend's suicide prevented even a sliver of worry to emerge. And the game is over. Make sure to leave the field in an orderly fashion. Don't want any fights now. Ya dig. Shinsou had to stifle a groan when Bakugous hit the floor just after the end was announced. The impact managed to knock him out of the brainwashing. Shinsou, however, was long gone by then. Yurikaka released Hatsum and thanked them both before sprinting at full speed to the bathroom. Takoyami gave a nod of appreciation for getting them to the final match, and Hatsum was just happy she had the chance to show off some of her babies. HITOSHIII. Shinsou had a mere second to react before a bundle of green smacked him into a hug. Izuku ... how happy it is to see you. Shinsou rolled his eyes, glancing towards another door. Izuku pouted and let go, oblivious to the sarcastic greeting. Okay, so they're going to be doing a break so students can grab lunch? Yeah. During this time, some volunteers will go to the field and do some random stuff. What would happen if a certain video somehow catches onto the live cameras? Izuku giggled and turned away, tapping his hands together like an evil villain. Shinsou sighed and pulled Izuku away by the hair. Oh ouch, stoop, I want food. Now, come on. Shinsou grabbed Izuku into a chokehold the entire way to the cafeteria, desperately hoping no one saw the way his arms were wrapping around an invisible neck. We'll do the video after I eat. Running like 4 miles. And then dodging teams of Quirk children really does a number on you. Shinsou grabbed a dish of katsu curry and sat in the corner by a window. Stop talking like an old man. You're reminding me of Aizawa. Izuku laid down on the table, just barely dodging Shinsou's food. Shinsou put his spoon down. Why don't you go and get the video ready? I don't want to deal with you anymore. Izuku huffed and jumped up. Shinsou looked at him with dead eyes and quickly finished his food. Okay, see. I'm done now. Let's go. Shinsou flicked his hand around to signal Izuku that he needed to follow. Izuku bounced along, happy that he's finally able to pull off his master plan. For now, he'd need to go over to the booth. Yamada has also probably gone to get lunch, leaving Aizawa alone. Seeing how the man is joining in on the plan, it won't be hard to convince him to change the screens. Shinsou's complaining about the stairs again though. Shush, they're not that bad. Shinsou scoffed. Yeah, but you're a ghost. You don't exhaust like I do. Izuku shrugged and hopped up the stairs one by one, slower than need be due to the fact he wanted to stay next to Shinsou. Izuku did instead leave Shinsou panting at the top and basically kicked the door down. I am here. Good, now go away and never come back. Aizawa didn't even open his eyes, only drowned deeper into his sleeping bag. Oh come on, you old grump, we have a video to post. Aizawa perked up at that, instantly shifting to glance at the computer, his bed hair not doing him any favor. Shinsou eventually made his way into the room, collapsing onto Yamada's seat and blankly staring at a wall. Izuku and Aizawa were giggling like schoolgirls as the video files were somehow making their way to the overlap screen. We all said, nothing's going on in the field. Perfect. Let's do this. Izuku smashed his finger down onto the enter button and the entire stadium paused as the screen went black. Emotions of every kind filled the silence. Angered shouts, confused jeers. It was hilarious that no one had a clue what was going on. Shinsou had leaned in with the pair and watched as the video took a second to load. And this is one of th. Come on now guys. The party has just begun. At the beginning, Nezu was talking about something during the meeting. The next is President Mike calling out to the staff and climbing onto the table. Izuku was somewhat of a nice person, so his face had a cat gif over it and disco lights distorted any distinct colors of his outfit. A voice changer for extra measures. Midnight, who was watching from below, had doubled over laughing, noticing what the video was. Aizawa had begun cracking up with Izuku, faces nearly touching as they laughed together. Shinsou was trying his best not to, but it was honestly the funniest thing he'd ever seen. Chuckled seeped out of his mouth without him realizing. Around this time in the video, Yamada had started breakdancing and a disco ball hung from the roof. Everyone in the stadium was either laughing or incredibly confused. That had made Izuku laugh even more. You guys, what do you think you're doing? Shinsou pulled his hand away from his mouth and tried his best to stop the leaking laughs. Yamada was pointing at them all with a face of blush that could rival Izuku's. Izuku found that even better and rolled onto his back, tears falling from his cheeks as the video's music played loudly in the back. Aizawa never seemed to be the type to laugh out loud like he currently was, but it was a sight to say the least. Yamada was grateful to Shinsou, who was quietly sniffling to himself, desperately trying not to laugh. Better than the others in the room, blatantly laughing with no remorse. I can't believe you ... This is what you were snickering about. God, I hate you both. Beoth. What about Oshi? He's the only one trying to rein his laughter in. You two are in tears, and the video is still playing. Turn it off. Shinsou physically couldn't stop it this time and turned away. Yamada spluttered and ran to the computer. Sorry folks, seems like two very annoying people have managed to hack into the camera screens. It'll be back to normal shortly, ya dig. Yamada's voice was much weaker than before. His face hadn't changed from its deep shade of red either. The crowd was now full of phones and gossiping adults. Yamada kicked Aizawa as he changed the screen back to the playing field. He nearly cried when he saw the students that were supposed to be having an intense Uno game were rolling around on the ground, also laughing. That's it. I'm never going out again. My reputation. Yamada buried his hands into his head, leaning against the soundboard. Zashi, calm down. PFFT. The kid edited your face out? Kinda. Anyway, no one will know it's you. Aizawa reassured despite the grin that wouldn't leave. Shinsou helped Izuku stand as his legs turned to jello. It really wasn't that funny. I don't know why I'm laughing. Just as he finished that sentence, he looked Yamada dead in the eyes and spat out more giggles. I hope bastard scratches your eyes out tonight. Yamada pointed at Izuku and then flipped Aizawa off. Shinsou dropped Izuku and walked to Yamada. Me too, I really hope he does. The two now share a mutual hatred for the green and raven-haired duo. Did I explain how much I hated you too? Yamada poked Aizawa in the side, resulting in a low grumble. Izuku hovered around, watching intently. They were seconds away from scrambling onto the floor and fighting. Alright lovebirds, the third match is about to start. Hear the one with the loud voice. Izuku took a deep breath. Announce. He chuckled when Aizawa threw his capture weapon out, obviously annoyed, only for it to fly straight through him and smack Yamada flat in the face. The room froze and fell into silence. Zass. A growl was present. Time slowed as Yamada jumped up and pulled Aizawa off his seat. He screeched, his hands wrapped around him, scratching his arms and chest. Oh, are you a cat? He tried his best to free himself, but to no avail. Zashi. I'm going to kill you. Izuku doubled over laughing, repeating the fact he was going to piss himself. Aizawa was flopping around like a fish while Yamada continued on with his rage. Despite Midnight calling out the next competition, neither man got up to give the big announcement. Izuku couldn't find it in his heart to tell them as they continued to scrap on the floor. It was hilarious in its own way. It seems something has happened in the announcement booth. No worries, my little cuties. We can follow on with the plan until everything is sorted. Midnight cracked her whip and pulled out her phone. Cementos had revealed himself and built the arena, definitely slower than he could have done it. Laugh at me one more time, or do that again, you son of a bitch. I dare you. Yamada called out as he brushed off his clothes and straightened his hair. Hello ladies, gents and the betweens. Sorry for that moment of silence. Unfortunately the microphone cut out, but we're back with the final challenge. 1 versus 1s. This will decide who truly wins. Izuku gave a hand to Aizawa. The man took it and glared at Yamada while rubbing his arms. A few scrapes broke skin and allowed blood to freely flow. Look at what you did. His poor arms. Izuku put a fist to his mouth and tried not to laugh. Aizawa looked defeated and deflated into his seat. Yeah, well, you're lucky I can't touch you. I know that entire ordeal was your idea. Yamada pointed at him, soon turning away to help Midnight talk to the audience. Izuku scoffed. Good point, but I don't care. Yamada flipped him off without breaking character, talking in his upbeat voice towards the mic. Fuck you too, Izuku whispered under his breath, but still managing to reach both heroes' ears. Izuku rested back onto a wall and watched out the window. Yamada was talking about going for the number 1 place and to do your best. Nothing Izuku hadn't heard before. The most exciting thing was the match brackets. Shinsou was unfortunately going to be one of the last participating. Due to uneven numbers, he would be automatically put into the second round and fighting the winners of the first. He's probably pretty happy about that though. Izuku was mocking him at the thought. I'm going to go see Nenzu. These matches will be interesting, but I didn't finish our conversation. I'll be back when Hitoshi's started. Izuku felt slightly upset. He loved quirks and such, but after dying, life became pretty boring. Quirks were no longer a big interest, more of a side hobby he'd get really into for only the moment. See you kiddo, hope you have fun. Yamada was too kind for his own good. He'd already forgiven Izuku ... at least to some extent. Shinsou hands clenched and unclenched in a rhythmic pattern. Sweat was coating each hand in a thin layer. Izuku was nowhere to be seen, which he supposes was his fault anyway, as he'd told his friend to stay away for the rest of the festival. Present mic was blaring over the speaker. His matches were going to start after the first round, but that didn't still his nerves. Todoroki staring into his soul wasn't helping either. Do you have a problem? Shinsou snapped at him. These nerves were really something. Todoroki glanced around before walking to the door, silently motioning for Shinsou to follow. Seeing how no one in the waiting room reacted, Shinsou slowly stood up and tailed Todoroki towards an exit. The boy paused just before they reached outside, however. There was an awkward silence until Todoroki finally spoke up. Are you Aizawa-sensei's secret love child or something? Shinsou paused. He didn't get a chance to say anything else. If you have something from our teacher and I have something from the number 2 hero, that gives me more of a reason to beat you. Todoroki looked up, fire blazing in his eyes. Have you ever heard of quirk marriages? Shinsou froze. He did indeed know what they were. His hatred for them couldn't be explained with mere words. That's exactly what my bastard of a father wanted from my mother. Of course, I wasn't the only product he created. I was the only one deemed useful enough for him. He took a deep breath, holding his hand over the left side of his face. My mother poured boiling hot water over my face, said she couldn't stand the look of my father on me. I haven't seen her since. Shinsou didn't know how to react. He stood still and pursed his lips together. This entire situation was nothing but awkward. Todoroki was here spilling his life story, and while he had listened to Izukus, it was not as weird as this. I will rise above him with only my right side. Don't expect anything more from me. Todoroki scoffed and walked off, leaving a stunned Shinsou alone. Maybe not quite alone ... I in a random hallway. Hey there MICIES. The next match is about to begin. Zero Hantavirus Todoroki Shoto. Shinsou finally broke away from his shocked status and rethunk his entire life as he processed the story Todoroki just spilled. With everything he gathered, all he could say was, "What the fuck? Bad language, Hitoshi." Izuku popped up and smacked him on the head. Shinsou was so lost in thought he didn't bother arguing back. What was that about? Todoroki looked kinda pissed. Not gonna lie. Izuku rubbed his chin and peered to where Todoroki ran off to. Shinsou shrugged and walked on. Leaving the area, a very serious conversation took place. Izuku had tagged along, not doing anything but ramble about who knows what. Matches were going on and Shinsou would be called out soon. He was up against Bakugous, not a favorite. He was actually smarter than he seemed, so Shinsou guessed the boy had definitely figured his quirk out long ago. Probably the night they coincidentally met on the streets and he instigated a fight. After around 10 minutes, Present Mike finally concluded the end of the rounds, leaving 2 students to complete a tiebreaker. Not bad for Shinsou. Any extra time will help him think of a plan. I'm going to go annoy Aizawa. You should have been back there when Yamada attacked. Anyway, I'm off. Izuku waved Shinsou off after giving a somewhat reassuring pat to the back. It made a warm feeling spread across Shinsou's chest. He slapped his face with both hands, red marks forming almost instantly. Okay, you can do this. Shinsou took deep breaths. Kirishima had managed to defeat Tetsu. His skin was prickling and tremors were visible. He was more than just a nervous wreck currently. Shinsou hated the feeling. And we have our next contestants. Hitoshi Shinsou Varus Katsuki Bakugous. As he approached the arena, his neck tingled. Izuku was definitely talking about him. With one final big intake of air, Shinsou walked forward. He ignored the set of eyes watching his every move and clenched his fists. He was going to win this, for Izuku. Are we ready, my cutie pies? On your marks, get set, and go. Bakugous wasted no time charging at Shinsou, hands plastered to his hips to boost with his quirk. Due to Izuku's training, Shinsou dodged to the side. Bakugous was versatile, however, and easily begun up again. Shinsou moved to the left one more time, eyebrows furrowing. Say, how does it feel to have everyone on your side? Huh. Bakugous didn't make a sound. His explosions nicked Shinsou's shoulder. Not talking to me. No insults. Why's that? Kakin. Bakugous immediately stopped in his tracks, glaring up with more emotions than Shinsou could gather. He opened his mouth, nothing coming out. He was gaping like a fish. His eyes had started to water, yet no tears were shed. Shinsou knew he shouldn't be using this dirty trick. He knew it's fucked up. But if anyone deserves it, it was Bakugous. What's wrong? Not going to tell me to swan dive off a roof or beat me up till I'm on death's door. Bakugous let out a sound this time. It was too quiet to hear. Shinsou didn't want to use his quirk just yet. People would figure it out. Maybe if I had a chance, I'd get a heroic quirk in my next life. Shut up. Bakugous let off an explosion. Not aimed at anything in particular. The crowd was a mixture of confused stares and silent whispering. Midnight and Cementos were also shuffling anxiously as both hero students had stopped moving but instead begun talking. Why should I? Come on, Kakin. Surely we can talk this out. Unless I'm a stupid little Deku. That was his breaking point. Bakugous had steam coming out of his ears. Shinsou activated his quirk to prevent himself from gaining any unwanted burn marks. Walk out of bounds. Shinsou patted him on the shoulder and whispered into his ear. The crowd had started cheering. A couple booing, but that didn't bother Shinsou now. And the winner is Shinsou. Bakugous has walked out of bounds. Shinsou felt his blood reaching through all his veins. His stoic stance was all a facade. He was scared shitless that entire match. Bakugous took the loss pretty well, not storming and demanding a rematch. Shinsou could guess the reason. He himself would feel somewhat broken after hearing that. Shinsou retreated back into the waiting rooms, slightly disoriented from the previous battle. People were staring and whispering here and there. Nothing he couldn't handle. It was the norm after his quirk got out and word spread. He sighed, clutching at his pant legs. The eyes didn't stop staring. He hated the feeling of being watched. Such a small room, one exit, around 9 students all looking directly at Shinsou. His eyelids clenched shut as he leaned down onto the table, his headache getting slight relief from the cold wood. Everyone's talking about him. How his quirk is the worst and villainous. There's no way someone like him could win now. Shinsou's breath stuttered. His chest felt like weights were being stacked upon it. Everything around him was too loud. The fluorescent lights had a buzzing sound. The others were talking. The matches in the back. Everything was too loud. Hitoshi. Shinsou flinched. The voice was familiar. He knew this voice. His brain wasn't thinking right. He couldn't remember. Breathe with me. You're okay. A hand slivered its way to his back, rubbing circles. It was so familiar, so comforting. That's great. Keep on going. He hadn't even noticed his breathing picking up. Then evening out, relaxing into its normal speed. Shinsou glanced to the side. Bursts of green quickly blocked his vision. You with me now? You dork. Izuku ruffled his hair, smiling so that his eyes creased at the corner. Izu.Ku. Shinsou focused his vision. The one and only. Why don't we go to Aizawa? Your classmates are still here. Shinsou felt a pang of worry wash over him but shakily stood up, the chair screeching uncomfortably against the floor. He could feel people staring. Izuku was fast to link his arm, helping Shinsou reach the door. Once the two were out, they walked in silence. Shinsou was lost in thought, eyes glazing over as his body moved on autopilot. Did you know how scary it was when I walked into the waiting room, just to find you panicking in the corner? Izuku huffed out as a way to lift the mood. Shinsou really wanted to give a small smile but couldn't gather the energy to. How was he supposed to act normal when they all found out? Bakugous was already in the room, talking to Kirishima. He'd have to have told him. Why wouldn't he? Shinsou didn't register the painstaking walk up the stairs, or finally reaching the booth. He could feel arms wrapping around him but everything was blank. Familiar voices were speaking from around him. Vibrations distinguished one of the voices were from the person wrapping their arms around him. A tap on his shoulder got a response. Itoshi. Izuku was hovering in front of him. His green irises were flickering in the light. Izuku. Shinsou hated how he sounded. Ah, he's with us again. Shu, come closer. Yamada chuckled and squeezed him tighter. Shinsou watched as Aizawa walked over, stared him up and down, then huffed. You look terrible. His clothes were singed in some areas. Gravel was covering his legs and back, a sore sight to say the least. Shinsou winced slightly. Yeah, I gathered that. Aizawa ruffled his hair, a lot rougher than Izuku did, and went to slump back down into his seat. Are you okay now? I was kinda worried when you were just idly following me. Izuku flicked Shinsou's forehead. He rubbed the spot Izuku just hit. Yeah, I don't know what happened. I think it was because I used my quirk in front of so many people. It was really scary, scarier than Aizawa smiling. Now that's scary, Yamada called out as he also went to sit back into his own seat. Shinsou followed suit and squeezed in between the married couple. Izuku didn't really need a seat but opted with sitting on Shinsou's lap. He blushed but shrugged it off. If Todoroki wins this, you're going up against him. Izuku pointed at the arena, two students waiting for the countdown. Shinsou nodded, watching carefully. His eyes scanned the surrounding. He already had a perfect plan. If Todoroki manages to win, that is, Ada is a good foe. There's still a chance he could beat the number 2 hero's son. Go Hitoshi go. Go Hito. Izuku was abruptly cut off by a swift flick of Aizawa's wrist, sending his capture scarf to wrap around the annoying teenager's face. Izuku turned to the man, returning a dead stare. Neither moved until a wild Yamada jumped between them. He waved his arms around and pointed towards the stadium. Izuku shifted his eyes gaze over to the glass, instantly captivated by the way Shinsou was dodging Todoroki's ice attacks. Do you think he's going to win? Aizawa shrugged, pulling out his iconic yellow sleeping bag from seemingly nowhere and climbing inside. That didn't stop him peering over the seam to keep an eye on his self-proclaimed son. He's got the ability to, he just has to put it into action. It's only logical to use all tricks in the book. Like with Bakugous, for example, Shinsou had exploited something personal that managed to gain a response. What that was exactly ... and no one knows. Shinsou could definitely get the upper hand on Todoroki. He's been training under me and this green gremlin for a whole year now. His quirk may not be suited for combat, but he can hold out longer than an average person can. Aizawa took a deep breath, catching the eyes of Yamada widening when he realized. Wait ... and oh no. No, Izuku cooed. Awa, you're becoming like the green gremlin yourself. Aizawa clawed at his hair. Impossible. It's illogical me to ramble. I'm just sleep-deprived currently. When are you not? Yamada slung an arm around Aizawa's wrapped-up shoulders. Just admit it, babe. You're turning into problem number 2. Izuku scoffed. Not even problem number 1. If you were problem number 1, then you'd take that as a victory. I'm not giving you that leverage. Aizawa huffed. He hadn't taken his poorly covered eyes off the screen displaying the fight. Yamada winked at Izuku as he snatched the mic up. This fight is one of the best I've seen so far. Come on, little ones. Which will win? Son of the number 2 hero. Or Shinsou Hitoshi. I'm sure there's a little something up someone's sleeve. Izuku quickly caught onto the hint. Shinsou had already won. Todoroki was fighting himself. Shinsou wasn't aiming to exhaust him. He was aiming to use Todoroki's quirk against himself. Quirk backlash can be serious had you not been born with something to counteract it. Present Mike had one of the worst, deafening himself with his own quirk due to the fact his body hadn't developed a defense mechanism to counteract the sound. His hadn't manifested like a normal emitter quirk, simply because it was part mutation. Yamada's throat was designed for his quirk, unlike his sensitive baby ears, which didn't have anything to help. The cries had caused everyone in the room to deafen. Izuku shook his head. Bad habits are hard to break. Todoroki's fucked. His quirk is going to kill him if he doesn't stop. Izuku whispered. Aizawa raised a brow. Checkmate. The man directed his head to a screen that gave a better view. Shinsou was shouting at him. Todoroki had blue lips and frost covering half his body. The odd thing was the steam. It flowed freely from his shoulders and back, mainly towards his left side. Izuku wished there was audio to hear just how badly Shinsou was insulting him. Todoroki held a permanent scowl and was glaring daggers, his eyes lit of something other than determination. Shinsou cracked a smile when his left hand began flaming up. Todoroki had a tiny smirk revealed, quickly hiding however as a booming voice erupted from the crowd. Endeavor. Both fighters paused as the man screamed. Together, Shinsou and Todoroki scoffed. The number 2 hero was shouting to Todoroki, exclaiming that he had finally accepted his father's side. Next thing you know, Shinsou is shouting back at him, calling him a bastard of a sperm donor, and that Todoroki didn't deserve him as a dad. If a microphone was purposely pointing closer to Shinsou, just to add that extra oomph, then no it wasn't. Aizawa snorted as Yamada stood, flabbergasted. Quite a lot of the crowd also shared the same expression. As Endeavor stormed off, fires blazing, anything spanning to a certain radius, Shinsou forced Todoroki to begin fighting again. Izuku had seen how something changed. Shinsou no longer had the upper hand. Izuku suspected that Todoroki only had a minor warmth-inducing quirk, as he never showed an open flame but was still able to melt zero out of the ice. The reveal of 2 opposing quirks is one thing, but fire and ice, they don't clash ... or will ... they do. Explosions kind of clash. Todoroki had made it clear he didn't know a thing about his fire quirk, using it directly after he had taken the temperature down. Brining it down to such extremes and suddenly adding heat. Heat causes things to expand. When air expands at increasing rates, boom. The shockwave had even jostled Izuku slightly, despite his ghostly form. Aizawa's hair stood up even without his quirk active, and Yamada created a sound that didn't sound human. Damn, Hitoshi finna join me soon. Izuku whistled, mostly unaffected by the explosion. Aizawa poked his arm, pointing to his own ears and signing. I can't hear. Ringing. He struggled, due to his arms being wrapped. Izuku wanted to laugh, not at the fact Aizawa couldn't hear ... but the way his hair looked, stuck up in the air just as a cat would when startled. The man didn't seem to notice its odd appearance. Yamada did, as he was laughing on the floor, unbeknownst to Aizawa himself. Who won? Don't know. Aizawa rolled his eyes and pointed to a screen, showing Todoroki just barely hanging onto the edge of the boundary zone with a small statue of ice planted behind him. Shinsou was stuck halfway into a wall with a smile plastered on his face. The blood also running down below his chin wasn't doing him any favors, no matter how handsome he looked to Izuku. And Todoroki wins with a close call. That was one heated, or should I say explosive, battle, ya dig? Well then, my mini mices, stay tuned for the reward ceremony. Shinsou shivered as he approached the battlefield. Nothing could prepare him for this fight, especially the newly hated man looming in the hallway. He was emitting heat at alarming temperatures, so Shinsou dodged to the side. That was until Endeavor placed a firm hand on his shoulder, causing yelp. I saw your match. You ... your power is strong, comparable to Eraserhead's. While you may not be strong yet, my Shado's job is to surpass all might. Shinsou could feel the man staring daggers into his back as he shuffled his way through the hallway. The words Todoroki had said previously repeated in Shinsou's mind. I'll reject him completely by winning first place without using it. I'm not Eraserhead, much to my own dismay. He whispered the last part below hearing levels. But Todoroki isn't you either. Shinsou spared a quick glance behind but turned shortly after due to the immense pressure building up from the number 2 hero. Endeavor didn't say anything else, allowing Shinsou on his merry way ... to the fight against Todoroki. He groaned as he rounded another corner. His plan might not even work. Present Mike had finished hyping up the crowd and left midnight to introduce the fighters. He had to walk out now. The second his foot left the safety of shadows, Shinsou felt eyes watching his every move. He hated it. Mike's familiar voice did help soothe the anxiety. Todoroki's dead stare did not. I'm going to beat you. Todoroki scoffed. Shinsou, not knowing how to react, shuffled from one foot to another, tapping his foot to the ground every few seconds. As the countdown begun, his heart rate increased. This would be exhilarating. Blood pumped to Shinsou's ears as Todoroki's eye nicked at the hairs on his neck. His entire body shivered, not preventing him from dodging the still incoming ice. Todoroki, listen. Shinsou tried to reason. Can't you see I'm trying my best? With all I can. He flinched, face contorting into a barely noticeable scowl. Just as presumed, Todoroki didn't respond. Shinsou would have to resort to the plan he named what to do if all else fails. He wasn't proud of the name, but life really isn't going his way. How are you going to defeat me, with only half of your power? Todoroki obviously didn't like that and sent out a quicker and sharper icicle. Shinsou shrieked slightly at the cold again this skin. He ran in circles, keeping Todoroki in the middle and sticking to the edge. Risky, but Todoroki wasn't moving, aiming on using ranged attacks rather than close combat. Frost clutched at the boy's right side. Shinsou kept this up for another minute, until he had different shapes of ice surrounding the arena. Perfect hiding spots. Sticking his hand into his pocket and pulling something out, Shinsou placed one on the side of the ice. Luckily, they were tiny and no one would be able to see them. Even if they did, it couldn't be casted as cheating. I hate your father too. Just use your goddamn power. Todoroki swiveled around and sent an attack to the source of the sound. Don't you see how hard I've tried? Fight me with all you've got. Another, this time in the opposite direction. Just fucking fight. Todoroki was confused. He'd stopped sending ice at every noise, glancing around as Shinsou's voice projected from completely different areas. Shinsou waited for the perfect moment to strike. He could feel the stadium tense. Todoroki too, as he turned the second Shinsou revealed himself. He held up one hand, Shinsou doing the same. It's your power. Why can't you see that? It's your power, not his. Shinsou hated using his voice so much. It was beginning to hurt his throat. He couldn't wait to get home and drink some of Yamada's special lemon and honey tea. He was getting sidetracked. Todoroki might have said something as his mouth was moving, but despite that, Shinsou didn't want to use his quirk. He knew helping Todoroki unlock his fire would benefit his progress as a hero. The ice sticking to his hair and eyelashes would probably benefit too. He was monologuing to the floor, speaking in incoherent whispers as frost slowly dripped as water to the floor. Shinsou's eyes widened as steam flowed out of Todoroki's back. His hand set ablaze, the fire in his eyes burning more than ever. Thank you, but I'm going to win this. Just as Todoroki went to strike, some dumbass from the audience boomed above all cheers. The said person being Todoroki's father, also known as Endeavor, the number 2 hero. SHOTO, my son. You finally accepted me and gotten out of that stupid phase. He chuckled. Todoroki had his middle finger sticking up. Not that anyone could see it as he was sheltering it with his other hand. Hey, Endeavor, you stupid piece of shit. Shinsou shouted, pain forming in his throat. You can fuck off. You don't deserve anything from Todoroki. I don't even want to call him your son. You're a bastard and a shitty sperm donor if anything. Shinsou saw out of the corner of his eye. Todoroki trying not to smile, his chin twitching gave it away. Izuku did exactly the same. Luckily, neither dwindled on it for long before sprinting back into action. Todoroki's blue lips returned color, although the sudden amount of fire was scaring Shinsou. He remembered a specific science lesson where Izuku had helped him. Except Izuku blew up the lab by putting a fire stick into a tube of dry ice. Of course, Shinsou was sent to the principal's office. So, freezing temperatures plus fire equals boom. Shinsou remembers that at most. So obviously the best course of action would be to carry on running and hoping for the best. Yeah, did not go to plan, as his eardrums burst, probably punctured a lung too with how hard he was smacked against the stadium wall. Shinsou managed to get Todoroki to unlock his fire though. Izuku would be proud of him. Izuku shaking him awake by cheering didn't make Shinsou's heart break. While close, it was Aizawa ruffling his hair and giving his "I'm proud of you" look through the bandages. Yamada had already prepared a cup of tea too. Shinsou nearly cried at the sight, gulping it down in small mouthfuls. That was so cool, though the explosion seemed familiar. The 7th of January, 3rd period. Shinsou blew on the steam of his cup. Izuku came to the quick realization. When I exploded that science lab. That was so much fun. Yamada seemed to be the only one concerned about Izuku's confession. Yeah, and the blast you definitely instigated has ruptured your eardrum and bruised several bones. Aizawa spoke up gruffly. Shinsou ducked his head and finished his tea. Izuku chatted with Yamada. Recovery girl had come in at some point and filed the bruises along with his ruptured eardrum. She also specified that it should not come in contact with water for the time being as she could not heal it currently. Aizawa signed the files and pulled Yamada back to the commentating booth, ready to announce Todoroki and Takoyami's battle. So I'm assuming he wasn't too injured? Shinsou asked to Izuku, who was laying beside him. Izuku sat up and shrugged. He passed out for like 5 minutes but woke up relatively fine. The stage took longer to rebuild though. You guys wrecked that. He snorted, falling backwards again. Shinsou yawned, unconsciously pulling Izuku closer and letting his eyelids fall shut, even with the yelps coming from the boy next to him. His slumber was quickly disturbed, however, when he was awoken for the reward ceremony. Do I have to go? I said so much bullshit on live television, in front of many people. Shinsou inwardly cringed and frowned when Izuku forced him up and put of the bed, much displeasure to his aching bones. Takoyami won by the way. Izuku smirked. He has the upper hand because Todoroki didn't use his fire. He tried to imitate the inexpressive teen but fell into a fit of laughter. Shinsou nudged him. Let's go, surely it's starting soon. I want this over and done with already. It passed just as quickly as it came. Shinsou came in third along with Bakugous, Todoroki in second and Takoyami in first. Bakugous was chained up pretty ruthlessly, a muzzle fastened to his face. He could feel the boy staring daggers into his side but Shinsou didn't dare look at it. He'd definitely talk to Aizawa about that later. All Might giving out the rewards wasn't any better. Izuku clutched at Shinsou's arm like a scared child. Pretty cute, but with context it was not. He resisted the urge to scowl when the man placed the copper medal over his head, booming a mini plus ultra. Once all was sorted, Izuku did a victory dance by Shinsou's side, claiming they both won. Shinsou didn't bother arguing and relaxed a small smile out. As the two left the playing field, most of the crowd doing the same, Yamada and Aizawa were waiting. Aizawa was a little bit more energetic as Recovery Girl mentioned he had been so well rested she was able to finish the healing. First stop, medical room. Next stop is the ramen place down the road from the police station. Yamada fist bumped the air, only for Izuku to jump up and complete it. Yeah, Aizawa huffed in an amused tone as the door to the medical room entered sight. He was already done by the time everyone else arrived. Oh my god. Izuku clasped his cheeks. We're Scar buddies. Recovery Girl had gone back to healing stray students after taking the bandages off. Oh, you're right, Green Bean. Shu has one under his eye exactly like yours. Yamada bent down to examine each scar. Isn't that so cool? My first ever Scar buddy. Izuku jumped in circles. Shinsou stuffed his hands in his pockets. Great, it's over. Let's go now. I'm hungry. And on cue, his stomach let out a sound of agreement. The group of four decided to go to the ramen shop just down the street from their house, and despite Izuku not really needing to eat, Yamada had bought a spare bowl for him. Izuku thanked him with tears in his eyes and instantly finished the entire thing. Shinsou and Aizawa both ate slowly, giving enough time to savor the food and make sure they don't get indigestion, something Izuku has never worried about ever. I don't understand how you do that and don't feel sick. Shinsou pointed at him with the chopstick he was holding. I don't understand how you spend 3 hours eating one damn meal. Life should be spent living, not eating. Izuku huffed and placed his bowl on top of Yamada's. Isn't it ironic that you're the one to say that? Huh. Shinsou closed his eyes and drowned out the annoying green blob that would be blocking his vision. That's a good point. Why are you constantly with us? Do you sleep 24/7? And are some middle-aged men and teen your only friends? Aizawa spoke up, slurping some noodles. Izuku stilled. Yeah, I guess. I mean, I can't say anything else. You're literally the only ones I have. Yamada melted at that, pulling Izuku into a hug which he gracefully accepted. That's fine, kiddo. We don't care. Are you safe at home, though? Yeah, I'd just rather hang out here. Izuku sheepishly rubbed at his neck, much like Shinsou would when he was anxious. Aizawa didn't take his eyes off of Izuku as both him and Shinsou finally finished their meals. We ready to bounce? There's this old movie I've been wanting to see. I heard it has 2 series, several books, and 3 movies. Yamada turned his back to the street, walking backwards while facing Izuku, Shinsou, and Aizawa. Every time you find a new movie, I end up having to sit and watch the entire thing alongside, otherwise you won't stop bugging me. Aizawa pulled his face into his capture weapon to stay warmer in the cold night. Yamada scoffed. Well, it's not only you anymore. I have 2 sons to watch it all with me. Izuku bounced up. I'm here all day every day. They high-fived. Yeah, you get what I mean. Azashi, you look like a lunatic. To everyone else, you're giving the air a high five. Aizawa huffed, Shinsou just barely stifling a laugh at the defeated face of present Mike. Izuku was actually quiet the duration of the way home, which is pretty unusual. Shinsou watched as he slowly shuffled next to Aizawa, lightly clutching the loose-fitted shirt. Upon entering the apartment, the cats that would stumble around your feet were nowhere to be seen. Yamada called for them and only then did Bastard reveal himself. There you are, my sweet baby. I hope you're ready for movie night. He kissed the cat, holding it tight in his grasp. Shinsou wrapped his hand around Izuku's shoulder, directing him to the sofa and sitting down. Izuku smiled, mentioning that it deserved some popcorn. As the 2 adults arrived in the room, 2 big bowls were in Yamada's hand and Aizawa was balancing 4 cups by holding them close to his chest. Shinsou sat on the left, Chip deciding that he was comfortable enough to sit with, at to which Bastard followed. Aizawa was on the right with Yamada directly next to him, and Izuku jumped right in the middle, squishing Shinsou's feet. Let's get this movie started, he called out, grabbing a handful of popcorn and shoving it into his mouth before the movie had even started. Shinsou pulled a cushion closer to rest his head on. Around the halfway point of the movie, Izuku was struggling to keep his eyes open, head dropping forward and snapping back up every few minutes. Yamada accidentally nudged him, evidently causing his head to loll over to Shinsou's shoulder. Shinsou didn't bother to move him. It wasn't because he actually liked having his best friend leaning on him ... It was just because Izuku probably needed it ... Shinsou's ears turned a light shade of pink as he lightly adjusted the position Izuku was resting on. He could feel the eyes of Aizawa watching him, giving that stupid look. He'd definitely tease them later. Now, Shinsou wasn't the one to fall asleep during movies. He wasn't the one to fall asleep at all, really. But the light breathing of Izuku just inches away from his chest had done something, and eventually sleep was chasing him. Which is why when they both woke up on the sofa, with some sore spots, they scrambled to hop up and off each other. Sorry so how did you sleep? Izuku flushed and attempted to break the awkward air. I'd rather have slept on a bed, but I feel refreshed. Shinsou turned away, beelining to the kitchen to grab some breakfast. Yamada was prepared, flipping some pancakes while singing to some English song, which Izuku happened to know and hummed along. Aizawa was nowhere to be seen, probably buried under blankets and downright refusing to get up. The last time Izuku tried to wake him ended up in a cat fight of some sort, them both whacking each other until Izuku finally gave in and left him alone. Where's Chip and Bastard? Izuku shook the cat food bag. They didn't come out until the third shake, which was pretty unusual. Are they ill? I noticed yesterday they're a little slower than usual. And they typically run at top speeds for food. Yamada had a pained expression, watching as the cats slowly shared their food, despite having two separate bowls. Bastard is old as sushi. He's probably coming close to his end. Chip, however, I'm not sure. She's a ghost, so maybe she's reflecting on his behavior. Aizawa shuffled into the kitchen, immediately grabbing some coffee and flopping into a chair. Izuku pointed at him. Do you always just listen in and join at random times? Shinsou sat down, ignoring everything and silently grabbing a small plate of pancakes, dousing it in syrup. Izuku sniffed the air, turning at the speed of light and tucking himself at the hip of Shinsou, making him budge over on his chair. Go grab your own plate and chair. Shinsou slapped his hand when he tried to grab a pancake. Somehow, he succeeded and chuckled when Shinsou scoffed. That wasn't cute. Alright, love bugs, break it up. I hate seeing happy sappy things so early in the morning. Aizawa yawned and grabbed himself some breakfast. Izuku rolled his eyes. Yeah, we get it. You're a grumpy old man. Aizawa threw a small toothpick that was used to hold a strawberry right at Izuku's face. Luckily, Izuku was a quick thinker and let it phase through, sticking his tongue out. Yamada broke the fight up by bringing 3 plates full of toppings and even more pancakes. Aizawa's eyes glistened at the sight of the weird combination of sugar, syrup, strawberries, and some blueberries. Izuku grimaced and inwardly questioned how the man didn't have several teeth missing. So what are we planning today? Yamada spoke up, sitting down opposite Shinsou. Izuku shrugged, watching as Chip and Bastard curled up together on the sofa. Aizawa seemed content with that idea and laid down next to them after putting his plate in the sink. Lazy day, huh? Yamada chuckled, putting his own plate into the sink too. Shinsou soon followed but washed them up instead, leaving them on the drying rack. Aizawa spoke without opening his eyes, hand absently stoking Bastard. You have the internship introduction next week. You'll choose what hero you want to intern with. And hero names. Izuku sat next to the sofa on the floor, joined by Shinsou shortly after. I'd say the only trouble would be the name then. Obviously I'm choosing you to intern with, unless you haven't picked me. Shinsou looked up hesitantly, only to catch Aizawa turning to face the cushions with a small smirk on his face. How about mind jack? Like, 'cause you jack their minds, Izuku suggested until Aizawa huffed out a laugh. Izuku pouted. And what's wrong with that? Nothing. Just reminds me of Hisashi picking Eraserhead for me and I absolutely hated it. Remember, you can't change it once it's submitted. Aizawa suddenly paled and glanced over to Yamada, who was peacefully marking an English test at the table. Izuku shrugged again and flopped down to lay his head in Shinsou's lap, watching the TV, unfortunately stumbling upon his notebooks. He turned away, facing Shinsou's stomach instead, and yawned. Shinsou accepted his fate and grabbed a book until Izuku decides to move. And seeing how he was quietly snoozing, that wouldn't be any time soon. As lunchtime rolled around, no one moved except Yamada to go on his patrol. Izuku finally stirred awake. Damn, why am I so sleepy? I haven't been this tired since middle school. Shinsou pet his head. I wish I was one with sleep. Aizawa abruptly sat up, stretched and walked to the kitchen to grab a coffee. Shinsou stood up, causing Izuku to fall flat into the floor, and also grabbed one, much less sweet than Aizawa had though. So what are you kids going to be doing? I can give you extra schoolwork if you'd like. Aizawa gave his big scary grin that didn't seem to affect Shinsou anymore. I'm alright, though I wouldn't mind some physical training. With those internships right around the corner, I'd like to stay on my feet, Shinsou replied, taking a long sip from his mug. Aizawa nodded, wandering into his shared bedroom and probably changing. Izuku gave a thumbs up when Shinsou caught his eye. He sighed and went into his own bedroom to also find something more comfortable to train in. Once everybody was set, Aizawa led them to the school, taking a left just before entering the building. That route took them all to a secret gym behind the school. But if Izuku knew about it, then no one else did. Upon entering, the lights flashed on and revealed what looked like a typical gym, other than the specialized equipment made for heroes. Alright, why don't we just go and do sparring? I can help you on one-to-one fights. Aizawa flicked his hand up and didn't wait for Shinsou to reply, already walking into a room on the right. This time, the room was slightly smaller, an area with benches and a small vending machine off to the side. In the middle was a slightly elevated platform. Shinsou put his water bottle off onto the bench where Izuku was sitting and readied himself. Aizawa was covering his tiny smile under many layers of his capture weapon, but that didn't stop Izuku from seeing. He gave a cheer of encouragement as the two fought. It was really good. Shinsou held up amazingly, most likely due to the fact Izuku taught him most of Aizawa's moves, and actually tackled him to the floor at one point. After only one match, the two of them finished sweaty and slightly bruised. Aizawa gave some pointers on where to improve on, deciding to hand Shinsou a spare capture weapon to aid him in the spar. Shinsou accepted with gratitude in his eyes. Apparently, it was Aizawa's prototype binding cloth. Halfway through their spar, Yamada walked in with some lunch. Neither fighters noticed him, too entangled in their battle to see, so Izuku might have gotten some of Shinsou's lunch. After that second battle, they all ate. Yamada was pooped from his patrol, so he opted with chilling next to Izuku. For some reason, Aizawa and Shinsou were still completely energized and had another go. Yamada was cheering Aizawa on, while Izuku was cheering Shinsou on. The fight was even more intense than before, and Izuku could feel himself inching to the edge of his seat. Aizawa wrapped the cloth around Shinsou's torso and pulled. He stumbled forward slightly before dropping down to the floor and rolling. The cloth came loose and Shinsou slipped out, sending the ends of his capture weapon towards both of Aizawa's arms. Aizawa deflected one, failing to prevent the other. The short moment of hesitation gave Shinsou the advantage. He ran head one, ducking under another strip of white. Shinsou tugged at his capture weapon, pulling Aizawa closer and wrapping his forearm around the man's neck. Shinsou was a pro at headlocks, courtesy of Izuku. After keeping at the same position for about 30 seconds, Aizawa finally tapped out and Izuku jumped around, running at Shinsou and giving him a hug. Aizawa chuckled and grabbed the two waters Yamada chucked at him. He handed one to Shinsou and begun drinking. "Thanks, Dad." Everyone paused. Shinsou's face turned a hot pink shade rapidly as Izuku gave a wry smile. The water that Aizawa should have been drinking was now mostly spilled on the floor from squeezing the plastic bottle. Yamada had tears in his eyes and sprinted over to give a hug. Shinsou had never wanted to die more than ever until that moment. "When will you stop bugging me?" Shinsou crouched to the floor and cradled his head in his arms. Izuku doubled over laughing and smacked the ground. "It was so adorable though." "Thanks, Dad." PFFT. "Hitoshi, I'll never let you live this down." Izuku looked into Shinsou's eyes and begun up again, tears forming and chest heaving. Shinsou groaned and smacked him on the head. "He's technically my dad anyway. Kinda. Fostering and adoption are two separate things. You should call Yamada Mum." Shinsou stood up, decided to altogether ignore Izuku. He wasn't being much of a help anyway. Ever since he had that sparring session, Izuku hadn't stopped. Monday was pretty much just as planned. They had a week to choose what heroes they were going to intern with, and hero names were chosen. Shinsou was pretty disappointed at midnight shutting down Mina's request of Alien Queen. Izuku had agreed with him and started making fun of Bakugous, the boy who was glaring daggers at Shinsou whenever he thought Shinsou wasn't looking. It was pretty predictable though, saying the words that you last said before your friend died. Yeah, pretty messed up. Shinsou didn't care. Bakugous deserved it. The torment Izuku went through, bullying, suicide baiting, all of it. Bakugous does seem to be improving though, rarely giving compliments and not shouting as often. After that, the day went normally. Some hero training in the afternoon, Shinsou handing in his form for the interns, getting some extra practice with his new capture weapon. Izuku got bored around the halfway mark and slept throughout the rest of the session. Shinsou made sure to kick the chair under him so he'd fall, which he didn't, he floated instead. Shinsou scoffed when Izuku jumped up and laughed. "So, Mindjack, what's the plan for patrols?" Izuku wrapped an arm around Shinsou's neck, dragging him towards Yamada and Aizawa. "I'd probably just follow him around. You act as if I'd be trusted to go off on my own." Shinsou huffed, waving his hand. "If you take that on my own and keep it that way, I probably would. This little troublemaker would be the one I don't trust." Aizawa grabbed Izuku's head and shook it lightly. Izuku rolled his eyes, swatting Aizawa's hands away. "I'm not that bad." Everyone turned to look at him with blank faces. "Oh, come on. This is bullying." He pivoted and ran to the door, making sure to pick Shinsou's bag up on the way and stick his tongue out. "Well, time to go. You have school tomorrow, so you should hurry up home and sleep." Aizawa didn't look back as he passed Shinsou. "You're a teacher. School for you." Yamada ruffled his hair. "He's just being a dad. Ignore him." Shinsou huffed and kept next to Yamada, slightly happy that Izuku took the weight of his equipment to the car already. Upon arriving home, the cats didn't approach, causing Yamada to share a pained expression. He made sure to add extra food to their bowls before preparing dinner for the rest of the family. "Why did I carry your bag? This was so heavy." Izuku collapsed on Shinsou's bed. Shinsou decided to follow and lay directly on top of him. Izuku gave a tiny push but gave up and let out a deep sigh. "Are you going to tell Bakugous about me?" he said after closing his eyes. Shinsou stayed silent for a few moments. "If he approaches me, I'll do it. If you give me permission." Shinsou shifted his head to look at Izuku. Yeah, I'd like him to know it wasn't all his fault. He was a pretty big factor, but I died because I chose to. I gave up and now I'm in a better place with you guys. Izuku chuckled, moving to pull Shinsou closer. Shinsou hugged his waist. Good night, Izuku, he mumbled, barely coherent. Night, Toshi. The pair were woken up to the blaring of Shinsou's very annoying alarm. He'd set it to Aizawa's voice, distorted immensely. The man in the alarm was constantly repeating. It was a logical ruse. It may have been Izuku's idea, Shinsou just sticking with it because he couldn't be bothered to change it. Aizawa wasn't exactly pleased when he was woken up by this said alarm. It was purely accidental that time. Shinsou had forgotten his phone in the living room and Aizawa just so happened to be sleeping on the sofa after a patrol. Izuku, like always, found it hilarious and laughed in Aizawa's face, waking the other occupant of the house. Yamada watched as a vein popped out on Aizawa's head. With some miracle, Izuku somehow escaped unscathed. Shinsou had wished for something like that, but to no avail even after every training session. So, are you excited for your first patrol with Mr. Eraserhead over here? Izuku jeered, poking Shinsou in the side. Oh shush, knowing you, we'd probably attract more danger. Shinsou poked back, hitting a sensitive spot to make Izuku drop to the floor. Aizawa groaned. Either you both shut up, or Izuku stays here. I am most definitely not dealing with you both while we're out there. He rubbed at his eyes, mumbling something under his breath. Izuku saluted. Sir, yes, sir, proceeding to imitate a zipper over his mouth and wiggling his eyebrows at Shinsou. Shinsou tugged his boots on, ignoring the green gremlin. Don't forget water, it's getting hot out. Yamada called from the kitchen, mixing a bowl of batter. Izuku gave a thumbs up, turning around to find not a single soul on sight. Geez, that stealth training was no joke. How long do you think it'll take him to find out we're gone? Shinsou whispered. 3.2.1. Aizawa counted down, just on time. Izuku flew out to window, frantically searching. Itoshi, Aizawa. I'm going to eat you both when I find you. He cupped his hands around his mouth to emphasize the sound. Shinsou snorted. That's not too bad of a threat. Izuku's head instantly snapped to the sound, flying up to the roof where the two traitors ran off to. Aizawa shrugged and denied any accusation as Shinsou watched with his scary smile. Now, we need to get going. Aizawa pulled his signature yellow glasses on and ran, not waiting for Shinsou nor Izuku. Luckily, Shinsou's stamina had increased, so running over roofs no longer feels like death was forming in his lungs. Izuku floated on par to him, acting as if he was filing his nails. Fuck you. He scrunched his face. Rude. Fuck you too. Izuku rolled his eyes, pausing when Eraserhead stopped. He held a hand up, peering over the roof. Some voices were calling from below, slurred and definitely drunk. Izuku sat close to the ledge, along with Mindjack. Eraserhead did some more hand gestures. Watch and learn. Before they could properly comprehend what he had messaged, a passage of air rushed past them and through the alley. Yellow flashed in the light for a passing second. The two drunk men who were about to fight, knives in hands, hesitated for a moment, allowing Eraserhead to get the upper hand. After that, it was the usual. Pow, kick, kaboom. Maybe not kaboom, but you get the gist. Alright, come on down you two. Izuku watched as Mindjack used a drainage pipe to slide down, like a firm pole. Make sure these guys don't wake and start back up. I'm reporting them to the detective. Eraserhead pulled up his phone and dialed a number. A minute went by and sirens could be heard in the far distance. That was their cue to leave, or watch from the shadows to make sure nothing else happens. Up, to the roofs. Eraserhead pointed, soon jumping up with his capture weapon. Mindjack did his best to imitate the move, just barely managing with the help of Izuku. So that was the first encounter for tonight. And we're only 0.20 minutes in. Izuku deflated. Get used to it. I hope you won't continue to judge my sleeping patterns after this. Eraserhead chuckled, watching as the police detained the drunken men. He flipped his hand, causing Izuku to grab Mindjack's attention. Let's go. If you behave, I might let you go off on your own for an hour. Izuku hopped around after that, lightly shaking Mindjack's arm. Izuku was literally bouncing with energy. Eraserhead suddenly turned and ran until Mindjack was huffing behind him. You're joining in on this one. Situation appears to be a 2-on-1. 2 men, 1 woman, based on their appearances. One of the men have a viper snake mutation, granting him the ability to see in thermal vision, I'm assuming. The girl is in shock, stuck between fight or flight. The last man has no obvious signs of his quirk, although the holes in the back of his jacket signify protruding objects. Bones perhaps. Keep wary of him. Izuku watched as the snake guy pushed the woman over, a whimper escaping her lips. The Eraserhead gave Mindjack a nod, jumping off the roof to silently subdue to unknown guy's quirk. Mindjack jumped over to the next roof, angling his fall so that Viper didn't see him. As he approached from behind, the woman's eyes fell onto him, Viper immediately sensing someone behind him. Mindjack jumped back, hearing a loud grunt from another part in the thin alleyway. Eraserhead must have had trouble with the other guy. Viper charged forward. Sharp fangs, he was definitely trying to stab into Mindjack. He dodged with just a hair in between. The capture weapon around his neck loosened, flying out towards the slightly started Viper. Be careful. He seems to be a saw-scaled Viper. They're one of the deadliest. Izuku called out from where he was attempting to help the girl. Not able to actually do much. Mindjack took a deep breath. Got no brains in there. Make a plan, Snake Man. Shut up, Kai. He took the bait. Mindjack silently applauded himself, watching as Eraserhead tied up the other assailant. Go sit next to the dumpster. Viper's eyes went white, soon slugging his way over to the dumpster and dropping himself on the floor. Eraserhead walked over and handcuffed him, calling the police to apprehend them. Hey, guys, I don't think she can see me. Izuku smiled sheepishly and pointed to the girl cradling her arm with tears in her eyes. She doesn't look quite here. We can hand her over to the paramedics, but for now try and see if she can stand. Eraserhead turned around, phone in hand as Mindjack approached. Hi there, are you okay? The girl's eyes looked at him. She mouthed something, far too quiet to hear. What was that? We're heroes. The police will be here soon. They're not going to hurt me. Her voice rasped out, blinking unsurely. Nope, never again. Mindjack gave a smile, sitting down next to her. Eraserhead had finished the call and leant on the wall next to them. Just as quick as the last, the police arrived in just over a minute. This time they stuck close around to make sure the girl arrived in the ambulance straight away. Good job, great quirk use. Thanks for the breakdown, Izuku. Eraserhead ruffled Izuku's hair as he went past, going through the thin alleyways. After that, unfortunately for them, Aizawa didn't let them go off on their own, mostly because there wasn't much crime afterwards, but also because Izuku was pestering him about it. That usually ended up with Aizawa completely ignoring him, so he did ... and forgot the time. Izuku had nearly cried when he saw the sun rising over the horizon, claiming they never had the chance to do anything. Aizawa's only reply was that they had the entire week, which to be fair, was true. Izuku didn't agree, dramatically walking back home with a strop. I see why you're so small, you're just like a little toddler. Aizawa chuckled when Izuku turned around, with the most offended face to be seen. How dare you? It's just my genes. My mum was even smaller than I. He wiped away a fake tear, reaching over Shinsou's shoulder. Aizawa rolled his eyes and opened the door to the apartment, kicking off his shoes and trotting to his bedroom to sleep for eternity. Izuku helped Shinsou with his own boots, as his friend was also too tired to function properly. Thanks, Zuku. No problemo. Now off to bed. Izuku chirped, pulling Shinsou up towards his room. Shinsou laid down, giving enough space for Izuku to squeeze on and shut his eyes, dozing off the instant they closed. Izuku chuckled and fell backwards into Shinsou's open arms. Shinsou was grateful that Izuku wasn't the one to wake him up. By any guess, he'd have done it by smashing pots together. Luckily, he was still snuggled under Shinsou's right arm. Shinsou moved carefully, unwrapping Izuku's tangled limbs from his own and snuck to the kitchen. Aizawa and Yamada were having a random conversation but paused when Shinsou arrived. How are you feeling? Aizawa asked with a smirk. Like shit, running and fighting for 8 hours straight is causing my bones to feel like jelly. Shinsou huffed and sat down at the table. Yeah, it only gets worse as you get older. Aizawa downed his cup of coffee and thanked Yamada for the breakfast now served in front of him. As they all ate in silence, Izuku appeared from the hallway, bed hair worse than an actual bush. You look fabulous. Shinsou snorted. Thanks, I do try to keep myself presentable. Izuku smiled and sat next to Shinsou. He looked up at Aizawa. Suo ... let's say Hitoshi is allowed to go on his own tonight. Yeah, sure. I guess I do owe you that. He replied with a sigh, not bothering to start with Izuku. Izuku would now spend the rest of the morning and afternoon lazing around, extremely bored because he was waiting for the only good thing of the day to approach. No one could get him to move from his spot of staring at the clock, watching the hand tick past each second. And when it did finally reach 10 o'clock, he jumped up and forced Shinsou to get his outfit on. I don't see why you're so excited. It won't be much different than when we're with Aizawa. Shinsou was trying his fastest to put his suit on but failing as it was mostly skin tight. Because we're on our own. We have permission to go on our own. And fight crime. Izuku shook his shoulders, grabbing him and pulling out the door, only to be stopped. Make sure you have this on you. Aizawa handed them a tiny circular device. It's a tracking system. I'll need to know where you are at all times. Also, this is one of the only times I'm giving you permission to use your quirk when I'm not there, as you still don't have your provisional hero license. Shinsou nodded slowly, giving out his arm to attach the tracker. Now, be good. I'll be out there too, so we may run into each other. He nodded again, now halfway put the door due to Izuku's nagging. Okay, I'll call you if anything happens, Shinsou reassures, running out towards the window they left from the night before. Being out alone felt way better than Shinsou had thought. Izuku would go up high and spot some random crime. Then he'd help Shinsou fight. They'd so far gotten 4 people behind bars, and saved 2 people. Currently, they were walking down an inconspicuous street. It was one Izuku was very familiar with as he'd walked through this way whenever he had a bad day. And that's the hair salon with the older quirkless lady. She was so kind when I first ever went inside. To be honest, I was in a pretty shit mood as someone put gum in my hair. She cut it out for free and we'd had lovely conversations afterwards. Izuku pointed across the road with a soft smile plastered on his face. That's sweet of her. I had a place like that. It was a tiny bookshop and the man working there would invite me in whenever my foster parents would lock me out. It was a long Tim Shinsou was cut off suddenly by someone knocking into his legs. He looked down to find a pair of ruby red eyes along with tears staring up at him. It was a young girl, no older than 6 or 7. She was covered in bandages and wore a tattered dressing gown. Hello there, what are you doing out so late? Shinsou bent down and allowed her to hook her arms around his neck. Where are you parents? She didn't speak, trembling instead. Hurry. A deep voice from the alley she had run from spoke up. What did I tell you about running off? The man paused when he took in the sight of Shinsou. Toshi, I don't think this is good. Someone about his aura ... It's. Izuku grimaced and looked back down at the girl. Sorry about this. Eri, sweetheart ... We need to get going ... Stop disrupting this hero boy. Eri flinched, meeting with Shinsou's eyes again. You can't go around bothering the heroes. He walked forward, stepping out the alley and revealing himself fully. Sorry about my daughter. Don't go, she whispered into Shinsou's ear. Her hands clenched at his costume. Your daughter ... She seems scared. Shinsou glared. It's because she just got a scolding. The man returned the glare. For her to tremble so much ... What are you doing to this girl? Shinsou held her tighter against him. The man scoffed, turning away. You heroes are so sensitive to the subtle signs in people. Recently I've been having some problems with Eri. Shinsou got up and followed the man down the alleyway, Izuku at his side. She's been defying anything I've said. He subtly pulled at the glove around his hand, Eri noticing immediately and jumping out of Shinsou's arms. Izuku caught onto the motion. Done with your tantrum already? Very well. Sorry for the trouble. Eri nodded and walked with her head down. Hitoshi, go report to Aizawa right now. I'm going to follow her. There's something going on and I don't like it. Izuku patted his shoulder and stuck with the silver-haired girl. Shinsou ran out the alley, dialing Aizawa's number straight away. He picked up within a few seconds. What's wrong? What's happened? I think we have an abuse victim. Izukus gone after her, but the man was clearly wary and manipulative of her. Shinsou explained. You could hear Aizawa suck a breath in from the other side of the line, soon air swishing past. I'm on my way, stay there. He hung up and arrived shortly after. What way did they go? He asked. Shinsou pointed to the alley he had just ran out from, going back towards it with Aizawa at his side. They followed it for a few minutes, seemingly just a straight alley. Aizawa paused as they reached the last stretch. Nothing else in sight. A dead end. How? Unless the roofs. Even then ... It's far too high to get away with a child. Shinsou touched the wall, unbelieved. Aizawa huffed and clenched his fist. We'll just have to wait and see if Izukus got anything. Shinsou paced around his room, waiting for any sort of message. After Izuku hadn't returned, Aizawa and him went back home. Aizawa straight away hopped onto the computer to see if any hero agencies were working on child abuse cases, or any about a man wearing a bird mask. His phone pinged, and he jumped to grab it. Might I Agency was the only thing written. Currently, Aizawa was in Hasu as Ida and Todoroki somehow encountered Stain and also, somehow, didn't die. Bakugous was also in Hasu at the time, snagged by a Namu and taken away. That was probably the most worrying, but Shinsou couldn't find the effort to care that much. Despite everything going on, Izuku's disappearance, the Hasu incidents, Eris abuse, Aizawa had the time to look into it. Shinsou appreciated the man because of things like this, so Shinsou dived into his own research, finding out anything he could about the Night Eye Agency. There wasn't much to find, other than he used to be partnered with All Might, he has a 3rd year interning with him and that he's really secretive. Knowledge about that 3rd year could come in handy though. Name goes by Mirio Tagata, Quirk is permeation. How easy this kind of stuff was to access sent a shiver down Shinsou's spine. The plan now would be to go find Mirio, ask him to take Shinsou to Sir Night Eye, find out anything he can about the bird man. School was, luckily, still running for Monday as only 2 students were badly injured, and Bakugous was kidnapped ... But heroes were already on that case. Ida has now got a shoulder that may not work the same ever again. And Todoroki has a deep gash on his back. Bakugous probably tied up in a basement somewhere. Shinsou had no idea how he was going to carry on with the rest of his internships with his nerves on fire like this. Izuku had watched carefully as they went deeper into the alleyway. His breaths begun back up when he heard Shinsou running away. Eri hadn't taken her eyes off the floor, refusing to look at the other. Eri ... You know you shouldn't run off ... You're still an important factor into making this world pure. That curse you hold will save this world, but only if you listen. Izuku wanted to punch this man square in the face. Eri had started shaking again, balling her fists into the gray dressing gown. The beaked man paused, turning to face a seemingly flat wall. He pressed on 3 different bricks until a passageway emerged. Glancing around, he ushered Eri through it. Izuku grimaced at the condition of the tunnel they were traveling in. There was goo coming out the walls and water dripping on the floor. Eri's feet must be really scratched up. Seeing how it took nearly an hour to reach the destination, it was a surprise her feet weren't bleeding. I have business to attend to. You will go to your playroom until I need you. Shigaraki may not be pleased if I'm late. The man pushed the girl into a room, locking the door after and walking off. Izuku recalled on the name, Shigaraki. Either they were working together, or one was a supplier of some sort. He didn't ponder on it, phasing through the door and watching as Eri sadly covered herself in the plain white blanket. Surprisingly, there wasn't a camera in sight. Big Boss must have a lot of trust in a flimsy metal door, although the 6 different locks indicates otherwise. Izuku grabbed one of the books thrown out to the middle of the floor, a red crayon to accompany. "Hi, want to be my friend?" was all he wrote, handing it over to the bed, hoping Eri would react to it. She did, and luckily, was able to read. Mostly, "Who are you?" Her voice was trembling, staring into the empty space. Izuku, hero. He had noticed the extra time it took for her to finish the sentence he had written. "You should go ... my curse will hurt you," she said before dwelling deeper into the blankets. Izuku crouched close, resting a hand on top what he assumed was her head. She flinched away, pulling the covers off immediately and glancing around. Where are you?" She was near crying again. Izuku didn't want that. He flung forwards, grasping control of her and relaxing her body. It felt weird being in a young girl's body, much smaller than he was, but the shock was the pain. Izuku was one used to pain. Era's entire body felt like pure agony, constantly. Izuku jumped out, shaking his head and pulling her into a hug. "Hey there ... nice to meet you." She looked up, directly into his eyes, almost sensing he wasn't bad, and leant into his touch. "Who are you?" she finally asked. "My name's Izuku. I'm a ghost, and I'm here to save you." He smiled, patting her head again. "But why? I don't deserve that." "You'll be killed," she shouted, pushing away from his embrace. "Eri, I'm already dead. I will be able to save you. I have friends and heroes that can help." Izuku held her shoulders firmly, making sure to let her know he wasn't going to leave. In fact, he'd spent nearly the rest of the internships with her before decided it would probably be a good idea to tell Shinsou what he was up to. "Eri, I'm going to be visiting a friend. I'm not sure when I'll be back, but I'll try to make it as soon as possible." Izuku sat down at her crafting table, watching her make a unicorn. "Okay ... you promise you'll be back?" Izuku nodded, hugging her close. The beaked man hadn't been back once since he had left that day. Wasn't necessarily a bad thing, but also not a good thing. People had occasionally come in for food, so they definitely haven't forgotten about Eri. "Okay, with predictions, I'll be back in a few hours. I may have to go back again though so that we can fully save you." Eri slowly nodded, writing back down into a book she picked up. Izuku gave one final bid goodbye before launching into the air to find where they were. Under a seemingly beautiful mansion it appeared. It looked completely normal from outside, but underneath was another story. They had labs, experiment tubes, children. Izuku marked the place in his memory and quickly flew to the apartment. Shinsou had fallen off the sofa when Izuku slammed through the door. "Surprise, I'm back. You son of a bitch. How could you just leave like that?" Shinsou pulled him into a hug and laid his head onto his shoulders, shaking slightly. "I'm sorry. I was making sure Eri was safe." Izuku held back, rubbing circles into Shinsou's back. "Where's Aizawa and Yamada?" Shinsou looked up, dead into his eyes, slightly red and puffy. "Do you seriously not know?" Izuku shook his head. "Geez ... come here." Shinsou led him to the TV, pointing at the news station displaying a very gory fight between a supervillain and some skinny dude in an All Might suit. Though, Izuku knows that's not just some skinny dude. All Might ... why? The footage replays to a video of some UA students saving Bakugous from the LOV. Those students being in Class 1A. "What the fuck happened while I was gone?" Izuku tugged at his hair. "Listen, we need to talk." Shinsou rubbed at the bridge of his nose. Izuku sat down, willing to hear anything said. Shinsou followed with a sigh. "The guy that took Eri. His name's Overhaul. He's been put on the criminal list and being taken care of by Sir Nidai. My plan is to meet up with his intern, find more information, and save Eri." Shinsou blurted out without a breath in between. "I know where their base is. You'll just need reinforcements." Izuku strategized in his head. "Okay, when Aizawa and Yamada get back, you'll give them this. It's all the info I've gathered on Eri so far. I'm going to go back to her cause I have no clue what will happen while I'm gone." Shinsou grabbed the little booklet Izuku handed him and skimmed through it, not having time to even wave goodbye before Izuku had left again. Izuku truly felt bad, leaving on such short notice, but he didn't want to leave Eri alone for any longer than need be. Shinsou inwardly sighed, crumpling the sheet of paper and clambering into bed. Tomorrow was a Monday, so he could at least start on the plan, meeting with Mirio. Aizawa had mentioned Mirio taking out rubbish every Monday, right before lunch. That'd be the perfect time to coincidentally run into him. So Shinsou fell asleep with that in mind, only to wake up 4 hours later to howling. He shot up, pushing his door open and rushing to the kitchen to find the source of the sound. Ship was laying on her side, now owning a deep wound. Bastard wasn't doing anything, copying her pose with his eyes closed. What's wrong? Come on, girl. Shinsou crouched down, reaching to stroke her. His hand slipped right through. Chip. She howled again, resting her head on Bastard. Bastard. Hey, buddy, do you want some food? Shinsou pulled open the cabinet where the treats are stashed and shook the bag. He didn't move. Hey. Shinsou shook it again. Hey, another. Bastard. Tears littered his face. He'd known this cat less than a month. This cat had been with him for barely a month, yet left such an impact. Chip. Izukus not here. He can't bring him back. Shinsou glanced at Chip, letting out a choked cry at the sight of her unmoving again. Bastard. The gash on her side was exactly the same as the one when she had died, at least to Izukus' description. It seemed she had the exact same body too, the ghastly transparency gone. A sliver of her eye opened, letting a low growl. Yeah, I'm here. Shinsou picked her up, letting his tears dampen her fur. You're going to be okay. He didn't know how long he was there, sitting alone in the kitchen with a bag of treats and 2 cats held tightly in his grasp. But by the time Shinsou snapped out of whatever he was going through, sun was blasting into the room. Taking a final glance at the 2 still figures, he bit back the feeling in the depths of his stomach. Aizawa and Yamada weren't back yet. Shinsou's heart clenched at the thought. He shakily pulled out his phone, staring at the contact. The man was so busy, another thing to burden him with. Shinsou hadn't focused enough, accidentally clicking the dial button. He didn't have time to prevent the call from going through. What's up? It's a little early for school yet. Shinsou's voice died out on his tongue. You there? I spit it out. Yamada and I are on our way back now. It's the cats. The Shinsou covered his mouth, remembering the scene from last night. Kid, hold up. We're close. Just take some deep breaths. We're sorry we weren't there. The change in Aizawa's voice was instant, turning from frighteningly cold to comfortingly warm. Hey kiddo, it's a 5-minute walk. Shouda's gone on ahead but left me the phone, so expect him through the window. Yamada wasn't one to hide his emotions, wearing them on his sleeve, so hearing the subtle cracks in each sentence made Shinsou feel worse. It had taken Aizawa 2 minutes and 33 seconds to get home. The moment he had sighted Shinsou, he'd pulled him into a hug. There was a tremble in his fingers. It's okay. This day was going to come. The comforting was slightly stiff, but that didn't stop Shinsou from getting that warm feeling in his chest. Thanks. The 2 separated when Yamada fumbled with the keys, nearly face-planting when he had opened the door. Hey guys, tough day huh? Aizawa snorted. Aren't you the one that's supposed to be good at comforting? Shinsou let a smile form. Yeah, but I don't really know how to right now. Yamada sheepishly rubbed the back of his head, walking slowly to the kitchen with a gloomy face. They're both in there. Ship has somehow materialized. I think back to when she first died. Shinsou shivered, watching as Yamada crouched down and scooped them both up into his arms. I'll go take them to get cremated. We can build a shrine after school. Yamada let out a weak smile, not looking up but stepping out the door. Aizawa came over to Shinsou and put a hand on his head. You can either stay here for the day or go to school. Your call, but I'm giving you permission. I'd say this is a valid reason to miss out. It's fine. I have something I need to do. He ducked his head down, leaving to get dressed. Once Shinsou returned, he grabbed breakfast, focus lingering on that same place on the kitchen floor. Guilt struck again. Leaving the rest of the cereal he couldn't bear to stomach, he headed to the door where Aizawa was waiting. Hazashi said he'll meet us there so we can take the spare car. Shinsou nodded, walking along. He paused when coils of green hair approached. Itoshi, I'm back again. Eri said I should come back for longer as she's a big girl and can handle herself. Izuku bounced, unaware of the news. What's got you 2 so down? Aizawa turned to him. Well, first of all, we haven't heard from you in around a week. And second of all, the cats, they've. Aizawa didn't need to finish as Izuku's smile dropped immediately. Chip, she's. If you listen close enough, you've been able to hear Izuku's heart shatter. You're lying. This is a really cruel joke, you know. PFFT. Chip, she'd never. Izuku's face became a canvas of many emotions, ranging from laughing to crying. Shinsou did what Aizawa had before, pulling him tight and letting Izuku relax. It's okay. They'll live on. Shinsou planted his own face in Izuku's hair, standing there for a few minutes until Izuku pulled away, devoid of the usual bounciness. Let's get this info about Eri tonight. You said about Mirio. Trying to change the subject seemed to have worked. Aizawa quirked a brow. Basically, Eri is being kept underneath the mansion just a few blocks away. We need to save her. Overhaul has got her locked up. She's mentioned him experimenting on her, but I haven't gotten much out of her. Izuku shook his head, not looking up from the floor. And Overhaul mentioned Shigaraki on the day I left. Aizawa basically pushed them into the car. Hurry up and get to the Night Eye Agency. Once you mention the case, I'll be able to join as your legal guardian and pro-hero. Shinsou glanced to Izuku and nodded. Based on my knowledge of Sir Night Eye, he was a sidekick, following All Might around as his brains. His quirk is foresight, able to see into the future by touching and then making eye contact with someone. Only an hour though. In these visions, he can't hear or predict when the time will actually happen, so they rely on estimates. Izuku had mumbled without taking more than 3 breaths. How did you even get all that info? I got 3 results when I searched him up. Shinsou shook Izuku's shoulders. Perks of being a major All Might fanboy when the internet was less secure. He shrunk down with a questioning look. As they turned a corner, Izuku looked up, watching out the window as Yue came into view. I'll go follow Mirio around when I find him. Neither Aizawa nor Shinsou had the chance to stop Izuku before he walked off, straight to the 4th floor where the 3rd years reside. Aren't we, like, an hour early? Who's even at school at this time other than the teachers? Let him figure it out. For now, just go relax in homeroom or something. Grab a snack from lunch rush too. Aizawa bonked him on the head and locked the car. Are we going to practice with the capture weapons today? Shinsou kept his pace the same. Yeah, sure. Izuku felt like an idiot. Obviously, they had arrived at school at the time they usually do ... but that said time is when no one else is around. So he'd gone to the 4th floor to find nobody other than Nedzu's office. So he paid him a visit. It had been a while since they'd last spoken. Hello, Nedzu. I apologize for not showing up for a while. I've been keeping an eye on a young girl. Good morning, Izuku. It truly is lovely to see you again. Tea. Nedzu smiled, pressing a button to reveal the wall of secret teas. Yes, please. Thank you. Izuku sat down opposite to him, waiting at the kettle boiled. So what have you been up to, may I ask? Izuku hesitated. You see, there's this thing. I'm sure you know about Overhaul? Yes. Nedzu's ear twitched as he nodded for Izuku to continue. I believe he's experimenting on this young girl ... She's been groomed into thinking her quirk is a curse and that anyone willing to get close to her will die. Izuku took in a shaky breath. The only reason she's let me so close is because I'm already dead. She knows Overhaul cannot hurt me. Nedzu had stopped moving. He was midway into his drink. Experiments, you say? I can safely assume you already have a plan. Yes, sir. Night Eye is already on the case, so we are trying to get Shinsou to visit and give valuable info. Basically a work study. Now that I think of it, we'd probably need your permission to send him on that work study anyway. You would be correct. Had this been any other situation, I would have said no. But, because I have first-hand experience with experiments, I will allow this. You must save that girl before it's too late. Nedzu gave a sinister smile. For now, would you be willing for a game of chess? So that was how Izuku spent the rest of the morning. He'd mostly forgotten what had happened this morning, but the missing feeling of that weight on his shoulders hurt. Okay, I'm going to go find Shinsou now. Thank you, Nedzu, for this game. Izuku bowed and waved a goodbye. Nedzu doing the same. Shinsou was in the classroom alone with Aizawa when Izuku had arrived. Okay, good you're here. Anyway, I'm taking this down to the rubbish collection. Mirio goes there every Monday to take some out, so I'm sure I'll find him. Let's go. Izuku was then dragged away, not having time to protest. Wait a sec. Shinsou paused for the briefest moment, slowing his speed for Izuku. Thanks. Upon arriving at the bins, Shinsou let out a defeated sigh, clutching at the bags tighter. Guess we missed him. Izuku spoke quietly. Shinsou went closer, mindlessly thinking until he paused. Something about the wall he was standing next to was off. Trash, am I right? Shinsou stood speechless. What are you doing? You know you can just throw away the food trays with the burnables, don't you? Stiffly moving, Shinsou faced Mirio. Izuku peered over his shoulder. Yeah. Mirio nodded and sunk back into the wall, appearing right in front of Shinsou in the floor, scaring Izuku, who now happened to be located in Shinsou's arms, the trash bags fallen. You're that unexcitable first year from the sports festival, aren't you? What even is he? Izuku screamed. Shinsou sighed, picking up the trash and dumping it into the heaps of others. By the time he had turned around, Mirio had already disappeared. Where did he go? Izuku glanced around. Don't know. Damn it, I didn't even get to ask him his name, despite the fact I already know it. Shinsou groaned, dragging his feet along the floor back to homeroom. Lunch was nearly over already. Shinsou sunk into his chair, dwelling on the morning now that it was quiet. Keeping yourself distracted helps ignore emotions. That's why he hated the night without any background noise. His thoughts were too loud. But another way to ignore emotions was to sleep, though that was disturbed when Mirio and 2 other third years started talking in the class. Shinsou lightly banged his head on his table as he set it down again. Izuku filled him in with the information as everyone was escorted out and told to change into their gym uniforms. While you were dancing around in Dreamland, Aizawa arranged for us to fight these guys. You know Mirio, the other guy is Tamaki Amajiki, and the girl is Nejire Hato. Top 3 UA students. Shinsou offered a deep groan as he pulled his shirt off, replacing it with the gym one. Everyone was scattered as they entered a training ground, much similar to the one Aizawa and him use. For some reason, Shinsou had been granted permission to use his capture weapon. The first opponent was Mirio. Shinsou stuck behind as others charged ahead. It was funny to watch the stutter when his clothes fell off. One by one did everyone go down, starting with Mina unfortunately and ending with Ida. Mirio was quick to target Shinsou after the rest of the class was immobilized. Tough guy then. Shinsou didn't say anything. He wanted to win this without his quirk. Mirio's quirk was pretty similar to Izuku's, or well, he uses it the same way. Izuku would slip through walls and floors whenever Shinsou tried to attack, coming back up to get him from behind. Along with letting attacks come through, it was pretty hard to get the upper hand. But they'd been training for basically a year now. Shinsou had gotten real training from Aizawa, and Izuku would constantly use dirty tricks. So yeah, Shinsou was prepared. Mirio would often flank his opponents, dodging to the opposite side he was aiming for. Shinsou made sure to read his moves. That landed him one decent hit. Ooh, feisty. Mirio ducked into the floor. Shinsou took 4 steps backwards, holding his capture weapon out. Just as predicted, Mirio jumped back up, startled until the white cloth wrapped around his torso. It quickly shook that off too, making it fall through him. Going to need a better strategy than that. Mirio chirped as Shinsou threw a punch. As it went directly past his face, Shinsou pushed down, reaching to Mirio's chest unexpectedly and knocking the wind out of him. He then pushed his foot forward, catching the back of Mirio's and pulling him down. I win. Shinsou took a few deep breaths and gulps as Mirio processed the loss. Cheers came from the side of the room. Turns out all of the class had recovered and was watching the entire thing. Shinsou flushed a shade of pink as Mirio scrambled to grab his clothes. The boy held a smile, cheerily talking to some others about his quirk. Aizawa gave a small thumbs up and Izuku pounced onto Shinsou. Mirio went on explaining his quirk as Shinsou grabbed some water. He'd definitely talk to Mirio after this. He has to go save Eri. It turns out, he didn't even have to go find Mirio, as Mirio came to find him. You really were a peculiar one. That was surprising. What training do you do? Mirio held his hand out, smiling all the while. Izuku bounced on his feet as he mumbled about Mirio's quirk. Just the regular, though I know someone with a quirk similar to you, so I've had a little experience. Mirio nodded. They know dirty tactics like throwing dirt into your eyes, so I've become very alert when sparring. Shinsou glared at Izuku, who hadn't reacted. That's amazing. I was trying to implement the second part of my quirk but I've had no luck. Mirio visibly deflated slightly. Say ... you're currently working with Sir Nightai, right? Shinsou asked hesitantly. Mirio looked slightly surprised. Yes, I am. Is there anything wrong with that? He tilted his head. No ... it's just, I need to speak to him about something but I haven't had a chance. Shinsou put on his best pity face. Mirio turned to face him. I could ask him to meet you. Nenzu had actually told me you were going to be doing your work study early. I guess I could ask him to bring you on for that. Mirio nodded to himself, giving Shinsou a thumbs up. Really? That would be great. Do you need my contact information? Shinsou suggested, already pulling his phone out. He looked at the bare space of contacts. Point 2. Yamada and Aizawa. Mirio tapped his number in and ran off, his friends waiting for him at the school gate. Izuku was staring at Shinsou's phone with a spark in his eye. That went better than I thought it would. Should we go find Yamada and Aizawa? Izuku hopped in front of Shinsou's face. Shinsou turned and walked back to the UA building. Yeah, sure. Aizawa and Yamada were in the staff room conversing with Kayama. Shinsou waited until their conversation wrapped up before appearing, slightly scared of interrupting. Hey kid, you ready to head home? Aizawa asked while shuffling through his desk drawer. Yamada gave Izuku's hair a ruffle and spun the car keys on his finger, whistling the entire time. Yeah. Shinsou let his bag flop down a little and turned to Izuku. Hey, Zuku, are you going to visit Eri anytime soon? Izuku looked him square in the face for at least 3 seconds. I probably should, to be honest. You guys go ahead without me. He gave a wide smile, reaching to the corners of his eyes before sprinting off. Aizawa had rejoined them, finally finding his phone in the tangled mess he calls his storage drawer. Let's go, I am starving. He yawned, snatching the car keys and walking ahead, shortly followed by Shinsou and Yamada. The summer warmth was just the right temperature, the sun settling and the breeze leveling the place with a slight chill. Shinsou kept his head close to the window during the car ride home, breathing in the fresh air. It was a quiet ride, due to the fact Izuku was gone. It was a comfortable silence, shared by every passenger. Muscle memory unbuckled Shinsou's seatbelt as soon as they rounded that one corner towards the house. He stretched as much as he could in the confined space and hopped out the second the car was parked. Aizawa soon slugged out, along with Yamada. They walked to the door without uttering a word. Opening the door was one of the hardest feats there was for the day. Opening the door to a dead apartment, no sign of life anywhere. Shinsou sucked in a breath through clenched teeth. He was thankful he had distracted Izuku. Tim and Chip were inseparable, constantly at each other's side. But now she's ... and bastard. Yamada and Aizawa had the cat since they were teens. They shuffled in, finding the two small boxes neatly placed on the table side. Yamada shooed Shinsou off to have a shower and get changed, reassuring him that they'd make the Butsuden look amazing. It was hard to refuse when the man was wearing a weak smile. Just as said, Shinsou came back into the living room to find a small cabinet full of small toys or trinkets the cat's favorite. There was a few photos, all of them having Chip and Bastard together. Everyone knew that, even if the photos themselves didn't show Chip. "Hey kiddo, you doing all right?" Yamada came over, giving him a pat on the head. "Yeah, are you?" Shinsou watched as Yamada's face relaxed a little. "I'm not sure, probably not though." A dry laugh was the only thing he left it off with. Aizawa, at some point, had arranged a takeaway dinner. It had arrived and they all ate in the living room, watching TV. It took Shinsou a while to sleep that night. Several memories either downright preventing sleep or just keeping him up. He knew he'd have to be tough though. Eri was waiting for him. And he'd have to go meet Night-Eye and ask Mirio for help. Might even have to get a provisional hero license. His future days were full to the brim. He tossed in the covers, shaking off the imaginary weight at the end of his bed. Cuddling closer into himself, realizing there was no longer anything there. If Shinsou's eye bags were worse than usual, then nobody said anything. At least everyone in the house understood what each other were going through and wasn't questioning the depressing mood that entailed. Izuku wasn't there in the morning. If he had been, Shinsou was sure he'd be curled up next to him, trying to sliver a few extra minutes of sleep. By the time Shinsou was up and ready, they were slightly late, arriving at the school the same time the rest of the students did. Shinsou was called over to Nedza's office soon after he entered the class. Aizawa gave him the go, so he packed his stuff and walked the journey to the principal. He didn't even bother with knocking, the door opening without the need to. "Good morning, Shinsou. It's truly lovely to see you. Izuku had mentioned a work study that you have both decided on. Sir Night-Eye, if my memory plays correct." Shinsou nodded. "That's good, as Sir Night-Eye has said you could come over today, along with Mirio." Just as the name was said, Mirio emerged from the walls, clothes still intact. Somehow, Shinsou guesses it has something to do with what he's wearing. "Hello, Nedzu and Shinsou." Mirio waved. Nedzu let out a slight chuckle, sipping on the cup of tea that magically appeared. "Shinsou, if you could, it would be suitable to change into your hero clothes. Sir Night-Eye is known for being a little extreme." Nedzu's eyes held an evil glint, now laughing menacingly. Mirio eventually forced Shinsou out of the room and into his hero costume. Shinsou yawned, slowly pulling his arms through the sleeve, not even acknowledging Izuku appearing before his very eyes. It had taken about 5 seconds for Shinsou to process the tuft of green blocking his vision. This kind of situation was one that happens too often. Yo, guess who it is? A branch." Shinsou pushed his head through the hole of his jumper, gathering the rolls of scarf and plumping it all on top. "A branch, why not a tree?" Izuku tilted his head, grasping one of Shinsou's many little knives, distorting his voice into a high-pitched teasing. "'Cause you're just a little baby branch." Shinsou snorted, snatching the knife and resting it in its designated holder. Izuku scoffed, turning away and shoving the curtains to the changing room open. He had purposely done it, knowing that Mirio was across the room. "Hello, Shinsou. You ready to go? You're already going to the Night-Eye agency." "That was fast." Era's looking a little worse for wear. "Guess it's a good thing you managed that." Izuku gloomed, leaning his head on Shinsou's shoulder as they walked. Mirio was further ahead, taking the lead to the train. Izuku still perked up at all the shops they walked by, despite seeing them 1,000 times previously. Shinsou chuckled when a certain underground hero had secret merch on display and Izuku shot up to get a better look. He had come back, explaining it was the terrible Halloween quality fabric and there was no point in it. Shinsou had his very own one anyway, upgraded by Mei when she got her hands on it. "Okay, we're here. Now for the train." Mirio stuck his tongue out, giving finger guns and spinning to grab tickets. "He's like a golden retriever. I love it." Izuku shook his hands, laughing as Mirio dropped his money and fetched to grab it all. Shinsou sunk into his seat on the way to the agency, mostly because he was too tired to deal with anything but also because he was extremely nervous. What if Night-Eye rejects his offer? Or what if he refuses to keep Shinsou on the job? He needs to save Eri. He has to because he's the reason she's still there. "Hitoshi." Izuku bumped his head, pulling his arm to get him up from the seat. Shinsou snapped out of his thoughts, gathering his belongings and slivering out the train, still tailing Mirio. Nearly there. Mirio turned around and smiled, walking backwards and giving strangers waves. If you want, you could try come up with a joke. Sir loves them. Mirio paced his steps with Shinsou. What kind of jokes? Stupid ones, dad jokes but smarter. Mirio shrugged, taking a corner and facing forwards again. Shinsou now had 2 dads, so getting dad jokes was easy peasy, especially with how many Aizawa randomly said. You'd never think he'd be the type, at least Shinsou didn't. Izuku's massive forehead displayed how intelligent he was anyway, so making the jokes funny but smart shouldn't be the hardest challenge he's had to face. Shinsou took a deep breath as another agency worker was introduced to him, soon showing them the way to Sir Night Eye's office. Izuku looked around the place in awe, each decoration being pulled to bits for information. Then they were at the door, and Shinsou's hands were sweating. Izuku was hopping from one foot to another. Mirio was watching with a smile, and Sir Night Eye was standing at a weird machine tickling who Izuku mumbled out to be Bubble Girl. Shinsou kept his eyes peeled on the weird machinery with feathers. What is going on? Mirio spoke up. It seems his sidekick, Bubble Girl, was unable to make him laugh. The man turned to them, gaze-piercing Shinsou in a way similar to Aizawa's but much scarier, somehow. Izuku had stopped watching Night Eye the second the room came into view, staring at the weird amount of All Might merchandise everywhere. This is some mad fan behavior. Most of this stuff was only out for like a day max. Izuku pointed at the poster at the far end of the corner. Toshi, the joke. Izuku called from over his shoulder, now noticing how the room has gone strangely quiet other than the laughters of Bubble Girl. Shinsou faced Night Eye, making sure he was listening. How do you make a big company file for bankruptcy? Punch the CEO and yell Detroit Smash. Shinsou weakly fist pumped the air, face contouring to look somewhat like All Might. The second the joke left his mouth, Night Eye stalked closer, inspecting Shinsou and grabbing his cheeks, eyes still staring directly into his. Shinsou, being the defensive person he is, immediately backed away. Night Eye took the cue, leaving Shinsou alone and turning to sit in his seat. So you want to work study here to save someone? Yup. Shinsou pulled out the permission slip, a spot for the stamp missing. You will not interrupt me while I'm speaking. He readjusted his glasses. A hero work-study is nothing like the week-long internships of normal workplaces that you can participate in casually. Shinsou clenched his jaw, Izuku now leaning his head on his shoulder. If I can't do this, I'm never going to be able to save her. Sir, Night Eye pulled the stamp above his head, pushing it down, until he missed by a good 3 inches. Because I don't feel like stamping it. He carried on stamping the table. I understand the merits of working here for you, but my agency runs smoothly, so what can you contribute to prove you're worthy to join? He stood up. You should show me with your actions, not your words. Try and take this seal from me in 3 minutes or less. Then you can stamp it yourself. Shinsou stands up straight as he orders Mirio and Bubble Girl to wait outside. Izuku glanced around the room. Come and get it. Shinsou dived forward, reaching out. Sir, Night Eye dodged fluently, not even giving him a chance. Shinsou jumped off the desk, reaching from behind. I can see everything. Shinsou ignored the words, now seeing Izuku coming closer. Izuku had unfortunately not noticed Shinsou flying towards him. They were both sent tumbling. Sir, Night Eye looked down at them, snickering. 150 seconds remain. Shinsou grit his teeth, quickly giving a secret sign to Izuku. Their plan was made. Left. Shinsou swiped his legs to the left, tripping Izuku over. At the same time he threw a knife from his wrist. Izuku rolled, grabbing the ankles of Night Eye. The man was unfazed. 2 minutes. A bead of sweat pooled on Shinsou's head. Izuku looked ready to just go and take it himself. But that'd blow away the whole ghost thing. Shinsou threw another knife, missing. Night Eye was watching, barely but still to the point that Shinsou was always in his view. Izuku was getting fed up, tugging at his hair and groaning. Shinsou eyed the room cautiously. All Might was absolutely everywhere. Not that it mattered. Some of the figures actually had special abilities, which Izuku didn't fail to point out the second they walked in. Shinsou gave a tiny hand sign. Get the middle one. He flew forwards again, sending the knife attached to the heel of his shoe out. Izuku caught on immediately, flying over to it and throwing when Night Eye turned around. The clock ticked to another minute. Time was running out. Shinsou turned the toy over, pressing the button on the bottom and aiming it for Night Eye's head. The All Might figure began swinging its arms, small gusts of wind shooting out as it screamed Detroit Smash a couple hundred times. Night Eye actually looked surprised by this, dodging by a hair. Izuku, clearly fed up, stomped over and took that short time of panic to steal the stamp. He quickly handed it to Shinsou as Night Eye readjusted his glasses. Even through them you could see the moment of shock when he noticed the stamp in Shinsou's fist. He gave a small nod as Shinsou walked and stamped his papers himself. No matter what I had done, you were fated to win. I saw it. I don't know how you did it, but know that next time will not happen. Night Eye sat back down in the chair and finalized the rest. Izuku begun cheering, obviously making Shinsou smirk. They could finally save Eri. Please do not forget your knives. Shinsou paused in his tracks, slowly pulling them all out of the wall and back into their places. Now that the Night Eye plan was over and resolved, Shinsou would have to wait another week until he's able to actually begin the work study. Paperwork can take quite the time to be submitted and verified. But moving on from that would be seeking out Bakugous. Shinsou has been very aware of his spying eyes. Izuku had pointed it out a while ago. Shinsou shrugged it off, however. It was getting a little too obvious now. The blonde didn't even bother hiding. He'd at one point followed Shinsou all the way to his street, so Shinsou was going to confront him. Thursday was the day he finally got fed up. Izuku grew a malicious smile. Bakugous flinched as he saw Shinsou approach from the other side of the lunchroom. You, me, right now, outside. Shinsou pointed to Bakugous, then to himself, and finally to the door. Kirishima, with a slight bewildered expression, looked between the two. He whispered something to Bakugous, the other slapping his hand away and standing up. Let's go. Bakugous walked forward with a snarl. The door slammed open with a little more force than needed, but neither of the two cared about that. Talk. Why have you been following me? Shinsou looked at the ground, back against the wall. Not so fast. Why don't you explain what you said to me at the sports festival? Bakugous popped a few explosions, wiping the excess nitroglycerin on his trousers. What's wrong? Do the words I said have any meaning to you? Shinsou smirked. Izuku sat down, watching precariously. Obviously they fucking do. You watch everyone carefully, breaking down every shitty thing. Just like him. Bakugous clutched at his shirt. I don't know how you know about the things I said that day ... but I'll kill you if you ever do that again. Shinsou huffed. Not the first time you've killed ... Izuku let out a low ooh ... that's gotta hurt. Only fueling Shinsou more. Bakugous, on the other hand, had tears in the corners of his eyes and teeth clenching like his life depended on it. Listen, Bakugous Katsuki ... or should I say Kaken. You have no clue how much torment you put him through. The scars, the trauma, the death. I don't know how you even got into UA. Someone like you doesn't deserve to be here. Shinsou was definitely taking this too far. His anger was getting the best of him. But Bakugous needs to know what he's done. Good to know how much you've changed. Not a single bit. Imagine what Izuku thinks of you. Shinsou's shoulder barged past, leaving an extremely disorientated bully behind. As soon as they were pretty far away, Shinsou turned to Izuku. Was that too much? Izuku shrugged. That idiot wouldn't get anything into his head unless either his mom forces it in or someone like you brings his massive ego down a notch and destroys his feelings. Izuku rested his head on Shinsou's. In other words, he wouldn't have changed had you never said that. So no, it was pretty tame compared to what I would have done. And just the thought made shivers go up Shinsou's spine. Wanna go chill on the roof? Yeah, sure. And the rest of the day passed smoothly. Bakugous stopped watching his every move. Izuku checked up on Eri and she was doing a lot better. Aizawa had even joined the raid, which they were currently planning. Shinsou was required to do his provisional license exam to be able to join Night Eye for the work study. Nedzu had suggested doing his own trial. Luckily for them, the hero agency had agreed. Izuku had been bouncing with joy when they walked over to the testing arena. Unfortunately, Nedzu had called Izuku to the spectating room as Shinsou was meant to pass on his own. Good afternoon, Nedzu. Good afternoon, Izuku. I'm well aware that you two are like peas in a pod, but I must keep this assessment fair. Nedzu sipped at his tea. Yeah, I understand. What's his test going to be? Nedzu grew a wicked smile. Paintball. Izuku tilted his head. It's simple. He needs to find the people in need, tag them, and shoot the enemies. The enemies, of course, are some pro heroes I was able to obtain. These pro heroes consist of Eraserhead, Hawks, Mrs. Joke, Gunhead, and 13. Nedzu closed his eyes for a second. I was hesitant in letting Hawks join, but the hero agency wouldn't let Shinsou do this if I hadn't. Izuku nodded. Shinsou was up for a real challenge. So many pro heroes ... and skilled ones at that. Now Shinsou wasn't one to panic, but upon hearing what he's tasked with, panicking seemed like the only logical answer. After Izuku was led away, Shinsou was brought to a room similar to the entrance exam. Yamada explained to him that he was to shoot some pro heroes with a paintball gun and to rescue some civilians. Not too hard, right? Wrong. The pro heroes had several amounts of experience, a few being underground. So Shinsou was definitely shaking in his boots. No levels of training could save him. Plus, his specialty was knives, not guns. Shinsou groaned into his hands, choosing double pistols instead of a rifle. The stun gun Izuku made closely resembled the pistols, so hopefully the small amount of practice he had with the weapon would be enough. He was soon led over to a gate, left alone as a countdown begun. Shinsou took a final deep breath as the gate opened. Imagining Izuku by his side calmed part of his nerves. But seeing the city and remembering he had to shoot at least 4 of the 5 pro heroes definitely started them right back up. The one he was planning to avoid at all costs was Eraserhead, simply because the man knew his weaknesses. Hawks was also a problem, a new hero that recently hit the top 10. Izuku had lost most his motivation to study about heroes, so there wasn't much Shinsou could exploit from the man. Mrs. Joke and Gunhead should be fairly easy though. Shinsou's mask has a built-in filter, so the gas Mrs. Joke produces would hopefully be ineffective. Gunhead was a larger body and not used to the underground style. As long as Shinsou kept his distance, he should be fine. 13. He'd need to somehow fire 2 consecutive bullets from 2 different angles, as their quirk is great for defense, easily destroying both paintballs if not shot properly. Shinsou groaned slightly as he slugged into the nearest building. Hawks would be watching from the skies. Eraserhead will most definitely be in the alleys or buildings. Mrs. Joke usually takes to the roofs. Both Gunhead and 13 need to stick to the larger streets due to destructive quirks. Shinsou pulled on his newly made night vision goggles. He'd need to spot Eraser or Joke before they spot him. His footsteps were silent anyway. Stealth was his strong point. The only giveaway would be the scarf, a bright white compared to Shinsou's blackish-purple hero costume. He ducked around the corner as a red feather slipped past. Hawks. He must not be in the sky then. Sending just a single feather at once would be meaningless. He probably sent them all out, hoping at least one would find Shinsou. Turning around the corner, Shinsou aimed his gun at the feather. The target was perfectly lined up. They never said you had to hit the body of the person. Or well, Shinsou wishes he could have hit the feather. It must have been sensitive to the change in air pressure or something, as it knew the paintball was coming for it, dodging to the left just before it hit. Shinsou silently cursed and ran out the building's window into another, looking around as he did so. No Eraserhead yet. That's giving a sense of relief. But not until a blue gas starts slipping into the window Shinsou had just jumped into. He quickly fixed his mask on, exiting the building from another window. This time, he grasped onto the top with his capture weapon, pulling himself up with practiced ease. Just as predicted, Mrs. Joke was standing on the edge giggling to herself. Shinsou flicked some of the levers on his mask, pressing on his vocal cords. "Joke, have you found him? Oh, Eraser, you've finally come around to ask me out. He's just down here, somewhere. I saw him, you should go get him. How about that date you promised me?" Shinsou shivered. Aizawa was not lying when he said he liked social distancing from her. Shinsou pulled at his quirk and watched as she went slack. He stood back a little and shot her with a single ball. A loud voice rung over a speaker. "Mrs. Joke has been eliminated." Shinsou gave himself a cheer. One underground hero down. He hopped off the building just as another red feather flew towards him. That was the worst decision, as Aizawa was patiently waiting at the bottom. Shinsou attempted to fall to the side, but failed. This resulted in them both tumbling over. "This is exactly why I'm teaching you to use the capture weapon." Aizawa rubbed at his nose as Shinsou scrambled to get away. This was to absolutely no avail, and he was caught in the white cloth of the second underground hero. Shinsou ran closer to the man, physics allowing the cloth to loosen. This gave enough space for him to easily duck under and tackle his teacher. But then Shinsou remembered the aim of his test. Shoot your opponents. He held a gun in his left hand, the other still by his waist, and positioned it to Aizawa's back. He fired quickly, not giving any chance to dodge. "Oh geez, I actually got you ... ha ... Shinsou wanted to burst out into hysterical laughter. He had actually gotten Eraserhead. Shut it. 50 more for every exercise next training session. The urge to laugh had now dissipated. Shinsou grouched as he walked out the alley, leaving an orange-coated Aizawa behind. The streets were bare. No heroes in sight, except Hawks, who was strolling down like it's a casual day out. Shinsou spun his head back around the corner, catching eyes with Aizawa. "What? He's tough. He already knows your quirk because you controlled Joke. I'm not giving any more tips, Shu. Me Shu, you're the one that should be going back to the start." Shinsou rolled his eyes, flicking the man away. "Ooh, we got some beef over here." Shinsou instinctively reached over his shoulder and judo flipped whoever had rested their hand upon him. "Damn kid, you're stronger than you look." Before Shinsou could process anything, he was flung into the sky, held up by no more than 6 feathers. A slight "go easy on him" echoed in the alley. "So Pipsqueak, how are you meant to win without these bad boys?" Hawks flew up, leveling eyes with Shinsou while spinning his 2 pistols on both index fingers. He fired a shot over Shinsou's head and whistled. "Got a lot of power too. Does it state anywhere in the rules that I can't use these against you?" Hawks gained a teased smirk. "Why are you a hero?" Hawks paused. Taken aback by the random question, he opened his mouth to speak but quickly closed it. "Do you really want to be a hero?" Shinsou had known he was from the hero agency. They spoke trouble. They raised human tanks. If Hawks really did want to be a hero, then that's that. But on the other hand, the hero agency would have most definitely forced him against his will if not. Who doesn't want to be a hero? The guns were placed aside, now held by single feathers. "Great. Another hero who knows sign language. I know someone." Dream shattered by a public figure. Never recovered his desire for heroics. Shinsou shrugged, glancing around to see if anything could help him in this situation. Too bad for them. Although, shouldn't you be focusing on the timer? Hawks smiled and tilted his head innocently. Shinsou clenched his jaw, citing the timer now reading 40 minutes. He kicked up his foot, allowing the hidden blade to fling out, stabbing the feathers around his chest. Hawks had immediately noticed and attempted to prevent Shinsou from falling to his death. Hawks failed. Shinsou sucked in a deep breath, placing the blade back into his heel and allowing for his capture weapon to flow into his hands. 2 street lights will do. Each end of the capture weapon took their separate paths, wrapping around the head of the lights and making a sort of tight rope. Shinsou's plan was to use it as some sort of safety net with only one rope. His gymnastics may not be the best either but that's okay. Yeah, no, it was definitely not okay. But that's what pro heroes are for. Luckily, he hadn't hit the floor. 13 had appeared from the corner of one of the buildings and used their quirk, effectively saving Shinsou from falling to his doom but also bringing him closer. Hawks had probably spared him or something as one gun was magically back to his waist. Sneaky. Now Shinsou has another dilemma to face. A black hole. Oh, it's easy, right? Just shoot and go. Wrong. 13 has been training their quirk for years, managing to maneuver easily, and unless you've got the skill to out that, you're going to fail. Shinsou lost at anything anyway. Izuku got bored of playing games with him because of it, so that's why he ran away from 13. He didn't have to fight if he didn't want to, probably. He paused in front of a shop, jaw slack. A yellow crash doll. How had he forgotten? He was supposed to save civilians too. Shinsou sped to the door, checking the clock before going in and pulling the dummy out. He'd need to now bring it back to start ... and there was another 3 more around the city. Shinsou cried silently to himself. Why was life so difficult? By the time the dummy was out of harm's way, the timer had gone down to 33 minutes. For now, dummies were the target. If he happened to see Gunhead or a distracted 13, he'd shoot. Hawks, on the other hand, was scouting atop the tallest building, very visibly, and sending feathers to all sorts of places. Wouldn't be soon before Shinsou is back on his sights. Maybe 13 was a better idea. But now that Gunhead had shown himself from the building to Shinsou's right, coincidentally smashing through a window and sending shards of glass directly at him, Gunhead was the new target. Shinsou turned tail and ran towards the nearest alley. Gunhead was skilled in martial arts and had a larger physique, which means alleyways would be a pretty shitty place to get stuck in. Gunhead knew this though, and didn't bother to approach, instead calmly backing away and out of sight. One less pro hero to worry about for the time being. Shinsou let out a breath. He sharply took another one, and as he fell over something behind him, he held a hand to his head and he pulled himself up. His eyes must be deceiving him. Another dummy. And right by the start. Obviously this was one of the ones he was meant to find first ... so that must mean ... the last one is on the opposite side of town. Why wouldn't it be? Just perfect. Shinsou would now have to shoot 2 more heroes and rescue a dummy. Better to start now rather than later. 20 more minutes. Was this enough time? Was it enough time? Obviously not. Shinsou couldn't run for shit. That's what the training is for, yet he still has the stamina of a sloth. Guess he needs to up the caliber he's training at. Groaning, he clasped his capture weapon and swung from random street signs. For now, this would be the easiest mode of transport, but it'll make him stick out like a sore thumb. Feathers dashed past his face a couple times, clearly teasing the boy. Hawks really knew how to wind someone up. Shinsou flicked one last feather out of his way, giving sight to a beauty. It was the sight of a bright yellow plush. Life had never been better in that moment. The only issue now was getting it back. 15 minutes left. That'd mean 5 minutes to actually get the dummy to safety, and 10 minutes to capture the villains. Shinsou had long ago given up on Hawks. The guy played too much like Izuku. If only he'd lived to become somewhat alike. They'd probably be best friends. He could only imagine the terror they'd be together. Shivers. A sudden force dragged Shinsou from his thoughts. Gravity had changed and he was falling sideways. He yelped while flailing around, eventually steadying himself. The dummy almost slipped from his shoulder. As he grabbed a tighter hold, Shinsou shot out his scarf to wrap around anything stable. 13 had come looking for him. Shinsou was stuck. One arm was securing the dummy, and the other was keeping a hold of the capture weapon. It was either one or the other. With a deep breath, Shinsou let go with his right hand, losing his grip on the capture weapon and getting dragged closer to the pro hero. Just before he was caught, he kicked off the floor, dodging over the hero's head and pulling out the gun. With a smooth landing, he aimed up and shot. No need to look. A large splodge of purple paint stained 13's suit. They exaggerated the act of dying, making it more realistic. Nice going, kid. 1 more to go. 12 minutes remain. Let me tell you a secret. Gunhead's weak point is being out of his peripheral. 13 winked and laid flat on the floor. Shinsou gave a nod of approval and ran off. 12 minutes. It's going to be close. Shinsou cried to himself. Why did he chose to do this? Everything's going to be so much harder. And that goddamn Izuku is the cause of it all. Truth be told, Shinsou was happy Izuku came into his life. if that wasn't already pretty obvious. But he can't explain the way he's changed his life, or the way he feels whenever Izuku smiles in his direction ... or the wall. A pain slid across Shinsou's face. Can't I think in peace? Always interrupting my thoughts. Shinsou growled while placing the dummy into the designated safety area. Oh, sorry baby bird, but is someone crying? Hawks doubled over at the face Shinsou made. It was a combination of confusion and embarrassment. I'm sure Gunhead will be here any moment. You've got 6 minutes. Why don't we get the party started? Hawks grinned, gathering the surrounding feathers and pulling out an identical gun to what Shinsou has. Don't piss yourself. Shinsou snickered as he flung himself to the roof from a supporting beam. In the distance, Gunhead was approaching. He cursed to himself. There's no way he could defeat at least one of them in 6 minutes. Come out, Shinsou. You can't hide from me. Hawks pounced over to the purple teen, almost scaring the life out of him. Shinsou's first instinct was to punch, and punch he did. Hawks held his bleeding nose, shocked at what the kid just did. You're an extremely feisty one. Wonder where you get that from. Yeah, and you're an extremely ugly one, Shinsou remarked. Hawks raised an eyebrow, as if to say he wasn't falling for Shinsou's tricks. The nosebleed was slowly stopping just as Gunhead burst through the door. Didn't forget about me, I hope. Shinsou took this time of distraction to send a bullet at Hawks. The man was too swift, however, leaving the paint to cover the wall behind him instead. 3 minutes remain. The room walls now displayed the time, as if for dramatic effect. Shinsou wonders if Nedzu had purposely done that. Shinsou dodged as Gunhead charged. Hawks seemed to have backed off slightly, sending a feather over every now and then. Shinsou didn't think he was going to win this. Every time he'd gotten close to a good shot, Gunhead would do some crazy move that ruined his chance. 30 seconds, and this time a robotic voice counted it down. Nedzu definitely did it on purpose. Shinsou was panicking now. Hawks wasn't the target. He's too fast to try and attack, but Gunhead is too agile for a man of his size. 20 seconds. Shinsou bit his lip, firing 3 consecutive shots, each of them missing due to his trembling hands. 10 seconds. Shinsou closed his eyes, holding the gun up but losing faith. He reopened them and glanced at Gunhead standing there, a smile upon his face. Even if he tried to shoot, he'd miss. 5 seconds. A blur passed by, and Shinsou's gun had moved itself, firing behind Gunhead and bouncing off a mirror, directly hitting the back of his head. Then a bell rung, signaling that the test was over. Hawks wrapped an arm around Shinsou's neck. Why'd you do that? Shinsou snarled, although his anxiety quickly flowed away. Why do you want to be a hero? Hawks repeated. Shinsou paused. Because I want to be the reason that people smile. Hawks ruffled Shinsou's hair, ruining the bedhead look. Then you should be able to do that, baby. Shinsou flushed and pushed Hawks away. He'd have to go see Nedzu now anyway. Hawks smiled at the reaction. Oh, how much fun teasing was. Bye. Shinsou took a sharp right, up into the secret compartments in the walls. As expected, Nedzu and Izuku were waiting for him. Izuku leaped up into Shinsou's arms. That was so cool. You were like wham, pow, wabam. Izuku gave some cool moves before hugging Shinsou, leaving no room for him to push away. Good job out there, Shinsou Hitoshi. Here is your provisional license. Shinsou bowed, gracefully accepting the card. He did it. He was going to become a hero. Now, remember, you are further ahead of your classmates. Please do not go around boasting about this. Also, please follow the same instructions they have to. The only difference this card gives you is the ability to go out and help fight villains without needing permission. Nedzu sipped on some tea and waved them off. They slowly walked out the building. Shinsou couldn't stop smiling down at his card. He'd finally done it. Izuku, I really did it. Yes, you did, you dumbass. I'm so proud of Yaowu. Izuku gave him a massive hug, squishing his organs. Let's go home. I'm sure Aizawa and Yamada are waiting for us. Izuku yawned and nodded. Yeah, screw it. Watching you for so long made me tired, even though I was super badass. Shinsou scoffed. The setting sun set the mood as they slowly walked back to the house, license in hand, smiles on faces. You two are back already? Yamada questioned before glancing towards the clock. Noticing it was already 4 o'clock, he sighed to himself. Guess I'd better start dinner. Shinsou nodded, smile plastered brightly. I passed the provisional license exam, only barely though. Shinsou grinned as Izuku giggled and tightened his grip around Shinsou's neck, causing the teen to choke slightly. He huffed, relieved that all the panic from the previous hours had vanished. I'm sure Shouta will be back soon. For now, you two go relax. Yamada turned to them. Any ideas for dinner? His eyes scanned over both faces, making sure they were both definitely all right. After confirming, Shinsou spoke up. I'm fine with anything. I'm so hungry, I feel like I could eat a horse. He slumped down into one of the many dining chairs. The cool, hard surface of the table felt nice on his cheek. Izuku sat beside him, mumbling into incoherent murmurs. Shinsou bit the inside of his cheek. Suo, the next thing we're doing is saving Yuri, right? Izuku froze, pausing his rambling and turning to look Shinsou in the eyes. Yeah, it seems so. Izuku's face contoured into a shape of sadness and worry. You don't look too pleased, kiddo. What's caught on your mind? Yamada pressed a finger to Izuku's forehead, leaving a small indentation. It's just, where will she go once she's saved? It's not like she'll be magically reunited with her parents. Izuku sought for an explanation. She thinks Kai Chisaki is her parent. He's not though. Izuku's mouth gaped open, as if he wanted to continue on. He eventually settled on leaving it be, waiting for anyone else to talk. Shinsou made a small sound, but not before the door to the house abruptly burst open. They all heard boots clatter to the ground and Aizawa step into the kitchen. Why is it so awkward in here? He shivered as they stared in sync. No reason, just discussing about what we're going to do now that Shinsou has his license. Izuku perked up, sitting upright and smiling at the hero. Aizawa ruffled his hair, an odd feeling bubbling in his chest. Oh, how he'd gone soft over the past couple of months, and judging by the look his husband was giving him, he wasn't the only one who noticed. Aizawa gave him a death stare, but the man leaned in for a kiss instead, causing a riot between the two children still active in the room. Yamada laughed it off, reaching into the fridge to grab some ingredients while Aizawa was stuck to be thoroughly judged. Izuku had begun making gagging noises, which definitely deserved the hit on the head he received. Shinsou hopped up to go have a shower. After all that had happened today, he could conclude that he probably smelt like shit, running around, jumping from building to building while trying to shoot some skilled pro heroes. Definitely smells like shit. Ship would always batter him away if he wasn't up to her standards, which was surprisingly strange for a cat. Shinsou could have sworn they preferred stinkier people as they have more of a scent. Yet then again, Chip was an entirely different type of cat. Who was to say she wasn't a human stuck as a cat with the way she acted? Shinsou pushed the strange idea away before it became too unhinged. He quickly showered, feeling refreshed instantly. By the time he'd gotten out, everyone was gathered at the dining table. Dinner was still a good 30 minutes off, but it appeared Izuku was telling Aizawa and Yamada a story. Shinsou plopped down, barely landing on the chair next to Izuku. And then she told me, "You're my hero, Izuku. And when I say that broke my heart, someone believes in me. Can you believe that?" Aizawa gave an amused huff, also earning a big smile from Yamada. Shinsou shrugged. "You've always been my hero, even before I'd met you." Izuku's eyes begun watering, or so as he says they're sweating. Yamada came over and pulled him into a hug. Aizawa snorted alongside Shinsou. "Dumbass." Shinsou managed to somehow get chopped on the head. A quick language shouted back to him. A quiet beep came from the other side of the kitchen, unheard by the others due to the commotion. Shinsou smiled and went to the rice cooker. "Yamada, the rice is done." The steam flying up took Shinsou by surprise, causing him to leap back. "All right, you go sit down, I'll dish up the food." And he was shooed off, back to where Izuku was clinging at Aizawa's leg, begging him for something. What's going on here? Shinsou wasn't sure if he actually wanted to know or not. Aizawa looked between the two of them, pinching at the bridge of his nose. "He wants me convince Hisashi to bring Eri into the household, as if you two aren't enough." Aizawa genuinely appears to like the girl from Izuku's description alone. It was obvious that he too wanted to adopt the girl, but the apartment they were staying in had barely enough room for 4 people. Aizawa had a soft spot for kids. He could be walking down the road, glancing over to the park, and a tiny smile, barely visible to the human eye, would be peeking from his capture weapon. But he also knew that he couldn't make this big of a decision on his own. First of all, she has been abused for longer than anyone can imagine. That on its own would be a very big issue. The next would be space in general. Shinsou had taken the guest room as his own, so now they were back down to all rooms being filled. Money wasn't a huge problem. 2 pro heroes get a stable income, but along with a teaching job throughout the day, they were definitely okay when money's involved. "Shoo," Aizawa startled, whacking his knee on the table. "Oh geez, sorry, you weren't responding. Scaring the shit out of us." Yamada held his hand to his chest, sitting down opposite his husband. "Dinner's ready. Tuck in." He tilted his head sideways, hoping for a response. Aizawa just slowly dug his utensils into the food, still lost in thought. Shinsou and Izuku were battling on who could eat the fastest, which was most likely prompted by Izuku. Yamada had to tell them to slow down before one of them choked, which one of them did. The evening was fairly eventful, but after dinner it seemed to have hit a slump. Shinsou's energy from before had been wiped, leaving him as a zombie. Izuku directed him to his room. Shinsou fell asleep before hitting the pillow. Now that the kids were gone, Aizawa and Yamada were left for themselves, finally. Aizawa stretched, helping put away the plates, quickly laying onto the sofa and putting an old Marvel movie on. Yamada sat down with him, interlocking legs and arms wrapped round. Aizawa had dropped it like a bombshell. leaving Yamada with nearly no time to process the words. The room was silent for a few moments. Another kid, huh? His voice sounded chipper. Zashi, babe, we don't have enough room. Aizawa pleaded. As much as he loved kids, he doesn't think the influence of Izuku would make Era's childhood calm. Which means another problem child. Simon, we need to move out of this place anyway. We've been here for like 10 years. It's getting old and plus we could definitely use some more space in general. His face brightened up. Oh, how I'd love a back garden. Aizawa smiled, writing his arms around Yamada's stomach. Fine then, you win. Keep you eyes on some 4-bedroom houses. Aizawa could feel his giddy emotions getting the better of him. Yamada gave him a kiss, already scrolling on his phone for housing listings. With his husband's attitude, they'd be moved tomorrow. Which is another thing ... They'd have to tell this to Shinsou. But that's a problem for another Aizawa. Say, do you think Izuku is safe? Aizawa suggested. They'd known him for probably a year now, maybe more, and he'd been around all the time. He doesn't seem too bad, but it's concerning with how much time he spends with us. It's like he doesn't care about school or his own family. Yamada sighed, thinking about the cheerful attitude of the green gremlin. I've looked everywhere for a quirk like his, down to his name and hair color. There's no one ... My second thought was comatose patience, but still no luck. Aizawa sunk into the chair. The boy was a mystery. Even Tsukachi had no luck finding anything about the kid. After finishing the movie, Aizawa gently shuffled away from the blonde, who had fallen asleep not even halfway in. With a quick swoop of his legs and torso, Aizawa picked Yamada up and plopped him into bed. He gave a kiss goodbye. Now it was time to go fight some bad guys, which wasn't his favorite part of the day, but he chose this life. With a jelly pouch in hand, capture weapon in the other, Eraserhead slipped into the night. Shinsou thrashed around. A black mist had him captured, unwilling to let him go. It wasn't painful, perhaps just uncomfortable, but the feeling of being restrained had never been that appeasing. It wasn't just the mist that was black, however. Wherever he is, it's extremely dark. Shinsou shivered, attempting to break free once again. He paused when something, appeared in front of him. Who are you? Shinsou gritted his teeth, yet the figure didn't dare move. The smile on its face grew wider, the white contrasting the black it was consumed by. What have you done with my family? He screamed, despite the fear crawling up his back. I'm not a bad person, you know. The black figure seemed to have frowned, placing a finger upon its cheek. I've just come to see why something that shouldn't be here is walking around like nothing is wrong. The shadow grew small, body morphing into one of a child. In a sudden movement, Shinsou's surroundings changed, blinding him with the brightness of the outside. He could move again. A chill was sent down his spine, and he looked down to a pale appearance. A small boy, around the age of 5, had walked through him. Shinsou gasped, glancing around frantically, his eyes landing on the tufts of green in the middle of a small park. Next to the green-haired kid was the shadowy figure. Its hair was spiked, sharp ends on each strand. Shinsou walked forward, urging to ask about where he was or what the person was. See, Deku, you can rearrange the letters to make useless. The child shouted towards the 2 others behind. Shinsou took another look at the boy that was being taunted. Izuku. As the words left his mouth, the world around him changed once again. This time, he was tucked away in the corner of a room, watching as a shadow revealed a shocking discovery. He's, unfortunately, quirkless. The figure speaks as such a doctor would. The little Izuku, Shinsou gathers, is clenching at his knees. It's so obvious he's biting back tears. A woman is sitting next to him, who looks so much alike. Shinsou presumed this was his mother. Shinsou whispered, quirkless. Another flicker, and he's failing to balance himself as he lands harshly against the floor. This time, he's in a school, watching as another shadow announces the upcoming year. Everyone burst into pleas, quirks firing at the mention. Although it's different, there's not just a single blacked-out figure ... They all are. Except one, a small cowering Izuku. Shinsou's eyes study across his face. So slim and tired. He reached out to place a hand on his shoulder, but before the contact was made, he was thrown haphazardly into another area. Shinsou could feel himself getting heated. Why wasn't he able to help? What's stopping him from interacting with Izuku? Maybe you should take a swan dive off the roof and hope for a quick in your next life. Shinsou spun around, fast enough to make himself feel sick. That might just be from what he'd heard though. Izuku was holding his bag, close to his chest. What Shinsou can guess is that Bakugous was the shadow this turn. But wasn't he always? Shinsou didn't bother with trying to help, preparing himself for the bombardment of another teleport. It's a death wish for a quickless kid to become a pro hero. These words Shinsou knew. He remembered what Izuku had told him. This means that the figure this time was All Might. Shinsou had to bite his tongue as a heartbroken Izuku was left alone on this ever-so-familiar rooftop. He'd just been sitting there, with no expression, until he got up, slowly taking off his shoes, as if he hadn't even thought about it. He scribbled over his notebook and walked to the edge of the building. Shinsou's heart rate spiked as he pounced forward to stop his friend from falling. but a mist surrounded him. It held his arms in place, preventing anything at all. He tried to shout, but the mist swallowed the bottom half of his face too. Izuku was one step away. Shinsou shut his eyes. Then the world went dark. With hesitance, Shinsou opened his eyes. The black figure was back. He's not meant to be roaming this world, it says with a distorted voice. That day was not meant to be. Shinsou's eyes glared daggers. Forced manifestation. The figure points out. The climax of built emotions was the eruption of his quirk. It's far too powerful to actually be real by the laws of life. It continues, with little to no explanation. He's not unlocked the full potential due to his death. He's not meant to be here, it says with a glint in its tone. Shinsou tilted his head. Full potential. You must go. Save him. He must return to the world of the living. But it would come at a cost. But how would he do that? He couldn't just magically bring Izuku back. He'd been dead for months. His body has probably already decayed. Find a way, child. He is the key to saving what's going to be left of this world. The figure, with 6 lights flickering behind them, disappears. Shinsou sits up, feeling cold sweat reaching all of his body. He pulls himself into a crouching position. Head to knees. His breath is irregular and God, he still feels so tired. Izuku's voice snaps him out. Hitoshi, you good there? Before gathering a response, Shinsou jumps into Izuku's arms. He pulled tighter, fortifying a solid structure. Gee, you're going to break my back with that strength. Izuku lightly bumps Shinsou's head, but not attempting to pull away. Izuku had eventually given in and hugged back, getting slightly flustered at the prolonged contact. He looks down at Shinsou's complexion. You look like you're on death's door. Where did those 12 hours of sleep go? Izuku jokes, nudging him slightly. The lack of response worries Izuku a little. Shinsou wasn't always a fan of talking and occasionally goes quiet, but this is different. Izuku offers silent comfort, pulling Shinsou closer and laying them both down. I had a weird dream. Shinsou's voice was weak. Izuku hums, putting on an impression. Do you dare to tell me this extravagant dream? Shinsou snorts, elbowing Izuku in the belly. It's hard to explain. His voice falters. It had you in it ... and some things flashed before my eyes. Memories. I saw about the things you told me in your childhood, but there was this shadow person thing. Shinsou pauses, trying to find the correct words. The right ones. He told me you're not meant to be dead. You're too powerful to be dead. Izuku gapes. Very weird indeed. I don't see how I'm powerful. I mean, I'm dead for a reason. Kinda self-explanatory. He shrugs. That must be your subconscious trying to explain why I killed myself. Shinsou frowns. He hates how Izuku's able to say stuff like that so carefree, as if it didn't affect anyone. Obviously, it affects Shinsou now, and he wasn't even there before the death. Shinsou signs, rubbing his eyes. Let's go see Aizawa and Yamada. We need to talk about the rescue mission for Eri. Shinsou yawns, tired eyes unfocused as he walks into the kitchen. Aizawa huffs. You look worse than yesterday. I thought about waking you up, but it appears it wouldn't have mattered anyway. The man passes a cup of coffee to his doppelganger. So what if Shinsou's complexion isn't the best? He may look like shit, but he doesn't feel too bad. Sipping at the coffee helped though, almost immediately taking effect. Night-Eye contacted me about the mission. He's gathered many heroes and they're awaiting a meeting time. Aizawa sat down at the table. We can't go anywhere yet anyway, as Izuku's the only one who knows the location of the building. Shinsou nodded. He's not going to complain as he's happy for the fact he's even able to go. I can show you the building. I think I may have already told you guys the general location though. Izuku places his head on top of Shinsou's, hands on shoulders. Izuku ponders alone in thought. He knew Eri would be safe for now. They shouldn't have moved places either, as they don't even know of the awaiting ambush. Guys, I'm going to go check up on Eri, just in case. Izuku waves goodbye, rushing to get out of the door. He had an odd feeling bubbling in his stomach. He'd claimed it to be anxiety. Yet it had always been correct. Something bad was either going to happen, or is happening. His legs pushed forward. Izuku jumped and focused into flying. It'd get him there much faster. Upon arrival, the place was silent, too silent. Usually, there were workers walking around, grabbing supply boxes and transporting stuff, but this time, no one was anywhere. Recollecting his memories of him and Era's conversations, she had mentioned that when Chisaki needed her, no one happened to be in their way. She'd talk about how the second he had entered her room, his workers scattered off. Izuku's heart was thumping in his throat. He'd have to find her. Being with Chisaki isn't what she needs. Izuku had searched the place entirely after meeting Eri, so navigation wasn't an issue. What was an issue was the fact he had no clue whereabout they'd be. With enough focus, Izuku closed his eyes, granting the ability to feel where Eri and Chisaki would be. Era's quirk was powerful, so Izuku could direct himself to the source very easily. The only problem is that there's several places where her quirk is, which shouldn't be possible. He shook his head, trying to find Chisaki instead. If Eri was a no-go, Chisaki had to be a yes. Chisaki wasn't too hidden. He was in a room on one of the lower floors. Izuku had seen this place. It was full of medical supplies and weird machinery. He glanced around, hoping to spot the flowing white hair. What Izuku wasn't expecting, however, was Eri stuck inside one of the machinery tubes. Blood was spilling from wounds as a yellow glow engulfed her body. Chisaki was standing next to the tube, hand on the glass, seemingly interacting with something. Izuku didn't like what he was seeing. What was the man doing? What was going on in general? Era's vibrant red eyes had made contact with Izukus, and all his rationality had disappeared. He stormed over to the machine, phasing into the control box and ripping wire after wire out. It whirled but eventually stopped. Chisaki let out a growl, pulling Eri out with unnecessary force. He slammed his fists on the control panel. Damn it, an unsuccessful batch. Izuku put his hands on Era's shoulders. You okay? She flinched hard. Izuku immediately let go, making sure to let her know it was him. Hey, it's me, Izuku. His soft smile spoke more than enough, and she dragged him into a tiny hug. Chisaki abruptly turned around, smacking Eri in the face dab center. Izuku bared his teeth, unseen by the man. He couldn't cause a disturbance yet, not before the mission starts. You're going back into your room. Your curse could have killed me right then. Think about what you've done. He pulls off his gloves, instantly washing his hands and replacing the protection. One of Chisaki's men appeared, dragging Eri away and locking her into a different room, one stripped of anything other than white. This must be some sort of torture. Izuku had studied the effects that lack of color has on minds simply because he was curious. It worked well to isolate a person, drain the mind of stimulation. This was cruel. He's thankful they're going to be rescuing her soon. Hey, Eri. Izuku starts. She looks up with uncertain eyes. She sniffles at Izuku. Her eyes turn glossy and she's jumping into the comfort of his arms. She cries for a while. And by the time she's done, she's half asleep. You're going to be saved soon, Eri. I promise. Izuku pulls her tighter. You can come live with me and my friend, and technically his two dads. They're really nice, as I've already told you. Eri nods, eyes drooping. Izuku smiles. Once you're out of here, we can go on some family walks. Shinsou and I will be your big brothers. Izuku chuckles as the girl in his lap eventually falls asleep. He shuffles closer to the wall, back leaning upright against it. Izuku softly strokes her hair. The marks on her arms hadn't disappeared, but the bleeding had stopped almost immediately. Izuku couldn't tell if that was a good or bad sign. He yawned. If he was going to fall asleep, when better to do it other than now? Upon waking up, Eri was still resting in his lap. He smiled, placing a hand on her head. Eri, wakey. He taps her shoulder. The girl jostles, peeking one eye open to look at the one calling her name. Izuku, she calls out, leaning in for another hug. Izuku quirks an eyebrow. You're acting like I haven't been here for the past couple hours. She shrugs. When will you be able to save me? Izuku can feel his heart shatter into millions of pieces. He reassures, I'm going to try to get them started tomorrow. A glint in his eyes. If I go now, I can convince my family to start seeking out this place. Eri looks down in deep thought. She stays like that for a solid few seconds. Okay, please be careful. Shinsou didn't scare too easily. But Izuku leaping straight through the door, then slipping past Shinsou into the kitchen table ... Well, that definitely did the job. With one swift movement, Izuku jumps around. Where's Aizawa? We need to start this mission now. Shinsou hesitantly points at the shared bedroom between Yamada and Aizawa. Without bothering to knock, Izuku burst into the room. Both Aizawa and Yamada startled from the place where they were watching a movie in bed. Kid, seriously? We don't get any peace. Can't even watch a movie. Aizawa huffs, grabbing the remote and standing up. His legs clicked at the movement. We need to start the Eri mission now. Chisaki is doing bad things to her and I don't like it anymore. Izuku is almost screaming. His heart is beating outside of his chest. Hey, kiddo, calm down. Luckily, I've found a house we can move into. Saving Eri can be left to you guys for now. Yamada claps his hands. I'd do more bad than good on the mission, so while you lot are doing that, I can move out stuff. Izuku smiles, noticing Shinsou at the doorway. So, plan for us is, Hitoshi, Aizawa and I are going with Nine-Eye to save Eri. Yamada, you're going to be setting up the new house. Izuku double checks with everyone. Yamada ruffles his hair. Sounds about right. I'm not happy about missing out, but I don't want to be a burden. I have some friends that'll help me, so you guys focus on yourselves. Aizawa stretches, placing a hand over Yamada's shoulders. So when are we talking to Night-Eye about beginning the plan? Izuku laughs. Right now. Night-Eye scratched his head as he's called into the meeting room. Eraserhead had decided to suddenly go all out for an attack. Or well, an ambush. He'd mentioned that Chisaki had been doing experiments more frequently, which left no room to argue. They needed to get Eri out of there, fast. Eraserhead was one of the only ones in the meeting room, seeing as it was very rushed and unplanned. His little hero in training was next to him, seemingly following something in the room. Obviously, Mirio was also here, but he'd been sitting on his phone in the corner. The door knocks, and all faces swerve to the door. Finally, some other heroes arrive. Eraserhead had suggested a couple, saying that they'd be a good fit to help out in battle. Of course, Night-Eye had a few of his own too, so the group was pretty diverse. There were limelight heroes right down to some underground ones. Night-Eye nodded, before pulling up a screen to show how, when, and where they were going to attack. So, we need around 3-4 people to wait outside, keeping guard whilst the rest of us are in the building. Night-Eye faces to some of the limelight heroes. Ryukyu squad, you guys focus on keeping the public away, and the enemies in. The Fat Gum and Night-Eye squad will move on to the inside. We will have some police along with us, much to my disapproval, but it's for safety measure. Night-Eye changes the slide. Once our squads have entered the building, we will most likely split up. If this happens, you must stick with the person closest to you. He rearranges his glasses. I cannot assure all of us will make it out alive. The man we are facing is known to be lethal, dangerous, and extremely formidable. Aizawa lays eyes on his student. Students, if you counted the others in the room, he wouldn't let them die. He couldn't. I hope you all are aware of the factors, but this man needs to be brought to justice. We attack tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. Night-Eye taps the board, location of the mansion in view. Everyone huddles into their groups. Shinsou, Izuku, and Aizawa are all together. Eri, from what I know, is grounded. Chisaki failed an experiment with her and locked her in an isolated room. I'm sure it's on the same floor, however I may be wrong. Izuku looks into Aizawa's eyes. We will save her. Trust us on this one, kid. Aizawa's urge to ruffle the green curls is shut down by the fact nearly 15 people are in the room, only 2 being able to see Izuku. Shinsou sighs. If I'm able to, should I try mind control Chisaki? Izuku ponders in thought. The man has a strong will, and for you to get close enough to talk to him would be very dangerous. He shrugs. As long as you're safe and are able to do it, go for it. Sounds like a solid plan. Izuku, could you stay with Eri as we begin the raid? We need her to know we're helping. Aizawa clenches his hands together. Izuku nods. Plan set, now to follow it through. Voice modifier. Check. Assortment of knives. Check. A will to live. Uncertain. Izuku pulls Shinsou into a headlock and fists his noggin. Have fun out there, and don't die. I don't want a scary purple ghost next to me. Izuku jokes, spinning and walking to the mansion. Haha, very funny. Shinsou flips him off before turning to Aizawa and the quick brief before the raid. This was the first big mission. Shinsou was going to be a hero. His thoughts were pushed astray as a villain punched through the door of the mansion. Everyone jumped into action. They caught wind of the operation. Someone screamed, police surrounding the man. Ryukyu transformed, detaining the villain fairly quickly, allowing police and heroes to storm in. The inside looked normal, unsuspecting until Night-Eye noticed an uneven slab. Upon knocking it, a passageway appeared. Villains jumped out, attacking anyone in sight. Shinsou had nothing to do in this situation. The pros had it under control. It hurt, knowing he was useless right now, but he'd become a hindrance if he tried anything. Bubble Girl took action, apprehending one of the villains. I'll take care of the rest, you guys go ahead. The blue hero called back. Everyone shuffled down the stairs, reaching to nothing but a dead end. Impossible ... This isn't what I saw in my Quirk. Night-Eye placed a hand on the wall. Lemillion walked through, unfazed. Their suspicions were correct. The wall wasn't meant to be there. The path continues on. The path is blocked. We just need to break the wall. It's pretty thick, so we need a lot of power. Lemillion confirms. Red Riot comes forward. I can do it. With little to no effort, the wall was crushed. Now Shinsou feels even worse. His classmates are doing better than him. All he's done is stand and follow the crowd. No one's even acknowledged his presence. The walls, they're twisting and turning. It's mimicry. He's encased himself into the concrete, giving him the ability to alter the room. Eraserhead looks around, trying to spot the villain anywhere. The passageway should shift back to normal if he's able to erase the quirk. I can't erase the quirk if I'm unable to see the physical body. Lemillion faces the group. I'll go on ahead. You guys won't be able to get through. Before anyone could disagree, he'd already phased into a wall. Without any warning, the floor below them collapsed. Upon further inspection, they were now boxed in, the roof closing right before their eyes. Well, look what we have falling from the sky. 3 people appear. What a curious development. Sun Eater jumps forward, apprehending them with tentacles. You keep going, I'll handle them. Please look after Lemillion ... He'll push himself too far. The group heads towards the door, rushing out in a line. They walk for a minute or two, guarded and ready for an attack that never came. The underground isn't twisting. Where's the guy that caused it? Shinsou looks around. We were separated from the police and Sun Eater. He's probably being the eyes and ears, watching us all. Eraserhead turns to Shinsou, but before a word could come out of his mouth he was swarmed with concrete. The group falls into action. Fat Gum jumps in the way, preventing Eraserhead from being pushed into a tunnel. Eraser looks around. Where's Red Riot? He jumped in with Fat Gum, so I'd assume they're together. He nods. The walls are warping again ... but they're not stopping. Everyone will be crushed to death if they don't find a solution now. Rock places his hands on the walls. Stay close. Whatever I lock into place becomes fixed. Then the space suddenly expands, leaving room for people to spread out. That was the wrong choice. Mindjack, Eraser calls out, grabbing him under the arm just as a wall builds up in front of them. They've separated us. Shinsou places his hand on the wall. Voices were shouting at the other side. Shinsou pulls a blade from his pocket. Move back. The blade sticks into the wall, soon excreting a substance and exploding. Eraser looks surprised but brushes it off as they hurry to tend to Rock. Sorry, there was an imposter. I told care of them though. Eraserhead moves over to the rock laying on the floor. Shinsou puts his hands out to steady the one in front of him. He hadn't had the chance as a knife skims past his face. Aizawa activates his quirk, allowing for the rock to dissolve into a young girl. Shinsou. The girl drawls out. I'm Toga. You're really handsome. I think you'd be better coated in blood. The knife is about to land into his shoulder when she's wrapped away in Eraserhead's capture weapon. She somehow maneuvers herself above Eraser's head, slipping out of the restraints and stabbing the man directly into the shoulder. Toga huffs as she crouches by some clothes. Don't come any closer. They must be working together for her to have gotten in here. As they turned to face her, she had already vanished. The walls begun churning and twisting yet again, opening until everyone was back into view. Voices echoed from the tunnels that has formed. Shinsou looked up, faced upon darkness. It was suspicious. He threw another blade up, hearing the faint pop of the explosion. Just as he predicted, the man behind the manipulation of the walls had fallen in front of them, easier than need be. Izuku had managed to find Eri just before XxAmsyxX took her into his protection. It seems they had already known of the attack. She stuck with them as they talked. It was too boring for Izuku ... so he played a game with Eri. It wasn't much of a game, but more about interests and things she liked. The game was simple too, so XxAmsyxX probably couldn't tell she was doing anything out of the ordinary. Do you like cats? 2 fingers. Yes. Have you ever petted one? 1 finger. No. Do you know what they feel like? 3 fingers. Questionable. Alright, that's enough info. I'm sure the heroes will be here any moment now. As if on Mirio, or well, Lemillion appears from the hallway. Izuku smiles at the sight, still a little confused on where the rest are. I'm here to take that child into custody. Lemillion spoke with such grace. He was truly a hero. As far as this child is concerned, you're no hero. A man with the beaked mask spoke, holding Eri in his arms. Overhaul stepped forward. There's no getting through to you, is there? The man sighed. Die then. Lemillion's balance faltered as he attempted to reach them. Liquid seeped from above. Feeling a little tipsy, hey, another villain appears, hanging from the overhead pipes. Me neither, that's why I can't walk on the ground. A bullet flies into Lemillion's leg, passing through flawlessly. A couple more shots fire at him. Izuku's sweating now. Where were the others? Why was Mirio the only one here? Lemillion spoke of his quirk. No regard of secrecy. Luckily enough, none of the villains heard any more than the permeation part due to bullets ricocheting off the walls. Izuku's eyes widened slightly. So that's where the power came from. Lemillion flips himself upright, slipping around the 2 guarding the path. He jumps, landing on the floor with such great strength that it leaves cracks. This is enough for him to keep chase on XxAmsyxX, who Izuku was now standing beside to calm Eri. Lemillion leaps closer, aiming his right leg to intersect through Eri to kick the man holding her and XxAmsyxX in the face. This stuns the men, allowing Lemillion to grab Eri into his own arms. Everything's okay now, I'll be your hero. And wow, do those words hurt. They were meant to be the ones Izuku whispered into his followers' ears as he saved the day ... Yet that dream was stripped so early from him. XxAmsyxX talks to the girl. Come here, Eri, your quirk will only destroy him. XxAmsyxX begins taking off his glove, her eyes widening. Hey, Eri, remember what I taught you. Izuku clamps her face. Your quirk is amazing. And you have some control now. It's going to be okay. Izuku smiles, seeing the girl nod and nestle into Lemillion. The floor begins to shift, changing into various shapes. Cubes, spikes, triangles. Lemillion holds Eri high above his head. Izuku is trying to figure out a way to help. Anything could help. A couple bullets fly past Izuku's face and he turns to shout, reveling in relief as they pass through Lemillion's cloak. Eri was okay. Lemillion appeared from the ground, knocking who XxAmsyxX called Chrono into the hard, ragged floor. Before Lemillion could get another blow in, the man was chucked towards XxAmsyxX. It was evident in XxAmsyxX's eyes that he was aiming for Eri. Lemillion charged, dodging attacks as if it was child's play. He was so captivated in the attacks that he couldn't process the sound of a bullet flying directly at Eri. No, Lemillion reaches a pointless arm out, hoping on a dying star that it wouldn't hit her. Izuku could see the moment the bullet had left the gun. It wasn't that hard considering he was standing tall, guarding Eri as the others battled on. He didn't know what to do. She was going to be quirkless, so he walked in front, hoping upon a miracle that she wouldn't experience what he did. Hoping that she, the sweet little girl behind him, would grow up to be the best she could. But then it hit him, right in the chest. He could feel the pain and utter shock of the tiny dart. It had an odd ache to it. "Izuku!" Eri shouts out, clutching onto his pant leg. Izuku glances down to his hands, a faint green glow emitting. It flashed before disappearing, swapping back to the usual white. Everyone stood shocked. The room was covered in a blissful peace, until the heroes broke down a wall, scrambling in to apprehend the villains. Shinsou felt cocky, sparing a glance and smile to Izuku. "Hey dickbag, why did the chicken cross the road?" Shinsou shouted to Chisaki, ignoring the harsh whispers of the heroes around him. "Chick, gotcha," he whispered under his breath. Chisaki was fighting against it, and all due respect, it was hard to resist. But the headache was minor, less than one Shinsou gets on the daily, so he'd be okay. Nine-Eye ordered the other heroes to take care of Chrono, Eraserhead, and a few other underground help with Eri and Chisaki. Shinsou rushes over to Eri first, making sure Chisaki is secure before releasing his quirk. "Eri ... it's so good to finally meet you." Shinsou offers a hand to where she's hiding behind Izuku's legs. Izuku weakly huffs. "It's okay, Eri. This is my hero friend I said would rescue you. Itoshi." Her small voice cracks as the name leaves her mouth. Shinsou tucks his hands under her arms, scooping her up. "I'm your man." He smiles, looking at Izuku. "Let's get her to the paramedics." She places her head down on Shinsou's shoulder, eyes wide and glossy. Was it all really over? The pain, the torture. Will she finally be a good kid? Eri snuggles into Shinsou's neck as tears prick at the edge of her eyes. Both of the two were swarmed with EMTs, attempting to pry Eri from Shinsou's grasp. Aizawa had come over, smiled at the girl and convinced her it would be okay. They would all be okay now. They would be family. "Well," Aizawa starts, "that wasn't as bad as I expected." Shinsou shrugged. "I was thinking the same. No one was severely injured and we rescued Eri." He sighs. "Chisaki was definitely strong though. Barely kept him in my mind reading." Aizawa ruffles the gravity-defying hair, leading them to the hospital room of the recently rescued. Upon entry, Izuku was sitting beside the girl, quietly and gently brushing his hands through the twines of silver. "So this is where you ran off to?" Shinsou crosses his arms, smiling at the young girl. Eri looks up at him, moving closer to Izuku. He pats her head. "It's okay. He's one of the best heroes you'll ever meet." The word slurred at the end, interrupted by a yawn. Aizawa crouched down slowly, making eye contact. "We will make sure you'll never have to see that man ever again. I promise you." Now, if you knew Aizawa, you'd know this man never breaks a promise. A nurse interrupts the short family meeting. She explains that a couple blood tests and scans need to be done, so they all vacate. Other than Izuku, who insists he should stay. Aizawa huffs, pushing Shinsou out the door only to face Mirio, Nidai, and Tsukachi. Shinsou waves long time no see detective. Likewise, Tsukachi bows his head. "I'm sure you're already aware of why I'm here. We're just waiting for the tests to be over to go in and ask some questions." Nidai nods along. "I thank you, Shinsou. You were an important aspect in that battle. And without you I'm assured we would have needed up with many more casualties." Shinsou's heart was beating at a rapid speed. He did good. As a hero. Mirio jumps in. "Yeah, he was crazy strong. I had doubts that we'd even be able to save Eri or not. You have real hero material, little man." Mirio radiates pure serotonin, smiles and all. The group chats for a while until the nurse is finished up. Just before they enter the room, however, Aizawa stops Tsukachi. "You've got a code green in there. Just a pre-warning." Aizawa gets a devilish smile at the obvious deflate in Tsukachi's mood. Shinsou gets a small kick out of it too, seeing how oblivious Mirio and Nidai are. Izuku stiffens at the sight of the three waltzing into the room. Eri shuffles a little, clearing Wary up until she notices Mirio. She calms slightly, but nowhere near enough that Izuku likes. "Tsukachi, do you have no etiquette? She's so scared of you guys that I'd have no clue how this would have went if I wasn't here." Izuku frowns, eyes drooping as if he hadn't slept. Tsukachi wanted to say sorry, do anything to let the kid know he didn't mean it like that. But there are people who couldn't even see him. "Hello, Eri. My name is Detective Tsukachi. I'm a friend of Izuku. I'm just here to ask some questions. I'm sure you already know Mirio and possibly Nidai, but they're here for extra protection." Nidai twitches at the unknown person's name. He doesn't comment on it, however. Eri subtly glances to Izuku, nodding at the detective. "I'm just letting you know that my quirk is lie detector. I will also be recording this chat for investigation purposes." He tries his best at a friendly smile. For the first question, "Do you remember anything before being with Chisaki?" A voice as timid as a mouse. "No. Truth. How old are you?" 6. Truth. "What did Chisaki do to you while you were captured?" The room fell oddly silent as the girl stared blankly ahead, tears failing to pause. Izuku's eyes flared in anger. Tsukachi knew he'd messed up. "Are you seriously asking her that?" he shouts, covering her ears. She's been tortured for most of her life, begging, praying and hoping that someone would save her, and you're asking her what he'd done. Tsukachi turns to Night-Eye and Mirio. Would it be alright if I talked to Eri in private? The two men look at each other weirdly before getting up and leaving. Listen, Izuku, I'm sorry but I need to ask. It's protocol. We need to figure out what he's done on top of the stuff we already know. Tsukachi begins explaining. He's already being sent to Tartarus for the Quirk experimenting you guys know he did. There is no reason to get into the specifics. Let's also mention that he's well known and feared by many villains. Izuku's eyes are watering too now, much like Eri. His rant turns into a spiral of things. Izuku, kid, are you doing okay? I've never seen you lash out like this. Izuku pauses, mouth wavering as if he wants to reply, but nothing comes out. Tsukachi places his hand on Izuku's shoulder. I watched him. I watched him torture her. But I did nothing. His words were interrupted by the hiccups of his cries. I couldn't do anything. I knew that he would catch on. Izuku's ugly crying now, clutching at his shirt. Tsukachi hates the fact his quirk is buzzing with truths. Eri is looking at Izuku, listening carefully with her own tears dripping onto the hospital bed sheets. What a mess this room is. Tsukachi steps forward, pulling Izuku into a hug. The kid struggles, screaming until giving up and letting the years of built emotions break the dam. And he's sobbing for at least 20 minutes. I'm sorry for causing so much trouble. Eri holds onto Izuku's pant leg. I'm sorry for making you cry, she says as if she isn't in the same position. God, what have I got myself into? Tsukachi chuckles to himself as he's scooped up a second kid. She places her head on his other shoulder, horn uncomfortably digging into his neck. He rests on the bed, attempting to send a message to Aizawa. Hopefully, it was somewhat coherent. It seems that Aizawa got the gist, walking into the hospital room and pinching the bridge of his nose. This is going to be a very long day. Aizawa walks to Izuku, grabbing him under the arms and holding him on his hip as if he's a toddler. It's definitely easier when the gremlin's awake. Do I even want to know what caused this? Aizawa sighs, nudging his head into Izuku's. I would give you the recording of the talk, but I don't think it's able to pick up Izuku's voice. Tsukachi places Eri into her bed again, thankful for the moments of peace. The crying wore the two of them out so much they fell asleep in an instant. I'll take him to Hitoshi. He'll probably figure something out. Aizawa kicks the door open, ignoring the startled looks of the others. He drops an unconscious Izuku into Shinsou's lap and walks further down the hall. You deal with him for now. Izuku felt calm, which was pretty unusual. He's typically on the verge of committing mass murder or trying to annoy the hell out of anyone he lays eyes upon. But then again, he's also in a dark room, which yet again was pretty unusual as Eri was with him the last time he checked. So Izuku might be panicking slightly. He tries moving around, prevented by a black mist. You're back so soon. The voice drawls out. He startles as the voice becomes a thing. It looked like a person, other than the fact it was a body of mist. It examines Izuku. Child ... This is bad. It presses a finger on his chest. You are fading away. Izuku freezes. Fading away. I am unable to predict what this may cause. I left the task in the hands of your friend. The figure begins, a small feline jumping onto its shoulder. It must have been the bullet. Izuku is able to speak, though with much difficulty. Bullet. The voice upturns into one of question. I was shot with a bullet, a quirk erasing bullet to be exact. Izuku looks towards his feet. It was made by using a pre-existing reverse quirk to remove a person's quirk factor. The figure stands for a moment, tapping a finger on its chin. You must not see the significance your role is in this world, for you to act so careless. Izuku scowls. Who cares? He's not really in this world anyway. What difference do I make? I'm just some random quirkless kid that not even God wanted to spare with some dumb useless power. It goes eerily quiet. You, child, are the link between life and death. You are the barrier between two worlds. The figure forces Izuku to face it. Without life, death cannot exist. Life is unable to continue without death. With one, must come another. It points to his chest once again. You are the key to life. And the space around them blossoms. Blues, purples, and greens flourish the surroundings. The figure pulls a finger, leading Izuku along. These are what you humans call quirks. It directs Izuku to a string of yellow, flowing around the space, connecting with several other colors. It turns back, gently grabbing hold of a black string. This is what happens when life cannot exist. The quirks shall die out, leaving the generations of memories to fade. So ... am I meant to be the one that saves these quirks? Izuku taps the black string, eyes widening when it instantly weaves into orange and reds. Precisely. Your body was meant to be the one capable of holding these, albeit you hadn't discovered that. The surroundings change once again, the feline disappearing too. This time they were on the roof, watching Izuku slowly take off his shoes. In this moment, you emotions acted as a bridge to allow a passing quirk to aid you. It runs a finger along the gray string that's wrapped around the memory of Izuku's body. That's why I'm a ghost. Indeed. Are you also a quirk then? Izuku looks up into what he presumed was the eyes of the mist. Along those lines, perhaps, as they're placed into the comforts of the Aizawa Yamada home. The feline returns and jumps onto Izuku's shoulders. Chip, is that you? His eyes are watering as the cat's similar characteristics fill in the answer. The figure seems to smile. The bond you have between that animal is stronger than you may think. It waves goodbye, legs fading into the background. With your brain I am more than certain you will decipher the meaning. And he was awake. Tears filled his eyes as the weight on his shoulder vanished. Purple eyes looked down at him, a frown displayed. Finally awake, crybaby. Shinsou pinches his nose. PFFD, meanie. Izuku pushes his hand away, wiping the tears and groggily sitting up. He looks down at his hands, seeing the tips slightly less visible than usual. If what the figure said was true. Izuku, Eri wants you. Aizawa taps his cheek. All right, I'll be over. He distantly stands up, walking into the room with a hazy mind. His thoughts were spiraling. His bond with Chip. His quirk was a barrier between life and death. There was the quirk that saved him, and Shinsou was meant to be helping. It was all just so confusing. A tug at his shirt was all it took for his ideas to get thrown away. Izuku, are you okay? Eri asks. She tilts her head. Yup, I'm okay. Say, Eri, would you want to live with us? Izuku launches the Eri into the air, catching her midway down and pulling her into his arms. Is that really okay? Even thought my quirk could hurt you guys. Eri looks over to Shinsou and Aizawa. Fine by me. Aizawa shrugs, patting her on the head. Yeah, I haven't got a problem either. Plus I'd love to have a sister who can do my hair. Shinsou snorts, thinking about having designated hairdressing days. Izuku rolls his eyes, as if I don't already do that for you. Maybe but I don't care. Shinsou hugs Izuku from behind, placing his head on his shoulder to look at Eri. He smiles, albeit a little similar to the scary smile of Eraserhead. Aizawa huffs can't live anywhere until his ashi is done with our new house. He said he'd love to come meet you, Eri, but he's decorating your room. The girl nods. She'd heard stories about the loud blonde. Is it legal to just take a child home? Like isn't there stuff we have to do? Izuku questions, only slightly caring. Now, Aizawa really didn't want to think about the paperwork and bookings with child services that come with a traumatized 6-year-old. But Izuku managed to hit the nail directly on the head. That's adult stuff. You guys enjoy your lives while you can. Can't do that if I'm hanging around you. Izuku half-heartedly complains. I can see you're still a smug little bastard. Huh. Aizawa flips him off, only because he knew Eri couldn't see it. Izuku gasps loudly, covering her ears as if it'd make a difference. A laugh from Shinsou was cheering him on though, so who cares? A phone ringing pauses the conversation. Everyone turns to look at Aizawa, simply because he's the only one that would have Nyan Cat as his ringtone. He's oblivious to the stares as he picks it up. Hizashi, is the house done? They quiet down, listening in on the conversation. By the sounds of it, Hizashi had managed to sort out everyone's rooms, and was almost finished with setting up the rest of the house. He claimed that he tried to finish it all, but he'd gotten distracted and sung songs instead of unpacking. No harm done though, it would just mean there's some more work for the rest of the family. Aizawa hands Eri some clothes to change into, which she gracefully accepts and thanks the man profusely. Well, my little fucklets, let's go. Izuku slapped Aizawa round the head, shrieking at the bad language. Sakachi was waiting just a couple halls down. Sup? Shinsou waved with his free hand, the other occupied with carrying Eri. Is she meant to be out yet? Sakachi raises an eyebrow and stares at Aizawa. He goes quiet. It runs in the family. Shouda, she's been here for only a week. Sakachi gapes. Izuku shrugs. We're moving her to a more comfortable place, where she won't be questioned till the point of tears. Izuku gives a smug smirk. Sakachi doesn't even bother arguing, just slowly accepting his defeat and walking away. Are you 100% sure this is legal? Izuku turns to Aizawa. Aizawa doesn't react if I say it is, then it is. Now the group is slightly concerned. But then again, having Aizawa around 24/7 would probably be the safest for Eri. Any quirk accidents could be held easier if it had Aizawa involved. The house should be somewhere around here. Izuku points towards an alley by their right. Shinsou huffs. How do you know this place so well? Aizawa told you the name of the street and it instantly clicked. Izuku shrugs, smiling at Eri before replying. Used to live round here, and used these alleys as getaways. I know the names of all streets. Izuku cockily tips his head up. It wouldn't be long before they're all settled down for good. That isn't even the most exciting thing. Christmas was coming up. Sure, they missed Halloween due to hero missions and such, but that was no problem. Everyone was entirely free for Christmas, which meant they could spend it as a family. Izuku was happy that he'd found a place, somewhere he belonged. It was really enjoyable, way better than just him and his mother. He felt like he had a purpose now, but before he felt like a burden. Definitely a weight lifted off his chest. There's the house. Aizawa points to a 2-story house with a small balcony shadowing a mini park. Izuku gawks. This is a beautiful place to live. Yuri looks at the park, a glisten in her crimson eyes. From up on top of Shinsou's shoulders, she's able to see the world from a different perspective. It's stunning from so high up. A loud voice booms over to them, startling the poor girl. "Hello, kiddos," Yamada shouts with a wave. Aizawa instantly activated his quirk, silencing the man. "Shut it, Azashi. We're trying to introduce her, not scare the shit out of her." Yamada shrinks, apologizing profusely. "It's nice to meet you, Eri. I've heard so much about you." He smiles, trying to give a better first impression. "I've set up your own personalized room if you'd be down to see it." She nods slowly, Shinsou pulling her down from his shoulders. They all quickly bundle inside, desperate to get out of the cold. "Leave your shoes anywhere. For now, let's check out the rooms." Yamada pulls out his hand, hoping the girl reaches up to him. He nearly faints when she does, and Aizawa can see tears in his eyes. "Well, this room here is yours. I don't know if you have a preference, so I kept it a neutral gray." He points to the wall. "I bought some cute stuffed animals of all sorts. They can be seen piled in a huge mount on the small bed in the corner. The bedsheets are a light green because I had some spare." Eri tears up, looking at Yamada with pure endearment. Yamada is swift with pulling her up into a hug. She thanks him as he lets her down. "Would you like to relax in here for a while, or see the rest of the house?" Yamada asks in a low, sweet voice. "I'll look around, if that's okay." Izuku jumps forward, almost failing to grab the girl with his half-invisible hands. She glances up to him, clenching onto the slightly larger hand. "So, as you can see, we have the kitchen." Yamada points towards Aizawa and Shinsou sitting by the table. "If we're able to get the adoption papers through, Shinsou will almost be your new brother, and we will be your dads." Eri nods. "It'll be a little hard to get used to, but it's okay, Eri. I'm here for you." Izuku ruffles her hair to make it into a mess of silver. She hugs into his legs. "Thank you, Izuku." Yamada goes to sit down with the rest of the family while Izuku and Eri have a heartwarming moment. He couldn't imagine how scary it could have been for the 6-year-old. Taken away from your family and experimented on. Yamada would do everything in his power to make sure this girl has an amazing life. "How about takeaway for dinner? There's still a couple of boxes we need to unpack and I'm far too lazy to cook." "I say McDonald's," Izuku shouts from where he's coddling Eri. Aizawa gives off an agitated groan and Shinsou nods. "Well, McDonald's it is. That was dinner out of the way." Eri got a chicken Happy Meal with a small toy. It was a baby rhinoceros. She kept it in her chest pocket after Izuku said it looked like her. "Are they real?" she asks, holding the rhino as if it'd break with just a touch. "Yup, barely though. Almost went extinct 200 years ago." Izuku smiles. "Do you want to know why?" Eri tilts her head. "Why?" "Because of their horns. People aimed for their horns, the most precious part of them. It's pretty sad, but they pulled through." She places her hand on top of her horn. "They're like me." "That indeed. That's why they're nearly my favorite animal." She yawns as it slipped back into her pocket. Yamada chuckles. "I guess that's the telltale sign it's time for bed." Eri slowly nods, absently holding onto the bottom of Izuku's shirt. Izuku pulls her into his arms, walking towards the bedroom and placing her into bed. "Sweet dreams, little rhino." He comes back to the table, munching on some of Shinsou's chips. "Oi, you ass. Get your own food next time." He nudges Izuku. "Make yourself useful and start unpacking." "Geez, someone's woken up on the wrong side of the bed." Izuku grouches as he sits down next to a box. He pulls the tape off in a certain way to purposely make it really loud. The contents of the box are just books. Many, many books. "Ugh, where do I put the books?" Aizawa turns to him. "Under the TV." Izuku shuffled in between the box and the stand. He begins placing the books in alphabetical order, just because he wants to do something special. He pauses when he gets to section H. Hero Analysis for the Future. His hands glide over the cover, the torn up, burnt cover. Where had this come from, or even, when did this get here? How hadn't Izuku noticed it? Was there more? The rest would have burnt down in his house fire, so how was it possible that the journal is here? "Hey, where did you guys find this book?" Izuku holds it up, just about in view for Aizawa to see. Instantly his face goes grim, eyes darkening and lips pulled into a thin line. "Don't worry about it, it has nothing to do with you." "Why wouldn't it have anything to do with me?" Izuku gets slightly heated. "It was his book. Why was it here?" "Because it just doesn't." Aizawa startles Izuku with the tinge of anger seeping out. Yamada pulls Shinsou away from the table, the two of them sneaking out the back door into the garden. Yamada had a keen eye for keeping out of things. "But I know who wrote this. It does have something to do with me." Izuku shouts. Aizawa's eyes widen. "You knew the kid." His voice is quiet now, almost concerned. Izuku gets suspicious. Maybe he shouldn't have said that. "Yes." "Do you know what happened?" "Yes." There's a moment's silence. And now Izuku's being crushed with the weight of a full-grown adult. "Oh kid, I'm sorry you had to deal with that." Izuku doesn't know whether to laugh or to cry. On one hand, there's someone that cares about his dead self. On the other hand, Aizawa doesn't know he's that dead child. Izuku tries explaining. It's fine, it was like a year ago. I don't really care that much anymore. He feels a little bad. Were there any more of these on the roof? There should be one more. Aizawa sits up, questioning glare directed at him. Izuku can see gears turning in the man's head. How would you know that? I was close friends with him. He nervously chuckles. Don't bullshit me. Izuku feels sweat dripping down his cheek. You know what? I'm gonna go enjoy the outside. And so he sprints to where Yamada and Shinsou were sitting in the yard. Without a second thought, Izuku grabs Shinsou's hand and launched them both into the air. Shinsou screams as he's taken away into the night. Izuku, what the fuck? Shinsou closes his eyes, holding on for dear life. It feels like hours before he's placed on solid ground again. Izuku is instantly held up by his collar. Explain. Now, Aizawa might know I'm dead. Izuku flails his arms. I asked if there were more notebooks on the roof and he begun studying my face. He knows. He definitely knows. Shinsou drops Izuku, attempting to calm him down. He was the first person to see my dead body, so he must have gotten a basic idea of what I looked like. Shinsou is trying his best to get Izuku to stop talking. Anything to stop overwhelming himself. The blood and darkness in the alley is what stopped him from knowing so far, but I gave it away 'cause those books were there when I die. Izuku's tugging at his hair with the hands that can't be seen. Zuku, calm down. It's okay. Shinsou pulls him into a hug. He won't care. His opinions of you won't change. Izuku tries to speak but is instantly stopped. Aizawa will not change. And how are you sure he definitely knows? Maybe he was just trying to say something before you came and grabbed me. The two of them sink down onto the roof of some random building. Izuku is processing the words. His eyes are full of half-fallen tears. Are you sure? And Shinsou doesn't know how to answer. He isn't Aizawa, so to be completely honest, he's not sure. No, Shinsou sighs. But that's not gonna stop me from believing he won't see you any different. Izuku holds on to Shinsou tighter. Okay. His face flushes. How embarrassing. Something has to be wrong. There's no way he's crying over something so stupid. Are we going to go back? Or sit here for a little longer? Izuku doesn't reply, just pulling Shinsou closer in hopes that he wouldn't see the shade of pink he'd turn. If it was the Izuku from a couple months ago, he'd have dealt with this by laughing it off or just running away for a couple of days. So much has changed in so little time. It makes him think of the time he was alive. He was so small, so weak, so vulnerable. He's changed in such a way that if you were to put the two different people in front of each other, the only recognizable thing would be their appearance. Izuku's glad his life changed. He's glad he's made so many friends and family. He's so glad he'd met Hitoshi. Hitoshi has made such a difference to his life. He's sad he won't be here to see his friend grow up. Well, he's not sure if Shinsou is still just a friend. There's something else there. But he's dying, and this time he won't be coming back. The quirk is working, slowly but surely making him fade away. It's been just over a week and his hands are no longer visible. Izuku, we should really head back. It's really cold. Shinsou snaps him out of his thoughts. Izuku looks up to see a shivering purple-haired teen. How long were they up here? All right, hold on. Shinsou does as he's told, and Izuku takes them back as quickly as he can. They come home to find Aizawa and Yamada snuggling on the sofa. It's past your curfew. Aizawa takes a loud sip from his coffee. We have a curfew. Izuku tilts his head as Shinsou grabs a warm drink. Yamada chuckles. He's joking around. We were worried, that's all. Aizawa levels a glare at Izuku, almost like he's telling him to talk. Izuku shamefully looks down at his feet. Shinsou comes to save the day, slinging an arm round Izuku's shoulder. Sorry, but we've got some business to do. Shinsou winks and pulls Izuku away, leaving an astounded couple behind. Thanks so much, Hitoshi. Izuku sighs, feeling all his tension drain away. He shivers as they enter Shinsou's room. You good? Not too cold. Despite an answer, Shinsou hands the cup of hot chocolate he has to Izuku. Izuku doesn't comment on the fact he cannot taste it, nor feel its warmth. I understand why you were shitting yourself now. Shinsou laughs. You're a dead man. Izuku grouches, sitting beside his friend. Thanks for that. Just tell him. Seriously. He'll come seeking answers in like 10 minutes. That doesn't make Izuku feel any better. He's just gotten fully comfortable in the house with Eri and his new family. But now he's going to have to reveal a deep dark secret that might destroy Aizawa's view of him. I can leave the room if you want. Then you can spill out till your heart's content. Shinsou shrugged. Just as predicted, a knock on the door silenced the room. Izuku attempted to make a bolt for it, but Shinsou caught his leg. Come in. Aizawa peeps his head through the slightly open door. Shinsou nods and slides past. Don't be too harsh on him. Aizawa huffs, sitting next to a curled-up ball of green on the bed. You can't hide from your problems, you know. I can if the problem involves you. Izuku snarks back. Listen, I just want to know about your quirk. About you. Aizawa places his hand on Izuku's head. Kid, I'm worried. You've been hanging around us for an entire year. No mentions of family, friends, or even a home. Izuku's heart clenches. He knew this is what it'd be about. You were that boy, weren't you? And it's like the world went quiet. A thrumming rung through Izuku's ears as the words resonated in his head. He nods, ever so slightly. Do you want to talk about it? And Izuku doesn't know. He doesn't know if he wants to talk about his suicide. He doesn't know if he'll end up spilling all his secrets and the fact he's dying. He doesn't know anything. Snot and tears mix with one as he slowly uncurls and looks Aizawa dead in the eyes. I'm sorry. Aizawa huffs as the boy launches into his open arms. I didn't mean to. I didn't want to, it's just. It was so difficult. Everyone was so mean. And I was just so irrelevant that even my teachers didn't care. Only my mum loved me, but it's my fault she's gone. Izuku sobs. He both loved and hated how it felt. He could finally release everything he'd been holding in. Everything from toddler years to teen. But it was so painful being so weak. It wasn't your fault. Aizawa looks Izuku in the eyes and pushes the hairs stuck on his forehead back. Izuku, you're an amazing kid. And that sentence truly hurt the most. His mum would say that to him all the time. The day he died was the last time he heard those sickening sweet words. I'm sorry ... for everything. Aizawa chuckles. Once you stop being a big baby, I'm sure we'll be able to talk and have a real conversation. And Izuku really wants to reply back with an insult, but the crying had taken a whole ton off his shoulder and he didn't have the energy for it. It took around 15 minutes to fully calm down and relax in the silence of the purple room. I'm sorry you had to see my body like that, Izuku says after wiping away the final of the tears. You were watching. He nods. Had been for a couple months before that run-in with the trigger villains. Aizawa processes it. So, how did you become a ghost? Izuku sighs. Long story. Very, very long story. He attempts to stall, hoping Aizawa will give up. The daggers of a stare signal otherwise. Okay. He rolls his eyes. Basically, as I was falling to my death, my quirk allowed another quirk to control my quirk factor or something ... and then I became a ghost. Whoop whoop. Aizawa doesn't look impressed, but he accepts the answer. So you're Midoriya Izuku. And Izuku pauses. He hadn't heard Midoriya in such a long time. It didn't even feel like his own name anymore. Yup, but pretty sure all my family is dead. So I don't think it's Midoriya anymore. And Izuku finds it a little funny how Aizawa's face changes. Can we go find Shinsou and Yamada now? I gotta discuss Christmas with them. Christmas isn't for another 2 weeks. Aizawa rubs his eyes, already regretting prolonging the conversation. He hadn't asked anywhere near enough questions. Izuku loves changing topics. Exactly. We need to buy Eri presents before it's too late. Izuku takes a glimpse of his missing hands that somehow haven't gathered any attention yet. Aizawa didn't get a say in the matter as Izuku was already rushing out the door with a puffy red face. The two occupants of the living room are startled when Izuku slams in. Christmas. We need to set up Christmas. Izuku shouts at a level that wouldn't wake Eri, but a level that gets his point across. Shinsou groans and slumps into the depths of his chair. Sure, Christmas was fun ... but that was before he turned 13. Izuku jumps on top of him. We have to make it super special for Eri. Yamada seems to think it's a good idea. Hopping up and grabbing a laptop to start browsing for presents. Izuku joins in as Aizawa grouches with Shinsou. You knew. Shinsou sighs but nods. Yup, I've only known for like 4 months though. Just before you guys begun fostering me. Aizawa gives somewhat of an answer. Hitoshi, come look at this. Izuku calls him over to reveal a rhino toy that was a meter tall. We're not getting that. Where will it go? Aizawa wants to cry. Izuku just laughs. In Eris' room obviously. Yamada seems to agree as he instantly adds it to the cart. Shinsou can tell this year is going to be better than the rest. But it'll definitely be a pain to handle. 2 weeks to go. Halfway through the week Izuku started wearing gloves, claiming that his hands were cold. No one really thought much of it, which made him feel better. They also took a trip to the zoo, it being fairly empty due to it being winter. Eri was extremely excited to see her favorite animal in person. Presents were beginning to arrive. Aizawa was the elf forced to make the Christmas tree. Izuku was sure to take photos of the man dressed in full green. By the end of the first week, Eri had warmed up to the family a ton. She had seen a good therapist, which has helped. She was able to sit down and relax with so many around. She could express her feelings better. Izuku was so proud, but he was so tired recently. He's so fatigued yet his body won't allow him to sleep. You look like you've just had ass in your face. Shinsou laughs as Izuku grimaces. I'm so tired. He droops onto the bed. Then go to sleep. Shinsou retorts. I can't. Izuku cries into the gloves. Shinsou shrugs. Not my problem then. Unless you need a kiss goodnight. He chuckles as Izuku flushed and hides in the sheets. It was finally Christmas Eve, the day everyone was waiting for. Shinsou is excited to open the 8 presents addressed to him. Eri is desperate to open the massive meter-tall present in the corner, and Izuku is hoping for his to be memorable. Being able to touch things has become ever so harder. Just holding a cup or any utensils is incredibly difficult. He can feel his time waning. But what is he to do about it? He's written down notes on all the conversations he's had in his dreams. The one between the misted man about his quirk. Any theories they have to bring him back. Nothing seems logical yet. Their best answer was to find a quirk that was able to rewind his body back to its original state. But with no clue where his body or a quirk with that ability is ... they have no luck. Izuku plans on visiting the mist tonight to find out the last attempt. He knows it won't be long. So as the night falls and everyone goes to sleep, Izuku is in his consciousness talking to the one who seems to know all but the way to come back. I'm not going to find anything in time. I'm not able to sense the life force like I used to. I can't find any quirks that can fix this one. I remember you mentioning you were able to sense life, but also quirks within those. The mist speaks. You're unable. Izuku nods. I don't think I'm going to come back. Izuku looks defeated. He'd finally felt happy in life, but nothing goes right for him. The mist shows a sense of pity. It's truly a shame, child. I shall not give up hope. I will find a way to bring you back, for the matter of life. It bows, allowing the area around them to shift and lighten as Izuku's eyes open to the morning sun. Good morning, sleepyhead. Shinsou calls from his desk. Izuku gives a hum, weakly standing up and attempting to lean on the chair. He accidentally falls through, leading to a swear from Shinsou. God, haven't felt that in a while. He shivers. Let's go open presents. Izuku yawns as he speaks. They were both surprised to find Eri and Aizawa sitting at the table waiting for breakfast. Eri jumps up and runs to give the both of them a hug. Izuku uses all of his concentration to make sure Eri stays afloat. We've got some pancakes cooking up and then we can open the presents. Yamada chirps from his place next to the stove. Izuku is trying his best to sit down, but the attempts are futile. He decides on just wandering around. He stops by Aizawa to be his little ass of a self. Aizawa and him had become closer after their conversation. It made the two feel better connected. Unlike before when Izuku had the invisible wall in place. He's always put an invisible wall up. And Shinsou was the first to break it, Aizawa and Yamada the second. And well, Eri didn't need a wall. She was as much as Izuku could want. He didn't need to push her away or seclude himself from her. She was his little sister. Pancakes are hot and served. Come grab your pick before it's too late. Yamada smiles as he wipes away the excess water from his hands. Izuku watches as everyone digs in, relishing in the delight of a breakfast. Izuku watches and just hopes that he'd be able to enjoy them that much again too. His senses were dimming and movement was getting harder, especially with the fact his arms and legs were now gone. Izuku's past the panicking stage, and is accepting the fate he's said to have. They failed to find a way to bring him back. Researching old ghost traditions was their real last attempt, but that was proven to be difficult as they needed the body to connect the soul. Shinsou nudged him, chilled when the elbow went through him. We've all finished, did you not have any? Shinsou frowns. Yeah, I'm not hungry ... that's all. Izuku proceeds to smile as best he can. Shinsou lets him off the hook, turning the attention towards the presents they'd have to open. Could I go first? Eri puts her hand up to point at the giant across the room. Izuku was going to enjoy this one. Aizawa nodded and the girl jumped into action, sprinting to the present and tearing the paper away like there was no tomorrow. Her sparkling red eyes glistened in the reflection of the window as she caught sight of the meter-tall plastic rhinoceros. Her head was the only thing visible if you were stood on the other side. It's a baby rhino, she squeals, already hopping onto its back. For the first time since she'd come from the hospital, Eri smiled. It was beautiful. She had finally felt the joy Izuku was dying to see on her. Yamada, being the amazing man he is, snapped a photo to forever cherish the memory. I love it, she calls, urging Shinsou to come check it out, which he eventually does. Izuku chuckles at the sight. Your turn, Hitoshi. Eri points towards one of Shinsou's bigger presents. As he goes and collects it, Izuku can see out of the corner of his eye Yamada grinning like an evil genius. This is going to be a good one. It's clear the exact moment Shinsou realizes his big present is a massive Eraserhead-themed squishmallow. It starts when the back of the box is unwrapped to reveal the name of the squishmallow. Shinsou pauses for a moment, glancing to see if Aizawa knows, which he does not. As the rest of the box is revealed, both Aizawa and Shinsou have a downright shocked expression. The massive beanbag of a squishy has details down to a point. The glasses, scarf, and even utility belt. Aizawa glares at his husband. You did this. I did indeed. He laughs as Eri is scooped up and thrown onto the soft pillow by Shinsou. They both sit on it for a while. Well, we better start opening the rest or it'll be night by the time we're done. And obviously, Aizawa is tasked with the bin bag. Izuku is scooping scrapped wrapping paper the best he can. He hates how weak his body feels now. Aizawa seems to notice something in his mannerism as he starts to go around and grab it himself. Is that finally everything? Aizawa grovels, tying the bag and leaving it in the corner. One last thing. Yamada runs into the bedroom, swiftly coming back out and handing a thin envelope to Shinsou. He suspiciously looks at them, waiting for some sort of prank. Once nothing happens, he slowly opens it and reads the contents. Izuku watches as his friend's eyes water. "You're adopting me." Shinsou is pulled into a hug by Yamada, followed by Aizawa, Eri, and Izuku. "Sure are, kid. You're officially ours now." Aizawa pats Shinsou on the back as he wipes the tears away on his jacket sleeve. Thank you so much." Izuku is so happy he was able to see this play out. His closest and only friend has found a forever home, away from torment. He was able to be a hero for not one, but two people. That's better than any Christmas present. "Don't think we forgot about you, Izuku." Shinsou pulls a small box out of his pocket. Izuku opens it carefully by pulling up the tape. It's revealed to be a necklace, packaged neatly in a green cube. The necklace is one of which can hold a photo. That's where he can see the 5 of them all together. He was confused though. He was standing next to Eri, but he's a ghost. He shouldn't be in the image. He doesn't even remember taking the photo. "I used AI to age your school photo and changed a couple things to make it you. Sorry, it's not perfect, but you're not exactly photogenic." Shinsou shrugged. "No. It's beautiful. I love it." Izuku can't help but cry. He was always emotional, but he seems to be getting worse over time. Eri goes off to play with some toys with Aizawa while Yamada finishes cooking up the dinner he had started. "Thank you. Thanks so much, Hitoshi." And Izuku pauses. He doesn't even know what to say. He couldn't have ever imagined being a part of a loving family again since his mom died. Since he died, even. "It's fine. I'm just happy to have you here. I don't know what I would have done with myself if I didn't meet you." Izuku doesn't reply, giving a small hum and sitting beside Eri with his new necklace on display around his neck. It's difficult to keep it there, but it was important to him, so he'd use all he has to make sure it stays. Christmas is really relaxing. Everyone is calm and the outside is covered with a thick layer of reflective white. The snow was truly beautiful this time of year. Hours passed and darkness falls upon the city. Dinner's served pretty late, which was all right. That just meant they could sit down and watch a movie straight after. Izuku only took 2 small bites. Food didn't feel the same after losing the sense of taste nor texture. Everything felt like glob. The mood changes when Eri admitted she'd never seen a Christmas film, which begun the debate of what to watch. Aizawa claimed it should be The Grinch. Yamada disagreed and argued for The Muppets. Shinsou wasn't too bothered, and Izuku found the whole situation funny. "Let's just watch both." Eri calls from where she's snuggled on the Eraserhead squishmallow. The argument calms as they agree on the idea. It'd be a long night. Despite saying they'd watch both movies, Eri had fallen asleep not even halfway through The Grinch, which meant both of them failed. "We always have tomorrow, and it is fairly late." Yamada picks Eri up as careful as he could. The clock reads 11 o'clock. Izuku leans over to Shinsou. "Can we go on a walk? I need to tell you something." Izuku doesn't know how Shinsou is going to react. Izuku doesn't know what's going to happen. He knows he's not going to make it through the night. He can feel the strings of the quirk unraveling. "Sure, I'll just tell Aizawa and Yamada." Shinsou hops up, getting permission before reaching for his coat and boots. "Let's go." Shinsou leads Izuku out the door into the depths of the night. The snow crunches beneath them as they walk in silence. It wasn't too cold out, probably due to the lack of wind. That made Izuku feel better. The wind would bother him relentlessly now that he's so weak. Shinsou finally speaks after they've been walking for a couple minutes. "You going to explain what's wrong?" Izuku faces Shinsou, unable to for any longer than a second due to the amount of guilt he's now holding. In a minute. Let's go somewhere." Shinsou led to their all-time meeting building. He prepares himself for Izuku to take him up like an elevator, unnerved when he resorts to the stairs instead. "Any particular reason we're going to be walking all the way up this time?" Shinsou isn't mad, but he's not happy about walking so many steps. "You'll know in a second. Just please don't be mad." Izuku's looking down to the floor, almost scared of seeing his friend's expression. By the time they reach the top, the atmosphere is filled with a tense silence. Izuku sits next to the edge of the roof, patting the space beside him. Shinsou joins him, tilting his head to look at the curls of green. He takes a deep breath. "I'm dying," and Shinsou doesn't make a sound. Izuku was dying. Izuku's cheeks are covered in streaks of tears within seconds. "I am sorry I didn't tell you. I'm confused about it too. But I'm not going to be here tomorrow." Shinsou looks down to his hands. Izuku's going to be gone. He's dying and it'll be tonight. The one friend he ever needed is dying. And he didn't even know. How did we not realize? Honestly, I don't know. I've been covering my hands, but they're not really hands anymore. Izuku reveals the missing hand behind a glove. "My arms and legs are missing too, but I haven't checked for anything else since. I don't want to die." Shinsou's heart shatters. Izuku's choking up, trying to gain a breath so desperately. Shinsou pulls him into a hug with wide eyes. "I don't want you to die either. Is there not anything you can do?" Izuku shakes his head, hiccuping all the while. "We've been trying. We can't find anything. I have my notes in one of my B books." Shinsou rests Izuku's head on his lap. Calm down. You'll be okay. I have to try bringing you back. Someone told me once. I had to do that. Shinsou recalls the memory. He can't remember who or what told him that, but he knows it was someone important. Izuku nods slowly. The mist. He told you to save me, but that was before I was shot. We'd have more time if it wasn't for that. Izuku laughs as he wipes the snot leaking from his nose. Shot? You don't mean. Shinsou doesn't know what to do, what to say. Yeah. It's okay. I know you'll find a way to save me. They stare at each other, Izuku laying on Shinsou's lap. Izuku picks a button off his shirt, the ghastly pin landing in Shinsou's hand. His version of a present. I'm sorry, but seeing how I'm dying, I might as well tell you this. Consider it a Christmas present, if you will. Izuku covers his eyes as more tears fall. I love you. I really love you, Hitoshi. I noticed a while ago, but I didn't know how to tell you. Shinsou opens his mouth to speak, some of his own tears falling. I love you too, Izuku. You're such an ass, telling me this shit when you're on your deathbed. They chuckle together. As snow begins to fall once again, Izuku can feel the Quirk deteriorating. He doesn't have as much time as he predicted. Shinsou's staring at him. They meet each other's eyes. Izuku doesn't know if his cheeks are flushed due to the cold or because of the moment they're sharing. Something suddenly feels off. Izuku can't feel his legs and his image is flickering. I guess this is goodbye. Izuku tries to laugh through the new series of cries. His clothes were floating away into white orbs, disappearing into the night. Shinsou nods with a scrunched facial expression. He leans down, placing his lips on top of the boy below him. Izuku's gloved hands are positioned on either cheek. I love you, Izuku. I love you too, Hitoshi. And they bump foreheads for their final moments as Izuku turns into nothing but a memory. The clank of the necklace on the ground is enough to set Hitoshi into a spiral of emotions. The crisp cold of the snow is the only thing keeping him grounded. What would he do with himself now? Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.